A formidable being of the Emperor Realm squats upon the ground, instructing ants in their cultivation, yet is mistakenly perceived by others as merely a lowly figure lurking in the grass. The enraged ant transforms into a practitioner of the transformation stage, delivering resounding slaps to the face. The reason lies in my awakening of the supreme sect system. Those who join my sect will experience a manifold increase in their cultivation. At this moment, I arise from the thicket. A boundless imperial aura unfurls. In an instant, a passing violet-eyed tiger collapsed to the ground, its eyes revealing an abyss of terror. I was on the verge of being utterly terrified. It could sense the presence of the human before it, which was nearly indistinguishable from that of the previous celestial sovereign. A grand emperor, reduced to crouching in the grass like a lowly figure. Is this how you display your courtesy? At this moment, throughout the eastern wilderness, many powerful beings gazed towards the direction of the celestial forbidden zone, their eyes filled with trepidation. It was the aura of the emperor. As long as the emperor reigns, it is destined that this forbidden realm is beyond our reach. Quickly inform the family and let go of any thoughts of entering this sacred domain. Throughout the eastern wasteland, numerous illustrious families found themselves engulfed in astonishment and bewilderment due to the faint aura of the great emperor. At this moment, I am gazing upon the divine bull before me. The primal divine bull is an elite celestial beast, its lineage unparalleled in nobility. Presently, it possesses the strength of an emperor's realm. The old cow, noticing my gaze, gently lowered its head and began to lick the palm of my hand. At this moment, a system notification resonated. It indicated the proximity of an exceptionally gifted genius approaching the restricted zone. The host is advised to proceed to the realm of magic. Upon successfully accepting an apprentice, the host shall be bestowed with a basic gift, along with rewards commensurate with the supreme package. To my astonishment, a disciple has voluntarily come forth. Old Huang summoned the celestial king's chariot, and I stepped forward with purpose. Seated upon the ancient throne of the celestial king's chariot, I now stand as the formidable sovereign of the heavenly forbidden zone. How could I possibly venture forth without exuding a touch of grandeur? At this moment, within the dense forest of the celestial forbidden zone, for figures clad in black wielding sharp blades are relentlessly pursuing a young boy ahead of them. The youth's lips were stained with blood, clearly indicating he had sustained a significant injury. Sure how, even if you seek refuge at your mother's home, it shall be of no avail. Today, we shall surely end your life. Is it not merely the extraction of the supreme bone from within you, which was bestowed upon the young master? How dare you defy the master? It seems today you shall not escape, declared an elder pursuing him. The young lad, only focused on fleeing ahead, yet his pace was sluggish due to his wounds. As I observed them drawing ever closer, I steel myself to turn and engage in a desperate struggle against them. The forest before me, a splendid avenue adorned with resplendent golden light, emerges from the distance. Meanwhile, a voice reached Sure Hao's ear. Heaven's forbidden zone, a place of taboos. Who dares to unleash chaos in this realm? That authoritative voice rendered Sure Hao poised to battle to the death with the four men in black, utterly motionless. In the distance, along the straight golden pathway stretching towards the horizon, there appeared a divine bull, resplendent in its golden hue, drawing an ancient chariot. As it approached with measured grace, I gazed down upon them from my position atop the chariot. Ancient powerhouses. Sure Hao felt a profound shock within. Have they come to rescue me? The four members of the Sure family who pursued Sure Hao were filled with a sense of trepidation. What an arrogant entrance. Who is this formidable figure? They appear even more powerful than the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is a formidable entity at the Transformation Realm. Are you certain? The four cloaked figures are engaged in hushed whispers. I was almost amused to the point of laughter. I ride upon the celestial chariot of the celestial king, pulled by the majestic beasts of the Imperial Realm. Such is their divine might. In the eyes of these individuals, the outcome is akin to that of a being at the threshold of transcendent divinity. They truly are like frogs at the bottom of a well. A figure cloaked in black spoke. We hail from the Stone Clan of the Eastern Wilderness, in pursuit of a traitor within our family. We hope you will refrain from intervening. With thoughts of moving out from this backdrop of Shurjia, I aspire to shake the very foundations of this inexplicable dwelling that has emerged from nowhere. The strength of these individuals is merely at the Golden Core stage. The most formidable being I have encountered is the elder of the Shur clan, who has attained the Divine Transformation stage. I believe that my capabilities are at most comparable to those of the elder. I disregarded their words, my gaze shifting towards Shur Hao, who possessed the essence of Supreme Bone. However, due to being a side branch of the Shur family, they were wary of him, leading to the scheming that resulted in the loss of his supreme essence. His strength deteriorated from the late stage of the Golden Core realm to the early stage. Truly, he is a child of misfortune. Little one, I observe your remarkable physique. You are a rare talent in the art of cultivation. Would you be willing to join my esteemed sect? The formidable master wishes to take me as his disciple. Upon hearing Qin Sheng's words, he promptly prostrated himself before me, bowing his head in reverence. Disciple Shur Hao pays respects to the esteemed master. He could distinctly perceive the formidable presence of the individual before him. The aura emanating from Qin Sheng was reminiscent of someone he had encountered in the past. The supreme bone within the body bears a striking resemblance, which attests to the undeniable and formidable power possessed by the individual before me. Good disciple, arise swiftly. It was at the moment when Shur Hao successfully became a disciple that the system's voice resonated. Congratulations on successfully accepting a disciple. Talent, 10 stars. Reward, king-level gift pack. Upon witnessing my acceptance of Shur Hao as my disciple, the countenance of the 4 Shur family members instantly altered. Your actions suggest that you intend to oppose me, esteemed one. Should you choose to depart now, we may regard all that has transpired as if it had never occurred. I, as a Grand Emperor, would never be threatened by these mere ants of the Golden Core stage. Truly, they must be seeking to shorten their own lives. Lao Huang seemingly sensed the dissatisfaction brewing within me and took a decisive step forward. At that moment, the members of the Shijiao family beheld a resplendent golden divine bull, which, in an instant, materialized before them. One hoof struck out, and one of them was propelled directly into the air, crashing to the ground and losing all breath. You dare to take the life of my kin from a Shur family, to stand in opposition to us, the Shur family. You have already paved your path to demise. I was so frightened that my soul nearly escaped me. I hurriedly turned and fled, not forgetting to utter threats in my retreat. However, before the venerable Huang, the speed of these few golden Dan stage practitioners was utterly insufficient, and they were swiftly overtaken by him. With a single hoof, it descended directly onto the ground, remaining utterly still. As a celestial beast of imperial caliber, a mere stomp from it could spell doom even for those on the brink of becoming an immortal emperor. What more could be said for these few practitioners at the Golden Core stage? Standing by the side, Shur Hao was witnessing Lao Huang's first display of skill, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Even the humble ox, which pulls the cart for the master, possesses such remarkable prowess. It seems that I am destined for great success in the future. What is the name of our sect? I am a master hailing from the celestial confines, the sovereign of the heavens. I spoke with a tranquil demeanor. Lord of the Forbidden Zone. Shur Hao's mouth gaped wide. Could it be that the celestial forbidden zone spoken of by my master is the same as the life forbidden zone? At this moment, the head of the Shur family, Shur Daoyuan, sat in his seat with a grim expression. The 5th elder inquired, Patriarch, I have just discovered while guarding the ancestral hall of the Shur family that the life tokens sent to pursue Shur Hao and the other 3 have all shattered. The 4 have perished. As soon as these words were uttered, a chorus of skepticism arose among those present. It is impossible. How could 4 pinnacle golden elixir cultivators be subdued by a wounded practitioner at the initial stage of golden elixir? Even uttering such a statement seems implausible. Shur Daoyuan turned his gaze towards the elderly man beside him. Esteemed elder, what are your thoughts? The grand elder's expression remained composed. There must be some hidden intricacies behind this matter. I have resolved to personally investigate and ascertain the reasons behind the fall of Shur Rong and his companions, while also addressing Shur Hao. Very well. Then I must trouble the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is willing to take action personally, which has considerably alleviated Shur Daoyuan's anger. The news that Shur Hao might still be alive left him exceedingly displeased. Furthermore, do not forget to disseminate the news. I was nurtured by the Shijiao family, yet instead of rendering service to them, I audaciously pilfered their treasured possessions. Consequently, I was pursued by the Shijia's emissaries in order to uphold the family's regulations. The elders of the Shi family below listened, their hearts involuntarily stirred with a tinge of compassion for Shi Hao. Having offended the family head, his fate was destined to be utterly tragic. At this moment, within the confines of the Celestial Realm, I have utilized a first-tier sect construction card to establish my very own sect. Moreover, one can obtain the Life Creation Pill and the Saint Realm Puppet from the King's Gift Pack. The Life Creation Pill has the remarkable ability to restore all injuries sustained by cultivators within the Saint Realm. Shi Hao had just been excavated for his supreme bone, leaving him with injuries. He was troubled, lacking a suitable gift for his disciple. Presenting him with this elixir would be just perfect. Beside him stood a saintly puppet, a humanoid figure cloaked in a profound obsidian hue, capable of unleashing the pinnacle of power characteristic of the saintly realm. Absolute loyalty to the host is paramount. Simply infusing spiritual energy suffices to execute commands. This reward is quite commendable. At this moment, as the Celestial Forbidden Zone is in its nascent stages, such a puppet is precisely what I require to safeguard the sect. I infused my spiritual energy into the effigy. In the next moment, the effigy seemed to come to life, respectfully kneeling before me on one knee, awaiting my command. From now on, you shall be entrusted with guarding the gates of the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Utilizing the Holy Realm's puppet to oversee the entrance is a means to preserve the dignity of the Celestial Forbidden Zone. I cast my gaze upon Shi Hao. This place is indeed the domain bestowed upon me by the heavens. At this moment, however, Shi Hao's gaze involuntarily shifted to the black puppet standing before the gates of the Celestial Hall. I discerned the confusion in Shi Hao's eyes. He is merely a puppet guarding my Celestial Forbidden Realm. Should anyone dare to wreak havoc upon my celestial domain upon my return, let him take care of it. Upon hearing my tone, so effortlessly light, Shi Hao cast a glance at the lifeless figure, suddenly adopting a demeanor of greater gravity. The formidable master, the abnormally powerful old Huang, and the current enigmatic and formidable puppet. My choice is not erroneous. It is indeed an honor to join such a formidable sect. I raised my hand, and a pill, exuding an enchanting fragrance, gracefully soared into Shi Hao's palm. This elixir possesses the remarkable ability to heal all your current injuries. Once consumed, it will not be long before you experience a complete recovery. He gazed at the elixir in his palm, and merely inhaling its fragrant aroma made him feel a remarkable resurgence of vitality within his injured body. This pill must be an extraordinary and unparalleled concoction. Thank you, Master. Shi Hao hurriedly knelt on the ground, expressing his gratitude to Qin Mu. Since the supreme bone was extracted from his body, Shi Hao's injuries have shown no signs of improvement, leaving him in a state of distress. To his astonishment, his master bestowed upon him such a precious elixir. Stone family, you shall await my return. The grievances of the past, I shall avenge them with my own hands, sooner or later. In his heart, Shi Hao felt a surge of excitement. Disciple, do you harbor any deep-seated grievances? If your heart is burdened with injustices, speak freely. Rest assured, your master shall advocate on your behalf. The celestial lineage emphasizes a principle of retribution. A mere stone, for me, can be effortlessly annihilated with a mere gesture. Yet for Shi Hao, it looms as a colossal entity. Thank you, esteemed master. Seeing Qin Mu show such concern for him, Shi Hao felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in his heart. Such trivial matters do not warrant your direct intervention, dear master. I wish to resolve this on my own. Upon hearing this, I refrained from saying more. You need only to act with determination, unburdened by the fear of provoking anyone. Should any troubles arise, you shall find your master steadfastly behind you. Upon hearing my commanding words, Shi Hao felt a profound sense of gratitude within. In the Shi family, he had witnessed an abundance of cunning schemes. Not to mention the master and disciple relationship. Even blood relatives could turn into bitter adversaries. Having just recently become a disciple under the esteemed master, he is already treated with such regard. Indeed, he has chosen the right mentor. After respectfully bidding farewell to Qin Mu, Shi Hao returned to his dwelling, consumed the elixir of creation, and commenced the process of mending his internal injuries. Upon consuming the elixir, I sensed as though a new supreme bone was forming within my very being. I concentrated my efforts and commenced the arduous journey of restoring my cultivation with unwavering determination. A day later, near the celestial forbidden zone, the Grand Elder of the Stone Clan, Shi Xiao, arrived at this location accompanied by several formidable warriors from the Stone Clan. The place where Shi Rong and others fell is right here. Gazing upon the lifeless bodies of Shi Rong and the members of the Shi family, one cannot help but wonder who could be so audacious as to slay the formidable warriors of the Shi clan. Shi Xiao was incensed. Such audacious behavior was a blatant disregard for the Shi family. The formidable aura he exuded instilled trepidation in the nearby Shi clan warriors, rendering them unable to dare even a single breath. At this moment, a serene and prolonged melody resonated from the nearby dense forest. Shi Xiao focused his gaze intently. I beheld a venerable yellow cow, gracefully swishing its tail, leisurely grazing upon the verdant grass. A glimmer of greed flickered in Shi Xiao's eyes. If he could capture it as a mount, it would undoubtedly be most impressive. A few formidable warriors from Shijia, upon witnessing the scene, eagerly clamored for the arrival of the Divine Bull. This is a fortuitous opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Had it not been for the personal visit of the Grand Elder, it is likely that they would never have encountered this magnificent golden Divine Bull. This is indeed a serendipitous connection for you, Grand Elder. Listening to the adulation from several powerful figures around him, the Grand Elder seemed almost afloat with pride. Very well, let us see how I shall subdue this Divine Bull. With a leap, he soared towards the old yellow beast. Old Huang was leisurely grazing on the lush green grass when he spotted a strange old man approaching him. In an instant, his gaze transformed, becoming fervent with intensity. Without a moment's hesitation, a hoof was thrust toward the esteemed elder, Shi Xiao. He scarcely had time to react before his face met the ground. The excruciating pain caused the elder Zhang to gasp, nearly crying out in agony. The torment was unbearable. Before he could utter a cry of pain, a colossal bovine posterior loomed above the chasm. A hefty, warm pile of fresh cow dung descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon his face. The elder's vision darkened, and he departed with an unsettling demeanor. After using the restroom, he then swished his tail and departed. The remaining members of the Stone Clan stood frozen in place, gripped by fear. Fifth Elder, now that the Grand Elder has perished, should we still pursue further inquiries into their whereabouts? Certainly. He will first return to inform the patriarch of the family. The fifth elder, without a moment's hesitation, turned and dashed towards the edge of the dense forest. He certainly did not wish to receive a kick from that old yellow bull as well. On the other side, I was still contemplating how to advance the development of the sect behind me. The system's voice resonated, detecting an unparalleled genius approaching the forbidden zone of the heavens. Prepare to accept this prodigy as a disciple, bestowing upon the host rewards ranging from a novice gift pack to an exalted treasure trove. Oh, yet another prodigious disciple is about to seek my guidance. I cannot help but wonder what delightful surprises my second pupil shall bring forth. I find myself secretly anticipating this encounter. At this moment, on the periphery of the celestial forbidden zone, a young maiden clad in a flowing gown is gracefully making her way into the depths of the celestial forbidden zone. This is essentially it. In this lifetime, I am determined to succeed in taking Senior Shi Hao as my mentor. Her name is Gu Shui. Though she is merely 17 years old at present, she hails from 10,000 years in the future, possessing an inherently formidable body of tribulation. Those endowed with a robust constitution cultivate their skills at a pace far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. However, the body afflicted by misfortune is beset by various calamities from the moment of its birth, and such adversities may also extend their reach to others. Gu Shui has long sought to resolve this conundrum. She has contemplated numerous approaches, such as enrolling in an extraordinarily powerful sect. Within the sect, numerous formidable individuals believed they could subdue her cursed physique. However, she successfully brought misfortune upon the sect. Before long, that once powerful sect met its demise due to a series of calamitous events. In the end, she ceased all interactions with others. Just as Gu Shui believed that this condition was insurmountable and gradually came to accept this fate, a savior unexpectedly emerged. During an adventurous exploration of a clandestine realm, Gu Shui encountered a senior named Shi Hao, initially intending to leverage her own misfortune-ridden physique to dissuade him from pursuing her. Yet he remained utterly unafraid of the myriad calamities summoned by Gu Shui. Suddenly, they lost their potency, posing no threat to him whatsoever. Undoubtedly, she had succumbed to Shi Hao. Gu Shui was utterly astonished. This was the first time she encountered a formidable being entirely immune to her cursed physique. Reborn into a new life, her heart harbored but a singular thought: to seek out the esteemed Shi Hao, for he represented her only hope in resolving her physical ailments. After an arduous journey spanning 2.5 days, Gu Shui finally beheld the grand gates inscribed with the words Heavenly Sovereign. Within the majestic palace, a young man sat in serene meditation, his posture poised in tranquility. At his chest, there appeared to be a golden bone radiating a shimmering divine light, slowly taking shape. This individual appears to be none other than the esteemed senior Shi Hao. Gu Shui couldn't help but be momentarily mesmerized. Indeed, it is now 10,000 years ago. At this moment, the esteemed Shi Hao has yet to mature. It seems I have arrived at an opportune time, just as Gu Shui is engulfed in disappointment. A gentle voice whispered beside her ear, "Little girl, what brings you to my celestial abode?" As I gazed upon her, I addressed the esteemed senior. This humble young woman bears the burden of a cursed existence and seeks to discover a means to alleviate the afflictions that plague her. It is through this quest that I have inadvertently found myself in this place. Isn't this the fabled physique of the celestial solitary star? At present, Gu Shui can only place her hopes upon the celestial lineage that stands behind Shi Hao. The tribulations of the body are insignificant. I am the sovereign of the celestial realm. As long as you join my sect, all your troubles shall naturally be resolved. I spoke with an air of tranquility. Now, I exist at the realm of the Emperor, where even the most trivial calamities can be effortlessly resolved with a mere gesture of my hand. The Lord of the Heavens, is that not the master of Senior Shi Hao? But at that moment, a sudden flash of fire streaked across the sky, hurtling directly toward the heavens. Upon closer inspection, it is evidently a fragment of celestial stars, a piece of the universe's intricate geometry. Wherever it traverses, even the fabric of space is cleaved, leaving behind gaping chasms of inky darkness. Catastrophic calamity. Gazing upon the terrifying shards of celestial bodies descending. Could it be that my journey in this life is destined to end here? Before me, even the most trivial calamity dares to act with audacity. A hand reached out toward the fireball, shattering it into a myriad of fragments. Yet, everything is far from over. I gazed at the sky as the fireballs suddenly multiplied, dare to descend upon the realm where I reside. Once more I swung my hand, and this time my colossal palm pierced the heavens, reducing those fiery orbs to mere dust, at last satisfying my intent. Dare to provoke me, and I shall crush the entire moon into fragments for you. At that moment, many formidable individuals on the mainland cast grim expressions toward the eastern wilderness domain. What is happening? Hasn't the Emperor of the Forbidden Zone ascended already? The eruption of Imperial Realm cultivation is merely to sever the fireball. Is this a display of power towards us? On the other side, the overwhelming pressure I emitted left Gu Shui utterly speechless. It was merely a single strike, yet astonishingly, even the foreign fireball was shattered with a single slap. Meanwhile, I had been resigned to awaiting my demise, despite the presence of such a formidable master beside me. What significance does this unfortunate body hold? Surely, it is a matter that can be resolved with a mere slap. Is this not preferable to clinging to the thigh of the esteemed Senior Shi Hao? Upon this realization, Gu Shui no longer hesitated in the slightest. With great reverence, Zhao Mu bowed thrice before his master. The disciple, Gu Shui, humbly offered her respects. The system's voice resonated. Successfully accepting disciple Gu Shui, the host is awarded a king-level gift pack. At that moment, the golden skeleton on Shi Hao's chest emanated a brilliant light, exuding an overwhelming pressure that rendered those present breathless. The golden skeleton gradually materialized, becoming the new supreme bone. Gazing at the golden skeletal fragment upon his chest, Shi Hao could hardly contain his exhilaration. He had originally believed that after the supreme bone was excavated, he would never again possess such a treasure in this lifetime. Moreover, one could distinctly perceive that the newly formed supreme bone within oneself is significantly more robust than the one that was previously extracted. Had it not been for the precious elixir bestowed by my master, I would not have been able to easily recuperate from my injuries, nor would I have been able to nurture a new life within me. Indeed, aligning oneself with the right patron feels akin to unlocking extraordinary powers. Just as Sure Hao turned his gaze towards me, a peculiar-looking girl beside him captured his attention. Oh no, my earlier lapse in composure surely hasn't been witnessed by my master and this girl, has it? Upon this realization, Sure Hao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as he felt he had made a significant blunder. I gazed at Sure Hao with satisfaction. A life-restoring elixir not only healed all the injuries within Sure Hao, but also restored his strength to the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm. The newly acquired Supreme Bone had grown even more formidable. I pointed to the person beside me, Gu Shuai. This is my newly accepted disciple, Gu Shuai. From this day forth, she shall be your second junior sister. Sure Hao couldn't help but lift his gaze, curiously observing Gu Shuai. In contrast, Gu Shuai took the initiative to greet him, saying, Junior sister Gu Shuai, it's a pleasure to meet senior brother. Ahem, greetings to you, esteemed junior sister. Sure Hao shyly greeted, and his awkward demeanor made Gu Shuai unable to suppress a smile. I also turned back to the main hall of the sect. System. Open a gift pack. Acquired the esteemed volume, The Difficulties of Rewards. Secured a divine structure for the sect, the Celestial Pavilion of Ascendance. A tome, adorned with a gilded exterior, materialized within the confines of my palm. Possessing a body afflicted by misfortune allows for the pursuit of cultivation, enabling one to suppress the malevolent forces within and harness their power for personal gain. With the acquisition of this ancient scripture, the affliction plaguing Gu Shui's cursed body shall be resolved. Would it not? Just as I was about to summon Gu Shui, Sure Hao and Gu Shui arrived together to pay a visit. I was eagerly engaged in an activity. Just moments ago, I took my junior sister to explore our celestial residence. We have discovered an enigmatic structure within our celestial abode. The peculiar structure that has suddenly emerged must be the celestial pavilion bestowed upon us as a reward by the system. Do not be alarmed, that is my handiwork, I said with a smile. The master's craftsmanship rendered Sure Hao speechless. I led them out of the grand hall of the sect and arrived at the celestial pavilion of Descending Path. I, too, was intrigued by the assistance this architectural marvel of the sect, bestowed by the system's rewards, could provide for our cultivation. At this moment, the system elucidated that disciples of the sect may tailor their practices according to their own cultivation levels. Fishing for enlightenment in the myriad depths of Wandao Lake, using spiritual energy as bait to access the different levels. The celestial pavilion appears to hold a certain intrigue. I greet Sure Hao and the other with a smile. Upon entering the pavilion, one feels as though they have stepped into an entirely different realm. The space within the pavilion is exceedingly vast. Standing upon the vessel, I proclaimed, This is the training ground that I, the Emperor, have prepared for you. Disciples, observe closely. As I speak, I gently extend a hand, resting it upon the edge of the small boat. In the palm of my hand, spiritual energy converges, transforming into fishing line and bait, descending into the depths of the lake below. Before long, the fishing line began to tremble. With a swift motion, he lifted his hand, bringing forth a vividly red, ethereal fish from the depths below. The myriad fish, embodiments of the path of fire, thrive solely within the mystical confines of the Wandao Lake. Upon consumption, one may attain profound enlightenment regarding the associated principles of this arcane path. I extended the vibrant crimson fish nestled in my palm to Sure Hao, urging him to consume it. Without a moment's hesitation, Sure Hao consumed the fish. A wondrous event unfolded the ethereal little fish. It unexpectedly transformed into a brilliant crimson stream, entering through Sure Hao's lips, igniting a flicker of fiery red essence within his being. I was astonished to discover that I seemed to have reached a moment of enlightenment, deepening my understanding of the essence of fire. In the future, you shall be able to fish for myriad insights within this angler's pavilion, thereby enhancing your own cultivation. Nonetheless, one must act within their means, avoiding excessive indulgence. The true path lies in the enhancement of one's own abilities. Only a few moments have passed, yet Shuhao's cultivation has firmly solidified at the pinnacle of the Golden Core realm, poised for a breakthrough at any time. Gu Shui's cultivation has transcended the foundation establishment stage, successfully advancing to the early phase of the Golden Core realm. Suddenly, a sound of hooves echoed from the heavens above. Shuhao couldn't help but lift his gaze to behold the source. In the distant sky, a magnificent golden-winged roc, measuring nearly 100 meters in length, soars gracefully through the heavens. Before that fierce bird, a woman clad in resplendent scarlet royal attire is being pursued by the golden-winged Garuda behind her. Upon witnessing this scene, Gu Shui could not help but change her expression. The passage of the golden-winged roc altered even the very heavens above. This is a symbol of celestial manifestation and cultivation. Gu Shui instantly became anxious. The peculiar nature of the body of misfortune filled her with dread, as she feared it might attract calamities. The empress of the great Qin dynasty, from the lineage of the golden-winged Great Pong, possessing the swiftness that encompasses the world. Wherever you flee, there is no refuge. Hand over the treasures from the secret realm to me without hesitation, and perhaps I shall spare your life. Do not harbor illusions. When this emperor returns to the great Qin, the blood debts of your golden-winged Great Peng clan shall be repaid in kind, the woman in the fiery red palace attire declared with intense resentment. How could this king allow you to encounter such a fate? The golden-winged roc lets out a long, resounding cry. A colossal fireball hurtled towards the woman adorned in court attire, as one pursued and the other fled. Soon, we arrived above the celestial dwelling, a realm where the presence of the human race was palpable. The woman in the palace attire gazed upon the sprawling array of exquisite pavilions and celestial abodes below, unable to suppress a smile. If this place were indeed a formidable sect of the human race, she might find salvation today. However, below her, she only sensed the presence of two little beings at the Golden Core stage, with no other formidable human warriors in sight. Behind him, the pursuing golden-winged roc unleashed all its might, its wings flapping incessantly, slicing through the air and creating a cascade of shimmering golden ripples. Like a vast golden net, it descends upon the direction of the woman in imperial attire. Alas, Gu Shui, upon witnessing this scene, could not help but let out an exclamation of surprise. The golden net not only sealed off all avenues of retreat for the woman in the palace attire, but also enveloped the very abode of the heavens themselves. Junior sister, do not be alarmed. Yet, Shuhao remained remarkably composed. He merely offered Gu Shui a reassuring smile. He then slightly bowed to the dark, lifeless figure standing nearby and said, "Everything now relies on your esteemed guidance. Matters within one's duty." The sacred realm puppet speaks, devoid of any emotion. In the next moment, the sacred puppet extended its palm slowly towards the heavens above. A scene that left Gu Shui utterly astonished unfolded as the sacred puppet began to move. In the sky, a colossal obsidian hand, towering to a height of several thousand zhong, suddenly manifested. A colossal hand shields the heavens, intercepting all the radiant golden beams unleashed by the golden-winged Pong. Moreover, after effortlessly extinguishing all the golden rays of slashing strikes, that enormous jet-black hand suddenly descended upon the golden-winged roc with great force. Upon witnessing this, the golden-winged roc was momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback that its assault could be thwarted by another. Feel the terrifying aura of that dark hand, which sends shivers down one's spine. It unmistakably detects the scent of death emanating from within, compelling it to turn and flee. Yet beneath that colossal hand, the golden-winged roc was firmly ensnared, utterly unable to break free. The golden-winged roc was crushed effortlessly, akin to a mere fledgling. The woman clad in a fiery red palace gown stood in astonishment, gazing at the fallen roc, feeling as though she were ensnared in a dream. The celestial phenomenon realm was vanquished in a single strike. Gu Shui gazed at the obsidian puppet, astonished that even those guarding the entrance possessed such formidable strength. Even among the revered sanctuaries of the grand temples, this would undoubtedly be regarded as the embodiment of a formidable power. How immensely powerful is the celestial lineage. I shall never relinquish my grasp on this formidable support, even at the cost of my own life. After a single strike obliterated the golden-winged Peng King, the obsidian puppet stood motionless, resembling a towering boulder before the celestial gateway. I am Luo Yao, pursued by the golden-winged Peng King. I inadvertently stumbled into this precious land, unaware of my surroundings. This place is the abode of my celestial lineage, Gu Shuai replied. Luo Yao searched her mind for a considerable time, yet she could not fathom the celestial forces at play. I am being pursued by the king of the golden-winged rock. Currently, I am wounded and seek your esteemed sanctuary for a brief respite to recuperate. I am the empress of the great Qin dynasty. In the future, I shall bestow great gratitude upon this esteemed land. Empress of the great Qin dynasty. Shi Hao was astonished, for the Shi family resided within the borders of the great Qin dynasty. Even the entirety of Shijia must heed the commands of the grand Qin dynasty. Shi Hao had only heard of the esteemed title of this empress of the Qin dynasty, yet remained unaware of her true name. However, at present, I am the foremost disciple of the celestial lineage. Even though the other party is Her Majesty, the Empress of the Qin, I shall not readily acquiesce to her request. It is your prerogative to decide where Her Majesty the Queen shall go. However, as for my celestial abode, entry is determined solely by my esteemed master. However, Master is currently away, so I kindly request your Majesty not to step into the confines of my celestial abode, Shi Hao calmly stated. No harm done. I shall not intrude upon your esteemed domain, merely here to find a moment of respite. There exists a terrifying and formidable dark black marionette nearby. Luo Yao feels an overwhelming sense of security, even without stepping into this celestial abode. Thus, Shi Hao found himself at a loss for words. The fate of this empress of the great Qin dynasty could only be determined by his esteemed master. Disciples, I have returned. As Luo Yao was engaged in the process of meditation and recovery, a sudden voice resonated, prompting her to involuntarily open her eyes. At this moment, a gaze imbued with a sense of profound astonishment quietly emerged within her pair of exquisite eyes. A handsome young man, accompanied by a magnificent golden divine bull, is pulling the remains of various exotic beasts. Phoenix, thunder dragon, the ferocious and exotic beings, even in their demise, emanate a formidable aura, rivaling the might of the golden-winged Peng King without the slightest hint of weakness. Heavenly Lord, who on earth is this young man in black? Master, Gu Shui hurriedly approached me, offering a respectful bow. I gazed upon the two individuals bowing before me. These are the spoils that I have hunted over the past few days. Today, we shall feast upon them. Such a formidable beast, in the eyes of the master, is merely meant to be consumed. However, it is quite typical of the master. Shi Hao hurriedly recounted everything that had just transpired to me. At the same time, she pointed towards the distant figure of Luo Yao. This is the esteemed empress of the great Qin dynasty. Upon seeing Shi Hao gesture towards her, Luo Yao promptly stepped forward. She had previously encountered the esteemed elder. She is no longer the empress she once was. Just now, all of Qin Sheng's words reached Luo Yao's ears. Casually hunting the ominous beasts of the celestial realm serves merely as a feast for the palate. It is inconceivable to fathom the extent of his terrifying power. In response to her bow, I merely nodded with a sense of understated acknowledgement. I can discern that the woman before me possesses remarkable cultivation, and as the empress of the Qin, she stands unparalleled, revered by many within her domain. But what does it matter? In my eyes, those who are not of the celestial lineage are merely irrelevant individuals. Faced with my disdain, she dared not reveal the slightest change on her countenance, fearing that it might provoke the other's ire. As I gazed upon the carcasses of these wild beasts, a grave realization dawned upon me. Who among you can cook? I glanced at Shi Hao and the others. Seeing that they remained silent, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of frustration. These two apprentices, much like myself, are adept only at consuming yet inept at creating, which poses quite a dilemma. At this moment, Luo Yao timidly spoke, "Senior, I do possess some skills in cooking." For the first time, I gazed at her directly, my eyes shimmering softly. If that is the case, then I shall trouble you with these remains of the otherworldly beasts." She fervently wished to establish a good rapport with this formidable being. Yet, amidst her joy, Luo Yao could only manage a wry smile within her heart. In the past, she garnered the attention and reverence of formidable figures across the realm due to her esteemed title as the Empress of the Great Qin. Yet today, her identity as the Great Qin Empress pales in comparison to her culinary prowess. Before long, a large pot was set upon the flames, which blazed fiercely. In the pot lay carefully selected chunks of exotic beast meat. Luo Yao stood beside the large cauldron, deftly managing the heat, and various seasonings were added to the pot, enhancing the enticing aroma that wafted through the air. Soon, this delectable meat stew was finally ready. After indulging in a sumptuous feast, feeling the vibrant surge of life coursing through her veins, Luo Yao gently bit her silver teeth, as if she had finally made a momentous decision. "I humbly bow before you, esteemed elder. As a junior, I aspire to join the celestial ranks and become a disciple of the celestial sect. I earnestly request your permission to be accepted into your esteemed fold." The system's sound resonates. The task of recruiting outer disciples has commenced. Please bring the Empress of Deqian into the celestial outer sect. Reward: a sacred ancient weapon. Gazing at Luo Yao, who kneels before me, the system's assertions hold a semblance of truth. To elevate the celestial realm to the pinnacle of all powers, merely enrolling a handful of direct disciples is far from sufficient. Accepting her would at least alleviate concerns about future culinary needs. A slight deficiency in strength is of little consequence. Your request has been granted. However, I can only accept you as an outer disciple. Task accomplished. The host is rewarded with an ancient weapon of the sage, awarded a 10-fold critical strike. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the supreme imperial weapon, the Taiwan Sword, the Supreme Emperor's Sword of the Underworld. Chapter 13. The Majesty of the Supreme Emperor's Sword, Enlightenment through Ancient Tea, and the Empress's Embarrassment, a 10-fold reward critical hit, the Supreme Emperor's Sword of the Extreme Path. Qin Mu was mildly astonished, never expecting to encounter such fortuitous circumstances. What was originally a reward of a sage's ancient weapon had suddenly transformed into an imperial weapon of the extreme path, rivaling even the king-level gift packages of his disciples. Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. With a mere thought, a melodious dragon's roar resonated, and a sword, resembling a true dragon, materialized in his palm. The blade resembled a dragon's head, the patterns like dragon claws, and the hilt like a dragon's tail. Upon the appearance of the Supreme Emperor's sword, even the blazing sun in the sky paled in comparison. Roar. The Supreme Emperor's sword quivered lightly, its dragon's roar echoing through the ages, compelling Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and Luo Bingyao to instinctively bow in reverence. Luo Bingyao gazed at the ancient sword in Qin Mu's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. As the Empress of Deqian, she was no stranger to rare treasures, yet in her recollection, even the supreme treasures she had previously encountered paled in comparison to this ancient sword wielded by the sect master. With the imperial sword in hand, Qin Mu felt an irresistible urge and casually swung the Supreme Emperor's sword upward. A beam of eternal light shot forth from the sword, transforming into a celestial dragon, soaring into the heavens, illuminating the firmament with its brilliance. Boom! Stars beyond the realm shattered under the might of this strike, disintegrating into dust, vanishing in the celestial expanse. What a magnificent sword! Observing the stars once again dissipating into fireworks, Qin Mu silently praised. Truly an imperial weapon of the extreme path, it felt effortlessly wielded. Beside him, Gu Qingxue, witnessing her master strike down the stars, immediately pondered whether her calamity body had caused fragments of the stars to fall. Her master's action was likely intended to help her avert the impending disaster. With this thought, admiration filled her gaze as she looked at Qin Mu. Her calamity body was notorious, causing fear among many, yet her master had preemptively resolved the disaster before it even manifested. Truly, he was impressive. After a brief demonstration of the Supreme Emperor's sword's prowess, Qin Mu contentedly sheathed the imperial weapon. Meanwhile, Luo Bingyao, kneeling on the ground, hurriedly bowed her head, expressing her gratitude. To be accepted as an outer disciple by the esteemed predecessor is already an honor for me. Bingyao dares not ask for more. What a jest! Luo Bingyao understood clearly that being accepted as an outer disciple of the celestial sect was indeed a privilege for the Empress of Deqian. As for the identity of being a direct disciple of the celestial master, she could scarcely dare to imagine. Earlier during their meal, she had exchanged a few brief words with Shitian and Gu Qingxue. She was aware that both of them, as direct disciples of the celestial master, possessed extraordinary qualities. Although their current strength did not match hers, their future potential was undoubtedly promising. It was already an incredible stroke of luck for the celestial master to permit her to become an outer disciple of the celestial sect. Yet, even upon joining this sect, she would still need to make sacrifices to gain the celestial master's favor. With this in mind, Luo Bingyao seemed to arrive at a resolute decision. Her delicate hand brushed over the storage ring on her finger. A flash of light appeared, and soon after, a jade vial emerged in her grasp. As she gazed at the jade vial, a mix of struggle and reluctance flickered across her enchanting face, yet she resolutely extended the vial towards Qin Mu. Inside the jade vial were 5 leaves from the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, which, when brewed, could induce a state of enlightenment, a treasure she had obtained from her adventures in the secret realm. The recent pursuit by the golden-winged rock king was also due to this Enlightenment ancient tea leaf. She dared not keep it to herself and wished to offer these 5 leaves to the sect master for the cultivation of his 2 disciples, enhancing their strength. Luo Bingyao understood well. Such a powerful sect master would find little use for these 5 leaves, but for his direct disciples, Shitian and Gu Qingxue, they were invaluable treasures. By presenting these leaves to the sect master, she could not only earn his favor, but also endear herself to Shitian and Gu Qingxue, truly a win-win situation. The Enlightenment ancient tea leaf was derived from the eternal undying medicine Enlightenment ancient tea tree. Any cultivator who consumed it would enhance their understanding of myriad paths. Undeniably a supreme treasure. This was evident from the relentless pursuit by the golden-winged rock king, illustrating just how precious these leaves were to cultivators of all races. Upon hearing Luo Bingyao's words, Shitian and Gu Qingxue curiously leaned towards the jade vial in her hand. Enlightenment ancient tea leaves. Such a supreme divine object. They had only heard of it before, never having seen it in person. Who would have thought they would witness it today? Shitian and Gu Qingxue focused intently. Within the small jade vial lay 5 translucent leaves, each adorned with intricate patterns, exuding a mist of myriad auras. However, after only a moment of observation, their interest began to wane. Though the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves were precious, the celestial sect was not lacking in such treasures. In the celestial pavilion, one could easily fish for the myriad fish of enlightenment anytime. The efficacy of these fish was nearly identical to that of the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves, and the quantity of fish in the myriad path lake was virtually infinite, far surpassing the value of these 5 leaves. Shitian and Gu Qingxue's curiosity was merely due to their previous inexperience with the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves. Having seen them now, their interest naturally diminished. Even as the 2 youngsters lost interest, Qin Mu remained unfazed. Not to mention the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves themselves. Even the entire tree held little allure for him at present. Observing Luo Bingyao's somewhat anxious demeanor, Qin Mu smiled warmly. You may keep the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves. In my celestial sect, we would not seize the opportunities of our disciples. Seeing the calm expression on Qin Mu's face, along with the indifference of Shitian and Gu Qingxue, Luo Bingyao felt a wave of confusion. Surely this was the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves that drove all cultivators to madness? Why did it seem that neither her master nor the 2 siblings regarded them highly? The sect master may be excused, but Shitian and Gu Qingxue were merely golden core cultivators. Did they not feel any excitement upon seeing the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves? Was she hallucinating? Noting Luo Bingyao's bewilderment, Qin Mu smiled slightly. Since Bingyao has already joined my celestial sect, Shitian, please show her around our residence. Help her get acquainted. Understood, master. Shitian complied, subsequently leading the perplexed Luo Bingyao on a tour of the celestial sect's residence, including a visit to the celestial pavilion. As Luo Bingyao emerged from the celestial pavilion, still reeling from the shock, she finally comprehended why the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves she cherished so dearly held little significance in the eyes of Shitian and Gu Qingxue. If her 5 leaves were likened to a grain of sand, then the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves within the celestial pavilion were akin to a towering mountain. With such a treasure trove at their disposal, it was no wonder her humble offerings failed to captivate their interest. Luo Bingyao suddenly felt a flush of embarrassment. recalling how she had carefully presented the Enlightenment ancient tea leaves before the esteemed master. It is akin to a beggar, attempting to demonstrate his wealth to a magnate of immense fortune. Chapter 14. The Third Disciple, the Ancient Path City, Ascension Conference in the blink of an eye. A fortnight had elapsed. One morning, Luo Bingyao was diligently sweeping the sect's buildings in the residence of the Celestial Realm, engaging in the humble tasks typically assigned to outer disciples. Should this scene be witnessed by the denizens of the Dacian Empire, it would surely leave them astounded. The esteemed Empress of Dacian, reduced to performing menial chores akin to those of a common servant? Yet, Luo Bingyao approached her duties with utmost seriousness, ensuring that every corner of the sect was immaculate, displaying no trace of impatience. In any ordinary sect, even one as prestigious as the Holy Land of the Eastern Wasteland, to compel Luo Bingyao to undertake such menial tasks would undoubtedly provoke her wrath, for it would be perceived as a slight against her status as the Empress of Dacian. However, within the enigmatic Celestial Realm, she found not humiliation but a profound honor in fulfilling such responsibilities. Over the past fortnight, Luo Bingyao had already healed from her injuries. Yet she appeared to have severed any thoughts of departure, seemingly oblivious to her identity as the Empress of Dacian. Instead, she immersed herself wholeheartedly in the tasks of cleaning and cooking within the forbidden grounds of the Celestial Realm. Throughout this time, the mystery and power of the Celestial Realm had left a deep impression on her. Even a mere puppet tasked with guarding could effortlessly vanquish beasts of the Celestial Realm, while the seemingly gentle lord of the Celestial Realm was unfathomable, capable of cleaving stars from the outer domains with a mere swing of his sword. Within the sect, there existed a place of enlightenment known as the Lingdao Immortal Pavilion, which was no less remarkable than the legendary Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. The two direct disciples of the Lord of the Celestial Realm, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, were exceptionally gifted, instilling a sense of awe in Luo Bingyao, who had witnessed countless prodigies. Even the old yellow cow that trailed the Lord of the Celestial Realm was deemed an incredibly formidable guardian beast after effortlessly dispatching a Celestial Realm beast with a single kick, earning Luo Bingyao's utmost respect. Mysterious, terrifying, powerful, invincible. These were the sentiments that filled Luo Bingyao's heart regarding the Celestial Realm over the past fortnight. Thus, being able to reside within this realm was an unparalleled privilege for her, and she dared not covet any further indulgences. To be associated with such a powerful entity not only benefited her but also greatly favored the Dacian Empire. Consequently, Luo Bingyao harbored no grievances, diligently and faithfully performing her duties. Naturally, her industriousness did not go unnoticed by Qin Mu, who regarded her efforts with appreciation. In this manner, the Empress of Dacian found herself increasingly reluctant to part from the Celestial Realm, preferring to remain as an outer disciple of the celestial lineage rather than return to her imperial status. As Luo Bingyao continued her diligent cleaning of a sect building, a voice resonated from within the Celestial Palace. "All of you, come forth." When summoned by Qin Mu, Luo Bingyao did not dare to delay. She hastily set aside her tools and made her way to the Celestial Palace. Upon entering, she discovered that Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue had also arrived. "Do any of you have knowledge of the Ancient Path City?" Qin Mu inquired directly as the trio gathered. Recently, he had received a prompt from the system, indicating that he should prepare to venture to the Ancient Path City to accept his third direct disciple. Having remained in the Celestial Realm since his arrival in this vast continent, Qin Mu was not well versed in the various locales across the 5 regions of the vast expanse. However, as he possessed imperial cultivation, he could effortlessly extend his consciousness, enveloping the entirety of the Eastern Wasteland and thereby easily locating the Ancient Path City. Despite knowing the city's whereabouts, Qin Mu lacked specific information about it, prompting him to seek insights from Shi Tian and the others. Ancient Path City. Gu Qingxue's expression displayed confusion. Hailing from a millennium in the future, she was unaware of its location, and her fellow disciple was similarly uninformed. Shi Tian shook his head decisively. The Eastern Wasteland was vast and boundless, stretching countless miles across the 4 seas and 8 desolations. In such an expansive territory, Shi Tian was only familiar with the names of a few cities near the Shi family. Although he had vaguely heard of the Ancient Path City, his knowledge was limited to the name itself. "I do possess some information regarding the Ancient Path City, though I am uncertain if it is the same one the sect master is inquiring about." Luo Bingyao's beautiful eyes glimmered with contemplation as she hesitated before speaking. "Oh, please, share what you know," Qin Mu urged, intrigued by Luo Bingyao's apparent knowledge. The ancient Path City I know is situated at the border between the Ancient State and the Azure State in the Eastern Wasteland. Due to its unique location, no factions occupy it. However, every few years, various external sects hold an Ascension Conference there. During this conference, young aspirants from the neighboring regions who believe they possess sufficient talent and yearn to join external sects gather at the ancient Path City. Hoping to be chosen as disciples by one of these sects, Luo Bingyao explained, gradually revealing all the information she possessed regarding the ancient Path City. Having listened to Luo Bingyao's account, Qin Mu was certain that the ancient Path City she spoke of was indeed the place he sought. The Ascension Conference, you say? No wonder the system instructed me to go to the ancient Path City to accept disciples. When does this conference commence? Qin Mu inquired. The next Ascension Conference should begin in about 3 to 5 days. Sect Master, are you planning to visit the ancient Path City? Luo Bingyao could not help but ask. Indeed, I shall journey to the ancient Path City in a couple of days. You all should accompany me. Qin Mu nodded slightly. Since the system indicated that he would be accepting a third disciple at the ancient Path City, it was clear that this would occur after the Ascension Conference commenced, prompting him to prepare for departure in 2 days. Yes, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue responded in unison, their faces alight with anticipation. Though the celestial realm was transcendent and secluded, it was also distant from human habitation. As young adolescents, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue had not engaged with the outside world for some time, naturally feeling a sense of loneliness. Thus, the prospect of venturing out filled them with eagerness. Upon hearing Qin Mu's intention to travel to the ancient Path City, Luo Bingyao's heart stirred, and she promptly suggested, the Dacian Empire, of which I am a disciple, borders the ancient Path City. If the sect master does not mind, you could first take refuge in our imperial capital, and then it would be quite convenient to proceed to the ancient Path City. To stay at the Dacian imperial capital first, then head to the ancient Path City? Qin Mu pondered briefly. That was indeed a feasible plan, and waiting in the imperial capital would allow him to respond swiftly if any developments arose in the ancient Path City. With this in mind, Qin Mu nodded and said, very well, we shall first stay in the Dacian imperial capital for 2 days before proceeding to the ancient Path City. Chapter 15. The Northern King of the Town. Ancestral Hall. The Saintess of Daiqian. As Qin Mu prepared to depart, he commanded the old Huang to remain behind and guard the upper realm. With the presence of this emperor-level celestial beast, Qin Mu could leave with peace of mind. As an existence at the Emperor Realm, traversing to the capital of the Daiqian Empire was effortlessly within his grasp. His divine sense radiated outward, and upon pinpointing the location of the Daiqian capital, he took a single step, and the cosmos shifted, leaving the sun, moon, and mountains far behind, in but a fleeting moment. Less than the time it takes to draw a breath, guided by Luo Bingyao, Qin Mu, along with Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, arrived before the grand capital of Daiqian. Is this truly the Daiqian capital? Gazing at the towering and familiar city walls, Luo Bingyao felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. Just moments ago, she had been within the confines of the upper realm, and now she stood before the Daiqian capital. The distance between the two places was indeed over 100,000 miles. Even with her utmost effort, she would require several days to traverse such a distance. Truly, the lord of the sect is formidable. Observing the astonishment on Luo Bingyao's face, Qin Mu remained unfazed. Nearly 100,000 miles? What significance does that hold? As an Emperor Realm being, even the vastness of the 5 domains could be traversed in a single step. Lord of the sect, please follow me into the Daiqian capital. Suppressing her shock, Luo Bingyao slightly bowed. She had resolved to treat the lord of the sect with the same respect accorded to the highest emperor of the Daiqian dynasty. Determined to use this opportunity to forge a favorable connection between the Daiqian dynasty and the upper realm. Once Qin Mu and his companions were ushered into the Daiqian capital, Luo Bingyao seemed to transform into an awe-inspiring empress, exuding majesty. Yet, in the presence of Qin Mu, she maintained an attitude of utmost reverence, wary of any semblance of negligence. After arranging the finest accommodations for Qin Mu within the imperial palace, she extended every conceivable convenience. The handmaidens of the Daiqian palace were left astounded by her demeanor, pondering the identities of the 3 individuals who commanded such attention from the empress. It is worth noting that even a former ruler of a holy land had not received such treatment upon visiting the Daiqian capital. Amidst their astonishment, the handmaidens served with heightened diligence, fearful of incurring the empress's ire due to any oversight. At that moment, as Luo Bingyao led Qin Mu and his companions into the Daiqian capital, 1,000 miles away, within the northern king's residence of Deqian Crash. In the opulent hall, a middle-aged man clad in a purple royal robe, with a cold visage, violently hurled a jade cup to the ground. How could Luo Bingyao return to the Deqian capital alive? Useless. All of you are worthless. After hearing his subordinates report, the northern king, Luo Haoyan, was consumed by fury. His previously joyous mood plummeted to despair. He could not fathom how his seemingly flawless scheme had allowed Luo Bingyao to evade disaster. The truth was that the pursuit by the golden-winged Peng King from the celestial phenomenon realm was no coincidence, but rather a result of Luo Haoyan's machinations. He had secretly leaked news of Luo Bingyao obtaining a treasure from the secret realm, luring the golden-winged Peng King to pursue her. However, Luo Haoyan had believed that with the Demon King's intervention, Luo Bingyao would meet her demise without a trace. Yet the outcome filled him with rage and disappointment. Not only had Luo Bingyao returned to the Deqian capital unscathed, but she appeared to be in perfect condition. It seems that relying on a single Demon King to eliminate my niece is insufficient. I must take matters into my own hands. A sinister glint flickered in Luo Haoyan's eyes. As a prince of the Deqian dynasty, he constantly aspired to ascend to the imperial throne. Being the current empress, Luo Bingyao was a thorn in his side that he wished to remove swiftly. However, he was acutely aware of the Deqian dynasty's profound foundation, particularly within the capital. While Luo Bingyao resided there, he could do nothing against her. Seizing the opportunity while she ventured into the secret realm, he sought to orchestrate her downfall, but regrettably, his plans had failed. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance and established contact with the Sun and Moon sect. It appears that to eliminate my niece, I must rely on external forces. Even if it requires a heavy price, I am willing to pay it. A frenzied determination gleamed in Luo Haoyan's eyes. For the sake of the Deqian imperial throne, he would ally with other forces, even if it meant incurring significant costs. To him, the chance to ascend to the throne made all sacrifices worthwhile. In the heart of the Deqian capital, within the ancestral hall at this moment, Luo Bingyao had changed out of her red palace attire and donned an exquisitely lavish empress's robe, exuding an air of regal beauty and nobility. She first offered 2 incense sticks before the numerous ancestral tablets of the Luo family. Then, raising her jade hands, she performed a series of intricate gestures, forming a mysterious sign. 356th Emperor of the Deqian dynasty, I beseech the ancestors of the Luo family to awaken, Luo Bingyao murmured. Suddenly, among the many ancestral tablets, one began to emit a faint glow, casting beams of light upon the ground before Luo Bingyao. In the next moment, a figure radiating a subtle yet commanding presence materialized before her. Dressed in resplendent palace attire, this woman possessed a graceful figure nearly identical to Luo Bingyao's, even sharing some striking features. Together, they appeared as if they were sisters. However, the aura of this palace-clad woman was even more majestic and refined than Luo Bingyao's. Matriarch, gazing at the magnificent figure before her, Luo Bingyao approached affectionately, akin to a younger generation seeking favor from an elder. This dazzling woman was an ancestral figure from the Luo family, a once saintly being. After her demise, a fragment of her soul had entered the Luo ancestral spirit hall, becoming part of the profound heritage of the Deqian dynasty. Since ascending to the position of empress, Luo Bingyao had often received assistance from this ancestral saint, which explained her affectionate demeanor. Bingyao, what is the matter that necessitates my awakening? The Luo family saintess gazed upon her descendant with kind eyes, her voice gentle. Matriarch Luo Bingyao's tone suddenly grew somewhat bashful. Bingyao wishes to inform you that I do not intend to continue in the position of empress of the Deqian dynasty. Bingyao seeks your consent to rise and assume the role of emperor of the Deqian dynasty. Chapter 16. The Rebels' Siege, the Sage's Arrival. Random task, what did you say? The young sage of the Luo family questioned, doubting whether she was hearing illusions. Please, ancestor, emerge from seclusion and assume the position of the Grand Emperor of Deqian. Luo Bingyao spoke with determination. Nonsense, the young sage of the Luo family admonished, her expression darkening. Were it not for her fondness for Luo Bingyao, she would have expelled her with a flick of her hand. Is the position of the Grand Emperor something one can simply choose to avoid? This is a position of utmost authority, not a jest. And you speak of inviting her to take on the mantle of the Grand Emperor. Is this how one speaks? I am not jesting, Luo Bingyao replied earnestly. Ancestor, my decision has been made after careful consideration. After careful consideration, you have chosen not to become the Grand Empress of Deqian? The young sage of the Luo family felt a mixture of anger and amusement. Nonetheless, She wished to understand what had compelled her otherwise exemplary disciple to suddenly reject this esteemed position. It is as follows. Not long ago, I ventured into the secret realm. Luo Bingyao gathered her thoughts and recounted the recent events in detail, revealing everything to the young sage of the Luo family. As she narrated her tale, the sage's expression shifted, displaying a growing intensity. The celestial lineage? The celestial sovereign? Slaying the demon king of the celestial realm as easily as one would a mere chicken? An outer disciple? Nonsense. Utter nonsense. The young sage of the Luo family trembled with indignation. To abandon the prestigious position of Grand Empress and instead join an obscure sect as merely an outer disciple? Was this not a mockery? You are bringing disgrace to Qin and to the Luo family. The sage exclaimed angrily, convinced that Luo Bingyao had momentarily lost her senses. Otherwise, how could she explain such incomprehensible actions? Ancestor, I assure you, I have not lost my senses. I speak only the truth. Faced with her ancestor's disbelief, Luo Bingyao grew frantic, insisting that everything she witnessed was real. Bingyao, you must have been deceived, the young sage of the Luo family replied, suppressing her anger. If I am not mistaken, the place you visited was the Celestial Forbidden Zone, one of the ancient life-restricting regions. Long ago, the supreme beings within fell, leading to the decline of the Celestial Forbidden Zone, which subsequently descended from the heavens to the eastern wilderness. Since then, the name Celestial Forbidden Zone has been stricken from the records of life-restricting regions, known only to the strongest of the current era. Now, an unknown individual claims to be the Celestial Sovereign? Is that not the hallmark of a charlatan? The former Celestial Sovereign was a true being of imperial rank. The young sage earnestly sought to awaken Luo Bingyao to the truth. However, undeterred by her ancestors' counsel, Luo Bingyao remained steadfast in her belief, convinced that her experiences in the Celestial Forbidden Zone were unequivocally genuine. Yet, how could she persuade her ancestor to believe her? Luo Bingyao found herself at a loss. Just as she pondered how to convey her truth, a soldier clad in gleaming silver armor rushed into the ancestral hall, kneeling with a crash outside the door, exclaiming in a frenzied voice, "Your Majesty, a grave situation has arisen. The Northern Duke has rebelled and has now led his forces to the outskirts of the grand capital of Qin." The Northern Duke has rebelled? Luo Bingyao found it hard to believe. Had Luo Haoyan lost his mind to dare attack the imperial capital? Though she had always known her uncle, the Northern Duke, harbored great ambitions, she had not anticipated his audacity to this extent. Being in the grand capital, shielded by its profound foundation, how could Luo Haoyan dare to launch an assault? What could possibly give him such confidence? Luo Bingyao's expression grew serious as she resolved to ascend the city walls to assess the situation. She understood that while Luo Haoyan was ambitious, he was not a fool. His boldness in openly attacking the capital must surely be underpinned by some form of assurance. Otherwise, he would be committing an act of foolishness. "I shall accompany you," the young sage of the Luo family declared. Though merely a remnant of a sage, her past strength remained formidable. "Very well. Ancestor, please join me." Luo Bingyao felt a wave of relief. With her ancestor by her side, she believed that even if Luo Haoyan possessed cunning schemes, he would not be able to turn the tide. Outside the grand capital of Qin, countless armored soldiers stood ready, an air of hostility enveloping the surroundings. Clad in armor, Luo Haoyan stood at the forefront of his army, gazing at the grand capital, his heart swelling with fervor. Today, he would no longer be known simply as the Northern Duke, but as the true Grand Emperor of Qin. Amid his excitement, Luo Haoyan turned to an elderly man at his side, speaking with utmost respect. "If that little girl, Luo Bingyao, possesses any formidable means, I shall rely on you to handle it." The elder beside Luo Haoyan was draped in a black robe, his face lined with wrinkles. Though he appeared to be on the brink of death, Luo Haoyan treated him with the utmost reverence. For he understood the elder's true identity, one of the living sages of the Sun and Moon Holy Sect, a legacy of great power. This was the foundation of Luo Haoyan's audacity to directly assault the grand capital, for even an elderly sage, though frail, was still a sage. "Cough, rest assured, Northern Duke. With this old man here, no unforeseen events will occur," the elder of the Sun and Moon Holy Sect replied indifferently. Within a magnificent courtyard of the imperial city of the grand capital, Qin Mu lay reclined on a bamboo chair, feigning slumber. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed in his ears, prompting him to slightly open his eyes. Ding! Random task activated. Crisis of the outer disciple. The outer disciple of the celestial lineage, Luo Bingyao, seems to be encountering some form of crisis. Please assist her in overcoming this challenge. Upon completion of the task, A random reward package will be granted based on the degree of task fulfillment. A random task has been triggered? Luo Bingyao is in danger? Qin Mu mused in surprise. This was the grand capital of Deqian. Was not Luo Bingyao the empress? What peril could she possibly face? He gently closed his eyes once more, extending his consciousness to search for Luo Bingyao's whereabouts. He was curious to see what kind of danger this disciple of the Grand Empress would encounter on the very grounds of Deqian. Chapter 17. The Duel of the Dual Saints. The Empress seeks aid. The female saint is astonished upon the towering walls of the imperial city of Deqian. Luo Bingyao stood resolutely, gazing down at the myriad of armored soldiers below, her expression darkening. Luo Haoyan, I have treated you with fairness. Yet why have you chosen today to commit such an act of treachery that stirs the wrath of both man and deity? She directed her gaze towards Luo Haoyan, who was ensconced at the center, surrounded by countless warriors. Little Bingyao, at this juncture, there is no need for such idle chatter. Open the city gates and cede the throne to me. I assure you, I shall hold no grudges against you. Luo Haoyan, clad in armor, boasted with unrestrained arrogance. Traitorous scum, you seek death. Luo Bingyao's eyes glinted with fury as she raised her hand, summoning the ethereal energies of the world to manifest a magnificent fire phoenix. Soaring towards Luo Haoyan, the fire phoenix spread its wings, its cry resonating through the heavens, dispersing clouds in its wake. However, Luo Haoyan remained unfazed, a smirk of pride dancing in his eyes. Just as the fire phoenix approached him, a majestic purple tower materialized above his head, hovering imperiously. The purple tower emerged with a thunderous roar, unleashing torrents of purple energy that cocooned Luo Haoyan. The fire phoenix crashed into this protective barrier, shattering into a tempest of energy, yet the purple tower stood steadfast, unyielding to the tumultuous force. An extraordinary powerhouse. Witnessing this scene, Luo Bingyao's countenance shifted. How could Luo Haoyan, with merely a Yuan realm cultivation, withstand her formidable strike? She now understood why he dared to lead an army against the imperial city. He had allies. As Luo Bingyao pondered the strength of Luo Haoyan's support, the figure of the Luo family's female saint materialized beside her, her expression grave. I sense a presence of saintly caliber, she murmured. A saint? Luo Bingyao was taken aback. How could Luo Haoyan possess the capability to summon such a formidable being? At that moment, a light cough echoed from beyond the imperial city. The figure of the elder saint from the sun and moon sect appeared, raising his hand to summon the purple tower into his grasp. Deqian Empress, it is time to issue your abdication decree. Once you do, relinquishing the throne to the king of the north, I shall guarantee your safety under the name of the sun and moon sect. The sun and moon sect? As she beheld the elderly figure clad in black robes, emanating a faint yet potent aura of a saint, Luo Bingyao's understanding crystallized. Luo Haoyan, you dare betray the ancestral teachings of the Luo family and invite wolves into your midst. You are unworthy of the Luo name, she exclaimed, her voice laced with venom. She deduced that Luo Haoyan must have struck a deal with the sun and moon sect, the terms of which she could easily surmise. The vast Deqian Empire, spanning thousands of miles, would surely bow to the sun and moon sect, paying tribute annually should Luo Haoyan ascend the throne. This she could never allow. Bingyao, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. You must retreat and plan for the future. I shall delay this saint for a moment. The Luo family's female saint urged, though a sense of resignation filled her heart. Once a saint herself, she had now diminished to a mere fragment of her former essence. Though she could manifest some semblance of saintly power, she stood no chance against a living saint, even one who appeared to be on the brink of death. Yet in this dire situation, Luo Bingyao was the sole hope of the Luo family. The female saint yearned to buy her some time to escape. With a resolute shout, the Luo family's female saint leapt from the city walls, unleashing her saintly might, transforming her hands into resplendent phoenixes that danced across the heavens. Ancestor, Luo Bingyao gasped, her heart heavy with concern. She had not anticipated such decisiveness from her ancestor. Just a remnant of a soul, and yet you dare to provoke me? The elder saint of the sun and moon sect scoffed, his eyes revealing images of celestial bodies. As if perceiving the current plight of the Luo family's female saint, standing aloof, he delivered a thunderous punch towards her. The sound of his strike echoed like a tempest. As he moved, the void shimmered with trails of energy, resonating with a sound akin to thunder. The overwhelming purple energy surged forth like a mighty river, obscuring the sky. This was the clash of saintly titans, where every gesture wielded the weight of the cosmos. With a resounding crash, the two saints engaged in a fierce battle, exchanging blows innumerable times in mere moments. Within the span of 2 breaths, the body of the Luo family's female saint was sent hurtling back, crashing against the walls of the Dacian imperial city. Coughing, she bore a vivid crimson stain at the corner of her mouth. Observing her fallen form, the elder saint's expression twisted with malice. "You have chosen to defy the inevitable. Today, both you and the Dacian empress shall perish." On the walls, the wounded Luo family's female saint disregarded her injuries, urgency lacing her tone as she urged, "Ancestor, you cannot hold him off for long. You must flee. Flee." Luo Bingyao sighed bitterly at her ancestor's desperation. Where could she possibly escape to? Moreover, the situation had not yet reached a point of no return. Her gaze drifted towards the imperial city. If only the sect master would intervene, surely he could turn the tide. Yet, as a recent addition to the outer sect of the celestial lineage, would the sect master come to her aid? Taking a deep breath, Luo Bingyao's resolve solidified. Regardless, one must attempt to know the outcome. In the midst of the Luo family's female saint's bewilderment, Luo Bingyao turned to face the direction of the imperial city. Kneeling in reverence, her voice earnest, "I, Luo Bingyao, disciple of the outer sect, beseech the esteemed sect master to intervene and save Dacian from peril." Upon hearing her plea, the Luo family's female saint could not help but wear a wry smile. In such dire straits, the girl still clung to hope. To seek assistance from the sect master seemed less reliable than invoking the spirits of their ancestors. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Luo family's female saint froze. Disbelief etched across her features. She gazed towards the imperial city, her eyes wide with astonishment. For in that moment, she sensed an unfathomable, earth-shattering aura rising from the heart of the imperial city. The very essence of that presence sent tremors through her being, even as one who had once been a saint. Chapter 18. Qin Mu takes action. His finger falls from the heavens, erasing the saint. Could it be that the esteemed ancestors of the Luo family have manifested? This thought suddenly flickered in the mind of the Luo family's female saint, only to be swiftly dismissed. The reason was simple. Among the ancestors known to her, there was none who possessed such terrifying aura. Just as the Luo family's female saint was engulfed in uncertainty, she seemed to perceive a figure in the Grand Qian imperial city, an extraordinary man clad in white, his eyes slowly opening, gazing towards this very place. Just a glance. Merely a fleeting gaze. Yet, upon encountering that serene and distant look, the Luo family's female saint felt as if her entire being, from body to soul, was frozen, rendering her immobile. It was a suppression of life itself, a natural reverence from a lower being towards an unparalleled existence. A chill coursed through her heart. Once, she had been an ancient sage. Even now, though she had fallen, leaving behind only a remnant of her soul, her essence still resonated at the sage level. Yet, just a single glance from this man invoked an impulse to prostrate herself in humility and reverence. Who, indeed, was this man in white? Suddenly, the Luo family's female saint recalled Luo Bingyao's earlier actions, and a shocking yet incredulous suspicion surged within her. Could this man in white truly be the Lord of Heaven that Bingyao spoke of? In the midst of her astonishment, an ethereal figure in white abruptly materialized before Luo Bingyao. "Master." Luo Bingyao looked at the figure before her, her beautiful eyes brimming with excitement. "Rise. Everything will be resolved by me," Qin Mu said, his voice calm as he regarded the kneeling empress of Dacian. "But remember, my intervention is not for Dacian, but solely because you are a disciple of my celestial lineage. Even as an outer disciple, you must not be humiliated." Qin Mu's intention to assist Luo Bingyao was not due to her status as the empress of Dacian or the empire itself, but simply because she was a disciple of the celestial lineage. As the Lord of Heaven, he would not allow any injustice towards his disciples to unfold under his very gaze. Even if Luo Bingyao were merely a named disciple, it was unacceptable. "Thank you, master." Upon hearing Qin Mu's response, Luo Bingyao hurriedly expressed her gratitude, her heart fluttering with warmth. The fact that the Lord of Heaven extended his hand to help her was not because of Dacian or her identity as empress, but solely because she belonged to the celestial lineage. This clearly demonstrated the immense value the Lord placed upon his disciples. In that moment, Luo Bingyao felt an overwhelming sense of relief at her decision to join the celestial lineage. With such a protective master, her life for the celestial cause would be worthwhile. As she gazed at the imposing figure of the man in white before her, a profound tranquility enveloped her. What girl does not harbor romantic notions? Despite being the unparalleled empress of Qin, at her core, Luo Bingyao was simply a woman. She yearned for a formidable protector, someone to shield and bless her. And now, Qin Mu undoubtedly embodied all her fantasies. In an instant, her gaze upon Qin Mu's back became somewhat entranced. Who are you? The aged sage of the Sun and Moon sect regarded the suddenly appearing Qin Mu on the city wall, his usually indifferent voice unexpectedly laden with gravity. He realized he could not fathom this man's strength. You are not worthy to know my identity, Qin Mu replied, standing tall and looking down at the sage of the Sun and Moon sect. Since you dare to insult my disciple of the celestial lineage, prepare to pay with your life. With that, Qin Mu spoke no further, merely extending a finger towards the sage's position. Arrogant. The sage's face twisted with anger. Who was he? An ancient sage, a being before whom countless cultivators bowed. Did this person intend to challenge him with merely a finger? Was he belittling him? However, before the sage could act, a moment later, the fury on his aged visage was swiftly replaced by sheer terror. As Qin Mu lightly pointed, a colossal chaotic finger descended from the vast heavens, casting an overwhelming shadow upon the sage of the Sun and Moon sect. This immense finger, filled with boundless power, descended as if the heavens themselves were collapsing, harboring enough destructive force to annihilate the world. The sheer magnitude of its might instilled a feeling within the sage akin to that of an ant opposing the sky. As the colossal finger descended, it felt as if the will of the heavens itself was manifesting. If the heavens decree your death, how could you possibly escape? You fool. Under the looming chaotic finger, the sage felt every hair on his body stand on end, cursing Luo Haotian's ancestors in his heart. Behind this empress of Qin stood such a terrifying existence, a fact Luo Haotian had neglected to mention. Had he known this, he would never have dared to tread in these murky waters. The sage of the Sun and Moon sect was consumed with rage, while the king of the north, Luo Haotian, stood paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably. He had never heard that the young Luo Bingyao had such a formidable protector. Please spare me, senior. Under the overwhelming pressure descending from the heavens, the once cold and controlling sage of the Sun and Moon sect immediately knelt, pleading for Qin Mu's mercy. He understood that this young man clad in white was an existence that neither he nor the entire Sun and Moon sect could afford to provoke. Yet, Qin Mu remained indifferent to the sage's pleas. The colossal finger continued its descent, unimpeded. Now you seek mercy? Where were you before? Seeing his pleas were in vain. Though trembling all over, the sage gritted his teeth and summoned the ancient purple tower, hoping that this relic, which had accompanied him for half his life, could save him. However, all his efforts were in vain. The colossal finger descended, embodying the will of the heavens, unstoppable and all-consuming. The ancient purple tower, before it could even touch the finger, was reduced to ashes under the supreme power contained within. The sage of the Sun and Moon sect, along with Luo Haotian beside him, met the same fate. As the colossal finger fell, their bodies burst apart, consumed by the terrifying aftermath. When the dust settled, outside the Qin imperial capital, only a massive finger imprint, spanning hundreds of miles, remained etched upon the earth. Beyond that, there was no trace of life left. Chapter 19. The Empress's Affection, Ninefold Rewards, Sacred Realm Dragon Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the random task, Crisis of the Outer Sect Disciples. Task completion. Perfect. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a king-level gift package. As the elder sage of the Day and Moon sect was extinguished by a mere gesture from Qin Mu, the melodious voice of the system echoed in his ears. Another king-level gift package? Qin Mu felt a flicker of anticipation, curious about the rewards this time. Upon the formidable city walls of the great Qin imperial capital, as Qin Mu dispatched the rebellious forces below, including the elder sage of the Day and Moon sect, the young saintess of the Luo family was left in a state of astonishment. That was a genuine sage. Even with a dwindling lifespan, he was a true existence of the sacred realm. To think he could be vanquished so effortlessly, merely with a finger. The Luo family saintess was utterly shocked. It was only the voice of Luo Bingyao at her side that roused her from her stupor. Thank you, esteemed sectmaster, for aiding Bingyao in quelling the chaos of the great Qin. Luo Bingyao knelt reverently before Qin Mu, her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude and admiration. Qin Mu's earlier display of dominance had completely captivated the empress of the great Qin dynasty. As a disciple of the celestial lineage, it is only natural for me to extend my protection, Qin Mu responded calmly, then stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the city walls. The Luo family saintess turned to Luo Bingyao, her voice almost a whisper. Yaoer, is this the one you just mentioned? The Lord of the Celestial? Yes. Luo Bingyao replied, her gaze still fixated on the direction in which Qin Mu had departed. Hearing Luo Bingyao's affirmative response, the Luo family saintess felt her astonishment deepen. She had previously believed that Bingyao had been misled, but now, it appeared that everything Bingyao had claimed was indeed true. This mysterious and powerful celestial lineage truly existed. A flush crept over the saintess's face, realizing her own short-sightedness. Yaoer, the Luo family saintess's expression suddenly grew serious. Ancestor, what is it? Luo Bingyao asked, a hint of confusion in her eyes as she regarded her ancestor's sudden solemn demeanor. Ahem, I have given it some thought. The Luo family saintess coughed lightly. Since you have joined the celestial lineage, you must prioritize this. As for the great Qian, I will keep an eye on it for you. You need not bear the burden of the imperial throne any longer. Upon hearing her ancestor's words, Luo Bingyao couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Just moments ago, her ancestor had been adamantly opposed to her relinquishing the imperial responsibilities. How could her stance have shifted so dramatically now? Yaoer, the Lord of the Celestial and the powerful lineage behind him are so mysterious and formidable. You must cherish this opportunity to join such a force. The Luo family saintess seemed anxious that Luo Bingyao might not fully appreciate the gravity of the situation, earnestly advising her. It was no wonder her attitude had changed so drastically. The power displayed by the Lord of the Celestial was overwhelmingly strong. To have the chance to join such a terrifying force was an opportunity that one must grasp tightly and never let go. As for the great Qian, so long as Luo Bingyao grew stronger under the Lord of the Celestial's guidance, she would ensure the enduring prosperity of the great Qian. The balance of importance was clear to the Luo family saintess. Rest assured, ancestor, I am well aware of this, Luo Bingyao replied with a wry smile. She understood her ancestor's concerns and knew that her humble demeanor in the presence of the Celestial was not without reason. Indeed, there is one more thing. The Luo family saintess changed the subject. I can temporarily oversee the great Qian for you, but before you relinquish your position as empress, there is one condition you must fulfill. One condition before I can abdicate? Luo Bingyao inquired, puzzled by her ancestor's meaning. You must leave behind an heir to inherit the imperial throne of the great Qian, the Luo family saintess emphasized earnestly. Ancestor, what are you saying? Luo Bingyao's face turned crimson in an instant. An heir? She had never even had a partner in her life, let alone a child. You have already joined the celestial lineage, have you not? The ancestor knows that your reluctance to seek a partner stemmed from your disdain for the men of this world. But things are different now. The Luo family saintess coaxed gently. The celestial lineage is so mysterious and fearsome, and its disciples are undoubtedly exceptional individuals. Surely, one of them will catch your eye. While cultivating within the celestial, you could also find a suitable companion, bear an heir, and send them to me to inherit the throne of the great Qian. Wouldn't that be a win-win situation? It wouldn't delay anything. Searching for a future partner among the celestial disciples? Luo Bingyao's mind was suddenly flooded with images of everyone in the celestial lineage. Gu Qingxue was female, thus immediately dismissed. Shi Tian was far too young, so he was also out of the question. This left only the sect master. Could it be that the ancestor was subtly suggesting Iantis the sect master? Luo Bingyao's complexion flushed even deeper. Yet, upon reflection, after witnessing the sect master's unparalleled grace, she found it difficult to regard any other man in the same light. But would the sect master accept her? She couldn't just approach him and declare her desire for a child. In an instant, Luo Bingyao began to feel a mixture of hope and trepidation. Within the great Qian palace, achoo! Qin Mu suddenly sneezed. Would a being of the Imperial Realm actually sneeze? Qin Mu pondered, suspecting that perhaps someone was plotting against him. After much contemplation, Qin Mu could only prepare to open the king-level gift package and reveal the rewards. System, open this king-level gift package. Qin Mu commanded. Ding. King-level gift package opened. Ding. Due to the task being rated as perfect, you have received a 9-fold reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving Sacred Realm Dragon X9. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving Primal Spirit Mud X9. As Qin Mu opened the king-level gift package, the skies above the great Qian Palace suddenly darkened. Roar. A series of ancient and resounding dragon roars echoed throughout. In the heavens, 9 azure dragons, each several hundred feet long and covered in formidable scales, soared majestically. their dragon might permeating the air and shaking the very foundation of the world. Chapter 20. The Primordial Divine Clay, the Empress's Gratitude, the Submission of Qin. Suddenly, 9 sacred realm dragons emerged, their overwhelming presence causing everyone within the Qin Imperial Palace to nearly collapse in fear, gazing up at the sky in terror. Goodness! What is that? Is it the legendary dragon? 9 dragons. Why have they appeared in our Qin Palace? Panic ensued among the crowd. Even Luo Bingyao and the Holy Maiden of the Luo clan were taken aback, for each of those 9 dragons exuded an unparalleled, majestic aura, all existing at the sacred realm. The Luo clan's Holy Maiden was utterly astonished. She could sense that all 9 dragons were at the saint level. The sudden appearance of 9 saint-level dragons in the Qin Palace could spell disaster, should they choose to wreak havoc. The palace would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Upon hearing the words of her ancestor, Luo Bingyao grew increasingly anxious. Heavens, 9 saint-level dragons? Does this mean there are 9 beings present, each comparable to the elder saint of the Sun and Moon sect, gathered here in the Qin Palace? No. She needed to seek help from the sect leader immediately. Just as Luo Bingyao was about to rush to Qin Mu for assistance, a calm voice resonated from above. There is no need for alarm. These 9 dragons are merely my pets. As he spoke, a wave of imperial aura emanated from Qin Mu's chamber, enveloping the 9 sacred realm dragons. Initially, the dragons appeared fierce and imposing, but upon sensing Qin Mu's aura, they shrank back like mice before a cat. Their heads lowered, afraid to move. 9 sacred realm dragons, merely pets of the sect leader? Shock painted Luo Bingyao's face. The Holy Maiden of the Luo clan beside her could only smile wryly. Even as a remnant soul of a saint-level expert, she was considered a significant asset to the Qin dynasty. Yet, the sovereign of the heavens casually kept pets that were 9 saint-level dragons. The disparity was unfathomable. In the grand hall, Qin Mu stepped out, a smile gracing his lips as he beheld the 9 majestic dragons. With these dragons, his idol celestial king battle chariot could finally be put to use. The sight of 9 sacred realm dragons pulling the celestial king chariot was certainly impressive. As the 9 dragons noticed Qin Mu, their large eyes glistened with a submissive gleam. A few bolder dragons flew toward him, gently rubbing their massive heads against the hem of his robe, resembling eager lapdogs, completely shedding their earlier fierce demeanor. Qin Mu patted one of the dragons on the head, revealing 9 vibrant clumps of divine clay in his palm. Primordial divine clay, a treasure that aids cultivators in reconstructing their physical form, usable for all levels below the great saint. A treasure to reconstruct one's body? While this was of little use to him, for the disciples of the celestial lineage, it could indeed save a life. In the event that a disciple faced peril outside and suffered a shattered body, leaving only a remnant soul, this primordial divine clay could grant them a second chance at life. Pleased, Qin Mu stored the 9 clumps of primordial divine clay. This journey to the Qin capital had yielded significant rewards. After putting away the clay, he began to train the 9 sacred realm dragons to work together in pulling the celestial king chariot. However, to avoid causing panic, he decided to leave the Qin palace, opting for a desolate area outside the capital for training. As the sun set and the moon rose, night fell swiftly. Qin Mu ceased training and returned to the palace, preparing to rest. Yet, upon entering his chamber, he sensed another presence within. Stepping inside, he found the candles extinguished. The vast space shrouded in darkness, with only a faint moonlight streaming in. However, for someone of Qin Mu's current prowess, seeing in the dark was a trivial matter. In the dim chamber, he discovered a woman lying on his bed. This woman was none other than the outer disciple of the celestial lineage, the Empress of Qin. Clearing his throat, Qin Mu gently announced his presence, puzzled by her midnight visit to his chamber. Upon hearing his voice, Luo Bingyao's face flushed crimson. Yet she did not rise, remaining wrapped in her silken covers, her voice barely above a whisper. Sect leader, you have returned. Today, you helped me out of a perilous situation and saved our Qin dynasty. I am immensely grateful and can only. At this point, her voice trailed off to near inaudibility. Yet, Qin Mu grasped the implication. So, the Empress had come to offer herself in gratitude? Amused yet exasperated, he maintained a serious demeanor. Since you have joined my celestial lineage as a disciple, it is my duty to protect you. There is no need for any form of repayment. Now, please get up. I need to rest. Lying on the silken couch, Luo Bingyao felt a mix of hope and despair. She had mustered the courage to make this audacious decision. Yet it seemed the sect leader did not comprehend her intentions, but given Qin Mu's command, Luo Bingyao dared not defy him. After a rustle of clothing, Qin Mu ignited the candles in the chamber with a wave of his hand. The somewhat disheveled empress of the Qin, Luo Bingyao, knelt gracefully before him. Sect leader, she spoke softly, her earlobes reddening. There is no need to overly please me. As a disciple of the celestial lineage, you need only adhere to your convictions and never betray the sect. Qin Mu continued his stern admonishment. He felt compelled to impart some lessons to the empress regarding propriety. If she dared to climb into the sect leader's bed now, what would happen in the future? Such impropriety must be curtailed immediately. Yes, disciple understands. Luo Bingyao replied, her face flushed. After imparting a few more words of wisdom to the empress, Qin Mu gestured, extend your hand. What does the sect leader wish for me to do? Luo Bingyao was puzzled but obediently extended her delicate hands. This is called primordial divine clay. Qin Mu waved his hand, and a clump of multicolored divine clay landed in Luo Bingyao's palm. I see that your ancestor is left with only a remnant soul and no physical form. This clay can assist her in reconstructing her body. What? Upon hearing Qin Mu's explanation, Luo Bingyao felt as though the object in her hand weighed 1,000 pounds. The thought of aiding her ancestor in regaining a physical form had always occupied her mind. However, treasures capable of such feats were exceedingly rare, far beyond her current capabilities. Yet now, the sect leader had casually bestowed such a precious treasure upon her, cradling the primordial divine clay. Luo Bingyao was utterly captivated by Qin Mu's generosity. She bit her lip, as if making a significant decision within her heart. At last, Luo Bingyao gracefully lifted her delicate head, gazing upon Qin Mu with profound respect. Esteemed sovereign, she earnestly declared, I wish to represent the great Qin Empire in pledging allegiance to the celestial lineage, aspiring to become a vassal state under its auspices. I humbly beseech your gracious approval. Chapter 21. The Tower of Time and Space, a treasure for cultivation. Arrival at the desolate city. Has the great Qin dynasty become a vassal of the celestial realm? Upon hearing Luo Bingyao's earnest plea, Qin Mu appeared contemplative. Undoubtedly, in order to elevate the celestial realm to the foremost power among the heavens, he would need to recruit numerous outer disciples akin to Luo Bingyao, in addition to his direct disciples, to bolster the strength of the celestial lineage. Among these disciples, those like Luo Bingyao, who preside over a royal dynasty and stand as its sovereign, are indeed a rarity. Furthermore, the subsequent outer disciples would naturally require substantial resources for their cultivation. As the master of the celestial realm, Qin Mu could not afford to constantly fret over the cultivation resources needed by these disciples. At such a juncture, having some subsidiary powers similar to the great Qin dynasty would prove immensely beneficial to the celestial lineage. The great Qin dynasty boasts vast territories, rich in spiritual stones, precious herbs, and other essential resources for cultivation. With a vassal like the great Qin dynasty continuously supplying various cultivation resources, the strength of the celestial lineage could be perpetually augmented. Reflecting on this, Qin Mu nodded in agreement, acknowledging Luo Bingyao's intentions, and said, your dedication is commendable, thus, I shall grant your request. Beep. Congratulations to the host for successfully subjugating the first vassal force of the celestial lineage, the great Qin dynasty. Beep. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of a time and space tower. The time and space tower? Qin Mu's thoughts stirred, and information regarding this tower surfaced before his eyes. Time and Space Tower, a 5-star sect building. It contains a time and space grand formation, allowing disciples who enter for cultivation to experience a time flow ratio of 1:10 compared to the outside world. Note: upon triggering special sect tasks in the future, the Time and Space Tower can be upgraded to a 6-star Divine Tower of Time and Space, a 7-star Holy Tower of Time and Space, an 8-star Imperial Tower of Time and Space, and a 9-star Celestial Tower of Time and Space. Upgrading the sect building will enhance its efficacy. A time flow ratio of 1:10? This implies that cultivating for 1 year within the Time and Space Tower equates to 10 years of cultivation in the outside world. Qin Mu's face brightened with joy. This indeed indicates that the reward of the Time and Space Tower is remarkable. Henceforth, disciples of the celestial lineage can enter and cultivate within it. Moreover, this Time and Space Tower is merely the beginning. It can be upgraded to the Divine Tower, the Holy Tower, and so forth. As the sect building ascends in rank, the time flow ratio may well advance to 1:100, or even 1:1,000, reaching even more formidable heights. At that time, Disciples of the celestial lineage will only need to cultivate for 1 year within this time and space tower to equate to 1,000 or even 10,000 years of cultivation in the outside world. Undoubtedly, this will continuously forge more powerful beings for the celestial lineage. While other sects require a millennium to cultivate a sage-level powerhouse, the celestial lineage can achieve this in just a year, or even less. Indeed, this is splendid. Qin Mu felt a deep sense of satisfaction, and his gaze towards Luo Bingyao softened further. Noticing that Luo Bingyao remained kneeling, Qin Mu extended his hand to assist her up. At that moment, the voice of his second disciple, Gu Qingxue, echoed from outside the hall. Master, when shall we set forth for the ancient Dao city? The news I gathered today indicates that the Ascension Conference in the ancient Dao city is set to commence tomorrow, dressed in a flowing white gown. Gu Qingxue entered the hall, only to witness the scene unfolding within. Her master was reaching out to help Luo Bingyao, who appeared somewhat disheveled. I saw nothing. At this sight, Gu Qingxue's face flushed crimson, and she swiftly turned and fled the grand hall. Though she had never experienced such matters due to her constitution, ignorance did not equate to a lack of understanding. It was late at night, and her master was alone with the great Qian empress, not to mention her disheveled attire. What else could they be doing? As a sensible disciple, Gu Qingxue wished to avoid interrupting her master's private affairs. Seeing Gu Qingxue flee in haste, Qin Mu felt quite helpless. Saw nothing? Even if she did, what of it? I am innocent. After hastily departing from Qin Mu's quarters, Gu Qingxue's heart raced uncontrollably, her mind lingering on the scene she had just witnessed. In that moment, she encountered Shi Tian approaching. Senior brother, where are you headed? Gu Qingxue inquired. Oh, I am going to see Master. I heard that the Ascension Conference in the ancient Dao city is set to begin tomorrow, and I wish to ask Master when we shall depart. Shi Tian replied without hesitation. Cough, cough. Master is currently unavailable to meet you. Better to inquire tomorrow, Gu Qingxue quickly interjected. She feared that if both she and Shi Tian stumbled upon her master's private matters, her master might become irate. Unavailable? Why? Shi Tian questioned, puzzled and bewildered, not comprehending Gu Qingxue's reasoning. Matters of adults, senior brother, best not to pry, Gu Qingxue retorted curtly. Shi Tian. Before long, the dawn of the second day arrived. In the morning, Qin Mu summoned his 3 disciples, instructing, Bingyao, you shall lead Shi Tian and Qingxue to the ancient Dao city and await my arrival. I have matters to attend to and will head there shortly. Having trained the 9 sacred-level dragon serpents for an entire day yesterday, Qin Mu noted that their coordination while pulling the Immortal King battle chariot still exhibited some issues. Therefore, he resolved to finalize their training before departing for the ancient Dao city. Understood, Luo Bingyao replied respectfully, after returning to present the primordial divine mud to her ancestor and conveying her decisions. The Luo family's holy maiden had not only refrained from anger, but was also greatly pleased with Luo Bingyao's decision to have the entire Great Qian submit to the celestial lineage. Thus, Qin Mu had become Luo Bingyao's world. She would wholeheartedly endeavor to fulfill his every command. The distance from the ancient Dao city to the Great Qian imperial capital was not far, with Luo Bingyao guiding them. The group made swift progress and soon arrived at the ancient Dao city. It was a magnificent fortress, with towering gates soaring to heights of 100 meters, exuding grandeur and majesty. From afar, it imparted an indescribable sense of oppression. Within the city, the bustle was extraordinary, far surpassing that of the Great Qian imperial capital. The city was filled with majestic palaces, where mortals and cultivators mingled, likely due to the impending Ascension Conference. The flow of people within the ancient Dao city was noticeably greater than usual. Fortunately, the vastness of this grand city accommodated such a multitude of beings. The venue for the Ascension Conference is at the center of the ancient Dao city. Follow me. Luo Bingyao chuckled lightly, clearly well acquainted with the city's layout, as she led Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue towards the location where the conference would commence. Chapter 22. The Arrival of Various Powers, the Ancient Wasteland Body, and the Acceptance of Disciple Yi Chun. In the central region of the ancient wasteland city, there lies a vast square of nearly 100 miles, bustling with unprecedented liveliness and splendor due to the impending Ascension Conference. This time, I must join a sacred place beyond the mortal realm. Father, mother, I am off. Brother Wang, considering our neighborly bond over the past decade, should I enter the immortal gates, I entrust the care of my family to you. Brother Lin, fret not. My sister-in-law and niece will naturally be looked after by our good neighbor, old Wang. Outside the square, Many bid farewell to their families and friends, resolutely stepping into the square to embark on their quest for immortality. A glance reveals that the square is filled with no fewer than tens of thousands of participants for this Ascension Conference. Rumble. From the northern horizon, the sound of war chariots roars, accompanied by a tremendous pressure that draws the attention of the crowd. Hundreds of knights clad in dark iron armor, riding fearsome beasts covered in scales, descend from the heavens, causing the very sky to tremble with an air of slaughter. Behind these dark iron knights, dozens of ancient bronze war chariots line up, stained with traces of blood, evoking a sense of desolation and antiquity. The rolling wheels thunder across the sky, producing a deafening roar akin to a colossal tsunami. The beast-riding knights and bronze war chariots belong to the Wang family of the Eastern Wasteland, known for their ancient lineage. It is said that their ancestors once reached the realm of the Great Sage, and it is unexpected that they have also come to this Ascension Conference. This astonishing spectacle elicits exclamations from the crowd below. Li. In the southern sky, equally remarkable phenomena unfold. The sound of phoenix cries resonates through the air as a magnificent divine bird, dozens of feet long and adorned with vibrant feathers, pulls a grand palanquin, soaring through the skies. Within the palanquin sit figures exuding unfathomable strength. The divine phoenix palanquin signifies the presence of the Xuanji sacred land. The Xuanji sacred land has also come to participate in the Ascension Conference. It is rumored that the creature pulling the chariot possesses a trace of phoenix bloodline, a descendant of the divine bird, with cultivation at the Transformation Realm. Heavens, if the pulling bird is already at the Transformation Realm, how formidable must the Xuanji sacred land be? Once again, the square erupts into awe. In the western sky, an ancient hall resembling a purple moon, supported by a creature as massive as a mountain, glides across the heavens. This is the Purple Moon Sacred Land's treasure ship. The beast bearing the hall is also of Transformation Realm cultivation. Various splendid palanquins and grand palaces continuously manifest in the sky, converging upon the square of ancient wasteland city. These are the representatives of the various sacred lands and ancient families from the Eastern Wasteland. Such a grand display is intended to attract genuine talents during the subsequent recruitment of disciples. After all, who would be lured if there were no spectacle? The ostentatious entrances of these sacred lands have not only captured the crowd's attention, but have also yielded significant results. As the palanquins and ancient halls descend, many rush forward to surround them. The square is abuzz with excitement and fervor. However, amidst the throngs of seekers, there stands a solitary figure. A youth clad in humble linen garments, appearing no older than 16 or 17, who seems utterly out of place. It seems this Ascension Conference will leave him empty-handed once again. The youth, Yichen, sighed softly, his voice tinged with a hint of reluctance. Yichen possesses an exceptionally rare physique known as the Ancient Sacred Body. He had previously approached many factions within the Eastern Wasteland to seek acceptance, but was met with rejection at every turn. Although the Ancient Sacred Body is powerful, the resources required for its cultivation are exorbitantly vast. Even exhausting an entire sacred land's resources would hardly suffice to nurture one into the myriad laws realm. Meanwhile, the same resources could potentially cultivate several beings at the celestial realm, or even yield a sage. As a result, all sacred lands and even lesser realms avoid those who possess this physique. After all, the resources consumed do not equate to the eventual returns. With the same resources, cultivating an ancient sacred body, no matter how formidable within its realm, pales in comparison to the multiple celestial beings that other sacred lands could produce. Ancient sacred body. More like an ancient wasteland body, Yichen mocked himself with a bitter smile. Though he yearns to cultivate, no sect desires him. It appears that possessing no physique at all would be preferable. Recently, Yichen learned of the upcoming Ascension Conference in ancient wasteland city and traveled a great distance to attend. Upon arrival, he approached the weaker factions first in hopes of acceptance, only to repeatedly face rejection. Even those weaker sects refused to take him in, let alone the more powerful sacred lands. Yichen forced a smile, filled with despair. For the others in the square, this grand Ascension Conference is just beginning. Yet for him, this so-called conference has already concluded. It is time to leave. Just as Yichen was preparing to depart from this sorrowful place, he noticed two individuals blocking his path. The leader, a young man clad in white, smiled at him, while another youth of similar age stood behind him. Yichen looked at them in confusion, uncertain as to why they were obstructing his way. Little one, the young man in white addressed Yichen with a smile. I hail from the upper realm, the master of the upper realm. Would you be willing to join my upper sect as my third direct disciple? This young man in white is none other than Qin Mu. After training the 9 sacred realm dragon serpents, Qin Mu arrived at ancient wasteland city. Upon his arrival, Luo Bingyao and Gu Qingxua left together, claiming they wanted to explore cosmetics and such. Thus, Qin Mu wandered the venue, hoping to encounter the third disciple mentioned by the system. After some wandering, upon seeing Yi Chun, the system's prompt resonated in his ears, confirming that this youth in humble garments is indeed the third disciple he seeks. The upper sect? Master of the upper realm? Third disciple? Hearing Qin Mu's words, Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. He, a mere outcast, now finds someone wishing to accept him as a disciple? Yi Chun's heart wrestled with uncertainty. The name Upper Realm sounds imposing, but he had never heard of it and presumed it to be a minor sect in the Eastern Wasteland. Yet, given his current situation, any sect willing to take him in would be an unexpected stroke of fortune. However, would this individual truly accept him without discerning the essence of his ancient wasteland body? If they were to realize the truth, would they still want him? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Yi Chun dared not hesitate any longer. He respectfully bowed to Qin Mu, saying, "Grateful for your kindness, senior. I am willing to join the upper sect as your disciple, even if it is a minor sect." He would accept it. Anything is better than being unwanted. Yi Chun thought to himself. Chapter 23. A narrow path for rivals. Forbidden forces? Yi Chun was astonished. Ding. Congratulations on successfully accepting the disciple Yi Chun. Talent assessment, 10 stars. Reward for the host, a king-level gift package. Hearing the melodious voice beside him, Qin Mu couldn't help but smile, gesturing to the kneeling Yi Chun, "Rise." To his surprise, the process of accepting this third disciple was so effortless. This journey to the ancient Dao city could be deemed a success. Once he had successfully taken Yi Chun as his disciple, Yi Chun stood behind Qin Mu and, glancing at Shi Tian beside him, couldn't help but inquire, "Who is this senior brother?" "I am the eldest disciple under our master. You may call me Shi Tian." Shi Tian replied warmly upon seeing that Yi Chun had been accepted by their master. "Senior brother Shi, may I ask where our Shangsong sect is located?" Yi Chun approached Shi Tian, eager to gather information. He felt a tinge of skepticism. Was it truly so simple to be accepted into a sect without any assessment? After all, even the smaller sects he had previously attempted to join required rigorous evaluations. Our Shangsong lineage resides within the Eastern Wilderness domain, in a desolate and perilous forbidden area. Shi Tian explained briefly, thinking that once Yi Chun returned to the Shangsong sect, everything would become clear, and thus did not divulge too much. However, he was not lying. Indeed, the Forbidden Zone was desolate, inhabited by various formidable wild creatures, making it exceedingly dangerous. A desolate place? A perilous forbidden land? Yi Chun's heart began to race. What legitimate sect would establish its base in such a location? One would expect it to be situated in a renowned mountain or tranquil, spirit-infused territory. Yet, from Shi Tian's words, it seemed the environment of his sect was exceedingly harsh and treacherous. Unwilling to accept this, Yi Chun continued to inquire. "Then how many members does our Shangsong sect have?" "Counting you, there are 3 direct disciples and 1 registered disciple," Shi Tian responded earnestly. "Aside from the disciples, currently, our master is the only one present." "Oh, and there is an old yellow cow," Shi Tian continued. "However, our master has mentioned that the other elders are in slumber. So only our master remains, who is the leader of our Shangsong lineage." Listening to Shi Tian's description, Yi Chun felt a mix of despair and disbelief. The entire sect, apart from an old yellow cow, consisted of merely 4 individuals, including himself. This was not an obscure sect. It was barely comparable to even the most mundane secular factions. Yi Chun began to regret his decision. As for Shi Tian's claim regarding the scarcity of members, he found it hard to believe. The elders were all asleep? If Shangsong were indeed a legendary supreme forbidden force, he might entertain such a notion. But it appeared to be nothing more than a mediocre sect. This reasoning seemed flimsy, likely a ploy to entice disciples to join, and it was unfortunate that Shi Tian believed it. Despite his regret, Yi Chun had no intention of abandoning the Shangsong sect. After all, it was the first sect willing to accept him. Out of gratitude, a sentiment of appreciation prevented him from betraying the sect. Just as Yi Chun was about to inquire further about the cultivation levels of those within the Shangsong sect, a sudden, venomous shout erupted from the roadside. "Shi Tian, you little beast, you're still alive." Yi Chun turned to see an elderly man clad in a magnificent purple robe, flanked by a group of formidable cultivators. Casting a dark glare at Shi Tian, head of the Shi family, Shi Tian recognized the purple-robed elder, his eyes revealing a flicker of animosity. This elder was none other than Shi Yuanshan, the very one responsible for extracting the supreme bone from Shi Tian's body. Ha! What luck for me today, encountering you. The traitor of the family. Shi Yuanshan's cruel smile belied his inner satisfaction. Since the recent demise of the Shi family's elder, Shi Xiao, he had been seething with frustration. The pursuit of Shi Tian had resulted in the loss of 4 golden core descendants and even the tragic death of a divine transformation elder. As the head of the Shi family, Shi Yuanshan was naturally pained by these losses, all of which he attributed to Shi Tian. If this wretched beast had obediently accepted his fate, the Shi family would not have suffered such heavy losses. Today, Shi Yuanshan had intended to attend the Ascension Conference in the ancient Dao city to recruit young talents for the Shi family, but unexpectedly encountered Shi Tian here. It was as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. With a glance to his subordinates, the Shi family cultivators began to encircle the area. Qin Mu observed the unfolding scene with indifference. Had it been according to his temperament, he would have swiftly dealt with Shi Yuanshan and his subordinates. However, as Shi Tian had previously stated his desire to resolve the matter himself, Qin Mu refrained from intervening, choosing instead to observe the situation unfold. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, who had just joined the Shangtsong sect, was anything but calm. Shi Tian, with his friendly demeanor and kind eyes, seemed to attract trouble. Living within the domain of the Deqian Empire, Yi Chun had heard of the Shi family's reputation, though not on par with the great sacred lands. They possessed a significant number of cultivators, rivaling some weaker sections. Furthermore, news had circulated recently that a prodigious talent had emerged from the Shi family, attracting the attention of a hermit. It was reasonable to surmise that the Shi family had a bright future ahead. Now, however, Shi Tian had offended the Shi family. Yi Chun felt a headache coming on. Was he destined to become a solitary wanderer without a sect so soon after joining Shangtsong? No. He was now a disciple of Shangtsong, and if the Shi family sought revenge, his life could very well be at stake. Thankfully, the other 2 disciples of Shangtsong were not present. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation. As Yi Chun pondered this, a commotion erupted from the periphery. 2 extraordinarily beautiful women, graceful in their bearing, stepped past the Shi family members and approached Qin Mu, respectfully greeting him. Master, respected sect leader, we have returned. This. Yi Chun was taken aback. Just as he had been contemplating this, the other 2 disciples of Shangtsong arrived. Now, the entire Shangtsong lineage was present. Truly, a family should travel together in harmony. You little beast, you've actually joined a sect? Ha ha, how amusing. Let this old man see which force is so blind as to accept you. Shi Yuanshan laughed manically upon witnessing this development. Did this little beast think that by joining a sect, the Shi family would be powerless against him? He was merely a discarded vessel. Even if he had joined a sect, it was likely to be one of no consequence. Such a sect posed no threat to the Shi family. Yet, the woman in the palace dress who had just passed by appeared somewhat familiar to him, as if he had encountered her somewhere before. However, Shi Yuanshan could not recall where. You are Shi Yuanshan, head of the Shi family? Just as Shi Yuanshan prepared to command his subordinates to seize Shi Tian, a cold, clear voice rang out, causing him to pause in surprise. Luo Bingyao cast her gaze upon Shi Yuanshan, her voice imbued with a chilling authority. Shi Yuanshan, upon encountering this sovereign, why do you not kneel? Furthermore, how dare you address my senior brother in such a manner? Do you seek death? As the echoes of Luo Bingyao's commanding voice reached him, Shi Yuanshan suddenly recalled the source of his unease. He realized why this regal figure in a palace gown seemed familiar. Was she not the empress of the great Qin dynasty? He had glimpsed her from afar during his pilgrimage to the imperial capital. You are the empress of the great Qin dynasty. As the shock coursed through him, his mind struggled to comprehend the implications. Why did the empress of the great Qin dynasty appear here? Moreover, why did she refer to Shi Tian as her senior brother? Was he losing his sanity? Or had the world itself gone mad? Both Shi Yuanshan and Yi Chun stood in stunned silence. Living within the domain of the great Qin dynasty, Yi Chun had certainly heard of the empress's illustrious name. Yet, what was the current state of affairs? The empress was calling Shi Tian her senior brother. Could it be that the empress of the great Qin was also a disciple of the celestial lineage? However, he had just heard Shi Tian mention that another direct disciple of their master was of a similar age, presumably that lady in white. The remaining disciple was merely an outer disciple of the celestial lineage, far inferior in status to a direct disciple. Therefore, did this imply that the remaining outer disciple of the celestial lineage was none other than Her Majesty, the Empress of the Great Qin? How could it be that the formidable and renowned Empress of the Great Qin was but a mere outer disciple in the celestial lineage? Heaven above, could it be that the celestial lineage was not merely an inconsequential sect, but a truly supreme and forbidden power? As this realization dawned upon him, Yi Chun was utterly astounded. Chapter 24. Total Annihilation, the Nine Dragons' Chariot. Shocking the audience in a moment of existential dread, Yi Chun found himself questioning his own identity. Until recently, he had believed that the sect he had joined, the Celestial Sect, was merely an obscure and insignificant force. However, it now appeared that this was far from the truth. A sect capable of attracting the esteemed Empress of the Great Qin as an outer disciple could hardly be dismissed as inconsequential. Yi Chun would never accept such a notion. Uncertain of the situation, Shi Yuanshan felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He was bewildered as to why the illustrious Empress of the Great Qin would refer to Shi Tian as junior brother. Furthermore, he had just witnessed the Empress addressing the cloaked figure in white as master. Who was this enigmatic figure? When did such a formidable force emerge in the eastern wilderness? Luo Bingyao remained composed. Shi Tian, being the first disciple of the master, warranted such a title from her. As Shi Yuanshan's mind raced, contemplating how to navigate this precarious situation, a calm voice pierced through the air, causing his expression to stiffen. I have no interest in the grievances between you and my disciple, Shi Tian. However, your recent disrespect towards my celestial lineage cannot go unpunished. Qin Mu's words were devoid of emotion as he regarded Shi Yuanshan with a gaze as cold as death. Although Shi Tian had expressed a desire to resolve his issues with the Shi family independently, Shi Yuanshan's insolence towards the celestial sect warranted retribution. In the presence of a fly buzzing incessantly, the appropriate response was to swat it down rather than allow it to continue its irritating drone. As an emperor-level powerhouse, Qin Mu acted according to his own principles. If he deemed Shi Yuanshan deserving of death, then death would be his fate. With those words, Qin Mu made no further movements. He merely allowed a wisp of his imperial aura to drift towards Shi Yuanshan. The supremacy of an emperor-level cultivator was absolute. Even a mere wisp of imperial energy was beyond the resistance of ordinary cultivators. With a resounding crash, Shi Yuanshan's eyes briefly flashed with terror before his body stiffened. His gaze vacant as he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any breath. The wisp of Qin Mu's imperial aura had utterly obliterated Shi Yuanshan's soul. In truth, this was the result of his careful control. Had he allowed his aura to disperse unchecked, no living being would remain in the ancient Path City. Such was the majesty of an emperor-level cultivator. One need not even lift a finger. A mere breath of their essence was enough to annihilate contemporary powerhouses. Of course, Shi Yuanshan was not the only one to fall. Those Shi family cultivators who had followed his orders and surrounded them were also swiftly erased, their souls extinguished. Thank you, Master. Shi Tian knelt, bowing in gratitude to Qin Mu. He understood that had his master not been present, facing Shi Yuanshan and his cohorts could have ended disastrously. No need for thanks, Qin Mu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Observing this scene, Yi Chun felt a sense of awe wash over him. This was the master of the celestial sect? How astonishingly powerful. The emperor above, his master, possessed such overwhelming strength. Without even witnessing his master in combat, the once menacing Shi family had met their demise. With such a formidable master, it was no wonder that the Empress of the Great Qin, despite being the sovereign of a dynasty, willingly joined the celestial sect as an outer disciple. Yi Chun realized he had truly aligned himself with a significant force. As Yi Chun reveled in his excitement, many gazes in the Qingstone Square turned towards them. Some cultivators tasked with maintaining order approached with stern expressions. The Qingstone Square served as a recruitment ground for various sacred sects, and combat was strictly prohibited. Qin Mu's annihilation of the Shi family had undoubtedly drawn the attention of these guards. Yi Chun's heart raced with anxiety. The guards of the Qingstone Square comprised cultivators from various sacred sections. Though his master was powerful, could they truly contend with these sects? Just as his worries escalated, Qin Mu waved his sleeve and calmly stated, "The matter here is resolved. Disciples, we shall take our leave." Leave? Yi Chun felt a pang of apprehension. In this chaotic situation, could his master really lead them safely away? However, observing the calm demeanor of Shi Tian, his senior brother, and Gu Qingxue, his second senior sister. Even the empress of the great Qin showed no signs of worry, which eased Yi Qin's anxiety somewhat. At that moment, a distant, ancient dragon's roar resonated from the horizon, capturing the attention of all in the Qingstone Square. Everyone instinctively looked up towards the source of the sound. The next moment, expressions of astonishment and shock filled the eyes of both the common folk seeking celestial opportunities and the cultivators from sacred sects. What do I see? Is that the legendary true dragon? No, not a true dragon. It must be a flood dragon. There are at least 9 of them. What realm do these flood dragons hail from? Their length spanning hundreds of feet. The square was filled with gasps of astonishment. 9 flood dragons, each hundreds of feet long, were pulling an ancient war chariot, thundering through the sky. Each dragon possessed 5 claws, their horns gleaming, and their scales formidable. Together, the 9 dragons obscured half the sky. What astonished the crowd further was that behind the 9 flood dragons, they were collectively hauling an ancient chariot, intricately adorned with runes and battle scars, as if it had witnessed countless epic battles. As the chariot moved, ethereal patterns manifested in the void, creating various extraordinary phenomena. The bronze chariot previously sent by the Wang family paled in comparison to this majestic war chariot, instantly rendered insignificant. Under the awestruck gazes of the crowd, the 9 flood dragons gradually approached, landing gracefully upon the Qingstone Square. Wherever the flood dragons passed, the exotic beasts and divine creatures summoned by various sacred sects collapsed to the ground, emitting helpless cries. These creatures, at best, possessed the strength of a god transformation realm cultivator. How could they withstand the pressure of saint-level flood dragons? Moreover, there were 9 of them. Which supreme being had descended, commanding such a grand spectacle? Yi Qin could not help but marvel at the scene. The arrival of the 9 flood dragons pulling the ancient chariot utterly overwhelmed the presence of the sacred sections. Uncertain of the identity of this supreme being, Yi Qin was surprised to see Shi Tian and the others beside him wearing peculiar expressions, even bursting into laughter. What were they laughing at? Yi Qin was perplexed. However, it only took a few breaths for him to grasp the reason for their amusement. The 9 colossal flood dragons, under the weight of countless awestruck gazes, crossed the entire Qingstone Square with the chariot and gradually came to a halt before Qin Mu, lowering their proud heads in a gesture of submission. Yi Qin felt a thunderous rumble in his mind, as an incredulous realization began to dawn upon him. Could it be that this 9 dragons pulling the cart was sent by our esteemed master? Chapter 25. The majestic master returns to the heavens upon the verdant expanse of the Qingstone Square. All gazes converged upon Qin Mu and his entourage. The reason was plain. The spectacle of 9 dragons pulling a chariot was nothing short of astonishing, overshadowing the prestige of various sacred lands and sects, exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. The 9 sacred realm dragons bowed their heads in deference. Qin Mu, standing upon the head of a dragon, gracefully ascended the celestial king chariot and gestured to Shi Tian and the others below, inviting them to join him. This celestial king chariot was extraordinarily mystical. Though it appeared to accommodate only a single individual, it possessed the ability to contain multitudes within, akin to compressing the vastness of a universe into a mere speck. Yet, apart from Qin Mu, only those disciples of the upper celestial lineage, whom he permitted, were deemed worthy to step aboard. For everyone else, such an opportunity was forever beyond their reach. As Qin Mu proudly perched upon the dragon's head, a wave of admiration washed over Yi Qin. Was his master truly this formidable? No wonder Shi Tian and the others had been laughing moments ago. They were aware that the 9 dragons were summoned by their master, while he had remained blissfully ignorant. With Qin Mu's permission, Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, Yi Qin, and the others eagerly followed suit, standing atop the venerable celestial king chariot. From this vantage, they surveyed the multitude of awestruck and reverent gazes cast upon them from the square. Yi Qin's heart swelled with a bittersweet sensation. Just moments ago, he had felt like an outcast, unwanted by any sect. Yet now, he had become the envy of many. A transformation brought about solely by his fortunate acceptance into the upper celestial lineage as a disciple of his esteemed master. In that moment, Yi Qin yearned to shout, "The upper celestial is magnificent! My master is magnificent!" With a gentle wave of his hand, Qin Mu signaled, and the 9 sacred realm dragons emitted a harmonious roar, lifting the celestial king chariot into the skies, effortlessly soaring above the heavens. As the dragons vanished into the horizon, the once silent Qingstone Square erupted into lively discussions. Who were these divine beings that commanded such reverence? Surely, even the leaders of sacred lands did not possess such grandeur. The presence of 9 dragons pulling a chariot hinted at a power capable of obliterating all who stood in their way. It was evident that they were facing an unfathomable powerhouse, and had they approached Qin Mu too hastily, they might not have comprehended their imminent demise. "The Shi family deserves their fate," exclaimed the onlookers, shaken yet resentful. "They offended such a formidable being and nearly drew us into their downfall. We must dispose of their remains at once." The guardians of the Qingstone Square, affiliated with various sacred lands, were still reeling from the encounter. Moments ago, they had nearly rushed to maintain order before realizing the gravity of the situation. The bodies of Shi Yuanshan and others were discarded like refuse into a shadowy alley beyond the square. Eventually, after a considerable time, the 5th elder of the Shi family hastily arrived with several clan members, only to be met with the heartbreaking sight of their leader's lifeless form. He had sensed the shattering of the Lord's life token and rushed to the scene. In recent days, the 5th elder had been the most apprehensive within the Shi family. As the custodian of the ancestral shrine, he was the first to know when a family member fell. The tokens within the shrine had been shattering incessantly, each a grim portent. "5th elder, the clan leader is dead. What shall we do now?" a panicked Shi family member exclaimed, feeling as though the sky was collapsing around them. Indeed, to be slain by such a terrifying power. Who would have thought that Shi Tian would latch onto such a mighty figure? "Our family is doomed," lamented another, tears brimming in his eyes. "Calm down. First, we must retrieve the clan leader's body," the 5th elder commanded. "Who says the Shi family is finished? Do not forget, Shi Ning has secured an esteemed master beyond our realm. As long as he remains, our family still has hope." At this, the remaining Shi family members trembled with renewed resolve. Yes, they still had young Master Ning, possessing extraordinary talent and the blood of a supreme lineage. He had recently caught the attention of a powerful figure from a hidden realm and was now in seclusion, honing his skills. With young Master Ning, the Shi family still had a glimmer of hope. The news of the clan leader's demise cannot be concealed. Shi Hai hastened to the hidden realm and informed Ning of this tragedy. The 5th elder instructed, his countenance darkening. "Does Shi Tian think he can triumph over us merely by allying with a powerful being? How naive. Our family still has Shi Ning." Meanwhile, Qin Mu remained oblivious to the ripples of commotion in Qingstone Square. He had returned to the upper celestial residence, leading his disciples. Along the way, Yichen was taken aback. Was this the meaning of the desolate, treacherous lands that Shi Tian had mentioned? It seemed he had misunderstood. The 9 sacred realm dragons brought the celestial king chariot to a steady halt before the gates of the upper celestial. However, as Qin Mu beheld the scene before him, he was momentarily taken aback. He found Lao Huang reclining comfortably on the ground, beside him a peculiar being clad in purple robes, adorned with a crystalline horn and covered in azure scales, struggling to ignite a fire to cook exotic meat. Once the meat was ready, the creature hurriedly offered it to Lao Huang, who devoured it in a single gulp. Witnessing this, Qin Mu fell into silence. What had transpired during his absence? "Mu." Upon sensing Qin Mu's return, Lao Huang happily called out, casually kicking the purple-robed being aside before nuzzling against Qin Mu's garments to convey his joy. "What is the meaning of this?" Qin Mu inquired, pointing toward the horned being. "Mu." Lao Huang continued to express himself, clarifying that shortly after Qin Mu's departure, this purple-robed entity had appeared within the confines of the upper celestial's domain, lurking as if spying on something. Following Qin Mu's orders to guard the area, Lao Huang had dealt with the intruder decisively, subduing him and bringing him back to await Qin Mu's return for further action. "Well done, Lao Huang," Qin Mu praised, patting the creature's horn. The purple-robed being, having noticed Qin Mu's arrival, scrambled to his feet, visibly agitated. "I am of the ancient royal lineage from the life-forbidden zone. Hailing from the ancient Emperor Mountain, I come bearing the command of my master, yet you dare to treat me with such indignity. Do you not hold my master in high regard?" Chapter 26. The Ancient Royal Mountain, the Resilient Maiden, the Supreme Gift Bag. The Ancient Royal Mountain, the Ancient Royal Clan? A flicker of curiosity danced within Qin Mu's eyes. He casually waved his hand, and the purple-robed alien creature was as if grasped by an invisible hand, lifted before him. Without intending to engage in conversation, Qin Mu calmly extended a finger and pressed it against the creature's forehead, commencing a soul search. Inquiries could be tedious, and there was a possibility of deceit. Given that this being dared to venture near the celestial realm, it surely harbored ill intentions. Thus, Qin Mu felt no hesitation in probing its soul. The purple-robed creature possessed merely the cultivation of the celestial phenomenon realm, incapable of resisting Qin Mu's methods. In the next moment, all the memories within its mind were laid bare before Qin Mu. The ancient royal mountain, how intriguing. After concluding the soul search, Qin Mu released his grasp, and the creature's soul was obliterated, eradicated entirely. From the memories gleaned, Qin Mu acquired a wealth of information. The creature, known as Gusha, hailed from the eastern wilderness, specifically the ancient royal mountain, a life-restricted area. Gusha was the leader of the Purple Spirit Clan, a race residing in the ancient royal mountain. These ancient races had existed on this vast continent eons ago, each possessing distinct appearances. Any ancient race that could give rise to a Saint Realm existence was designated as an ancient royal clan. Millions of years prior, these ancient races were the unequivocal sovereigns of the vast continent. However, as time passed, for reasons unknown, these ancient royal clans gradually faded from the land. The Purple Spirit Clan was among those who had settled under the ancient royal mountain. Gusha had previously been dispatched by a supreme being within the mountain to gather intelligence on the celestial realm. Qin Mu surmised that the commotion caused by his recent slaying of an extraterrestrial star had drawn the attention of a supreme entity within the ancient royal mountain, prompting the dispatch of Gusha to investigate the happenings within the celestial realm. The ancient royal mountain, quite fascinating indeed. A playful smile graced Qin Mu's lips. As one of the life-restricted zones, the ancient royal mountain undoubtedly harbored more than one supreme entity. Most of these beings were once emperors, but as time wore on, they succumbed to the ravages of time, their lifespans dwindling and bodies decaying, leading them to seal their powers and enter a slumber within the life-restricted zones. These ancient beings, resting in such realms, were collectively referred to as the Supreme of the Forbidden Zones. Qin Mu, undaunted by these ancient supremes, was now a genuine emperor-level powerhouse. His soul and body far exceeded those who had sealed themselves away. Furthermore, he wielded the supreme imperial weapon, the Tai Wang sword, and had the imperial beast, Old Huang, by his side. Not even a solitary ancient supreme could intimidate him, let alone challenge the entirety of the ancient royal mountain. Now that an envoy had dared to intrude upon his domain, it was not in Qin Mu's nature to remain passive. To endure? That was not an option. Anyone who dared provoke him must be made aware of the consequences. Raising his hand, he reduced Gusha's corpse to ashes while contemplating how to retaliate against the ancient royal mountain. Just then, Luo Bingyao rushed over, breathless, exclaiming, "Master, I found a young girl outside our celestial realm outpost, and she has fainted." A young girl? Qin Mu turned his gaze towards Luo Bingyao. In her arms was a girl who appeared to be around 15 or 16 years old. The girl was frail, clad in a somewhat tattered plain white garment. Her delicate face bore signs of exhaustion, her eyes gently closed, indicating she had indeed lost consciousness. The hem of her skirt was stained with dirt, suggesting she had been kneeling outside the celestial realm outpost for quite some time. Qin Mu discerned at a glance that the girl was merely an ordinary mortal, untrained in cultivation, likely having fainted from hunger and fatigue. He glanced at Old Huang, knowing it should have been aware of her presence outside their domain. "Mu Mu." Old Huang called out a few times, conveying its understanding. It turned out the girl had inadvertently wandered to the celestial realm outpost a couple of days prior and had been kneeling there ever since. As an ordinary human without any cultivation, Old Huang had chosen to ignore her. Turning back to the girl in Luo Bingyao's arms, Qin Mu had only just begun to assess her when a melodious system prompt echoed in his ears. Ding! A young human girl with extraordinary talent has been detected within the celestial realm outpost. Please accept her as a disciple. Upon successful acceptance, based on the disciple's talent, the host will receive rewards ranging from a basic gift bag to a supreme gift bag. A human girl? Present within the celestial realm outpost? Qin Mu gazed in astonishment at the sleeping girl in Luo Bingyao's arms. Could it be that the system referred to her? Lifting his hand, he channeled a strand of spiritual energy into the girl. In an instant, her pallid complexion visibly regained color, and her previously tightly shut eyes fluttered, slowly opening. Upon awakening, the girl first scanned her surroundings with a hint of confusion. When she spotted Old Huang affectionately leaning against Qin Mu, rubbing its head against his palm, she quickly struggled from Luo Bingyao's embrace and bowed gracefully before Qin Mu, exclaiming, "I am Mo Ishian, humbly requesting the esteemed master to take pity and accept me as your disciple." The girl named Mo Ishian knelt respectfully before Qin Mu, her plain white garment adorned with patches, appearing somewhat impoverished. Dust clung to her face and body, rendering her rather dirty. Yet, within her gemstone-like black eyes shimmered an unwavering spirit of determination and resilience, much like a tender shoot trapped beneath a heavy stone. She bore the weight of burdens, yet remained steadfast and unyielding. Qin Mu regarded Mo Yixian, who knelt before him. With his strength, he could easily discern that she, like his third disciple, Yi Chun, was an untrained mortal. However, unlike Yi Chun, who possessed a unique and formidable physique bestowed by the ancient sacred land, this girl appeared utterly ordinary, lacking any extraordinary attributes. Yet, Qin Mu understood that the system, having recognized Mo Yixian's exceptional talent, must have perceived something remarkable about her. Noticing Qin Mu's lack of immediate agreement, Mo Yixian continued to bow fervently, stating, "I know my talent is lacking, but rest assured, esteemed master, I will devote myself to rigorous training. I am willing to undertake any tasks, no matter how menial, within the sect, as long as I can be accepted." Having said this, she attempted to bow again, but Qin Mu raised a hand to stop her. "Since you are so earnest in your desire to seek guidance, I shall accept you into the celestial realm as my fourth disciple." As soon as Qin Mu's words fell, a delightful system notification chimed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations on successfully accepting the disciple Mo Yixian. Talent assessment, 11 stars. The host receives a supreme gift bag. Listening to the system's announcement, Qin Mu was taken aback. 11 stars in talent? A supreme gift bag as a reward? It seemed he had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 27. The Empress Template. Reward Critical Strike. Semi-Emperor Elder, thank you, Master. The girl, Mo Yixian, could not help but reveal a hint of excitement upon receiving Qin Mu's consent to take her as a disciple. Your body is still quite weak. You must rise quickly, Qin Mu said, extending his hand to assist Mo Yixian in standing. While simultaneously channeling a stream of spiritual energy into her body, nurturing her vitality. Please share your story with me, Qin Mu inquired. Curiosity piquing as he wondered about the origins of this girl who had been rated with 11 stars of talent by the system. Mo Yixian respectfully recounted her tale. She was merely an ordinary girl from the wilderness, orphaned with only an elder sister for companionship. Although their lives were fraught with poverty, the presence of her sister brought her immense joy. Unfortunately, their happiness was short-lived, as a powerful cultivator came and abducted her sister, whisking her away to a distant land. In her quest to find her sister's whereabouts, Mo Yixian traversed various sects, hoping to join a celestial gate and, through diligent cultivation, reunite with her sister. However, compared to her sister, Mo Yixian seemed devoid of any remarkable talent, merely an ordinary mortal. Consequently, all sects rejected her request for apprenticeship, despite facing relentless refusals. Mo Yixian remained undeterred, driven by her tenacity to seek a mentor. By chance, she stumbled into the celestial forbidden zone. Fortuitously, she encountered no ferocious beasts within, allowing her to reach the entrance of the celestial stronghold unscathed. Upon arriving, she witnessed the majestic scene of an ancient royal being subdued by an elder, instantly realizing the extraordinary nature of the sect. Thus, she knelt outside the stronghold, hoping to impress the celestial masters within with her sincerity and be accepted as a disciple. After awakening, Mo Yixian observed the close bond between the elder and Qin Mu, immediately discerning that Qin Mu was undoubtedly an unfathomable powerhouse. She seized the moment to plead for him to take her as a disciple. My cultivation is not for the sake of immortality, but to seek my sister in this mortal realm and await her return, Mo Yixian declared with unwavering conviction. Listening to her narrative, Qin Mu finally grasped her situation. A mere mortal, cultivating not for transcendence, but to await the return of a loved one. This was a familiar tale. Was this not the quintessential template of a world-shattering empress? No wonder the system had deemed Mo Yixian so extraordinarily gifted. Qin Mu remembered that the legendary empress had similarly began as an ordinary mortal, yet through sheer determination, she defied the heavens, overcoming formidable foes to ultimately ascend to unparalleled heights. It seemed that his fourth disciple possessed the same latent potential. Delighted, he patted the horn of the elder cow beside him, praising, "Old Huang, well done. I shall treat you to a feast tonight." The elder cow, puzzled, blinked its large eyes. Although it was thrilled at the prospect of a feast, it wondered why it was being praised when it had done nothing noteworthy. Qin Mu smiled enigmatically. His commendation of Old Huang was indeed justified. Originally, the celestial forbidden zone was rife with savage beasts, and Mo Yixian, in her mortal form, would have had no chance of reaching the celestial stronghold. However, due to Old Huang's insatiable appetite, it had hunted down the ferocious beasts. causing them to flee from the vicinity, allowing Mo Yixian to arrive safely. Thus, Old Huang's contributions were undeniably significant. All right, Shirtian. Take your junior disciples to familiarize themselves with our celestial lineage. I must take my leave, Qin Mu instructed before eagerly returning to the main hall of the celestial stronghold, ready to unveil his reward packages. Having accepted disciples Yiqin and Mo Yixian, the system had granted him a King-S package and a Supreme package. Naturally, he was eager to discover the rewards contained within. System, open the King-level package, Qin Mu commanded, knowing that such rewards were best saved for the grand finale. Ding. King-level package opened. Ding. Congratulations, host, for triggering a rare probability event. 5 times reward critical strike. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained a 7-star sect building. The Linglong Tao Tower. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a loyal semi-emperor level expert. As the melodious voice of the system resonated, a figure clad in black robes, exuding an aura as deep as the abyss, appeared within the hall. Subordinate Feng Zhe, greeting the esteemed sect master. The elder immediately bowed respectfully upon materializing. 5 times reward critical strike, a loyal semi-emperor level expert? Qin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction as he beheld the venerable figure bowing before him. Clearly, his luck had soared since arriving in this world, frequently triggering reward critical strikes akin to a fortunate sovereign. Excellent. I hereby appoint you as an elder of our celestial lineage, responsible for guarding the essential locations such as the Lingdao Immortal Pavilion and the Time-Space Pagoda. Should any disciples have queries regarding their cultivation, you shall address them as well, Qin Mu decisively declared. With the number of disciples in the celestial stronghold on the rise, he had been concerned about the lack of suitable experts to guide them. Now, with Elder Feng Zhe, not only would he safeguard key areas, but he could also assist in instructing Shirtian and Gu Qingxue, achieving a dual purpose. Understood, Feng Zhe replied respectfully. Now, let us exit together and meet the disciples of our celestial lineage, Qin Mu said, nodding in satisfaction as he led Elder Feng Zhe out of the main hall. Upon stepping outside, he heard the astonished exclamations of Shirtian and the others. Qin Mu surmised that the newly generated sect building, the Linglong Tao Tower, must have been the source of their amazement. He too was eager to witness the extraordinary effects of this new reward, while also facilitating an introduction between Shirtian and Elder Feng Zhe. Chapter 28, The Linglong Tao Tower, the Mysterious Starry Sky, and the Bounty of Harvest Master. A new building has just appeared within the sect. Shirtian, upon seeing Qin Mu, could hardly contain his excitement. Although the previous appearance of the Hanging Dao Palace had also been sudden, witnessing this phenomenon again left him in awe of his master's unparalleled abilities. Indeed, Qin Mu replied with a slight nod, painting a grand vision for his disciples. Our lineage, the Upper Celestial Sect, boasts an ancient heritage and is a supreme forbidden power. These key locations of our sect merely represent the tip of the iceberg of our true strength. Coincidentally, an elder from our sect has awakened from his slumber, and you shall have the opportunity to meet him. Elder Feng Zhe, these are my disciples from the Upper Celestial Sect. Qin Mu introduced the solemn elder standing beside him to Shirtian and the others. An elder from the Upper Celestial Sect? Shirtian and the others gazed at the inscrutable figure of Elder Feng Zhe, whose profound strength was unfathomable, akin to an ocean's depths. Greetings, Elder Feng. They respectfully bowed in unison. As they paid their respects, Yichin's mind raced with thoughts. A supreme forbidden power, the enigmatic master, the key locations merely a glimpse, and the mysterious elder awakening from slumber. These were all hallmarks of an ancient and illustrious lineage. After the introductions, Qin Mu turned his gaze to the towering structure known as the Linglong Tao Tower. This magnificent edifice soared over 100 feet, its ancient form standing tall and majestic, enveloped in an endless aura of Tao, exuding an air of profound mystery. As Qin Mu's eyes fell upon the Linglong Tao Tower, information regarding it appeared before him. The Linglong Tao Tower, a building of the 7-star sect. Like exquisite jade, it encompasses infinity and is the supreme place for the inheritance of divine techniques and treasures. Periodically, disciples of the sect may enter within, where the tower automatically analyzes their cultivated path and bestows upon them corresponding divine techniques. Upon reading the description, Qin Mu couldn't help but marvel. A place for the inheritance of divine techniques? And it could bestow the most suitable techniques based on a disciple's path? Was this not akin to the legendary scripture repository? No, the Linglong Tao Tower surpassed the repository by leagues. In the repository, disciples had to painstakingly select their techniques, often leaving them to chance. However, the Linglong Dao Tower would automatically grant disciples the most appropriate divine techniques for their cultivation. Impressive indeed, Qin Mu thought to himself. Then led his disciples into the Linglong Dao Tower. Upon entering, they found themselves in a vast starry expanse. Yi Chun gazed around in shock, realizing he was amidst an infinite cosmos. Above them, the stars twinkled brilliantly, countless celestial bodies showering down a cascade of starlight. Within the Linglong Dao Tower, there lay an entirely different realm, as if it concealed a boundless sky. As they stepped into this endless expanse, the stars above began to emit beams of starlight, each one locking onto the individuals below. As this starlight descended, a surge of information flooded the minds of all disciples, revealing the purpose of the Linglong Dao Tower. Using starlight to probe their forms, it would automatically bestow the most suitable divine techniques based on their current realm and cultivated path. Upon understanding the tower's function, Luo Bingyao felt an overwhelming shock. In the Great Qin dynasty, there existed a similar repository known as the Dao Repository, which accumulated various techniques gathered over centuries. Only those who had made significant contributions to the dynasty could enter and select from its treasures. Now standing in the Linglong Dao Tower, while its effects seemed akin to the Dao Repository, the disparity was like heaven and earth. From the information gleaned through the starlight, Luo Bingyao realized that within this celestial realm, each shining star harbored no less than 10,000 divine techniques. And the number of stars here was not merely in the hundreds, but a staggering multitude of several 100,000. The sheer volume of techniques contained within these stars was beyond her imagination. Moreover, the Linglong Dao Tower could automatically provide the most fitting techniques based on the disciples' cultivation levels and realms. Such a method was nothing short of miraculous. In simpler terms, compared to the Linglong Dao Tower, the Dao Repository of the Great Qin dynasty was utterly trivial. Not only Luo Bingyao, but also Shi Tian, Yi Chun, and Mo Yixian were equally astonished. Only Qin Mu felt a hint of boredom, for upon entering the Linglong Dao Tower, he realized that with his current level of cultivation, there was nothing within that could be granted to him. His strength was too formidable. Invincibility often brought solitude. However, observing the astonished expressions of his disciples, Qin Mu cleared his throat and said, "Each disciple has a time limit within the Linglong Dao Tower, and once you enter, you cannot re-enter for a short while. You must remain true to your hearts, meditate, and not miss this rare opportunity." Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Shi Tian and the others snapped back to their senses. Focusing intently, the starlight shimmered above, and beams of mysterious light cascaded down, scanning Shi Tian and the others. After a brief moment, stars within the dazzling sky began to illuminate, casting brilliant beams that entered Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and the others' bodies. Following the infusion of starlight, they felt a jolt, as new memories surged within their minds. These were the divine techniques bestowed upon them by the Linglong Dao Tower. "I believe I have acquired a divine technique called the Ocean Cover Seal," Shi Tian exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a powerful figure standing in the air, forming seals, and with a single strike, raising monstrous waves in the ocean below. Undoubtedly, the Ocean Cover Seal was an immensely powerful divine technique. I have obtained the cultivation method created by the great ancient holy body, designed for the transition from foundation establishment to golden core. Yi Chun spoke in awe. Although he had yet to begin cultivating, he understood the immense difficulty of mastering the great ancient holy body. Now, he had received the method crafted by one who had reached the pinnacle of this cultivation. Just this alone made him acutely aware of the preciousness of his reward. "I have acquired a divine technique called the Divine Phoenix Transformation," Luo Bingyao chimed in, her face radiating joy. "I have obtained a technique known as the Minor Calamity Technique, which can only be practiced by those with the Calamity body," Gu Qingxue added. Equally elated, "I have received a method called Transformation of the Mundane," Mo Yixian exclaimed excitedly, although she was unaware of the specifics of this technique. The exuberance on her face indicated its extraordinary nature and its perfect compatibility with her. Seeing that his disciples were reaping rewards, Qin Mu also smiled with contentment. The Linglong Dao Tower was indeed remarkable. Chapter 29, The Eternal Heavenly Art, the Pinnacle of the Emperor. The grass character sword technique. All disciples within the exquisite Dao Tower had harvested profound abilities and techniques, their faces brimming with joy. "Qin Mu, accompanied by Shirtian and others, departed the Dao Tower and arrived before the Temporal Treasure Tower. This tower, resplendent in a deep azure hue, soared to a height of 100 zhang, standing majestically. Gazing upon the tower, Gu Qingxue wore a puzzled expression. She recalled that before leaving the celestial realm, this sect structure did not exist. Could this also be the handiwork of her master? This tower is named the Temporal Treasure Tower. Noticing the expressions of confusion on the disciples' faces, Qin Mu calmly elucidated. Within this tower lies a temporal grand array. Entering this tower for cultivation will result in a time flow ratio of 1 to 10, allowing you to significantly reduce your training time. A time flow ratio of 1 to 10? This implies that while practicing for 10 years within the Temporal Treasure Tower, only 1 year would pass outside. Listening to Qin Mu's introduction, Shirtian and the others were filled with shock and anticipation. They were astonished by the extraordinary capabilities of this tower and eagerly envisioned the potential of advancing their cultivation far beyond their peers if they could train continuously here. If Shirtian and Gu Qingxue, who had long been disciples of the celestial sect, were merely astonished, then Yiqin and Imoishian, who had just joined, were almost in a state of bewilderment. The Temporal Treasure Tower, the Hanging Dao Pavilion, the Exquisite Dao Pavilion, these incredibly mystical sect treasures, even a single one of them, would send disciples of any major sanctum into a frenzy. Yet now, within the residence of the celestial sect, there were more than 3 such miraculous locations. Moreover, judging by the master's recent comments, this was merely the tip of the iceberg, with potentially more such treasures to be unveiled in the future. In an instant, both Yi Chun and Mo Yixin were filled with boundless anticipation. After all, who would not wish to join an extraordinarily powerful sect? The celestial sect had not only fulfilled their fantasies regarding a sect, but had far exceeded them. Observing the astonished expressions on the disciples' faces, Qin Mu could not help but chuckle. They were already this astonished? He could only imagine how they would react when the Temporal Emperor Tower or even more formidable sect structures emerged. The best days were yet to come. After introducing the newly emerged Exquisite Dao Tower and Temporal Treasure Tower to Shirtian and the others, Qin Mu returned to the celestial main hall, eager to open the supreme-level gift pack awarded to Mo Yixin. This was his first supreme-level gift pack to be opened, and he was immensely curious about the rewards contained within. System, open the supreme-level gift pack. Upon returning to the celestial main hall, Qin Mu promptly issued the command. Ding. Supreme-level gift pack has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ancient emperor scripture, the eternal heavenly art. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Emperor Pinnacle Combat card. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received the Immortal King Technique, the Grass Character's Sword Technique. The series of melodious alerts filled Qin Mu with immense delight. The rewards from this supreme-level gift pack were indeed exceptional, clearly a step above those from the king-level packs. After the rewards were unveiled, Qin Mu began to assess them. The first reward. The Eternal Heavenly Art. Eternal Heavenly Art. An Imperial Realm technique. One who cultivates this art can devour the essence of other beings to forge oneself, transforming decay into the miraculous. Devouring the essence of others to enhance oneself? Upon reading the description of the Eternal Heavenly Art, the image of his fourth disciple, Mo Yixin, immediately surfaced in Qin Mu's mind. Undoubtedly, this art was tailor-made for her. As a mortal body, her cultivation was arduous, but with the aid of the Eternal Heavenly Art, her journey would be profoundly different. This Eternal Heavenly Art shall be bestowed upon Yixin, Qin Mu decided. Though he could also cultivate this art, he felt no inclination to do so. Firstly, he was already in existence at the Imperial Realm, possessing the boundless emperor body, which was the strongest physical form in the world. Therefore, the Eternal Heavenly Art would not significantly enhance his power. Secondly, he was confident that superior techniques beyond the Imperial Realm would emerge from future gift packs. If he were to cultivate, it would be legendary techniques of the true immortal level or even the Immortal King level. The Imperial techniques were better left for his disciples. Having decided on the allocation of the Eternal Heavenly Art, Qin Mu then turned his attention to the second reward, Emperor Pinnacle Combat Card. Upon use, it permanently elevates the host's realm to the Emperor Pinnacle level. The Emperor Pinnacle realm? Qin Mu smiled. He was currently at the early stage of the Imperial Realm. Elevating his strength to the Emperor Pinnacle would render him unparalleled in the vast Songmeng continent. Even those ancient supremes sleeping in the life-forbidden zone would have to lie obediently before him. Without hesitation, Qin Mu used the Emperor Pinnacle Combat card. Instantly, he felt his power surge exponentially. Both his physical and spiritual forms reached the limits attainable in the Tsangmang continent. Invincible, truly invincible, as he felt the overwhelming power surging within him. Qin Mu was momentarily under the illusion that a single punch from him could pierce through the Tsangmang continent. After digesting and comprehending his newfound strength, Qin Mu then looked to the final reward. Grass Character Sword Technique, Immortal King Level Technique. A single speck of dust can fill the sea. A blade of grass can sever the sun, moon, and stars. This is the supreme law. Though the description of the Grass Character Sword Technique was brief, Qin Mu seemed to glimpse a wondrous sword grass rooted upon a grand star in the boundless cosmos. This sword grass was extraordinarily mystical. Each blade resembled a divine sword, standing straight toward the heavens. As the sword grass swayed, the sharp, unmatched chaotic sword light slashed forth like a river of chaos, obliterating all the stars in that region into dust. A blade of grass severing the sun, moon, and stars. This was the terrifying aspect of the Grass Character Sword Technique. Commence cultivation of the Grass Character Sword Technique. Qin Mu commanded without delay. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully cultivated the Immortal King level technique. Grass Character Sword Technique. Ding. Based on the host's current realm, the Grass Character Sword Technique has been automatically cultivated to the limit possible for the host's current realm. Ding. The host's current progress in the Grass Character Sword Technique is Emperor Pinnacle level. Listening to the delightful system notifications, Qin Mu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Without the need for manual cultivation, he had automatically attained an Emperor Pinnacle level understanding of the Grass Character Sword Technique. Now, not only did he possess Emperor Pinnacle level combat prowess, but he had also cultivated the Immortal King technique of the Grass Character Sword Technique, coupled with the supreme weapon, the Tai Huang Sword. Qin Mu felt that his power had reached an absolutely terrifying and invincible level in the Tsangmang continent. Even the ancient supremes in the Life Forbidden Zone would have to think twice before daring to cross his path. Chapter 30. Yi Qin's Distress, Arrival at the Forbidden Zone. The terrifying night, just as Qin Mu had finished assessing the rewards from the Supreme Gift Package, a voice echoed from outside the Grand Hall. Master, are you there? I have a matter to discuss. Come in. Qin Mu replied nonchalantly, gesturing for Yi Qin to enter. Upon stepping into the Celestial Master's hall and seeing Qin Mu seated in the principal position, Yi Qin felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. Master, I have come with pressing matters to consult you about. Noticing Yi Qin's anxious demeanor, Qin Mu felt a flicker of curiosity about what his third disciple wished to discuss. Speak. Disciple seeks guidance on how to enter the Qi refinement realm, Yi Qin said, his cheeks flushed, yet he voiced the urgent dilemma that had been troubling him. After Qin Mu had familiarized everyone with the various sacred grounds, Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and Luo Bingyao eagerly entered the time-space tower to commence their cultivation. Even his fourth junior sister, who was also at the mortal realm, could not contain her excitement to enter, thanks to the acquisition of the transcendence technique. Only Yi Qin remained, feeling quite awkward. He yearned to enter the time-space tower for his own cultivation, but as an ancient sacred body, his greatest deficiency was not time, but rather the resources necessary for cultivation. For an ancient sacred body, each realm's cultivation demands a substantial amount of resources. Yet, upon returning to the celestial realm, although Yi Qin discovered numerous sacred grounds, he failed to find any resources that could assist him in breaking through from the mortal realm to the Qi refinement realm. Observing his peers engrossed in their dedicated practice, Yi Qin felt a pressing urgency. He did not want to fall behind his seniors, which prompted him to seek Qin Mu's assistance. Listening to Yi Qin's concerns, Qin Mu's expression shifted to one of understanding. He had momentarily forgotten this aspect. His third disciple, bearing the ancient sacred body constitution, required vast amounts of resources for cultivation, especially when transitioning from the mortal realm to the Qi refinement realm. Without the aid of cultivation resources, it was unlikely that Yi Qin could absorb sufficient spiritual energy on his own to break through to the Qi refinement realm anytime soon. Seeing the flustered and anxious expression on Yi Qin's face, Qin Mu comforted him. There is no need for concern. I have already devised a solution to your predicament. Does Master truly have a plan? A flicker of hope ignited within Yi Qin upon hearing Qin Mu's response. He had previously worried that his unique constitution, which consumed considerable resources for cultivation, might provoke disfavor from his master. However, it now appeared that Qin Mu was unfazed and had already considered a resolution. Observing Yi Chen's conflicted emotions, Qin Mu chuckled lightly. While there may be no cultivation resources here in the celestial realm, there are indeed other locations. When it came to cultivation resources, Qin Mu immediately thought of the ancient Imperial Mountain. He had been contemplating how to address the audacity of those who dared to spy upon it. Now, the opportunity presented itself. The ancient Imperial Mountain harbored numerous ancient sovereigns, and it was likely that it concealed abundant treasures. With his third disciple, Yi Chen, in need of vast resources for cultivation, it would be reasonable for him to venture into the ancient Imperial Mountain to borrow some resources. Surely, the ancient sovereigns residing there would not mind, would they? With this thought, a smile spread across Qin Mu's face as he beckoned to Yi Chen. Come, my disciple, I shall take you to acquire the resources you need for cultivation. Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Yi Chen's spirit surged, and he hurriedly followed his master, eager to obtain the necessary resources. However, when he noticed Qin Mu boarding the Celestial King's war chariot and inviting him to join, he was momentarily taken aback. Where is Master taking me? Are the resources not within the Celestial Realm? Yi Chen pondered, filled with confusion, yet obediently climbed onto the chariot, positioning himself behind Qin Mu. With a resounding roar, the 9 sacred dragon serpents summoned forth the Celestial King's war chariot, soaring across the heavens. In mere moments, Yi Chen realized that his master had seemingly brought him to an extraordinary realm. Before him lay a vast expanse of black mountains, each towering like a king of peaks, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The mountains were shrouded in a gray mist, bestowing an air of profound mystery. Master, where are we? Yi Chen inquired, swallowing hard. This is the ancient Imperial Mountain, Qin Mu replied with serene composure. Oh, Yi Chen instinctively nodded, but then suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, did Master just say where this is? The ancient Imperial Mountain? Surely, I must be imagining things. Yi Chen was stunned. He had only recently heard of the name Ancient Imperial Mountain, a place that instilled fear across the world, a zone of life and death. Even the most powerful sacred grounds spoke cautiously of the phrase Forbidden Zone, indicating the terrifying existence concealed within. And now, his master had brought him to the ancient Imperial Mountain, heavenly realms. What could Master possibly seek in this domain of death? Yi Chen's heart raced as he contemplated asking. But he soon realized that Qin Mu had already steered the Celestial King's war chariot directly into the depths of the ancient Imperial Mountain. The dragon serpents roared as they propelled the chariot forward. Ahead, a radiant golden pathway extended, leading deep into the heart of the ancient Imperial Mountain. Shrouded in an endless gray mist, Yi Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings. This was the legendary Forbidden Zone. Now, his master seemed to navigate it as if it were his own home, boldly leading him into this perilous territory. With a thunderous crash, Qin Mu's entry seemed to awaken some mysterious entity within the ancient Imperial Mountain. Ahead, the gray mist swirled, and a formidable figure emerged, exuding an aura so terrifying that it sent shivers down Yi Chen's spine. It was a gallant knight, clad in ancient armor, wielding a spear, astride a warhorse enveloped in pale flames. Emerging from the mist, wherever the hooves of the steed tread, the earth cracked beneath with deep fissures. More chillingly, this valiant knight bore no flesh upon his head. Instead, 2 hollow eye sockets flickered with pale flames. Just a glance sent waves of dread coursing through Yi Chen. The knight advanced, exuding an almost tangible aura of murderous intent, pointing his spear toward the approaching Celestial King's war chariot, emanating a chilling, powerful consciousness. The ancient Imperial Mountain, the resting place of the sovereigns. Those who intrude shall perish. Chapter 31. Devastating Destruction. Delving into the Forbidden Zone, plundering mercilessly a knight from the Forbidden Zone. His eye sockets flickering with pale flames, stood resolutely in the path of the Celestial King's chariot. The sight was enough to instill terror in the hearts of those who beheld it. The knight's might was unfathomable. The point of his spear seemed to rend the very fabric of space, creating minute cracks that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon witnessing this, Yi Chen could not restrain himself from urging his master to retreat from this dreadfully perilous place. After all, this was the fabled life Forbidden Zone. Though he felt a tumult of anxiety, Qin Mu, standing calmly with his hands clasped behind his back atop the chariot, appeared unfazed by the sudden appearance of the knight. The chariot surged forward, and the knight's aura grew increasingly menacing. As they drew near, Qin Mu finally made a move. He remained still, yet his gaze fell upon the knight, imbued with indifference. Merely an ant, daring to obstruct my path? with just a glance. The formidable knight seemed to be struck by lightning, overwhelmed by an immense pressure akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. His armor cracked under the weight, and his steed emitted a pitiful whinny before collapsing beneath him. With a roar, 9 sacred dragons bellowed, propelling the celestial king's chariot onward, trampling the knight underfoot. Yi Chun turned to witness the knight being ground into the dust, a lump forming in his throat. This knight, once a figure of terror, had succumbed to nothing more than a glance from his master, losing all power and being crushed beneath the chariot. Just how formidable was his master? While Yi Chun was still in shock, the sacred dragons pulled the chariot deeper into the enigmatic heart of the life-forbidden zone. Traversing the outer regions of the ancient Emperor Mountain, as the chariot passed, a lake nestled at the foot of a black mountain erupted in a 1,000-foot spray. As if some unknown, dreadful entity dwelling within was stirred by the chariot's passage, preparing to emerge. Yet, with a mere wisp of his imperial aura, Qin Mu quelled the lake's tumult, restoring tranquility, though a blood-red hue spread across its surface. The unknown terror lurking in the lake had not even revealed itself before it was reduced to ashes by Qin Mu's imperial presence. This was but a microcosm of the power he wielded. Wherever the chariot traversed, any being within the forbidden zone that dared to stir was obliterated by a mere flicker of Qin Mu's imperial aura. This was the majesty of an emperor-level powerhouse. All beings bowed in submission. Those who dared to show disrespect or defiance needed only to be brushed aside by a wisp of imperial might to be utterly extinguished. Yi Chun stood agape, observing as his master piloted through the life-forbidden zone, a force of nature, unstoppable and relentless. Moments passed, and the celestial king's chariot, drawn by the 9 sacred dragons, finally arrived at the depths of the ancient Emperor Mountain. The mountains here towered with a grandeur far surpassing that of the outer regions, as if they had existed since the dawn of creation. Upon arrival, Qin Mu halted the chariot and disembarked with Yi Chun at the feet of several majestic ancient mountains, where extraordinary artifacts beyond Yi Chun's wildest imagination awaited discovery. At the base of one ancient mountain lay a small lake, a few meters square, shimmering like jade. The spiritual energy above it seemed to condense into tangible droplets, manifesting as a rain of spiritual essence. Beside this small lake stood 9 diminutive trees, each crowned with a fruit radiating a brilliant golden glow, translucent and seemingly forged of pure gold, truly exceptional. As the golden fruits soaked in the spiritual rain, their fragrance intensified, making them irresistibly desirable to any observer. Noticing Yi Chun's gaze fixated on this wondrous sight, Qin Mu ambled over, gesturing toward the lake. Gather them. What? Yi Chun stood stunned, clutching the spatial ring in his hand. Had he heard correctly? Gather them. Qin Mu reiterated. You lack cultivation resources, do you not? Take all that this place offers. This. Master, is this appropriate? Yi Chun felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. These treasures are rooted deep within the life-forbidden zone. Surely they must belong to someone. Yet, Yi Chun's heart had long been stirred, though fear lingered. This was the heart of the ancient Emperor Mountain, and the treasures rooted here were undoubtedly claimed. Would seizing them provoke the wrath of an unrivaled existence within? Do as I say, Qin Mu's voice exuded an undeniable authority. I will take responsibility for your actions. What is there to fear? With Qin Mu's assurance, Yi Chun found no grounds to protest. If his master felt no fear, why should he? Life and death were fated. He would act. With a determined spirit, Yi Chun leaped to the lakeside and began to seize the golden fruits, plucking them with fervor. He refused to waste a single drop of the lake's verdant liquid. Filling the spatial ring to the brim, the 9 small trees, he uprooted them all. As Yi Chun swept through the area like a bandit, collecting every last treasure, Qin Mu finally smiled. Now this is more like it. I merely came to collect some interest from the ancient Emperor Mountain. What ancient sovereign would dare to show themselves? If one does, I would not hesitate to demonstrate the might of an emperor at the pinnacle of power, combined with the terrifying prowess of the celestial king's sword art. Master, I have gathered everything. Yi Chun panted, standing before a nearly empty pit where the treasures once lay. His heart raced, not from exhaustion, but from the exhilaration of what they had just accomplished. Who could have anticipated that his master would dare to venture into the depths of the life-forbidden zone to gather resources? Master, I believe we should leave now. Yi Chun whispered, casting wary glances at the towering ancient peaks surrounding them. Having amassed such a bounty of treasures, Yi Chun felt satisfied and believed it prudent to retreat while they still could. However, Qin Mu shook his head dismissively. Leave. We have only just begun. Do you see the spiritual liquids beneath that mountain? Go and clean that area out as well. Retreat? What nonsense. As a dignified peak emperor, I cannot afford to lose face. To leave now after gathering so little would be an affront to my honor. Chapter 32. The Enlightenment Tea Tree, the Supreme Resurrection. The tyrannical suppression. What is it like to harvest divine treasures in a life-threatening forbidden zone that instills fear in the hearts of many and remains a secret to the sacred lands? Yi Chun could only describe it as exhilarating and immensely gratifying. Clutching the spatial ring bestowed by his master, Yi Chun was consumed by a fervor, leaving no trace of life in his wake as he collected every divine herb and elixir hidden deep within the ancient Emperor Mountain. After all, his master had granted him permission to take as much as he could carry, so what was there to hesitate about? Training in the ancient Holy Land requires a vast array of cultivation resources. The more divine medicines and elixirs he gathered now, the smoother his future cultivation path would be. With this thought in mind, Yi Chun was invigorated, eager to scour the ground and seize everything he could. After a thorough search, Yi Chun had collected all the divine herbs and elixirs in sight into his spatial ring. He turned to Qin Mu, wondering if it was finally time to leave. Upon noticing Yi Chun's gaze, Qin Mu smiled faintly, showing no intention of departing. Instead, he slowly extended a hand and waved it towards the core area surrounded by ancient mountains. An invisible wave radiated outward, dispersing the dense mist and revealing a breathtaking sight that left Yi Chun in awe. As the fog dissipated, Yi Chun's eyes fixated on a singular marvel. In the convergence of the ancient mountains stood an astonishing ancient tree. The tree was gnarled and ancient, as if it had existed for eons. Strangely, it bore hundreds of translucent leaves, each one unique, some resembling small cauldrons, others akin to tiny swords, and yet others resembling miniature towers. Each leaf was imbued with an endless aura of Tao, emanating an extraordinarily mysterious essence. This as Yi Chun gazed at the magnificent ancient tree, feeling parched and awestruck. He harbored an unsettling sensation that compared to this ancient tree, the divine elixirs he had previously gathered were mere trifles. This was the immortal divine medicine, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. With hands clasped behind his back, Qin Mu advanced leisurely, intent on claiming this immortal divine medicine, believing that his mission would be fulfilled. To him, the elixirs Yi Chun had collected were trivial matters. As a peak emperor-level powerhouse, he believed it was only fitting to leave with an immortal divine medicine or a divine material capable of forging a supreme weapon. Perfectly. Here stood the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. Although its effects might be diminished due to the presence of the celestial pavilion, it would still make for excellent tea. As Qin Mu approached, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree seemed to possess a spirit of its own, sensing his intent. Its branches trembled restlessly, displaying a hint of agitation. However, just as Qin Mu was about to reach the tree, a terrifying aura surged from deep within the ancient Emperor Mountain, reminiscent of an ancient supreme being awakening from a long slumber. The awakening of the supreme presence was nothing short of earth-shattering. The heavens and earth resonated with cries of the forlorn, as visions of golden lotuses and torrential blood rain appeared in the void, showcasing both the divine and the terrifying. Yi Chun was suddenly gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread, as if an unparalleled existence had awakened, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Oh no! My master has stirred up something monumental. Yi Chun's heart sank, realizing that their actions had likely provoked the supreme being of the ancient Emperor Mountain. Would his master be able to withstand this? Anxiety etched across his face, for this was no ordinary entity. It was one of the true dominators of this life-threatening zone, far beyond the knights of the Forbidden Land they had previously encountered. As the supreme being awakened, its immense and divine aura enveloped the depths of the ancient Emperor Mountain. On the towering Black Mountain, a pair of indifferent eyes flickered to life, fixing their gaze upon Qin Mu. A chilling and grand consciousness surged forth, conveying the ancient supreme's will. Fellow Taoist, you have overstepped your bounds. Fellow Taoist. At the sound of the ancient supreme's voice, Yi Chun's body jolted. Could it be that his master was also a supreme being? Just as Yi Chun was caught in astonishment, an even more unbelievable scene unfolded. In response to the ancient supreme's inquiry, Qin Mu remained calm and composed, simply replying, "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Without waiting for a response, Qin Mu raised his hand, summoning the extreme Tao Emperor weapon, the Tai Huang sword. With a swift motion, he unleashed a beam of eternal celestial light from the sword towards the ancient, imposing Black Mountain, the sound of a dragon's roar echoing through the skies. With a resounding crash, the ancient Black Mountain was cleaved in two by Qin Mu's strike. What do you think you are, to address this emperor as fellow Taoist? With a glance at the remaining towering ancient mountains, Qin Mu's voice remained unruffled. You, ancient Emperor Mountain, dare to send someone to my sacred land to pry? I have merely come to collect some interest. If any remain unsatisfied, step forth, and I shall deal with you all. Though Qin Mu's tone was placid, it concealed an undeniable aura of dominance, leaving Yi Chun in shock, his heart racing uncontrollably. Is this truly my master? He thought, as he witnessed his master brazenly challenge the ancient supreme of the life-threatening zone, boldly asserting his intention to suppress them all. Such audacity and grandeur were beyond comprehension. Yi Chun trembled with excitement, realizing he had vastly underestimated his master. To nonchalantly declare the intent to subdue the ancient supreme of a life-threatening zone was an act of unparalleled might that few could match throughout the vast continent. His decision to apprentice under his master and join the celestial sect had indeed been the most astute choice. Just as Yi Chun reveled in his exhilaration, the overwhelming and terrifying aura that had surged from the ancient Emperor Mountain gradually dissipated, as if Qin Mu's previous strike had rendered it speechless. The depths of the ancient Emperor Mountain fell into a profound silence, devoid of any further disturbance. Chapter 33. The Divine Medicine Submits, glancing at the Forbidden Zone. Returning with abundance, the atmosphere within the ancient royal mountain was eerily silent. The ancient sovereigns who lay dormant here seemed to be intimidated by Qin Mu's imposing aura, as none dared to awaken or utter a sound. Witnessing this, Qin Mu nodded with satisfaction and sheathed the Tai-Shin sword. They were merely a group of waning old sovereigns. Should they dare to emerge, he would not hesitate to sweep away this life-restricting zone. Master is magnificent. Yi Chun, observing the entire process of Qin Mu dominating the sovereigns of the Forbidden Zone, could not help but express his astonishment. He pondered. When would he be able to emulate his master's might? One man, one sword, overpowering an entire life-restricting zone. What an incredible thought! Just as Yi Chun marveled at Qin Mu's unparalleled might, a thunderous rumble reverberated from deep within the ancient royal mountain. Yi Chun was momentarily taken aback. Had Master just instilled fear in the supreme beings within the ancient royal mountain? Who would dare to show themselves now? Did they not fear being slain by Master's sword? However, as Yi Chun focused on the direction of the sound, he was left both amused and bewildered. It was not the stirring of a creature emerging from the earth, but rather the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, which began to sway and uproot itself, revealing its root-like limbs that sprinted towards Qin Mu. What is happening? Yi Chun stared, dumbfounded. The ancient tea tree was dashing forth, causing the very ground beneath it to tremble under its weight. When it reached Qin Mu, it anthropomorphically bent its trunk, its glistening leaves rubbing against Qin Mu's palm, resembling an eager stray pet yearning for adoption. Goodness, is this immortal divine medicine so superficial? Yi Chun was utterly astonished. He seemed to comprehend the ancient tree's intentions. Clearly, it recognized the formidable strength of his master, realizing that even the ancient sovereigns of the royal mountain could not provoke him. Thus it hastily approached, seeking adoption. Truly worthy of being my master. After a long silence, Yi Chun could only muster that one phrase. What more could he say? This was the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, an immortal divine medicine. Even within the depths of the ancient royal mountain, it was undoubtedly regarded as a treasure. For it would not have been deeply rooted here, nor would ancient sovereigns have sought to revive it. And yet now, such a precious immortal divine medicine, merely because Master had revealed a hint of his power, was eager to ingratiate itself, appearing determined to follow him to the ends of the earth. Where is its dignity? Where is its pride? Very well, I shall take you with me. Qin Mu spoke calmly, gazing at the ancient tea tree that persistently rubbed its leaves against his palm. Upon hearing Qin Mu's response, the tea tree trembled with excitement, its leaves rustling in a flurry. Disciple, we must depart, Qin Mu announced after accepting the ancient tea tree. He then summoned the immortal king's chariot and beckoned Yi Chun to leave. Roar! 9 sacred dragons bellowed with exhilaration as they pulled the immortal king's chariot through the ancient royal mountain. It was no wonder these 9 sacred dragons were so thrilled. Given their own strength, they would not have dared to traverse the ancient royal mountain, let alone face the challenges of the Forbidden Zone. But now, with Qin Mu's backing, no creature in the entire mountain dared to confront them. This experience was truly extraordinary. If one were to describe the sensation of these 9 sacred dragons at this moment, it would indeed be exhilarating. A stunning spectacle unfolded within the ancient royal mountain. The 9 sacred dragons roared incessantly, propelling the immortal king's chariot forward without hesitation. While no being dared to obstruct their path, Qin Mu, with Yi Chen beside him, stood leisurely atop the chariot, surveying the breathtaking scenery of the ancient royal mountain. Behind the immortal king's chariot, the ancient tea tree raced to keep pace, appearing anxious to avoid abandonment, creating a lively scene as the earth trembled and dust billowed. Approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea passed before Qin Mu guided the immortal king's chariot into the horizon. The ancient royal mountain gradually returned to its former tranquility, shrouded once more in a hazy gray mist. At this moment, deep within the ancient royal mountain, after Qin Mu's departure, the once dormant majestic mountains seemed to awaken. Waves of overwhelming auras erupted from the mountains, soaring into the sky, terrifying beyond measure. Each aura represented a sovereign of the ancient royal mountain, each an ancient ruler. Arrogance. Such behavior is utterly dismissive of the ancient royal mountain lineage. Fellow Taoists, why did you all turn a blind eye to this just now? A powerful consciousness emanated from the mountain that Qin Mu had severed in half, belonging to the previously awakened ancient sovereign, who spoke in fury. Jun Huang, that ancient tea tree of enlightenment is your immortal divine medicine. You just revived it. Why not confront that celestial sovereign? Another ancient sovereign expressed from within another imposing mountain. Hearing this, the ancient sovereign known as Jun Huang paused. Confront? In his perception, the young man in white was evidently a formidable contemporary emperor, and Jun Huang was understandably wary of engaging him. However, I must ask, why would the celestial sovereign come to cause trouble in the ancient royal mountain when we have no grievances? I lay in slumber, unaware. Yet, according to my subordinates, the ancient clan of the Xiling from Jun Huang's lineage had departed from the ancient royal mountain, seemingly heading toward the celestial sovereign's domain. If that's the case, it appears that Jun Huang offended that celestial sovereign first. No wonder the latter has come to retaliate. My aspirations lie solely in achieving immortality. I wish to avoid entanglements. Jun Huang, since this matter stems from your own actions, it is only fitting that you resolve it yourself. I concur with this sentiment, Jun Huang. You are free to handle it as you see fit. After several ancient sovereigns expressed their opinions, they retracted their overwhelming auras and returned to slumber. Only the half-severed ancient mountain remained, where the atmosphere fluctuated chaotically, shifting between torrents of blood and descending golden lotuses, accompanied by wails of despair. Chapter 34. The Divine Garden Apothecary, Strength Enhancement, and the Tao Palace Secret Realm, as Qin Mu maneuvered the Celestial King Battle Chariot. Returning to the Celestial Forbidden Zone with Yi Chen, the tremendous commotion instantly stirred Shi Tian and others, who were cultivating within the time and space pagoda. What on earth is Master taking Junior Brother Yi to do? And what is that following Master? Shi Tian gazed at Qin Mu and Yi Chen descending from the Celestial King Battle Chariot, alongside the ancient tea tree, the Tao Enlightenment Tree. Clearly baffled by the events that had transpired during his recent cultivation. Is that the Tao Enlightenment Tree of Immortal Medicine? Luo Bingyao's expression was filled with astonishment as she beheld the ancient tree adorned with shimmering leaves trailing behind the chariot. Although she had never truly encountered the legendary Tao Enlightenment Tree, she had received tea leaves from it before. The leaves she had previously acquired were identical to those sprouting from the tree's branches. Based on this, Luo Bingyao promptly deduced that the ancient tree before her was indeed the fabled Tao Enlightenment Tree. What on earth is our esteemed leader doing? How could he have even brought back the Tao Enlightenment Tree? Luo Bingyao was utterly astonished. Wherever you wish to dwell in the celestial realm, make it your abode. Qin Mu instructed the ancient tea tree. The Tao Enlightenment Tree rustled its leaves as if expressing gratitude towards Qin Mu, then, to the astonishment of the onlooking disciples, it swiftly found a comfortable spot and re-established its roots deep into the earth. After settling the Tao Enlightenment Tree, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction and, under the watchful eyes of the disciples, floated away with hands clasped behind his back. Senior Brother Yi, where did you and Master just go? Once Qin Mu had departed, Mo Yixian could not restrain her curiosity. Where did the Tao Enlightenment Tree come from? Luo Bingyao echoed, equally filled with amazement. Junior Brother Yi, do tell us. Shi Tian urged from the side. Seeing himself surrounded by eager inquiries, Yi Chen could not help but smile wryly. Please, everyone, do not rush. I will explain everything, he replied, prompting Shi Tian and the others to suppress their curiosity and stand by, awaiting Yi Chen's elucidation. Once the crowd settled down, Yi Chen did not hasten to begin his explanation. Instead, he produced the spatial ring that Qin Mu had bestowed upon him, and, amidst the increasingly astonished gazes of Shi Tian and the others, began to extract various medicinal elixirs from within. As the precious elixirs gradually piled up before them, Shirtian and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. Where did Master take junior brother Yi to acquire such an abundance of treasures? Master instructed me to first find a place to plant and settle these medicinal elixirs, Yichen said with a wry smile, looking at the mountain of treasures before him. How about we help me settle these medicinal treasures before anything else? The myriad treasures collected from the ancient royal mountain were not intended by Qin Mu to be distributed all at once to the disciples. Instead, he planned to establish a divine garden apothecary within the celestial realm, cultivating these medicinal entities as a foundation for the sect. While bestowing such treasures upon the disciples would undoubtedly enhance their abilities, it could also lead to a loss of ambition among them. Thus, Qin Mu intended to cultivate or store these treasures, distributing them gradually as contributions to the sect. Naturally, the monumental task of planting and settling these treasures fell upon Yichen, initially a daunting endeavor. With the assistance of Shirtian and others, a vast and serene divine garden apothecary was soon established. The various treasures Yichen had gathered from the depths of the ancient royal mountain were all successfully planted within this garden. As they beheld the dazzling array of elixirs, Shirtian could not help but exclaim, "Junior brother Yi, surely you can tell us now? Where did all these come from? Did Master take you to rob a sacred land or something?" With so many elixirs, Shirtian was utterly bewildered. After all, even a single herb from the divine garden apothecary would be regarded as a treasure in the Shur family, carefully protected. In Shirtian's view, only by plundering a sacred land could such a staggering haul be achieved. "Brother Shur, your perspective is too narrow." Yichen gently shook his head. These elixirs were indeed brought back by Master from the outside, but they were not from any sacred land. Rather, they were taken from the depths of the ancient royal mountain, one of the life-forbidden zones. Taken from the depths of the ancient royal mountain? Shirtian and the others were left speechless. Yichen, brimming with excitement, recounted the entire experience to Shirtian and the others. The celestial king battle chariot plunging into the ancient royal mountain, the forbidden zone knights being swiftly vanquished by Master, the treasures within being thoroughly plundered, and even an ancient sovereign awakening, subdued by Master's sword. As Yichen narrated, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere, the tension palpable. Shirtian and the others held their breath, not wanting to miss a single detail. They had only cultivated for a brief moment, yet Master had accomplished such earth-shattering feats. To brazenly enter the depths of a life-forbidden zone, plundering it clean, while simultaneously intimidating an ancient sovereign who had awakened from slumber, and even coaxing an immortal herb to follow him. Master's prowess was formidable. "Oh, Master, how incredible you are!" The disciples marveled in awe. Who would have thought that the life-forbidden zone, which strikes fear in people's hearts, would be as simple as a stroll through the garden for Master? How we wish we had not squandered our time in cultivation and missed this exhilarating adventure. Seeing the triumphant expression on junior brother Yi's face, they knew he would boast about this journey for a lifetime. While they lamented missing this opportunity, they could only await the next. In the following days, life within the celestial realm gradually settled into tranquility. Qin Mu, with leisure on his hands, would often visit the Tao Enlightenment tree to pluck a few leaves for brewing tea. It must be noted that the tea brewed from the leaves of the Tao Enlightenment tree was exceptionally delightful, crisp, sweet, and lingering, akin to an ethereal drink. During this time, the disciples made remarkable progress. After all, every disciple worthy of being accepted into the celestial lineage was inherently gifted, coupled with the assistance of the Tao Enlightenment Pavilion, the Time and Space Pagoda, and the Linglong Tao Tower. Their abilities soared as if propelled by a rocket. Shirtian, the eldest disciple, had advanced to the mid-stage of the Yuaning realm after a period of cultivation and had made significant breakthroughs in understanding the supreme bone within him. The second disciple, Guqing Xue, has successfully advanced to the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Due to her cultivation of the unfortunate celestial scripture, she has begun to initially restrain her inherent misfortune, no longer inadvertently attracting calamities upon herself and those around her. The third disciple, Yichen, having benefited from numerous spiritual herbs and elixirs acquired from the ancient royal mountain, has successfully shed his mortal coil. With the abundant resources at his disposal, his cultivation has skyrocketed, and he now stands at the early stage of foundation establishment. However, due to the unique nature of his ancient sacred body and his mastery of the sacred body cultivation method, Yichen is nearly invincible among his peers. Even those at the peak of foundation establishment find themselves unable to contend with him, and he can even hold his own against practitioners in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. Among the disciples, it is the fourth disciple, Mo Xian, whose progress in cultivation has been the slowest. Previously, she, like Yi Chun, was a mere mortal, yet while Yi Chun has ascended to the foundation establishment realm, Mo Xian has only just begun her qi training. Nonetheless, Qin Mu harbors no concerns regarding her growth. Firstly, he has bestowed upon her the indestructible heavenly skill, and with its assistance, her current slow progress is merely temporary. Secondly, among all the disciples, Mo Xian is undoubtedly the most diligent and hardworking. Within her seemingly frail physique lies an inexhaustible reservoir of strength and an indomitable will. Recently, Mo Xian has spent nearly all her time residing within the temporal tower, dedicating herself solely to her cultivation and disregarding all else. This fierce determination has even caused Yi Chun and Shi Tian to secretly marvel in admiration. The path to immortality is long and arduous, and only those with great perseverance can reach the end. Mo Xian's resilience and formidable will assure Qin Mu that he has no cause for concern regarding her future development. Aside from these four disciples, the sole outer disciple, Luo Bingyao, though already possessing a relatively high realm, remains at the mid-stage of the myriad laws due to her recent cultivation. Although her realm has not changed, her experiences in the Celestial Path Pavilion and her cultivation in the Linglong Tower have led her to feel a remarkable enhancement in her strength compared to her past. In summary, the disciples of the Celestial Path are all experiencing rapid growth, and the Celestial Path itself is thriving. One day, while Qin Mu leisurely sat beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, savoring the ancient tea, a distant chime resonated across the vast expanse of the eastern wilderness. Accompanying this ethereal sound was a voice, serene yet profound, declaring that after a millennium, the Dao Palace secret realm would open in 3 days within the region of Yunzhou in the eastern wilderness. All outstanding talents from the eastern wilderness may enter this secret realm to seize their fortunes. Chapter 35. The Whispers of the Lands, the Mysterious Secret Realm. In the Battle of Shirtian, those who enter the secret realm must be under the age of 30, with no restrictions on cultivation. The distant sound of a bell, reminiscent of the first notes of creation, resonated across the vast expanse of the eastern wasteland. As this melodious bell tolled, the various factions within the eastern wasteland were engulfed in unprecedented excitement. In the grand halls of the eastern wasteland's Jinjing prefecture, the most magnificent main hall was dominated by a radiant figure adorned with divine rings, seated upon a throne, gazing down at the assembly below. With an authoritative voice, he proclaimed, "The Dao Palace secret realm opens once every millennium. The last time it was unveiled was in the western desert. Where is our divine child? Send him forth. Do not let this tremendous opportunity slip away." In Linzhou, amidst the vast and tumultuous seas, numerous celestial palaces stood majestically above the waters. A young man clad in blue robes, with piercing eyes and a battle spear in hand, strode confidently upon the towering waves, exuding an aura of martial prowess. Suddenly, a booming voice echoed beside him. "The Dao Palace secret realm is about to open. You shall represent my Wanhai sacred land. Remember, do not tarnish our esteemed reputation." "At your command, esteemed lord." The blue-robed youth knelt respectfully, his eyes betraying an undeniable spirit of combat. With the opening of the Dao Palace secret realm, it was evident that the talented youths from various sacred lands would flock to it. This time, he was determined to engage in a thrilling battle. This was but a microcosm of the fervor sweeping the entire eastern wasteland, ignited by the tolling of the bell. In the upper celestial residence, within the main hall, disciples gathered to discuss the recent announcement regarding the Dao Palace secret realm. "The Dao Palace secret realm opens once every 1,000 years. It is understandable that you, junior brother Yi, are unaware of it," Gu Qingxue softly remarked. Although she hailed from a millennium later, she had never encountered the name of the Dao Palace secret realm in the vast expanse of the post-millennial continent, leaving her equally perplexed. "I possess some knowledge about it," Luo Bingyao mused, resting her chin on her hand, her eyes reflecting contemplation. "I recall our ancestor mentioning it in passing. The Dao Palace secret realm was established by an unparalleled power, opening once every 1,000 years, with each location differing from the last. The last opening might have occurred in Central Continent, and the next could be in the Eastern Wasteland, without any discernible pattern. The secret realm conceals numerous treasures and opportunities. Many cultivators have ventured within, emerging with fortunes that propelled them to great heights. Thus, each opening of the Dao Palace secret realm is regarded as a significant event. As Luo Bingyao elucidated, Shi Tian and the others began to comprehend the intricacies surrounding the Dao Palace secret realm. However, the purpose behind this unparalleled power's creation of the secret realm remained a mystery. Was it merely to bestow treasures and nurture the next generation of prodigies? Gu Qingxue questioned, perplexed. Historically, most secret realms were either created by powerful beings seeking successors or arose naturally. Given that the Dao Palace secret realm was crafted by an unrivaled force, there must be a deeper intent behind its existence. Surely, it cannot be solely for the cultivation of young talents without any ulterior motive? I am uncertain, Luo Bingao replied, shaking her head slowly. However, I have heard various theories. Some suggest that the supreme power responsible for establishing the Dao Palace secret realm mysteriously perished. Yet the secret realm persists, autonomously opening every 1,000 years as initially intended. Others propose that the creators of the Dao Palace secret realm ascended to the legendary celestial domain, and the secret realm serves as a venue to scout talents from the lower realms. Those who excel within the secret realm may attract the attention of this supreme force, potentially leading to their selection for cultivation in the fabled celestial domain. Listening to Luo Bingyao's narrative, Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and the others couldn't help but express their astonishment. The Dao Palace secret realm was indeed shrouded in profound mystery, with countless legends associated with it. Enough, Qin Mu, seated at the head of the assembly, interrupted their discourse. For this opening of the Dao Palace secret realm, I designate Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue to represent our upper celestial lineage. The others shall remain here to continue their training. The secret realm permitted entry only to young prodigies under the age of 30. Yi Chun and Mo Yixian had only just begun their cultivation journey, making them ill-suited for the challenges within the secret realm. Luo Bingao also exceeded the age limit and was thus ineligible. Hence, the only suitable candidates were Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. Staying within the sect for prolonged periods was not ideal. They needed opportunities for practical experience. By sending Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, Qin Mu intended to temper the two disciples. When the master designated them to enter the Dao Palace secret realm, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue exchanged glances and spoke in unison. We shall certainly do our utmost to uphold the honor of our upper celestial lineage. Upon receiving the chance to venture into the Dao Palace secret realm, Yi Chun and Mo Yixian felt envy but recognized that, with their current abilities, they would gain little from such an endeavor and might even encounter peril. Their immediate priority was to concentrate on their cultivation. With their strength enhanced, they would later have opportunities to explore. After the arrangements were finalized, Yi Chun and Mo Yixian returned to the time-space treasure tower to diligently cultivate and elevate their levels. Meanwhile, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue entered the Linglong Dao Tower, hoping to acquire formidable abilities or secret techniques in the final moments, thereby strengthening their combat prowess and preparing for the forthcoming journey to the Dao Palace secret realm. 3 days later, in the eastern wasteland, in the mountains of Yunzhu, various blessed lands and sacred sects sent their esteemed disciples, accompanied by elders riding on divine beasts, to participate in the upcoming Dao Palace secret realm expedition. At the base of the mountains, numerous wandering cultivators awaited, eager for opportunities, marveling at the magnificent divine beasts soaring through the skies. Is that the emblem of the ancient Lin family? Has the legendary Qilin child come to this Dao Palace secret realm expedition? The Tianxian Sacred Land, the Daoi Sacred Land, and the Tianyin Sacred Land. These 3 sacred lands have allied even before the secret realm has opened. What a formidable coalition. True prodigies fear not the alliances of others. Look at the 2 brothers from the ancient Ji family, each radiating extraordinary talent and presence. They are undoubtedly among the finest in attendance. Are you referring to the Ji Buochao and Ji Boden brothers from the ancient Ji family? I have heard tales of their exceptional prowess. It is said that their births were heralded by celestial phenomena that astonished the entire Ji family. Amidst the mountains, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue stood silently, listening to the discussions around them. Beside them was an elderly man clad in black robes, stern and taciturn, who was none other than Feng Zhe, an elder of the upper celestial lineage and a powerful figure at the quasi-emperor level. Feng Zhe had come at Qin Mu's behest to escort Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue into the Dao Palace secret realm, with the presence of Elder Feng Zhe, a quasi-emperor. To maintain order, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue naturally encountered no dangers along their journey, arriving smoothly at the entrance of the mystical palace realm, where they awaited the opening of the secret domain in tranquil anticipation. Chapter 36. The Secret Realm Awakens. Fengzi takes action, unrivaled background after a period of silent anticipation. The void above the mountain range suddenly began to ripple like water. Subsequently, a vast expanse of the void shattered like a mirror, revealing a pitch-black spatial passageway behind it. Witnessing this scene, the various forces waiting here could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The palace's secret realm was finally about to open. As the spatial passageway materialized, a spectral figure of an elderly man clad in a blue robe slowly emerged at the entrance of the passage. Under the gaze of countless onlookers, the elder's expression was indifferent, and his demeanor slightly rigid as he addressed the crowd below, proclaiming, "The palace's secret realm is now open. I am the spirit of the secret realm. All forces, those who meet the entry requirements, may enter the palace's secret realm upon my confirmation." In search of opportunities and fortune. Upon hearing the elder's words, the talented disciples from various forces could no longer contain their eagerness, soaring into the air towards the blue-robed elder. Although they were unaware of the trials they might face within this secret realm, gaining early entry meant seizing the advantage in the palace's secret domain. This opportunity was one that no one wished to miss. Moreover, the powerful elders from the esteemed sects, who had sent their disciples, directly summoned divine beasts to obstruct the paths of the numerous prodigies, buying time for their own disciples. Witnessing this, some of the peripheral forces could not help but curse the elders of these esteemed sects for their shamelessness. However, helplessly, the central area was occupied by these dominant forces, clearly stronger than those on the outskirts, leaving the latter with no choice but to watch as the disciples of the powerful sects advanced first to the blue-robed elder. Yet, even among the disciples of the esteemed sects, competition was fierce. Those from rival sects, already harboring grudges, engaged in fierce combat midair. Among these illustrious disciples, the most striking were undoubtedly the Ji brothers. The elder brother, Ji Buchong, was robust and wielded a massive axe, surveying the surroundings with an air of dominance. His younger brother, Ji Bodai, held a large halberd, exuding a kingly aura. "If my Ji brothers are ranked second in this palace's secret realm, who dares to claim the first?" Ji Bodai declared with pride. "All saints and prodigies, stand aside. When my brother and I venture forth, none shall stand in our way." Ji Buchong added with equal arrogance. The Ji brothers' hubris naturally garnered dissatisfaction from many. Some self-assured saints, resolute and furious, launched attacks against the Ji brothers. "Come at me," Ji Buchong roared, swinging his colossal axe with tremendous force, cleaving the air and sending two approaching saints flying, their blood surging forth from the corners of their mouths. With a single blow, he repelled two saints. Meanwhile, Ji Bodai also refused to be outdone, swinging his halberd perilously close to severing the arm of a nearby prodigy. The moment the Ji brothers made their move, the entire assembly was stunned. Some elders from the esteemed sects gazed at the brothers in disbelief, pondering if they were indeed the legendary barbarian sacred bodies. The elder from the Ji clan escorting the brothers, witnessing their valor, could not help but beam with pride, exclaiming, "My Ji family twins possess the demeanor of an emperor." After briefly fending off the assaults of several saints, the Ji brothers unapologetically soared to the forefront of the crowd. Despite being momentarily outpaced by the Ji brothers, many powerful prodigies refrained from rushing into battle. To them, entering the secret realm was not worth risking their lives over. It was merely a matter of securing an early advantage in the palace's secret domain. In the mountain range, as they observed the various forces cursing from the outer regions and the prodigies from the esteemed sects gradually closing in on the entrance to the palace's secret realm, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue felt a sense of helplessness. They had initially thought this would be a routine expedition into the secret realm, but they had not anticipated the competition of sects and backgrounds to commence even before entering. The current situation was thus: the powerful esteemed sects had taken the prime positions closest to the entrance of the palace's secret realm, allowing their disciples to enter first. Meanwhile, these sects continued to obstruct the talented disciples from other sects attempting to advance. "Want to enter the palace's secret realm? Sorry, you must wait until our esteemed sects prodigies have entered." If one felt disgruntled, they had no choice but to endure. It was evident that only those forces ranked among the esteemed sects could withstand the pressure. They were the unrivaled powers of the eastern wilderness, beyond the reach of other sects. "It seems we can only wait for the disciples of the esteemed sects to enter before we can proceed into the palace's secret realm," Gu Qingxue said helplessly. "There's no cause for concern. Being slightly behind isn't a problem. Once we enter the secret realm, I shall suppress all adversaries and seize the opportunities for myself. Shi Tian encouraged himself, his eyes reflecting a steadfast and self-assured glimmer. Even if he entered the secret realm a bit later than those from the esteemed sects, it mattered not. He was confident in his current strength to shine brilliantly and dominate all foes within. However, just as Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue were preparing to patiently await the entry of the esteemed sects, Elder Feng Zhe unexpectedly spoke. There is no need to wait. You two should prepare to enter the palace's secret realm now. Shi Tian, taken aback, expressed his confusion. Enter the secret realm now? But there are numerous esteemed sects blocking the way. How can we get through? Is Elder Feng planning to force our way in? Amidst Shi Tian's bewilderment, Elder Feng Zhe calmly extended a hand and gently sliced through the void. Instantly, the space yielded like fragile paper, opening a passage barely wide enough for a single person to pass through, right before Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. I could not act before because I was unaware of the palace's secret realm's precise location. Now that the spatial coordinates have been revealed, creating a pathway to this secret realm is a simple task, Elder Feng Zhe explained with an air of tranquility. As Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue gazed in astonishment at the effortlessly open passageway to the palace's secret realm, Shi Tian felt a shiver run down his spine. Simple? It is far from simple. If it were truly easy, why wouldn't the elders of the esteemed sects follow Elder Feng's example and carve out a path for their disciples? Shi Tian understood that it was not out of reluctance, but rather because the elders of those esteemed sects were incapable of doing so. And now, Elder Feng had effortlessly created such a passage for him and Gu Qingxue. This only served to illustrate the unfathomable depth of Elder Feng's prowess. Observing the disciples of various esteemed sects still jostling for position, mingling and inching closer to the passageway, a sense of superiority washed over Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. Competing for sects? Competing for backgrounds? When it came to such rivalries, the disciples of the celestial lineage had never feared anyone. Chapter 37. Seizing the Initiative, Minor Calamity Technique. Stone's fortuitous encounter as the disciples of various sacred sects eagerly vied for the privilege to enter the Dao Palace's secret realm. Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue had already taken the lead. Utilizing the spatial passage opened by Elder Feng Zhe, they entered the secret realm ahead of all others. Upon entering the Dao Palace's secret realm, the scene before Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue transformed dramatically. It resembled a grand, ancient paradise imbued with ethereal energy. With mountains stretching endlessly, mist swirling around, and clouds billowing in vibrant hues. Scanning the landscape, Shi Tian noticed several spots on the ground shimmering with a crystalline luster. These were spirit herbs, radiant and glistening, with a faint fragrance wafting through the air for miles. They were all treasures. Sister, let us split up and gather these herbs, Shi Tian exclaimed, invigorated by the sight. Such an abundance of spirit herbs, untouched and freely growing amidst the earth and mountains. If the talented disciples from the sacred sects had already entered the Dao Palace's secret realm, they would have to fight fiercely for these herbs. However, due to Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue's early entry, the spirit herbs lay ripe for their harvest. Without hesitation, Gu Qingxue dispersed from Shi Tian and began to collect the spirit herbs in the area. 4 blood-red orchids, Shi Tian exclaimed as he landed before a cliff, his heart racing at the sight of the precious herbs. Before him, for ancient vines coiled like azure dragons, firmly rooted in the rock face. At the top of these vines, for spirit herbs flourished, their bodies a vivid crimson, exuding a soft, lustrous glow and a fragrant aroma. These herbs were invaluable treasures, used by cultivators in the transformation realm to refine their souls, exceedingly rare and precious. Shi Tian wasted no time. He swiftly flew to the ancient vines and harvested the 4 blood-red orchids, stowing them in his bag. Nearby, Gu Qingxue was also busy, alighting on another patch of spirit herbs to collect her share. In a short span of time, both of them had amassed an impressive bounty. Just as Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue were engrossed in gathering the spirit herbs, the azure sky suddenly shattered like glass, revealing a dark and profound spatial passage. The Ji brothers emerged first, followed closely by the talented disciples of various sacred sections. Excitement and anticipation danced upon their faces. After all, entering the legendary Dao Palace's secret realm was a rare opportunity. I have arrived for the fortunes within this secret realm. Who dares to seize what the Ji brothers have set their sights on? They will not escape my wrath. Amidst the throng of disciples, excitement turned to bewilderment as they beheld a man and a woman below, diligently harvesting spirit herbs. In the blink of an eye, they had nearly stripped the area bare. Are they beings of this secret realm? One of the disciples mused, perplexed. They were supposed to be the vanguard of this secret realm. Why had these two suddenly appeared to claim the fortunes meant for them? Foolish beings of the secret realm. If they were truly of this realm, why wait until now to gather herbs? They must be two little thieves who somehow snuck in. Ji Buochang roared, swinging his massive axe towards Shi Tian in a bid to seize what belonged to his brother. Ji Bodai, too, was furious, thrusting his war spear towards Gu Qingxue. The Ji brothers were enraged. Before entering the Dao Palace's secret realm, they had placed themselves in positions of dominance, believing no one would dare to snatch their fortunes. Yet, the moment they entered, they found others brazenly taking what was rightfully theirs. The traditionally domineering Ji brothers could not abide such insolence. Seeing the Ji brothers attack, the other talented disciples followed suit, eager to partake in the spoils. Retreat for now, Shi Tian called to Gu Qingxue as he swiftly took flight. If it were only the Ji brothers, he would have been unafraid. But now, with all the disciples of the secret realm converging upon them, Shi Tian opted to evade confrontation rather than face such a formidable horde. Gu Qingxue, seeing this, acted without hesitation. As she flew, her delicate hands traced intricate patterns in the air, invoking the minor calamity technique. Invisible ripples spread forth, and suddenly chaos erupted among the pursuing crowd. Ouch! Who stepped on my foot? It was you who bumped into me first. You're in the Yuanying realm and can't even fly properly. Damn it! My energy surged unexpectedly. I need to pause and adjust my breath. Cough! I just choked on my own saliva. What in the world is this stone? The crowd descended into disarray, their progress in chasing Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue significantly hampered. This turmoil was, of course, the handiwork of Gu Qingxue. As a practitioner of the calamity heavenly scripture, she had begun to wield her calamity power in battle. The disciples of the sacred sects were affected by this calamity power, leading to the ensuing chaos. With the tide turning in their favor, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue swiftly eluded their pursuers, delving deeper into the secret realm. Temporarily escaped. Shi Tian glanced back, relieved to see no one following. Brother Shi, look over there. Gu Qingxue's beautiful eyes glimmered with excitement as she pointed to a specific location, urging Shi Tian to observe. What is that? Shi Tian focused his gaze, revealing a valley surrounded by towering mountains. The area was desolate, devoid of any vegetation, a barren wasteland. Yet, at the valley's center stood a crystalline plant resembling a small tree. Atop this plant blossomed a bud of a 9-colored flower. Currently, 8 petals had unfurled, with only one remaining closed. Within the heart of the flower, a circular fruit seemed to be developing, radiating an abundance of vitality. As Shi Tian beheld this extraordinary plant, he was astonished to feel his supreme bone within his chest tremble slightly, as if expressing a yearning. This divine herb is immensely beneficial for nurturing my supreme bone. Shi Tian trembled with excitement. Though he did not know the name of this divine herb, he could distinctly sense that consuming the fruit enveloped by the 9-colored flower would greatly enhance the nurturing of his newly formed supreme bone. Chapter 38. Disciples of the Celestial Realm, Unrivaled Powers, slaying the seasoned duo. Since this divine herb holds great significance for my senior brother, let us wait here. Gu Qingxue proposed as she observed the excitement etched on Shi Tian's face. Indeed, Shi Tian nodded. The divine herb was not yet mature, and hastily harvesting it could lead to undesirable consequences. Thus, he resolved to wait until all 9 colorful petals had fully bloomed before collecting the divine fruit. However, with 8 petals already open, only one remained, suggesting that their wait would not be long. Yet, as Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue awaited the herb's complete maturation, 2 figures descended from the distant horizon. Ha! 2 little thieves, I wonder where you think you can escape to. Hand over all the spiritual herbs you just harvested, and I may spare your lives. A haughty and cold voice reverberated from the sky. It was none other than the Ji brothers, relentlessly pursuing them. With a disdainful gaze, the Ji brothers regarded Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue below, anger simmering in their eyes. As distinguished participants in this Dao Palace secret realm, they had long considered the treasures and opportunities within as their rightful possessions. Upon entering the realm, they were incensed to discover that someone had already plucked the fruits of their labor. How could they bear such an affront? Slaying these 2 would serve as a stark warning to other sect disciples. Anything coveted by the Ji brothers would come at a fatal cost to those who dared to seize it. Let us eliminate them, the elder brother, Ji Buochang, declared with palpable intent to kill. Perfect. There is also a divine herb here that we can claim for ourselves. The younger brother, Ji Bodai, noted, completely disregarding Shirtian and Gu Qingxue as he set his sights on the herb rooted in the valley. As Shirtian observed the relentless pursuit of the Ji brothers, a flicker of fury ignited within him. Initially, he had chosen to avoid confrontation due to their numbers. But now, with their obstinate chase demanding his surrender of all possessions, did they truly believe this Dao Palace secret realm belonged to the Ji family? Let us first defeat these two, then await the harvest of the divine herb. Shirtian resolved decisively. Indeed, I share this sentiment, Gu Qingxue concurred. Having long been intolerant of the Ji brothers' arrogance. Attack! Shirtian declared resolutely, soaring into the air to confront the elder Ji brother. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue engaged the younger brother. How dare you strike at me? You seek death. Ji Buochang scoffed upon witnessing Shirtian's audacious advance. He swung his massive axe, producing a sound reminiscent of a tiger's roar as it descended upon Shirtian. Yet, Shirtian remained unfazed. With swift movements, he formed profound hand seals. And in an instant, a great mountain materialized between his palms, towering mightily into the clouds, as if capable of collapsing the very heavens. Taiwei seal, Shirtian exclaimed, propelling the colossal mountain toward Ji Buochang. The immense mountain, pressing against the sky, threatened to obliterate all in its path with its terrifying might. Boom! The titanic mountain collided with Ji Buochang's axe, unleashing a thunderous roar. The formidable force contained within the mountain overwhelmed Ji Buochang, forcing him into a retreat. What? Ji Buochang exclaimed, astonished and enraged. Possessing the physique of a barbarian sage, his strength was formidable. Yet he found himself repelled by a peer he had never encountered before, an unacceptable reality. As Shirtian remained composed, having successfully pushed Ji Buochang back with his Taiwei seal, a divine technique acquired from the Linglong Dao Tower, it was only natural that he could suppress Ji Buochang. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue adeptly faced Ji Bodai, displaying her prowess with ease. Having been a prodigy from a millennium hence, her mastery surpassed that of the average cultivator. And dealing with a mere Yuan-Ing realm individual posed no challenge whatsoever. Minor calamity technique, Gu Qingxue commanded, her jade hands forming seals as she unleashed a potent technique learned from the Linglong Dao Tower. This minor calamity technique was significantly stronger than the previous calamity spell she had cast. Lightning crackled and roared as it descended upon Ji Bodai, while countless meteors rained down upon him, creating a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic destruction. The multitude of disasters forced Ji Bodai into a desperate struggle. His spear was nearly rendered useless from overexertion. Which sect do you two belong to? The Ji brothers were taken aback. The strength displayed by the two was formidable, and their array of secret techniques was astonishing. Such prodigies would undoubtedly be renowned in the Eastern Wastelands sects, yet they had never heard of them before. Listen well. We are disciples of the celestial lineage, Shirtian proclaimed, his voice resolute, as he unleashed another technique, the sea-overturning seal, against Ji Buochang. Enraged, the Ji brothers were unprepared for the unprecedented adversary they had encountered within the Dao Palace secret realm. Regardless of their fierce efforts, they were no match for Shirtian and Gu Qingxue. A scream echoed from above as Ji Buochang was struck in the chest by Shirtian's Taiwei seal, causing him to spew blood and suffer grievous injuries. With a frigid expression, Shirtian seized the opportunity to advance, delivering a series of strikes that shattered Ji Buochang's bones, resulting in his demise. Elder brother, Ji Bodai howled in anguish, his eyes brimming with rage and hatred as he glared at Shirtian. Yet, Shirtian remained unperturbed by Ji Bodai's venomous gaze. The Ji brothers had relentlessly pursued them and had attacked with lethal intent upon their encounter. Had Shirtian been any weaker, it would have been him lying dead instead. In the midst of life and death, he could not afford to be indecisive or compassionate. Thus, after vanquishing Ji Buochang, Shirtian swiftly joined the fray to assist Gu Qingxue. Within mere moments, Ji Bodai succumbed to their combined assault. The Ji brothers had fallen. Upon slaying the Ji brothers, the ninth petal of the divine herb blossomed perfectly. Shirtian hurriedly soared into the valley to harvest the divine fruit, after which he and Gu Qingxue departed from the area. Time was of the essence. They still sought to seize more opportunities within this secret realm. Shortly after Shirtian and Gu Qingxue's departure, two Ji family cultivators approached, conversing as they flew from the distant sky. The direction in which the eldest and second sons pursued should be this way. Haha, those two rascals encountered the wrath of our young masters right from the start. They must be in dire straits now. They deserve it. To dare seize so many spiritual herb opportunities before our young masters. it is only logical that they would meet their demise. The 2G family cultivators continued their leisurely flight until they arrived at the valley, where they were met with the sight of the G brothers' lifeless bodies, lying in a tragic state. What? Both young masters have perished. Heavens! What on earth happened? The G family cultivators were struck with shock and trepidation, rushing forward to investigate. At that moment, a jade token tied to Ji Buichang's waist emitted a glow. Sensing the presence of nearby kin, Buzz, the jade token shattered, coalescing in the air to form the spectral image of Ji Buichang. His eyes widened in fury and resentment as he bellowed at the 2G family cultivators. The ones who killed my brothers are disciples of the celestial lineage. As his words fell, two more spectral images materialized in the air. It was none other than Shirtian and Gu Qingxue. Quickly informed the elders to avenge us. After a final, unwilling roar, the figure of the eldest brother of the Ji family abruptly vanished. Chapter 39. The Ji family's bounty, the secret realm stirring. Master's assurance: whoever kills my two brothers shall be a disciple of the upper celestial sect. The figure of the eldest Ji brother dissipated, leaving this proclamation echoing in the ears of the 2G family cultivators. The upper celestial sect? The name was unfamiliar in the eastern wilderness domain. The 2G family cultivators exchanged puzzled glances, yet they dared not delay. They swiftly gathered the remains of the Ji brothers and hurriedly flew towards the entrance of the Dao Palace secret realm. The Dao Palace secret realm opened for a mere 3 days, yet during this period, one could freely enter and exit. They needed to promptly report the demise of the Ji brothers to the elders of the Ji family outside. Outside the Dao Palace secret realm, a multitude of esteemed sects and great teachings had gathered, silently awaiting developments. The Ji family elder found himself surrounded by several elders from other sacred places, basking in the glory akin to that of a star-studded moon. Our Ji brothers possess the stature of emperors. The Dao Palace secret realm is a trivial matter for us. The Ji family elder boasted with delight while the other elders remained silent, forced to endure his self-aggrandizement. Unfortunately, the Ji brothers were indeed among the exceptional talents entering the secret realm, with few from other sacred places capable of rivaling their prowess. As the elder reveled in his pride, stroking his beard, he felt a sense of elation. It seemed his earlier efforts to secure the opportunity for Ji family disciples to enter the Dao Palace secret realm were indeed sagacious. Such opportunities were rare. It was a chance to elevate his standing before the elders of other sacred places. However, just as the Ji family elder was basking in his glory, the entrance of the Dao Palace secret realm suddenly erupted with the frantic appearance of 2G family disciples, clutching 2 lifeless bodies. Elder, a grave matter has arisen. The eldest and second brothers have been slain. One disciple cried out as they exited the secret realm. Upon hearing this lamentation, the Ji family elder froze, doubting his own ears. The Ji brothers had perished? How could this be? Yet, as he focused his gaze and beheld the gruesome sight of the corpses, darkness enveloped his vision. Heavenly emperors above, the Ji brothers had truly fallen. How would he face the family patriarch upon returning? The Ji family elder, on the verge of tears, glared at the 2 disciples with a darkened expression. Do you know who did this? At that moment, the other sacred sects and great teachings also beheld the corpses of the Ji brothers, their expressions transforming to one of shock. The Ji brothers had perished? How long had the Dao Palace secret realm been open? Who among the disciples could slay them? Or had they fallen victim to the perils within the secret realm? In an instant, countless gazes turned towards the Ji family's direction, all eager to ascertain the identity of the culprits behind the Ji brothers' demise. It was a disciple of the upper celestial sect. The eldest brother left their images in the jade tablet. One Ji family disciple presented the projections of Shirtian and Gu Qingxue before the elder. Upon hearing this report, the gathered forces erupted in an uproar. A disciple of the upper celestial sect? The name was unfamiliar to all present. Could it be a hidden sect? Though no one recognized the name, in that moment, every sacred place and powerful faction present indelibly etched the name Upper Celestial into their minds, as well as the images of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. The ability to slay the formidable Ji brothers undoubtedly marked these 2 youths as prodigious talents. The sect they belonged to must be anything but ordinary. Upper Celestial, Upper Celestial. The Ji family elder gritted his teeth, glaring at the projections of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue as if he wished to devour them whole. Moments later, he made a decisive proclamation. On behalf of the Ji family, I hereby place a bounty on these 2 individuals. The various factions present were taken aback by the elder's declaration. Any disciple from the Dao Palace secret realm who can slay these two shall be rewarded with a secret technique created by a saint and a millennium-old medicinal herb. The announcement sent shockwaves through the area. A secret technique created by a saint, along with a millennium-old herb. For the mere elimination of 2 youths at most at the nascent soul stage, the Ji family was truly investing heavily. A myriad of factions displayed expressions of intrigue. Many elders promptly dispatched their disciples to relay this news into the Dao Palace secret realm. Even the esteemed sons of sacred sects, who had traversed the secret realm for 3 days, might not accumulate as many benefits. Yet, by eliminating these two, one could obtain such a generous reward from the Ji family. Naturally, no faction could resist the allure. As the news of the Ji family's bounty spread throughout the Dao Palace secret realm, a stir erupted within. The Ji brothers were dead, and the Ji family had issued such a lucrative bounty. They must be desperate, huh? Brotherly, do you have any interest in this bounty? Huh. I think I will pass. I am well aware of my own limitations, since these two possess the strength to slay the Ji brothers. They are beyond my capability to confront. Fortune favors the bold. The path of cultivation inherently requires audacity. Since you are disinterested, I shall take my leave. Where are those two? The blood demon sect must claim this bounty. As more individuals learned of the Ji family's bounty, some overconfident disciples from prominent sects began to stir. Eager to track down Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. Deep within the secret realm, Shi Tian crushed a disciple of a great sect charging at him with his crimson eyes under the impact of a sky-shattering seal. Even with his stamina and foundation, he found himself slightly breathless. In just half a day, they had faced 5 or 6 waves of disciples from various factions, who wasted no time and attacked with lethal intent. Can't they play fair? Is the Ji family truly incapable of handling this? Shi Tian spat, filled with resentment. If this continues, we may end up with a bitter feud against all these sacred sects, Gu Qingxue said, glancing at the corpses sprawled around them with concern. Do not worry, junior sister. Shi Tian chuckled, appearing completely unfazed. Before entering the Dao Palace secret realm, Master explicitly instructed me, in the conflicts among juniors. As long as we are not the aggressors, I should feel no hesitation, fight to the death. If any faction dares to retaliate, they will face the consequences. Master will take responsibility. Shi Tian's confidence in slaying the approaching disciples of various factions stemmed from the assurance given by Qin Mu before his departure. Since Master said so, what was there to fear? No sacred sect could compare to the life-threatening ancient Emperor Mountain. After all, Master was a formidable presence capable of traversing even the treacherous ancient Emperor Mountain. Upon hearing Shi Tian's words, Gu Qingxue's delicate features lost all traces of worry. With the esteemed guidance of her master, she has little to fear. Chapter 40. A counterattack against all, bullying the weak. The Crown Prince strikes with Qin Mu providing support. Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue felt no reservations. They continued to scour the Dao Palace's secret realm for various spiritual treasures while ruthlessly eliminating any disciples from other sects who dared to trouble them, showing no mercy whatsoever. Heavens! The talented disciples of the Sioux, New Jersey sacred land lie slain here. Hiss! This marks the 8th wave of disciples sent to hunt down those from the Shansong lineage. Are these two truly so formidable? Within the secret realm, the news of the Ji family's bounty had indeed stirred a commotion. However, upon witnessing the fallen disciples from various sects who had pursued Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, all of whom returned defeated, a chilling realization washed over those who had considered the bounty. Undoubtedly, the 2 disciples of the Shansong lineage were no mere sheep for slaughter. They were fearsome predators, akin to ravenous tyrannosaurs. In no time, countless talented disciples from various sects abandoned their pursuit of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. Though the Ji family's bounty was enticing, no reward could justify risking one's life. Deep within the secret realm, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue stood still, the atmosphere around them charged with lethal intent. Before them, yet another batch of talented disciples approached with the intent to kill. This was the 11th wave. The Holy Son of the Wanhai sacred land, shall take care of these two. The Holy Son, clad in golden armor and towering in stature, brandished a great halberd as if he were the sun itself. Radiating an intense aura, his blue hair flowing like a waterfall, he stepped forward confidently, casting a disdainful gaze upon the crowd, and unleashed a torrent of golden energy towards Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, seeking death. Shi Tian's gaze turned icy, his murderous intent surging within him. He moved his hands in intricate patterns, his aura skyrocketing as if a great emperor had descended, invoking an irresistible urge to bow before him. This was a brand new divine ability, known as the Imperial Seal, which Shi Tian had obtained after ascending to the nascent soul realm within the Linglong Dao Tower. Upon its execution, his aura soared to unimaginable heights, resembling the ancient emperors of yore, reigning supreme. Imperial Seal, Shi Tian roared, channeling his energy as he struck towards the holy sun of the Wanhai sacred land. His palm moved with the might to engulf mountains and rivers, capable of annihilating all. The overwhelming force created an illusion among the onlookers, reminiscent of facing an ancient emperor. Boom! The two attacks collided. Shi Tian stood firm. While the holy sun was struck as if by lightning, his body trembling, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Shi Tian offered no respite, advancing with a piercing gaze, unleashing a flurry of strikes like a tempest. In just a few exchanges, he had completely obliterated the holy sun of the Wanhai sacred land on the spot. Witnessing this scene, the disciples from various sects who had accompanied the holy sun to hunt Shi Tian were left aghast. The holy sun's strength was considered among the elite, yet he was slain in mere moments. Such power would likely spell doom for any of them who dared to take the stage. Flee! Someone shouted in panic. And suddenly the crowd erupted like a flock of startled birds, scrambling to escape. Attempting to run? Too late. Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, in perfect harmony, began their pursuit of the fleeing disciples. They were not benevolent. The principle instilled in them upon joining the Shangsang lineage was clear. If one did not offend them, they would not offend others. If one did offend them, they would retaliate. The disciples of the Shangsang lineage were not to be trifled with. Outside the Dao Palace secret realm, the elder of the Ji family waited, his expression solemn. He believed that after issuing the bounty, the two disciples of the Shangsang lineage must be trapped, relentlessly pursued by the disciples of various sections. Perhaps they had already met their demise, and he would soon receive good news. Many other elders from the sacred lands also displayed eager expressions, contemplating which disciple would ultimately claim the enticing bounty offered by the Ji family. As the various sects gathered outside the Dao Palace secret realm, a group of anxious disciples rushed out in disarray, shouting in terror, "The two demons from Shangsang are hunting down the disciples of various sects within the secret realm. They are truly two demons, far too powerful. All those who pursued them have been killed in retaliation. They are now cleansing the secret realm of those who dared to chase them. The holy son of the Wanhai sacred land is dead." Yet, none dared to retrieve his corpse. Upon hearing this, an eerie silence fell outside the Dao Palace secret realm. Surely, they had not misheard. The current situation was not the disciples of various sects pursuing the two from the Shangsang lineage, but rather the reverse. They were the ones hunting down the talented disciples of various sects. As time passed, more and more disciples from the sacred lands fled the Dao Palace secret realm, filled with panic. Although these individuals had not participated in the pursuit of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, their fellow sect members had, and thus they too were driven out by the duo. The shockwaves reverberated through the various sects. Outside the Dao Palace secret realm, the gathered elders from the sacred lands were on the verge of erupting with fury. How could the disciples of the sacred lands be driven out en masse from the secret realm? Such humiliation was intolerable. How dare these young ones act so brazenly? They must not be allowed to escape. What did it matter how strong the two from Shangsang were? To offend the various sacred sects would surely exact a bloody price. Witnessing this, smaller sects could not help but gasp, their hearts heavy with pity for Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, offending so many sacred lands, no matter how gifted or powerful they were, would ultimately lead to their ruin. The Dao Palace secret realm would inevitably close, and when it did, the elders of the various sects would undoubtedly tear the two from Shangsang apart. However, just as the elders of the Ji family and Wanhai sacred land, along with others, gathered at the entrance of the Dao Palace secret realm, a calm, detached voice suddenly resonated from outside the realm. "You kill the young, and the old cannot wait to leap forth. How dare you bully the disciples of the Shangsang lineage? You seek death." All eyes turned towards the source of the voice. They beheld an indifferent elder clad in black robes, standing proudly in the air, extending a hand towards the elders of the Ji family and others, pressing down slowly. In the next moment, all the elders present felt their expressions change dramatically. For above the vast sky, a colossal hand, formed from boundless spiritual energy, descended towards the gathered elders of the Ji family and their ilk. The immense hand exuded an overwhelming presence, evoking a profound sense of insignificance among the elders below, akin to ants facing a dragon. Chapter 41. A single strike to obliterate. Departing calmly in the name of the heavens, this scene unfolded with unparalleled abruptness. The elders of the Ji family, along with those from the Wan High Sacred Land, were poised and ready, anticipating the departure of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue from the Dao Palace's secret realm. Little did they expect that someone would brazenly emerge and directly confront them. Even more terrifying was the mysterious figure in the black robe. His strength was unfathomable. As they gazed upon the colossal spiritual hand, spanning 1,000 feet above them, the Ji family elders felt as though even breathing had become a luxury. "Who are you?" the Ji family elder inquired, his voice trembling as he faced the impassive elder in black. "I am an elder of the heavens," Fengze replied coldly, his hands never pausing in their motions, commanding the enormous hand of spiritual energy to descend upon the Ji family elders and their companions. Illusionary divine shield, heavenly tower. Faced with the imminent threat of death, the elders from various sacred lands unleashed their abilities, summoning various spiritual treasures in a desperate attempt to resist the impending doom. Yet, in the face of absolute power, all resistance proved futile. These esteemed elders, merely at the level of the void-cutting realm, stood no chance against a strike from a near-emperor-level adversary. Outside the Dao Palace secret realm, in the midst of countless astonished and horrified gazes, the spiritual hand descended like a tempest, obliterating all spiritual treasures and divine abilities in its wake, reducing the Ji family elders to mere dust, utterly erased from existence. Silence reigned, an oppressive, deathly silence. The elders from various factions stood transfixed, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Had the Ji family elder, the elder from Wan High Sacred Land, and several others truly been annihilated by a single strike? What was even more alarming was that the assailant seemed to share the same lineage as Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, both of whom had stirred turbulence within the Dao Palace secret realm. He too was an elder of the heavens. What kind of power was this heavens? In that moment, an untold number of reverent gazes converged upon Fengze. The disciples of the heavens not only dominated the elite disciples of various sacred lands, but even a casually dispatched elder could obliterate several sacred land elders with a mere flick of his hand. The name of the heavens was indelibly etched in the minds of all present outside the Dao Palace secret realm. After eliminating the Ji family elders, Fengze unreservedly claimed his position at the entrance of the Dao Palace secret realm. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the gathered factions below, his voice devoid of emotion. "Which faction dares to harbor ill thoughts against the disciples of the heavens? Step forward now." A profound silence enveloped the space. No faction dared to respond. It was absurd. If the combined might of the Ji family elder and the elder from Wan High Sacred Land could not withstand this black-robed figure, who among them would dare to show themselves? Within the Dao Palace secret realm, after 2 days of fierce combat, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue had become invincible. Having expelled all adversaries from the various sacred lands, no one dared to challenge them within the vast expanse of the Dao Palace secret realm. "Brother, have we truly stirred up a hornet's nest?" Gu Qingxue could not contain her curiosity. After their recent skirmish, they had antagonized at least 7 or 8 sacred factions. It was easy to imagine the chaos outside the Dao Palace secret realm at that very moment. Despite knowing that their master would back them, Gu Qingxue felt a twinge of anxiety, for it was not their master who had accompanied them, but Elder Fengze. When the secret realm closes, I wonder if Elder Fengze can withstand the fury of these sacred factions? It should not be an issue, Shi Tian mused. Elder Fengze has already carved out a unique spatial passage to bring us here. He should be able to create another to discreetly escort us out. Thus, we would avoid any confrontation with those factions. Gu Qingxue felt reassured by his words. Indeed, if Elder Fengze had the means to bring them in, he would certainly have a way to send them out quietly. As long as they could exit the Dao Palace secret realm without falling into the encirclement of the sacred factions, they should be fine. Just as Gu Qingxue was lost in thought, a sudden, strange fluctuation coursed through the Dao Palace secret realm, sweeping over each of the prodigies still present within. The voice of the elder in the blue robe, claiming to be the spirit of the secret realm, echoed throughout. The 3-day period has concluded. The Dao Palace secret realm shall soon close. As the elder's words faded, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue felt as if their bodies were ensnared. In the next instant, the space beside them rippled gently, and their figures vanished from the Dao Palace secret realm, as the world shifted and stars realigned. When Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue regained their senses, they found themselves outside the Dao Palace secret realm. However, upon realizing their surroundings, they fell into a stunned silence. "Brother, Are we surrounded? Gu Qingxue murmured, gazing at the elders from various sacred lands encircling them. Shi Tian remained silent, his heart racing with anxiety. Who could have anticipated they would be teleported to such a conspicuous location? Was this not akin to sending them into a trap? Yet, upon noticing Elder Feng Zhe standing beside them, Shi Tian's unease began to dissipate. With Elder Feng Zhe present, the situation was not entirely dire. As long as Elder Feng Zhe could escort them back to the forbidden zone of the heavens, and with their master nearby, it was unlikely these factions would dare to act against them. The Dao Palace secret realm has closed, and the victors of this expedition are the two disciples of the heavens. As the spirit of the secret realm, the blue-robed elder announced this with clarity after all had been transported out. This proclamation ignited a fervor akin to pouring oil on fire, drawing all eyes to Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. Elder Feng, what should we do? Shi Tian swallowed hard, directing his gaze toward Feng Zhe. Given the current atmosphere, he felt that leaving peacefully was now a distant dream. However, in response to Shi Tian's anxious inquiry, Feng Zhe, draped in his black robe, maintained his calm demeanor. We shall depart directly. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Zhe appeared to disregard the elders from the various sacred lands, leading Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue away with a composed gait. Along their path, the elders of the sacred lands seemingly recoiled as if avoiding a deity of death, not daring to approach within 100 feet. This spectacle left Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue in awe. The situation appeared less like a siege by the sacred lands and more akin to Feng Zhe single-handedly encircling the elders of various sections. After Feng Zhe guided Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue beyond the encirclement of the sacred lands, Shi Tian distinctly heard a collective sigh of relief from behind, as though they had finally seen off an immensely terrifying presence. Chapter 42, The Apothecary Garden and Architectural Upgrades. The Time-Space Divine Tower, as Elder Feng Zhe led Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue out of the encirclement. The young prodigies of a certain sacred land gazed anxiously at the retreating figures of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. One of them could not help but exclaim, "Elder, are we truly going to let those two slip away so easily? They just seized so many opportunities from us in the secret realm." Upon hearing the complaints from his disciple, the elder's expression darkened dramatically. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the disciple's face, leaving the latter momentarily dazed. What is happening? Why is my elder striking me? The disciple's face bore a look of confusion and grievance. Suppressing his anger, the elder internally cursed, "You fool. If that terrifying elder from the upper realm were to hear your words and take offense, I would be the one to perish by his hand. Who would I turn to for justice?" Yet, seeing the bewilderment on his disciple's face, the elder sighed and said, "Look at the disciples of the Ji family and the Wan High Sacred Land. What are they doing at this moment?" The disciple, still in a daze, began to survey the surroundings and soon realized that the disciples from the Ji family, Wan High Sacred Land, and others who had been driven out of the secret realm by Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue were now huddled in corners, their expressions filled with trepidation. Not a single elder from their respective factions was present, making them appear as forlorn orphans devoid of a home. With dawning comprehension, the disciple hesitantly inquired, "Elder, where are the elders from the Ji family and Wan High Sacred Land?" The elder, still in shock, pointed to a massive handprint-shaped depression on the ground, saying, "Just moments ago, all the friends from the Ji family were struck dead by that elder from the upper realm. Now, they have become indistinguishable from one another. Fortunately, you refrained from speaking up earlier. Otherwise, I would have been accompanying those from the Ji family to the afterlife. Now do you understand why I struck you just now?" Upon hearing his elder's account, the disciple's face turned pale with horror. So many elders from prestigious sacred lands had been effortlessly slain by that black-robed elder from the upper realm. Just how powerful was he? The disciple had triumphed over the young prodigies of various sacred lands, vanquished the Ji family's twins, and the Wan High Sacred Sun within the Dao Palace's secret realm. The elder had also dispatched all the elders from the various sacred lands with a single blow. As the disciple stood in astonishment, he overheard the elder muttering, "The upper realm, the lineage of the upper realm. From this day forth, the name of the upper realm shall gradually spread, resonating throughout the eastern wilderness, known to all, and remembered by none." At the upper realm's residence, Qin Mu sat leisurely beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, savoring the tea. The melodious voice of the system echoed in his ears, prompting a smile to grace his face. "Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sudden sect mission. Protect the safety of the disciples from the upper realm. Mission assessment, perfect. Congratulations to the host for receiving a reward, a high-tier gift package. It turned out that just moments ago, the system had assigned Qin Mu a task, warning him that Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue might face dangers upon leaving the Dao Palace's secret realm, urging him to ensure their safety. Upon receiving this task, Qin Mu did not rush to the Dao Palace but remained leisurely beneath the ancient tea tree, as he believed that with Elder Fengzhe present, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue would merely be exploring a secret realm and would encounter no real danger. As expected, the system indicated that the task had been completed shortly after, with a perfect assessment, suggesting that Fengzhe had managed the situation adeptly. Is this what they call sitting at home while the gifts come from the sky? Qin Mu mused, then instructed the system to open the gift package. Ding. High-tier gift package opened. Ding. Due to the mission being assessed as perfect, congratulations to the host for triggering a rare probability event, resulting in triple rewards. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a 5-star sect building, the Apothecary Garden. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a sect building upgrade card, a rare probability event leading to a reward surge. Listening to the system's notifications, Qin Mu could not help but reflect on how truly extraordinary his life was. This surge made the rewards from what was originally a high-tier package appear comparable to those from a king-level package. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Mu's figure flickered, and he appeared before a mystical medicinal garden occupying an area of 10 acres within the Upper Realm's residence. An introduction related to this apothecary garden materialized before him. Apothecary Garden, 5-star sect building, covering an area of 10 acres, capable of increasing the growth rate of spiritual herbs planted within by 20%. It can accommodate the planting of sacred-grade medicinal herbs. Note, upon triggering special sect missions in the future, the Apothecary Garden can be upgraded to a 6-star Apothecary God Garden, 7-star Apothecary Sage Garden, 8-star Apothecary Emperor Garden, and 9-star Apothecary Immortal Garden. A sect treasure that enhances the growth rate of spiritual herbs? A smile spread across Qin Mu's face, for it seemed that fortune had smiled upon him. He had been concerned about where to plant the spiritual herbs he had obtained from the ancient Imperial Mountain, and now the system had rewarded him with this Apothecary Garden. He would have Yi Chun and others transplant all the spiritual herbs taken from the ancient Imperial Mountain into this garden. After examining the first reward, Qin Mu proceeded to review the second reward. Sect Building Upgrade Card can elevate the level of specific sect buildings by 1 star. Current buildings eligible for upgrade: Apothecary Garden. Time-Space Tower. An upgrade card for sect buildings. Qin Mu pondered for a moment. Currently, the Upper Realm had no shortage of various spiritual herbs, so enhancing the Apothecary Garden's level was not of utmost importance. However, many of the disciples from the Upper Realm were still quite weak, and upgrading the Time-Space Tower would undoubtedly expedite their cultivation, allowing the disciples to grow more rapidly. With this thought, Qin Mu made his decision, instructing, System, upgrade the Time-Space Tower. Ding. You have used the sect building upgrade card on the Time-Space Tower. Ding. The Time-Space Tower has been upgraded to the Time-Space Divine Tower. Time-Space Divine Tower, 6-star sect building, contains a time-space grand formation. When sect disciples enter for cultivation, the flow rate of time within the tower compared to the outside world is 1 to 30. Previously, it was 1 to 10, and now it is 1 to 30, a threefold increase. This implies that while 1 year passes in the outside world, the disciples of the Upper Realm would have cultivated within the Time-Space Divine Tower for a full 30 years. With such a sect treasure in place, one can only imagine how astonishing the growth rate of the Upper Realm's disciples will be in the future. Chapter 43. The Line of Destiny, the Void Sea. Fishing for the prodigy. Gazing at the upgraded Temporal Divine Tower, Qin Mu felt an immense satisfaction, coupled with a whisper of anticipation within his heart. The mere enhancement to the Temporal Divine Tower had already yielded such astonishing effects. What, then, could be expected from the subsequent Temporal Holy Tower, or even the Temporal Emperor Tower? Just as Qin Mu was contentedly assessing the rewards from this mission, an exhilarating voice echoed from outside the celestial forbidden zone. Master, we have returned. As the words fell, Elder Fengzhe appeared before Qin Mu, accompanied by Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. Observing the exhilarated expressions on Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue's faces, Qin Mu smiled and inquired, How was your journey? Master, we gained quite a bit from this expedition. Shi Tian replied, his face still flushed with excitement. The journey into the Dao Palace secret realm had proven remarkably fruitful for him. The most significant treasure he had acquired was a divine fruit capable of fostering the growth of his supreme bone. Although he had yet to consume it, Shi Tian's heart brimmed with eagerness, contemplating how much his supreme bone would flourish upon ingestion. Beside him, Gu Qingshua's face radiated with pride as well. While Shi Tian had amassed an impressive bounty, she too had garnered substantial rewards. Witnessing the bountiful harvest of his disciples, Qin Mu nodded in satisfaction. However, as his gaze swept over Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, he sensed an undercurrent of something amiss. Qin Mu scrutinized Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, his eyes shimmering with a probing light, as if deciphering some hidden truth. Sensing his master's gaze upon him, Shi Tian's heart raced, wondering what was troubling Qin Mu. Did you encounter any formidable foes within the Dao Palace secret realm, or was there something unusual? After a thorough examination, Qin Mu asked solemnly. He had detected a peculiar aura lingering within Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, akin to a parasitic presence nestled within them. This aura was exceedingly subtle, imperceptible even to those below the Emperor Realm. Something unusual? Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue exchanged glances, beginning to retrace their steps through the Dao Palace secret realm. Upon our departure, it seemed as though an invisible wave swept through the entire realm, passing over both myself and my junior sister, Shi Tian recalled. Could the anomaly you mentioned be related to this? It is possible, Qin Mu nodded slightly. He could feel that the aura residing within Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue served as a coordinate and anchor, locking onto their positions. The invisible wave within the Dao Palace secret realm. Qin Mu's expression grew cold. Regardless of who had left this trace within Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, the clandestine nature of the act suggested ulterior motives. To dare to pry upon the disciples of the celestial lineage was tantamount to courting death. With a cold snort, Qin Mu extended his fingers to touch the foreheads of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue. In the next moment, the hidden aura within their bodies revealed its true form as if startled from slumber. What is this? Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue stared in astonishment. Above their heads loomed a spectral thread, rooted within them, while its other end vanished into the vastness of the sky, far beyond their reach. This thread resembled the fabled line of fate, anchoring Shi Tian and Gu Qingshue's positions and instilling a sense of unease within them. Master, what is this? Shi Tian gazed at the thread connecting him to his fate, perplexed. A line of fate anchored upon us. Like a fishing line. Could it be that the Dao Palace secret realm was merely bait to lure us in? Gu Qingxue pondered thoughtfully. Regardless of its nature, we need only trace the end of this line to uncover the truth. Qin Mu spoke with indifference, his hand sweeping across the sky as he followed the ethereal line toward its distant terminus. No matter who sought to ensnare his disciples, Qin Mu would ensure they faced the consequences. With a mighty gesture, he shattered the layers of cloud, unveiling the scene at the end of the line. In the infinite expanse of the heavens, a translucent, ethereal ocean stretched out. At its edge stood a middle-aged man clad in celestial robes, fishing with a rod above the illusory waters. The spectral line within Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue connected directly to the rod in the man's grasp. The middle-aged man, draped in celestial garments, sat at the shoreline of the illusionary sea, a triumphant expression spreading across his face as he felt the incessant tug on his line. Using the supreme secret realm as bait to catch the world's prodigies. What a truly awe-inspiring scheme, he mused. Though the fish has taken the bait, it is still feeble. I shall wait for it to grow strong before reaping the rewards. As Shi Tian beheld the scene above and listened to the man's words, a surge of anger coursed through him. Was he merely a fish to be caught at will in a pond? The Dao Palace secret realm, ostensibly a crucible for the world's talents, concealed such nefarious schemes. All the young prodigies who entered the Dao Palace secret realm had become targets for this shadowy puppeteer. Only those who excelled, like himself and Gu Qingxue, would be marked for capture. Fury ignited within Shi Tian, while Gu Qingxue felt a chill run down her spine. Had it not been for their master's keen insight that unveiled this machination, they would have remained blissfully ignorant, celebrating their gains while unknowingly becoming prey in another's eyes. Using the secret realm as bait to fish for prodigies? Qin Mu's gaze turned icy as he regarded the void sea at the heaven's edge. To treat my disciples as mere fish, this is tantamount to seeking death. With a resounding boom, as if sensing Qin Mu's wrath, the colossal hand soared through the sky, quickening its pace, agitating the illusory ocean as it lunged toward the middle-aged man in celestial robes. At the edge of the illusory sea, the middle-aged man, who had been leisurely fishing, suddenly noticed his line tautening violently, and the ocean before him erupting in tumultuous waves. What is happening? Bewildered, he had yet to comprehend the unfolding chaos when a giant hand emerged from the roiling waters, severing the fateful thread entwined around his fishing rod, before seizing him and dragging him into the depths of the ocean. In that fleeting moment of capture, a single thought flickered through the middle-aged man's mind. Oh no, have I caught a legendary great shark? Chapter 44, The Puppet Masters, the Alliance of Sacred Lands. Joined assault on the celestial realm. Qin Mu extended his palm to obscure the heavens, effortlessly severing the fated thread entwined above the heads of Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue, and simultaneously seized the angler from the edge of the void sea. Witnessing the spectacle unfolding in the skies above, Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue were left utterly astonished. Initially, they were but fish in a pond, preyed upon by the angler. However, with their master's intervention, the tables were turned. Not only was the fate that ensnared them shattered, but the angler himself was also seized by their master, as easily as one would grasp a chick. As Shi Tian beheld the angler, now helplessly clutched in their master's grip, he felt an urge to laugh. An angler of celestial stature? To him, he was merely a defenseless fish in the eyes of that angler. Yet, little did the angler know that behind this fish stood an entity far more formidable than a giant shark. Such is the might of our master. I'm in awe. Shi Tian fervently cheered within his heart. After a brief moment, the colossal hand descended from the heavens, bringing the angler before Qin Mu. Yu, the angler, donned in ethereal garments, was taken aback upon seeing Qin Mu. About to utter something when Qin Mu interrupted him with a swift strike. Placing his palm upon the forehead of this middle-aged man, Qin Mu wasted no time. Initiating a soul search. After a brief period, he released his grip. The middle-aged man collapsed into the dust, his spirit thoroughly shattered, unable to exist any longer. From the memories within the man's mind, Qin Mu discerned that this palace's secret realm was indeed a bait left by an exalted being. Its purpose was to attract the elite of the age, selecting the most outstanding among them for the catch. The man in the ethereal robe served as the underling of that mysterious existence, tasked specifically with opening the secret realm and identifying the exceptional talents within, anchoring their fates to these celestial prodigies. As for the subsequent matters of fishing and harvesting, those were to be handled by his master. However, the supreme being behind this middle-aged man was shrouded in mystery and caution. Even the man himself had never laid eyes upon this entity, serving solely as a proxy, incapable of even contacting him. How exceedingly prudent. Qin Mu mused softly. From the depths of the man's consciousness, he found no information related to the mysterious being he served. It seemed they would have to wait for the other party to reveal their hand. With a flick of his mind, Qin Mu cast a mark, anchoring the location of the illusory sea within the firmament. In the future, should the true angler dare to descend upon this place, Qin Mu would sense it immediately and act accordingly. Once this upheaval was resolved, the celestial encampment returned to its former tranquility. Shi Tian and Gu Qingxue both entered seclusion, digesting the spoils from their foray into the palace's secret realm. Yichen, Moecn, and others, with the time-space tower upgraded to a divine tower, were eager to immerse themselves in training, striving to enhance their own strength. As the celestial encampment flourished and thrived, the entire eastern wilderness began to stir with undercurrents. After a period of ferment, the events occurring within the palace's secret realm began to spread among the sacred lands and great sects of the eastern wilderness. The name of the celestial encampment entered the consciousness of all major forces in the region for the first time. However, many sacred lands and sects, having suffered setbacks within that secret realm, were reluctant for such embarrassing matters to become widely known. Thus, only some of the top-tier forces in the eastern wilderness were aware of the celestial encampment's name. Could the celestial encampment be related to the forbidden zone that fell from the skies countless ages ago? Surely not. For it was said that the supreme being within that forbidden zone had perished long ago. Otherwise, it would not have plummeted from the heavens. Rumor had it that the Ji family in the Wan High Sacred Land, after the closure of the palace's secret realm, immediately set out to investigate and indeed discovered that two disciples claiming to be from the celestial lineage had entered the forbidden zone after leaving the palace's secret realm. Oh, so it isn't supreme power from the forbidden zone. No wonder both disciples and elders are so powerful. The ancient Ji family and Wan High Sacred Land may find themselves at a disadvantage this time. However, one cannot assume such things. If the supreme being within the forbidden zone were still alive, the Ji family and Wan High Sacred Land would certainly not dare provoke them. But now that the supreme being has fallen, any remnants of power in the forbidden zone would likely be diminished. The Ji family and Wan High Sacred Land, both of which are esteemed sects, possess formidable foundations and may not fear these remnants of the celestial lineage. Various rumors circulated wildly among the top forces in the eastern wilderness. The most intriguing question was whether the Ji family, one high sacred land, and other sects that had suffered losses in the palace's secret realm would silently absorb this significant defeat or seek revenge against the celestial lineage. Yet, within a mere 2 or 3 days, a sensational piece of news sent shockwaves throughout the entire eastern wilderness. The ancient Ji family would join forces with the Wan High Sacred Land, launching a joint military campaign against the celestial lineage to avenge their grievances from the palace's secret realm. In the main hall of the ancient Ji family, the family head, Ji Wudao, sat in the master's seat, his expression calm and serene as still water. Across from him sat a formidable figure cloaked in azure robes, surrounded by a halo of divine rings. This individual was none other than the holy master of one high sacred land. These sacred lands and sects, the longer their legacies, the bolder they seemed to grow. Yet, when their talented disciples and elders fell, they dared not utter a word. How they disgraced the title of top forces in the eastern wilderness. Ji Yuandao struck the armrest, sneering coldly. Brother Ji, do not be angered. With my one high sacred land joining forces with your Ji family to confront the remnants of the celestial lineage, we shall have more than enough strength. The holy master of one high sacred land responded with a smile. Moreover, with one less force participating, fewer factions will be left to divide the treasures of the celestial lineage in the future. What is there for Brother Ji to be dissatisfied about? Upon hearing the holy master's words, the expression of Ji Wudao softened slightly, and he chuckled. Ha! Those sacred lands and sects are naught but short-sighted fools. How could they understand the myriad benefits concealed within the assault on the remnants of the celestial lineage? The one who truly comprehends me is none other than the holy master of Wan Hai. Chapter 45. Coveting the Celestial Realm, the Eastern Wastes stir. The Sword Immortal reincarnates Ji Yuandao, and the Lord of Wan Hai stood before each other, their faces adorned with expressions of eager anticipation. The two factions had resolved to launch an assault on the celestial realm, driven not only by a desire for vengeance for their fallen prodigious disciples and elders, but by a deeper, insatiable greed for the treasures rumored to lie within the forbidden zone of the celestial realm. Despite the remarkable talents of the Ji family twins and the Wan Hai Sacred Son, they remained mere juniors within their respective powerful sections. A talent yet to mature holds little weight, especially if they have already departed from this world. The loss of a few gifted disciples hardly warranted such a grandiose mobilization from the premier forces of the Eastern Wastes. The true impetus behind their united front was the immense allure of the treasures hidden within the celestial realm as Forbidden Zone. Long ago, the celestial realm's Forbidden Zone had descended upon the Eastern Wastes, rumored to have fallen due to the demise of a supreme being residing within. Now, after countless ages, although the sovereign of the Forbidden Zone had perished, remnants of the celestial lineage surely lingered within. More importantly, it was believed that the Forbidden Zone housed divine artifacts that would ignite envy among the myriad factions of the Eastern Wastes. After all, this was once a sanctuary for an unparalleled existence. Ordinary holy lands and sects possessed innumerable treasures, let alone the life-protecting Forbidden Zone that surpassed them all. It was precisely for this reason that the ancient Ji family allied with the Wan Hai Sacred Land to jointly assault the celestial realm, with vengeance being secondary to their true ambition of seizing the treasures within. As time flowed on, several days passed. Under the watchful eyes of countless observers across the Eastern Wastes, the ancient Ji family and the Wan Hai Sacred Land finally made their move. Above the Ji family estate, rows of armored knights, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent, mounted formidable and mystical beasts, soaring into the sky to form a grand formation, their overwhelming killing aura enveloping the heavens and earth. Squadrons of armored knights, resembling a dark cloud, obscured the sky. Following their ascent, a thunderous roar erupted as hundreds of ancient bronze war chariots ascended, their momentum akin to a colossal tsunami. On these war chariots stood towering Ji family cultivators, each radiating a powerful aura, surpassing even those riding the mystical beasts. The war chariots soared into the sky, their ironclad ranks imposing. The tremendous aura they emanated threatened to shatter the very firmament, sweeping across miles. Meanwhile, above the Wan Hai Sacred Land, vast warships ascended as well. Each warship bore hundreds of formidable cultivators from Wan Hai. A glance revealed dozens of ancient and colossal vessels arrayed in the sky, nearly darkening the heavens. This was the depth and might of the two premier forces of the Eastern Wastes, their mobilization capable of altering the very fabric of reality. Under the command of Ji Yuan Dao and the Lord of Wanhai, the forces of both sects converged, coalescing into an even more formidable power, advancing relentlessly towards the forbidden zone of the celestial realm. Such a grand spectacle did not escape the notice of other holy lands and sections. Upon witnessing the Ji family and Wanhai sacred land embark on their audacious campaign, the elite powers of the Eastern Wastes were left in shock. The Ji family and Wanhai sacred land were indeed launching an assault on the celestial realm's forbidden zone. A betting frenzy erupted, with many wagering on the outcome of this unprecedented confrontation. Who would emerge victorious, the allied forces of the Ji family and Wanhai sacred land, or the remnants of the celestial lineage? I wager a treasure from the realm of myriad laws on the Ji family and Wanhai sacred land's victory. The supreme beings of the celestial realm have long since fallen, rendering it unworthy of being called a life-protecting domain. I bet 2,000 spirit stones on the same outcome. Oh, with so many backing the Ji family and Wanhai sacred land, I shall take a risk and wager 5,000 spirit stones on the celestial lineage's triumph. The elite establishment treasure pavilion seized the opportunity to facilitate bets on the confrontation between the Holy Alliance and the celestial lineage, drawing in numerous powerful figures from various sects eager to join the fray. However, the majority placed their bets on the allied forces of the Ji family and Wanhai sacred land, with very few believing in the victory of the celestial lineage. This consensus was not born of mere chance, but rather rooted in solid reasoning. Only those with immense foundations could rise to become the top powers of the Eastern Wastes, a secret behind these sects' enduring legacies spanning millennia. In contrast, the once mighty celestial lineage had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self, its supreme beings long fallen. The forbidden zone had plummeted from the heavens, now a relic of its former glory. After thousands of years, the remnants within the celestial forbidden zone could scarcely amount to a handful, unable to pose any real threat. Against this backdrop, the choice of whom to favor was abundantly clear. The vast expanse of the Eastern Wastes lay before them as the allied forces of the Ji family and Wanhai sacred land set forth towards the celestial realm. Yet they would require several days to reach their destination. For now, the periphery of the celestial forbidden zone remained tranquil. At this moment, within the dense forest surrounding the forbidden zone, a youth clad in a blue robe, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, silently traversed the thicket, a treasured sword resting upon his back. The boy bore a serious demeanor, and his dark eyes shimmered with an intense sword intent. Is there truly no one in this vast world who can guide me in the way of the sword? He gazed up at the sun in the sky, sighing deeply, a hint of ancient sorrow betraying his youthful countenance. This young man, known as Lin Xianbai, was a wandering cultivator from the Eastern Wastes. Recently, during a breakthrough in his realm, he had unexpectedly awakened the memories of his past life. In that previous existence, he was a renowned sword immortal from an age long past, having reached the threshold of quasi-emperor status, his sword light traversing the heavens, unmatched by any. In his past life, Lin Xianbai was deeply engrossed in the way of the sword, striving for breakthroughs throughout his life. Yet, as time wore on, constrained by the limitations of the world, his swordsmanship and cultivation stagnated, yielding no further progress. Ultimately, this once mighty sword immortal found himself despondently passing away in solitude. In this life, armed with the memories of his former self, Lin Xianbai vowed to break through the shackles of his past and ascend to new heights in the realm of the sword. However, with the insights gained from his previous existence as a quasi-emperor, he believed that no ordinary sect could hope to instruct him now. To progress, he must seek out an existence far more powerful than his past self. Yet, finding someone stronger than a quasi-emperor to guide him was no simple task. After much contemplation, Lin Xianbai turned his gaze toward the various life-protecting forbidden zones scattered across the vast continent. He understood that these realms housed slumbering beings who were once emperors, and only they could offer him the guidance he sought. Thus, the celestial forbidden zone was the first of these life-protecting realms that Lin Xianbai chose to explore. Should he find the beings within insufficient to mentor him, he would continue his journey to the next forbidden zone until he discovered a worthy master to guide his path. Chapter 46. 2 Tasks, the Great Qin Reinforcements, and the Divine Decision of the Holy Maiden, Beep. A special sect mission has been initiated. Defend the celestial realm. The eastern wilderness is rife with turmoil. The Holy Alliance bears down with fervor, aiming for the celestial realm. As the sovereign of the celestial realm, please safeguard its lineage and ensure the safety of its disciples. Upon completion of the task, rewards will be randomly granted based on the degree of completion. Beep. A prodigy with heavenly potential has been detected near the forbidden zone of the celestial realm. Please prepare to accept them as a disciple. Upon successful acceptance, rewards ranging from basic to supreme gift packages will be bestowed, depending on the disciple's innate talent. Qin Mu, who was leisurely savoring tea under the ancient enlightenment tea tree, paused his drinking as the series of mission notifications rang in his ears. Defend the celestial realm? A new disciple? The influx of information was rather overwhelming. Which sacred land dared to unite in a bid to assault the celestial realm with such audacity? With his eyes slightly closed, Qin Mu unleashed his divine consciousness, extending it across vast distances in an instant. Within moments, he discerned the ancient family of the Ji clan and the holy alliance of the Wan High Sacred Land, both conspiring against the celestial realm. How intriguing that they sought to encroach upon my domain. A dangerous smile curled upon Qin Mu's lips. If he wished, he could obliterate the Ji clan and the holy alliance from miles away with but a thought. Yet, Qin Mu refrained from acting hastily. The rise of the celestial realm was inevitable and unstoppable. He resolved to wait until the Ji clan and the Holy Alliance reached the forbidden zone of the celestial realm before vanquishing them. This would serve as a warning to others, establishing the celestial realm's authority in the eastern wilderness. His gaze shifted from the allied forces to the periphery of the forbidden zone, where he spotted a youth clad in azure robes, with a sword slung across his back and striking features reminiscent of a celestial being. Relevant information soon materialized before him. Lin Qianbai, reincarnated Sword Immortal. Recently awakened memories of his past life as a Sword Immortal, seeking a supreme existence to guide him in the sword path. A reincarnated Sword Immortal, yearning for a master who can enlighten his swordsmanship? A smile graced Qin Mu's lips as he contemplated how to accept this proud sword genius as his disciple. Sipping his steaming ancient enlightenment tea, he closed his eyes, entering a state of tranquil anticipation. To obliterate the Holy Alliance and instill fear in the eastern wilderness. While accepting the reincarnated Sword Immortal as a disciple, what a fortuitous double blessing. While Qin Mu awaited with composure, an unexpected visitor arrived at the gates of the celestial realm. A woman garbed in a resplendent crimson palace attire, tall and graceful, with a noble aura, bore a resemblance to the great Qin Empress Luo Bingyao, and hurriedly approached the gates of the celestial mountain. Ancestor, what brings you here? In the celestial realm, Luo Bingyao looked at the approaching figure with a puzzled expression. The woman in crimson was none other than the holy maiden of the Luo clan. After Qin Mu had bestowed the primordial divine mud upon Luo Bingyao in the great Qin palace, she had given it to the holy maiden, who then reshaped her body and freed herself from the shackles of a lingering soul. However, Luo Bingyao was puzzled as to why her ancestor had left the great Qin to rush to the celestial realm in such haste. Yaoer, grave news has surfaced. The ancient Ji clan and the Wan High Sacred Land in the eastern wilderness have mobilized their forces to assault the forbidden zone of the celestial realm. They will arrive within a day or two. The holy maiden of the Luo clan relayed the information succinctly. Initially stationed in the Great Qian, she could no longer remain idle upon hearing this news and rushed to warn the celestial realm. After all, the alliance of two sacred lands was no trivial matter. Upon hearing her ancestor's account, Luo Bingyao felt a flicker of surprise, yet she remained unperturbed, for she was acutely aware of her master's formidable strength. Entering and exiting the legendary life-forbidden zone, the ancient royal mountain was as effortless as strolling through her own backyard. Did these two factions truly wish to provoke the celestial realm? Were they courting disaster? While Luo Bingyao understood this, the holy maiden was unaware. Observing Luo Bingyao's calm demeanor, the holy maiden spoke earnestly. Yao, this is a coalition of two sacred lands, and from what I know, the Ji clan and the Wan High Sacred Land are fully committed. This time, they mean business. When I arrived, I had already resolved that since you have joined the celestial realm, and our great Qian is a vassal of the celestial realm, we cannot stand by idly during this battle. You must take me to meet our master. I have already mobilized the cultivators from across the great Qian, and they are en route here. This battle will determine the fate of both the great Qian and the celestial realm. The holy maiden's resolute words revealed her deep contemplation. Listening to her ancestor, Luo Bingyao felt a mixture of gratitude and amusement. Her ancestor's willingness to face death seemed to stem from a lack of understanding of their master's overwhelming power. Indeed, her recent obsession with cultivation had left her no time to inform the great Qian of recent events, and it was only natural that her ancestor was unaware. Just as Luo Bingyao was about to respond, a figure clad in white appeared beside her. Upon seeing this sudden apparition, both Luo Bingyao and the Holy Maiden promptly knelt. Bowing respectfully, Master. Qin Mu nodded, gazing at the kneeling Holy Maiden with calmness. You and Bingyao have not seen each other for some time. Since you are here, stay a while longer before departing. As for what you just mentioned, I am already fully aware. You need not worry. Qin Mu understood that the Holy Maiden did not fully grasp the extent of his formidable power. Yet her willingness to vow to defend the celestial realm was a testament to her loyalty. Allowing her to remain for a few days to witness the fate of the Ji clan and the Wan High Sacred Land would serve to ease her future anxieties. By the way, you mentioned that the Wanbao Tower is opening a betting market on the outcome of the conflict between the Celestial Realm and the Holy Alliance. And that very few are betting on the Celestial Realm? Qin Mu seemed to recall something, continuing, if that is the case. Then wager all the treasures and resources of the great Qian dynasty on the Celestial Realm. Given the Holy Maiden's unwavering loyalty, Qin Mu had no intention of treating such a devoted subordinate unfairly. The Wanbao Tower was known for its betting markets, and this opportunity would allow Qin Mu to reward the Holy Maiden and the great Qian dynasty handsomely. Chapter 47. Continuous Shocks, the Great Sage Ancestor. The Holy King Divine Weapon. After issuing instructions to the female saint of the Luo family, Qin Mu's figure vanished from sight. Observing Qin Mu's departure, the Luo family's female saint, with a look of confusion and anxiety, turned her gaze towards Luo Bingyao. Yaoer, has the sect master already learned of the impending assault by the allied forces of the Sacred Lands? The female saint of the Luo family was deeply concerned. Betting all of De Qian's divine treasures on the hope that the celestial lineage would emerge victorious was, for her, no small matter. After all, De Qian had now become entwined with the celestial lineage. Their fates were interlinked. Should the celestial lineage falter, De Qian would undoubtedly face dire consequences, rendering those divine treasures utterly useless. However, did the sect master truly possess such unwavering confidence to confront the two sacred land alliances? Ancestor, you should trust the sect master. Luo Bingyao replied with a gentle smile. To be honest, the sect master has not even regarded the two sacred land alliances as worthy of concern. Come with me, ancestor. As she spoke, Luo Bingyao led the Luo family's female saint into the celestial encampment, arriving at the apothecary king's garden. Upon receiving this garden, Qin Mu had instructed Yi Chunshi and Shi Tian to plant all the divine herbs obtained from the depths of the ancient Emperor Mountain there. What is this? The Luo family's female saint gazed at the myriad of divine herbs flourishing in the garden, her eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. Where could such an abundance of divine herbs possibly come from? She recalled Luo Bingyao previously mentioning that, though the celestial lineage was mysterious and formidable, divine herbs within the sect were exceedingly scarce, with hardly a few specimens. Yet, gazing at the nearly full 10-acre garden before her, the Luo family's female saint was plunged into deep suspicion. Was this truly what Bingyao referred to as having only a few spiritual herbs? With so many divine herbs, even a single specimen could drive cultivators mad with desire. Even if several sacred lands banded together, they might struggle to gather such a bounty of divine herbs. What shocked the Luo family's female saint even more was that at the edge of this apothecary king's garden, she spotted an ancient tree adorned with shimmering leaves of various hues. Despite the distance, the supreme aura emanating from the tree seemed to beckon enlightenment. Upon seeing the leaves clustered on that ancient tree, the Luo family's female saint was further astounded. These leaves bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary immortal herb, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree. No, it was not merely a resemblance, it was indeed. Is this the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree? The Luo family's female saint pointed uncertainly at the ancient tree nearby. Indeed, it is the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, Luo Bingyao confirmed with a slow nod. She then gestured towards the numerous divine and spiritual herbs in the garden and asked the Luo family's female saint, "Do you know where these divine herbs come from?" Unable to contain herself, the Luo family's female saint responded, "Aren't they originally planted within this celestial forbidden zone?" Not at all, Luo Bingyao shook her head. These divine herbs were obtained by the sect master from the depths of the ancient Emperor Mountain, one of the life forbidden zones, not long ago. Oh, and that immortal herb, the Enlightenment Ancient Tea Tree, was also originally planted deep within the ancient Emperor Mountain. After encountering the sect master, it insisted on following him here. The Luo family's female saint was taken aback. These divine herbs were actually sourced from the legendary life forbidden zone, the ancient Emperor Mountain. And that immortal herb, the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, insisted on accompanying the sect master back into the celestial forbidden zone. Seeing the Luo family's female saint's expression of shock and confusion, Luo Bingyao slowly recounted the events that had transpired recently. The sect master commandeering the celestial chariot, charging into the ancient Emperor Mountain. The terrifying knights of the Forbidden Zone were effortlessly dispatched by the sect master. He plundered the myriad divine herbs within the Forbidden Zone. Even the fabled supreme resurrection was suppressed by his sword. Ultimately, even the immortal herb shamelessly sought to follow the sect master away. Each of these feats left the Luo family's female saint astounded and speechless. Was this the ruler of the celestial lineage, a being of terrifying power? No wonder Bingyao exhibited no trace of panic upon hearing of the two sacred lands' joint assault. The sect master could traverse even the ancient Emperor Mountain, one of the life forbidden zones. What were two mere sacred lands in comparison? After a long silence, the Luo family's female saint turned to leave. Ancestor, where are you going? Seeing her silent departure, Luo Bingyao could not help but inquire. Back to the Qian, to wager everything of value we possess. The Luo family's female saint called back without looking. If I delay any longer, the betting at Wanbao Tower will cease. Luo Bingyao was left speechless. The Luo family's female saint hurried back to the Qian, gathering all valuable items to place her bets. She recognized her own redundancy in the celestial forbidden zone. With the sect master present, what were the ancient families like the Ji family or the Wan Hai sacred land? Mere trifles. As she departed, the Luo family's female saint could not help but lament for the Ji family and the Wan Hai sacred land. Even the ancient supreme beings of the life forbidden zone dared not provoke the sect master. How bold these two sacred lands must be to seek trouble with the celestial lineage. It was akin to the old immortal hanging himself, tired of living. Just one day after the Luo family's female saint left the celestial forbidden zone, the Sacred Land Alliance composed of the ancient Ji family and the Wan Hai sacred land finally crossed thousands of miles, arriving outside the celestial forbidden zone. A dark mass of sacred land forces loomed like storm clouds, dominating the sky with a menacing aura that swept across the land. Following closely behind the Sacred Land Alliance were numerous cultivators eager to witness the spectacle. The two sacred lands had mobilized their entire forces to attack the decaying life forbidden zone. Such a monumental event was rare for ordinary cultivators. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not to be missed. Ancestor, this assault on the remaining celestial lineage depends entirely on your leadership. Within the Sacred Land Alliance, Ji Wudao, the head of the Ji family, respectfully bowed to an elderly figure before him. The elder stood tall in the void, clad in a purple robe, his expression stern and unsmiling. Waves of unparalleled power emanated from his being, instilling a sense of unease within all who beheld him. This elder was one of the foundations of the Ji family's deployment, a being of the great sage realm. With the Ji family's ancestor here, and the holy weapons of the Wan Hai sacred land assisting, flattening this celestial forbidden zone will be a mere matter of course. The holy master of the Wan Hai laughed heartily. Behind him, a colossal blue-golden halberd floated in the void, surrounded by chaotic energy, as if the very space could not contain the terrifying power it radiated. This halberd, named the Sea King Halberd, was a supreme holy weapon of quasi-Saint King level, representing the strength of the Wan Hai sacred land in this endeavor. With a great sage realm existence and a quasi-Saint King level divine weapon, this was the confidence that the Ji family and the Wan Hai sacred land relied upon to attack the celestial forbidden zone. Chapter 48. Flattening the Celestial Realm? As Qin Mu made his move, wielding the unparalleled sword, the coalition of the two sacred lands stirred the entire eastern wilderness. At this moment, the gaze of every top-tier force in the eastern wilderness converged upon the outer fringes of the celestial realm. They all yearned to discern the outcome of this battle, who would emerge victorious and who would face defeat. The army set forth. With a grand flourish, Ji Wudao, the head of the Ji clan, proclaimed with fervor. With the presence of an ancestor in the Saint Realm and the formidable quasi-Saint King weapons from the Wan Hai sacred land, he was utterly confident of victory. The coalition marched forth, a magnificent sight that obscured the sky as they advanced into the celestial realm. Meanwhile, within the confines of the celestial realm, Lin Qianbai gazed up at the darkened sky, overwhelmed by astonishment at the sight of the sacred coalition. What was transpiring? Was this not one of the legendary life prohibitive zones? How could there be so many cultivators arriving here? exuding an aura of aggression, seemingly intent on breaching the sacred confines. As Lin Qianbai stood in bewilderment, he discerned faint voices drifting down from the heights. This expedition shall flatten the celestial realm, elevating the prestige of the Ji clan. This decayed realm dares to provoke the Wan High sacred land. Truly, they seek their own demise. The supreme beings of the celestial realm have long since perished. Without their presence, what significance does this life-prohibitive zone hold? Listening to these conversations, Lin Qianbai felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. The supreme beings of the celestial realm had already fallen? What was he doing here then? He had hoped to chance upon a supreme being within this realm to guide him in the art of swordsmanship. Yet now, witnessing even the great sacred sects daring to attack the celestial realm, it became painfully clear how feeble the forces within had become. Perhaps it was best to journey to the next life-prohibitive zone. With a sigh, Lin Qianbai began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, the impending spectacle of the sacred coalition versus the realm's forces piqued his interest, compelling him to linger and observe. As the coalition delved deeper into the celestial realm, they encountered no resistance, not even a trace of the wild creatures that typically thrived within such zones. Observers of this unfolding drama shook their heads in disbelief. The celestial realm had indeed fallen into decay. There were no signs of the ferocious beasts that were so abundant in other life-prohibitive zones. It appeared even those savage creatures had sensed the danger and fled. Alas, I had wagered 5,000 spirit stones on the celestial realm, hoping for a stroke of fortune. But it now seemed there was no chance of victory. Amidst the murmurs of the gathered cultivators, the coalition of the Ji clan and Wan High sacred land stealthily approached the depths of the celestial realm. The celestial lineage shall soon face its demise. They dared to kill our disciples and elders. Do they truly believe the Ji clan can be trifled with? We shall flatten the celestial realm today. Boisterous cries echoed from the coalition, reverberating throughout the celestial realm. This uproar swiftly alerted those stationed within the celestial realm, including Shirtian and others. The Ji clan and Wan High sacred land? They dare to provoke us? Shirtian exclaimed, astonished. A mere sacred sect thinks they can challenge us? Have they grown weary of life? Yichen gazed at the vast coalition blocking the sky in the distance, equally astonished. Mu, the old yellow hoof pawed the ground, eager to engage with the imposing coalition above. Meanwhile, Shirtian and Yichen's gazes instinctively drifted toward the celestial hall, awaiting Qin Mu's decision. Inside the celestial hall, Qin Mu, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them as the distant clamor reached his ears. It took you long enough to arrive, he remarked with a shake of his head. In the next moment, he grasped the supreme imperial sword, radiating an aura of unparalleled ferocity, as if capable of piercing through the heavens. At last, the show is about to commence. Master, that must be the remnant stronghold of the celestial lineage. A Ji clan elder informed Ji Wudao, pointing towards the distant, shadowy structures of the sect. Haha, we shall flatten this place today. Ji Wudao laughed heartily, feeling a sense of ease. Prior to this expedition, he had made numerous preparations, knowing that even a waning life-prohibitive zone would possess some hidden strengths. Yet, as they advanced deeper into the realm without encountering any resistance, Ji Wudao's confidence swelled. The opposing forces seemed too intimidated to even attempt a blockade. Kill, Ji Wudao commanded with a wave, directing the sacred coalition into the celestial realm. However, at that moment, a cold voice resonated from the depths of the celestial realm. The celestial realm is a supreme domain. How dare you rampage here? As that voice echoed, an overwhelming and awe-inspiring presence surged forth from the depths of the celestial realm, piercing through the heavens like a true dragon, ascending into the clouds. At the emergence of this presence, all members of the sacred coalition felt an involuntary surge of profound reverence and dread. It was an instinctive fear, akin to a lower life form facing a being of a higher order. A chorus of anguished cries erupted as the wild beasts ridden by the soldiers crumpled beneath the weight of that aura, plummeting from the sky like dumplings dropped into water. Chaos ensued within the sacred coalition. Steady, steady, Ji Wudao bellowed, attempting to restore order and morale. Yet, at that moment, he caught sight of a figure in white, wielding the imperial sword, gazing indifferently at the sacred coalition from the depths of the celestial realm. That single glance rendered Ji Wudao's soul frozen, leaving him powerless to even entertain a thought. Slay. The figure in white casually drew forth the sword, and though the voice was calm, it contained an overwhelming and supreme intent. With a resounding boom, What appeared to be a mere casual sword strike unleashed an incomprehensible and terrifying sword light, manifesting in the heavens. This sword light, magnificent and boundless, tore through the endless void, imbued with an unparalleled sharpness, a terror that seemed capable of annihilating heaven and earth. As this sword light soared forth, every member of the sacred coalition, including those who had come merely to observe, felt the world before them plunge into darkness in an instant. Within the cosmos, amidst the realms, there was nothing else left, only that terrifying sword light. Chapter 49. The Fall of the Allied Forces, Reverence Across the Lands. In the name of the heavens, what manner of sword light was that? It hung across the 9 heavens, altering the very color of the celestial expanse. Within that resplendent sword light, everyone felt an overwhelming aura of supremacy. I am the ancestor of the vast universe, and I reign supreme over all realms. This sword. Within the forbidden zone of the heavens, Lin Qianbai, the reincarnated sword immortal, gazed upon the towering sword light suspended in the sky, his eyes widening in disbelief. The might of this sword surpassed even the strongest strike he had ever unleashed in his previous life at the pinnacle of his power. Could there truly exist such an unparalleled swordsmanship in this vast world? Lin Qianbai's heart trembled. He understood that even an ordinary supreme of the forbidden zone would struggle to unleash such a terrifying sword. I must become a disciple. I am determined to seek the guidance of this supreme being who wielded such a sword. Lin Qianbai fervently proclaimed within his heart, being the embodiment of supreme swordsmanship. Consumed by his passion for the blade, how could he let this extraordinary opportunity slip by? If he were fortunate enough to become a disciple of the one who had executed this sword, his life would be worth living, even if it ended in death. In Lin Qianbai's mind, the singular thought of seeking a master overshadowed all else, rendering the impending assault by the Ji family and the Wanhai sacred lands allied forces an utter afterthought. In the forbidden zone of the heavens, such a terrifying existence in swordsmanship loomed large. The Ji family and the Wanhai sacred land, the allied forces of the sacred lands, they were merely marching to their doom. At that moment, as Lin Qianbai stood in awe, the multitude of cultivators and powerful beings gathered outside the forbidden zone erupted in a chorus of incredulous exclamations. Heavens! This sword is terrifying, truly terrifying. I am the ancestor of the vast universe, and I reign supreme. What an overwhelming sword! What a fearsome sword! To unleash such an unparalleled sword. Has the forbidden zone of the heavens truly fallen? All the onlookers, cultivators of the sacred lands, found their gazes transfixed upon the terrifying sword light suspended in the heavens, and a singular thought arose unanimously in their minds. This time, the Ji family and the Wanhai sacred land seemed to have kicked a steel plate, not merely a tin one. What the hell? In the direction of the allied forces, Ji Wudao stood in stunned silence as he beheld the magnificent sword light soaring through the sky. Wasn't it said that the forbidden zone of the heavens had already fallen? How could there still exist a being capable of unleashing such a terrifying sword? Ancestor. A paralyzing fear gripped Ji Wudao as he turned his gaze towards the elder of the Ji family beside him. In that moment, he was so overwhelmed by the ultimate sword intent that even the slightest movement became a distant wish. All he could do was look to the elder for guidance. However, as Ji Wudao shifted his gaze, he noticed the Ji family elder trembling uncontrollably, as if caught in a storm. A holy king. No, a quasi-emperor. No. The Ji family elder stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts. Looking at the terrified Ji Wudao, he could not help but erupt in anger. Fool. Is this what you call a fallen and feeble forbidden zone? You wretched descendant. In that moment, the elder felt the urge to eliminate Ji Wudao. How could the Ji family have produced such a foolish head of the family? This was leading the entire Ji family into the abyss. Fallen zone? Fallen my foot. The Ji family elder cursed vehemently, but he knew it was too late for regrets. Suddenly, he reached for the quasi-holy king level C king's halberd behind the terrified Wanhai sacred lord, grasping it tightly. With a roar, the Ji family elder's hair stood on end, his aura surging to its peak. He infused all his power into the Sea King's halberd. The blue-gold halberd absorbed boundless spiritual energy, radiating an unparalleled brilliance. In ordinary times, wielding such a quasi-holy king weapon would have bestowed the Ji family elder with immense confidence. Yet now, faced with that astonishing sword, he felt utterly unprepared, gritting his teeth to unleash his strongest strike, hoping to preserve his own life. The Sea King's halberd soared through the air, aimed at the resplendent sword light. Under ordinary circumstances, the might of a quasi-holy king weapon would shake the heavens and the earth. However, at that moment, before the magnificent sword light, the power displayed by the quasi-holy king weapon was as insignificant as a firefly beside the sun. The sword light pierced the heavens, dominating all in its path. As the Ji family elder wielding the Sea King's halberd clashed with the towering sword light, a fleeting illusion washed over him, that of an ant crushed beneath the weight of a dragon. With a resounding crack, the sword light sliced through the Sea King's halberd, offering no resistance whatsoever, cleaving the weapon in two in an instant. As the halberd shattered, the Ji family elder fared no better. The relentless, destructive sword energy swept through, obliterating his flesh and soul, leading to his complete demise. Not even the span of a breath passed before the strongest forces deployed by the Ji family and the Wan High Sacred Land were utterly annihilated. Witnessing this scene, the once mighty and arrogant allied forces of the Sacred Lands fell into unprecedented chaos. All the cultivators from the Ji family and the Wan High Sacred Land wore expressions of horror, desperate to flee the scene. Yet, before the incomprehensible, world-shattering sword, even the Ji family elder, wielding a quasi-holy king weapon, found no escape. What hope did these weaker cultivators have? Endless sword energy surged forth, sweeping through the area occupied by the allied forces. In an instant, all the cultivators from the allied forces were pierced and crushed by the relentless sword energy, reduced to nothingness. This included Ji Wudao, the head of the Ji family, and the holy lord of the Wan High Sacred Land. With a single sword strike, the once mighty and unparalleled allied forces of the Sacred Lands were obliterated, not a single soul remaining. Observing the devastation wrought by his sword, Qin Mu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He had merely performed a minor trial, executing a single strike from the grass character sword technique, yet it displayed such might. The power of the immortal king-level sword technique was truly as legendary as proclaimed. With just one sword, the allied forces of the Sacred Lands were annihilated. Outside the forbidden zone of the heavens, those cultivators and powerful beings who had come to witness the spectacle stared in shock at the blood rain cascading from the heavens. All rendered speechless, the silence in the air almost palpable. That was an allied force composed of two Sacred Land powers. Their terrifying strength was enough to shake the entire eastern wilderness. Yet now, such a formidable allied force had been effortlessly vanquished. In an instant, countless gazes filled with awe, fear, and astonishment turned towards the enigmatic depths of the forbidden zone of the heavens. Everyone understood that the events of today would soon echo throughout the entire eastern wilderness, shaking the world. And this forbidden zone of the heavens would once again transform into a realm that inspired dread and reverence among all. Chapter 50. The Renowned East Wilderness and Astonishing Gains. The Sword Immortal seeks to master the alliance of the Ji family and the Wan High Sacred Land had yet to reach the gates of the celestial forces when they were utterly obliterated by a beam of sword light that erupted from the depths of the celestial forbidden zone. This news spread like wildfire among the top-tier forces in the East Wilderness, igniting a frenzy of astonishment. Who could have imagined that the celestial forbidden zone, which had languished in desolation for millennia, still harbored such formidable power? Even the combined strength of the two sacred lands was effortlessly vanquished. For all the premier factions in the East Wilderness, this revelation was undoubtedly a seismic shock. It was foreseeable that from this day forth, the name of the Celestial would resonate throughout the realm, becoming legendary across the East Wilderness. Outside the celestial forbidden zone, at the branch of the Wanbao Tower, a jubilant elder in a crimson robe gleefully weighed the space ring in his hand. Inside this ring lay a staggering 50,000 spirit stones, all rewards from his wager on the celestial. The betting odds set by the Wanbao Tower were astonishing, as most believed that the Ji family and the Wan High Sacred Land would emerge victorious, leading to an overwhelming number of bets placed on the alliance of the Sacred Lands. Those who wagered on the Celestial could gain a tenfold reward should they win. Elder son of Wanbao Tower, his corpulent figure beaming with satisfaction as he saw off the red-robed elder, felt a pang of regret in his heart. Ordinarily, as the organizer of such betting, Wanbao Tower would have secured a guaranteed profit. However, this battle saw even the upper echelons of Wanbao Tower unanimously favoring the Sacred Land Alliance. Consequently, they had placed a significant bet on the alliance themselves. But the outcome was a catastrophic defeat for the Ji family in the Wan High Sacred Land, resulting in monumental losses for Wanbao Tower. At that moment, Representatives from the great Qin dynasty arrived to claim their rewards. Just as elder son was lamenting his losses, a female saint from the Luo family appeared before him. Great Qin dynasty, let me see. Elder son glanced at the jade slip recording the various bets and felt his pupils constrict. Good heavens. The great Qin dynasty has wagered their entire fortune? The cumulative resources bet on the Celestials' victory amounted to a staggering 200,000 spirit stones. A tenfold return would yield 2 million spirit stones. Elder son's heart raced. The great Qin dynasty, in terms of influence and background, was even inferior to some of the larger sacred lands. How could they afford such a reckless gamble? Did they not fear the possibility of loss? Though astonished, elder son, constrained by the reputation of Wanbao Tower, begrudgingly packed the resources worth 2 million spirit stones into 10 space rings and handed them to the female saint of the Luo family. As she beheld the 10 rings brimming with resources, each valued at 2 million spirit stones, even the seasoned Luo family saint felt her heart quicken. The combined resources within those 10 rings could rival the accumulated wealth of an ancient sacred land over millennia. Carefully storing the rings, the Luo family saint hastened toward the celestial forbidden zone. Although she had effortlessly secured such benefits for the great Qin dynasty, she was acutely aware that it was all a result of the benevolence of her master. Without her master's guidance, she would never have been able to turn a small stake into resources of such value. Thus, she was determined to present these resources to her master, leaving the decision of their use entirely in her master's hands. Seeing the Luo family saint depart, elder son immediately signaled to a few subordinates, instructing them to follow her and ascertain the situation. The great Qin dynasty's substantial wager on the Celestials' victory was exceedingly peculiar. During this betting event, nearly all resource rewards had been claimed by the great Qin dynasty, and elder son felt a sense of dissatisfaction, prompting him to send his subordinates to investigate. However, shortly after the subordinates left, they hurriedly returned. Why are you back so soon? Elder son questioned, puzzled by their rapid return. Had they lost track of the Luo family saint? Elder son, one subordinate gulped nervously. It is not that we lost her, but rather we could not dare to follow any further. Indeed, another subordinate chimed in, after leaving here. The great Qin dynasty individual headed directly into the depths of the celestial forbidden zone. We simply could not muster the courage to pursue her. With the Ji family and the Wan High sacred land's fate fresh in their minds, the Wanbao Tower cultivators witnessed the great Qin dynasty woman enter the celestial forbidden zone without a second thought, leaving them with no choice but to return and report. She entered the depths of the celestial forbidden zone? Are you certain you did not missee? Elder son exclaimed, his disbelief evident, upon seeing his subordinates nodding vigorously. An incredible thought surged through his mind, causing him to gasp in shock. With such a recent demonstration of power in the obliteration of the Ji family and the Wan High sacred land, one would expect that no one in the East Wilderness would dare venture into the celestial forbidden zone. Yet, this individual from the great Qin dynasty had displayed no hesitation in entering its depths. Connecting this with her earlier decision to wager the entire fortune of the great Qin dynasty, elder son cursed inwardly, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. This was the only plausible explanation he could fathom. Elder son, should we not follow the great Qin dynasty and wait for her return? One subordinate suggested, sensing the elder's distress. Absolutely not. Mark my words. None of you are to pry into any matters concerning the great Qin dynasty. Elder son quickly dismissed the idea, fearing his indiscreet subordinates might provoke trouble by investigating the great Qin dynasty. Heaven forbid, if the great Qin dynasty had any connection to the celestial forbidden zone, Wanbao Tower would be courting disaster by prying into such affairs. Although Wanbao Tower was indeed a preeminent force in the East Wilderness, if the master were to discover their audacity in investigating matters related to the celestial forbidden zone, it would undoubtedly be the end of them. Deep within the celestial forbidden zone, as the Luo family saint rushed to its entrance, she witnessed a remarkable scene. A young man with a sword slung across his back and strikingly sharp brows was kneeling before the master with utmost reverence, his face alight with fervor and sincerity as he implored, I, Lin Xianbai, humbly seek your permission to become your disciple and pursue the path of the sword. Chapter 51. The Sex Treasure Vault, the Taishan Sword Classic, the Four Symbols Divine Array, observing Qin Mu standing before him with his hands clasped behind his back. Lin Xianbai was filled with trepidation. Despite being a reincarnated sword immortal in his past life, He found it exceedingly difficult to maintain his composure in the presence of this supreme being, who had just effortlessly vanquished the allied forces of 2 holy lands with a single stroke. Only Lin Qianbai understood the true extent of the formidable and terrifying swordsmanship possessed by the figure before him. The unparalleled essence of swordsmanship encapsulated in that last strike was something Lin Qianbai would never forget throughout his life. This was precisely why he was adamant about taking Qin Mu as his master. He recognized that even at the pinnacle of his previous existence, his swordsmanship paled in comparison to that of the individual standing in front of him. As he beheld Lin Qianbai kneeling reverently before him, his face a mask of sincerity, Qin Mu could not help but smile. He had previously perused Lin Qianbai's introduction and was aware that a being of such caliber, reborn to refine their swordsmanship, would undoubtedly possess a degree of pride. Had he rashly presented himself to request Lin Qianbai as a disciple, the latter would likely have rejected him outright. It was imperative to showcase a strength capable of compelling admiration to successfully take him under his wing. Qin Mu's recent display of prowess, utilizing the grass character sword technique to obliterate the allied forces of the 2 holy lands, was executed with this consideration in mind. Lin Qianbai had been a nascent emperor-level sword immortal in his past life, so Qin Mu aimed to decisively defeat him in swordsmanship, thus illustrating the vast chasm between their abilities. Consequently, it was only natural that Lin Qianbai would eagerly seek to become his disciple, one whom he would be unable to dismiss. The correctness of Qin Mu's approach was soon validated. Ever since witnessing that single strike, Lin Qianbai's mind was consumed by a singular thought. He must take this supreme being from the celestial forbidden zone as his master to cultivate his swordsmanship. Since you are so devout, I shall accept you as my disciple under the celestial sect, making you my 5th disciple, Qin Mu declared, standing with hands clasped. Gazing down at the kneeling sword immortal reincarnate, Lin Qianbai. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully accepted Lin Qianbai as a disciple. Talent assessment, 10 stars. Reward for the host, 1 king-level gift package. The melodious sound that resonated in his ears caused a smile to blossom on Qin Mu's face. Accepting Lin Qianbai as a disciple had rewarded him with a king-level gift package, having recently completed the task of safeguarding the celestial sect. And due to the perfect assessment of the task, he was also rewarded with a supreme-level gift package, receiving 2 substantial rewards in quick succession. Qin Mu was eager to indulge in the thrill of unboxing. However, at that moment, the Lady Saint of the Luo family respectfully approached Qin Mu, presenting 10 spatial rings before him. Sect Master, these are rewards obtained from the trading platform established by the 10,000 Treasures Tower, totaling resources for cultivation worth 20 million spirit stones. How they are to be utilized is entirely at your discretion. 20 million spirit stones worth of cultivation resources? Qin Mu was slightly taken aback upon hearing the report from the Luo family Lady Saint. He gazed at the 10 spatial rings brimming with various cultivation resources and pondered for a moment before selecting 7 of them. He handed 5 rings to Elder Fengzhe and the remaining 2 to Luo Bingyao. From this day forth, I shall establish a sect treasure vault. Elder Feng, you shall be responsible for the management of this vault. The cultivation resources within these 5 spatial rings will be entrusted to your care. Every inner disciple of the celestial sect may collect a portion of fixed cultivation resources from you each month, Qin Mu instructed. Understood. Fengzhe replied respectfully as he accepted the 5 spatial rings. Bingyao, I bestow these 2 spatial rings upon you. From today onward, you shall be the chief outer disciple of the celestial sect. Henceforth, the responsibilities regarding the outer disciples will be entrusted to you, and rewards for the outer disciples may be drawn from these cultivation resources, Qin Mu added, addressing Luo Bingyao. The 2 spatial rings contained cultivation resources valued at 4 million spirit stones. While there was currently only Luo Bingyao as an outer disciple, it was certain that this number would grow. Managing a multitude of outer disciples would be a cumbersome task, and Qin Mu did not intend to undertake it personally. As the empress of the Great Qian dynasty, Luo Bingyao was adept at resource management and personnel oversight. Thus, Qin Mu decided to assign the crucial task of managing the outer disciples to her. Thank you, Sect Master. Bingyao shall not disappoint your expectations and will fulfill her duties as the chief outer disciple. Hearing Qin Mu's command, Luo Bingyao quickly knelt, her excitement palpable. She was not particularly concerned about the resources contained within the spatial rings. After all, regardless of their abundance, they belonged to the celestial sect, and she had no intention of claiming them as her own. What mattered to her was that the sect master had entrusted her with such an important responsibility, clearly indicating his trust in her capabilities. She was determined to perform commendably and live up to his faith. Sect master, there are still 3 spatial rings remaining. Noticing that Qin Mu had only taken 7, the lady saint of the Luo family quietly reminded him. The resources within these 3 spatial rings are all awarded to you. As a token of the great Qin dynasty's unwavering loyalty to the celestial sect, Qin Mu waved his hand, generously bestowing the contents of the remaining 3 spatial rings upon her. As long as one is loyal to the celestial sect, I shall not hesitate to reward them. The resources, worth 6 million spirit stones, were a testament to the great Qin dynasty's allegiance to the celestial sect. The Luo family lady saint was momentarily taken aback before kneeling once more, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, sect master, for your benevolence. The great Qin dynasty shall forever remain loyal to the celestial sect, honoring it above all. Qin Mu nodded and then turned to Shirtian, saying, Your 5th junior brother has just joined the celestial sect and is still unfamiliar with our ways. Please take him on a tour of our residence and provide an introduction. Once all arrangements were made, Qin Mu departed, returning to the main hall of the celestial sect. He was eager to unveil the contents of the 2 gift packages. System. As per usual, let us first open the king-level gift package, Qin Mu commanded. Ding. King-level gift package has been opened. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 1 sect building upgrade card. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained the Emperor-level technique, Taishian Sword Classic. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 100 sets of 10,000 Laws Realm battle armor. Another sect building upgrade card? Qin Mu's face lit up with joy. Several prime locations within the celestial sect's residence were ready for enhancement, making this upgrade card quite timely. As for the Emperor-level technique, the Taishian Sword Classic, having already cultivated the immortal king-level grass character sword technique, he found little use for it himself, but could certainly bestow it upon his newly accepted 5th disciple, Lin Qianbai. Regarding the 100 sets of battle armor, while they held little significance for Qin Mu, he could hand them over to Elder Feng Zhe to enrich the sect's treasure vault. System, let's open the supreme-level gift package. Qin Mu continued with his orders. Compared to the king-level gift package, the supreme-level gift package promised even greater rewards. Ding. Supreme-level gift package has been opened. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the Emperor-level formation, the 4 symbols divine array. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a 5-star sect building, the Skybridge. Chapter 52, The Terrifying Great Array, the Might of the 4 Symbols. The celestial bridge. Upon witnessing the rewards that had emerged, Qin Mu's eyes gleamed with delight. An Imperial Realm formation? The celestial bridge of the sect? The treasures contained within this supreme-level gift were indeed extraordinary. Qin Mu first focused on the initial reward. 4 symbols divine array, an Imperial Realm formation that, once established, can form a protective array around the sect, utilizing the spirits of the 4 divine beasts, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise to suppress the 4 cardinal points. It is impervious to all attacks from cultivators below the Imperial Realm, and can only be breached by the combined might of 2 Imperial Realm experts. Upon reading the description of the 4 symbols divine array, Qin Mu's expression turned increasingly satisfied. If this array were to be set up, would it not signify that the celestial forbidden zone would henceforth be as secure as an impregnable fortress? Even a single Imperial Realm expert would be unable to breach such a formidable formation. Thus, even if he had to leave the celestial realm for matters of his own, he need not fret over potential ambushes. Furthermore, with the protection of this 4 symbols divine array, the celestial forbidden zone would no longer be a place that any random intruder could dare to spy upon. System. Establish the 4 symbols divine array in the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu commanded directly. Ding. For symbols divine array is being set up. As Qin Mu issued the command, the ground within the celestial forbidden zone reverberated with a thunderous rumble, shaking the very earth as though an earthquake had struck. This sudden commotion immediately startled Shirtian and the others. What is happening? Is it possible that there is an earthquake within the celestial forbidden zone? Lin Qianbai exclaimed in astonishment. Do not panic, junior brother, Shirtian reassured him. This is likely related to our master. When those various sect treasures manifested previously, there was also considerable commotion, albeit not as grand as this. Shirtian instinctively believed that this disturbance might be tied to their master. As if on cue, just after Shirtian had calmed Lin Qianbai, Qin Mu's calm voice echoed throughout the celestial forbidden zone. Do not be alarmed. This is merely my arrangement of the protective array for the sect. A protective array? Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and the others were taken aback, with Lin Qianbai displaying a look of sheer astonishment. To create such a significant uproar for just a protective array was indeed remarkable. The disciples of the celestial realm cast bewildered glances towards the source of the rumbling noise. In the next moment, an awe-inspiring scene unfolded before the eyes of all disciples of the celestial lineage. Roar. In the eastern part of the celestial residence, a vast dragon's roar resonated. As a colossal dragon, thousands of feet long, its scales shimmering with a faint glacial glimmer, ascended into the sky, coiling majestically in the eastern heavens. Screech. In the southern region, a melodious phoenix cry echoed as a fiery red vermilion bird with resplendent wings soared through the skies, its cry resounding across the heavens. Roar. In the west, a towering white tiger apparition emerged, its roar shaking the very heavens. Buzz. In the northern expanse, a black tortoise apparition loomed, casting shadows that obscured the sun, heavy and imposing like a mountain range. This. Lin Qianbai instinctively looked up at the four divine beast apparitions, his face reflecting sheer shock. He had a vague sense that any one of these divine beasts was even more powerful than he had been at his peak in his previous life. For divine beast apparitions that transcended the quasi-imperial realm, Lin Qianbai's heart raced with trepidation. Could these apparitions be connected to the protective array set up by their master? This array is named the Four Symbols Divine Array. Just as Lin Qianbai was lost in reverie, Qin Mu appeared before his disciples, gesturing towards the divine beast apparitions standing proudly in the sky, explaining calmly. Roar. Just as Qin Mu finished his explanation, a lightning falcon, imbued with a faint electric glow and nearly 100 feet in length, flew in from the western sky, seemingly startled by the earlier seismic disturbance. In the blink of an eye, it reached the western skies of the celestial forbidden zone. Roar. The lightning falcon's arrival seemed to stir the white tiger apparition in the western sky. The massive white tiger, 1,000 feet long, glinted with a fierce light in its pale golden eyes, and with a single swipe of its paw, it effortlessly tore the lightning falcon apart. After slaying the lightning falcon, the divine beast apparitions, including the western white tiger, gradually faded, retreating into the void. The female saint of the Luo family was left speechless at this sight. That was a lightning falcon, a creature spanning 100 feet. At the very least at the celestial phenomenon realm. Moreover, the lightning falcon, being an extraordinary species, was renowned for its incredible speed. Even a sage-level expert would find it challenging to track its movements. Yet, this celestial phenomenon lightning falcon was dispatched with such ease by the white tiger apparition. And there were 4 such terrifying divine beast apparitions. Not only the female saint of the Luo family, but all disciples of the celestial realm, upon witnessing the might of the 4 symbols divine array, were equally astonished. The protective array set up by their master was astonishingly formidable. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of his disciples, Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. It was merely the elimination of a celestial phenomenon beast. What was so extraordinary about that? Even if a quasi-imperial being dared to intrude, they would meet a swift demise at the hands of the 4 divine beast apparitions. After witnessing the might of the 4 symbols divine array, Qin Mu led his disciples to the newly manifested sect treasure, the Celestial Bridge. This was a grand and expansive bridge, starting from the ground, with a broad platform every 100 meters. The bridge ascended in segments, reaching into the clouds. The entire divine bridge seemed to be forged from divine metal, radiating a soft azure glow, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. As Qin Mu's gaze fell upon the bridge, related information materialized before him. Celestial Bridge, a 5-star sect construction, each bridge serves as a barrier, allowing up to 10,000 disciples of the myriad laws to traverse. Upon reaching the end of the Celestial Bridge, adversarial apparitions matching the disciples' strength will manifest for combat, providing continuous opportunities for honing one's skills and enhancing limits. Note: upon triggering special sect missions in the future, the Celestial Bridge can be upgraded to a 6-star Celestial Divine Bridge, 7-star Celestial Saint Bridge, 8-star Celestial Emperor Bridge, and 9-star Celestial Immortal Bridge. To traverse the Celestial Bridge and generate apparitions that perfectly match one's strength for combat, refining oneself. Observing the efficacy of the Celestial Bridge, Qin Mu instantly recognized its value to be on par with that of the Temporal Treasure Tower. For a cultivator to grow stronger, aside from training, The accumulation of battle experience through constant combat is of utmost importance. Among those in the Transformation Realm, some peak Transformation Realm cultivators, who only focused on training, could find themselves outmatched during life-and-death battles by those in the early Transformation Realm due to insufficient combat experience. While the disciples of the celestial lineage had previously been blessed with the temporal treasure tower, they primarily focused on elevating their realms without necessarily enhancing their combat prowess. However, with the presence of the celestial bridge, the disciples would now gain abundant combat experience, effectively addressing their final shortcoming. Chapter 53, Disciples in Search of Guidance, Special Mission. Taishu, Sword Tomb Master, is this yet another sacred ground of our celestial lineage? Yi Chun inquired, gazing at the ancient divine bridge that rose from the earth, winding upward and piercing the clouds. Indeed, Qin Mu nodded affirmatively. Master, what efficacy does this sacred ground possess? With Qin Mu's nod, Yi Chen's expression brimmed with anticipation. Each sacred ground within the celestial residence held astonishing powers. The chaotic Tao Pavilion enabled the comprehension of myriad laws. The temporal divine tower accelerated the cultivation process. And the Linglong Dao Tower granted access to secret techniques. Even the Medicine King's Garden enhanced the growth rate of the spiritual herbs cultivated within it. With the emergence of yet another sacred ground, Yi Chen and his companions were naturally filled with immense curiosity about the divine bridge before them. This place is named the Tongtian Wang Bridge. As for its purpose, you shall discover it upon ascending. Qin Mu smiled gently, gesturing for Yi Chen to step onto the Tongtian Wang Bridge. Without hesitation, Yi Chen followed the master's suggestion, placing his foot upon the bridge. The moment he stepped onto the bridge, he was automatically transported to the corresponding level based on his cultivation. Yi Chen stood on the second level of the Tongtian Wang Bridge, curiously surveying his surroundings. At that moment, at the end of the second level, a convergence of spiritual energy began to coalesce into a phantom figure. Upon witnessing the slowly materializing silhouette, Yi Chen was taken aback. This figure bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Even the cultivation level was identical. How could a phantom that perfectly mirrored him appear here? As Yi Chen stood in shock and confusion, he saw the figure at the end of the second level suddenly take a step forward and dash towards him like a bolt of lightning. Startled, Yi Chen instinctively reached out to block it, only to realize that this phantom not only matched his cultivation, but also possessed the same ancient sacred body, with immense strength that sent him staggering backward. Below the Tongtian Wang Bridge, Shitian and the others watched Yi Chen engaged in a fierce battle with the phantom, utterly dumbfounded. Master, so the function of the Tongtian Wang Bridge is to generate a phantom with strength identical to oneself, allowing one to engage in combat and hone their battle experience? Shitian could not help but exclaim. Precisely, Qin Mu nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the chaotic clash between Yi Chen and his own phantom. Though the phantom shared Yi Chen's cultivation level, its combat experience was vastly superior. Consequently, after only a few exchanges, Yi Chen found himself at a disadvantage. Within less than a T's time, he was struck down by the phantom and fell from the Tongtian Wang Bridge. An unparalleled sacred ground. Truly an unparalleled sacred ground, Lin Qianbai muttered, nearly overwhelmed by the astonishment within him. Having witnessed the efficacy of the Tongtian Wang Bridge firsthand, he immediately recognized that this bridge was an unfathomable treasure. Engaging in combat with an opponent that possessed significantly greater battle experience, all without the risk of losing one's life, presented an unimaginable opportunity for cultivators. As Yi Chen fell from the Tongtian Wang Bridge, his face reflected a fierce determination. Despite the fact that his opponent matched him in cultivation, why was he being thoroughly overpowered in combat? Meanwhile, Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and the others were eager to try their hand on the Tongtian Wang Bridge, yearning to experience its challenges firsthand. Venture forth on this Tongtian Bridge to hone your skills and enhance your combat prowess. However, do not become overly engrossed after each defeat. Take time to reflect on the lessons learned, Qin Mu advised his disciples before gracefully departing from the scene. He understood that these proud disciples would not relent until they tasted the bitterness of failure. Indeed, after Qin Mu's departure, Shi Tian and the others eagerly ascended the Tongtian Wang Bridge, their enthusiastic shouts from the fierce battles echoing even as Qin Mu returned to the celestial main hall. Upon returning, Qin Mu intended to rest momentarily, only to discover that Lin Qianbai, the fifth disciple he had just accepted, had followed him into the celestial main hall. Master, Lin Qianbai knelt before Qin Mu, his expression somewhat hesitant. "There is a matter in which I may require your assistance." "Oh?" Qin Mu looked at his kneeling disciple with curiosity, wondering what request Lin Qianbai had in mind. He gestured for him to continue. "Disciple practices the sword path, and I require a suitable sword in the early stages to better cultivate my skills. In the eastern wilderness, near the border of the demon tribe, there lies a secret place known as the Taishu Sword Tomb. Within it are many insights and swords left behind by formidable sword masters. However, due to its perilous location at the intersection of human and demon territories, it is far too dangerous for me to reach with my current strength. Thus, I seek your help, Master," Lin Qianbai earnestly implored. Though he had awakened the memories of a previous life as a sword immortal, in this life, he was merely a loose cultivator, with strength only at the foundational stage. Among Qin Mu's disciples, he was the weakest. Lin Qianbai yearned to swiftly enhance his power, and the sword path was inextricably linked to possessing a suitable sword, hence his desire to visit the Taishu Sword Tomb. In his previous life, he had acquired a powerful sword and gained numerous insights into the sword path within the Taishu Sword Tomb, allowing him to make tremendous progress and eventually earn the title of Sword Immortal. The Taishu Sword Tomb was a secret space left behind by a great sword master thousands of years ago, containing many swords and legacies of sword insights. This great sword master was immensely selfless. Any human could enter the Taishu Sword Tomb to comprehend and receive sword teachings. With only one condition: anyone who benefited from the tomb must leave behind a sword or their own insights on the sword path before departing, to be preserved for future human talents. Over time, the Taishu Sword Tomb had amassed a wealth of sword teachings and many formidable swords. Lin Qianbai aspired to find a suitable sword within the tomb. Additionally, he had previously left some of his sword insights there before his passing in his last life, and he aimed to reclaim them in this life. However, the Taishu Sword Tomb was situated in a perilous border area between human and demon territories. With his current strength, he could not hope to reach it, which is why he sought Qin Mu's assistance. As Lin Qianbai articulated his request, a system notification resonated in Qin Mu's ears. "Beep. Special sect mission activated. Assist disciple Lin Qianbai in successfully completing the Taishu Sword Tomb journey. Mission reward, based on the degree of mission completion. A random system gift package will be awarded." Chapter 54, The Demon Suppressing City, Arrival at the Sword Tomb, The One-Armed Elder. Oh, has a new task been issued? Qin Mu was slightly taken aback upon hearing the system notification by his ear. However, this special sect mission arrived at an opportune moment. Completing such a task typically rewards one with a sect building upgrade card. Given the multitude of sacred sites within the residence of the Celestial Realm, several of which urgently required enhancements, this upgrade card had become exceedingly significant. After a brief contemplation, Qin Mu resolved to personally escort Lin Qianbai to the Taishu Sword Tomb. With the four symbols divine formation safeguarding the Celestial Realm, he harbored no fears of any adversaries encroaching upon them. Elder Fengzhou would remain behind to instruct the disciples of the Celestial Realm in their cultivation. With nothing pressing on his agenda and feeling a bit restless from staying in the forbidden area, he deemed it beneficial to venture out. "Then I shall personally guide you there," Qin Mu replied calmly. The prospect of being accompanied by his esteemed master filled Lin Qianbai with joy. His master, being incredibly powerful, ensured that this journey to the Taishu Sword Tomb would be devoid of peril. After giving brief instructions to Elder Fengzhou, Qin Mu departed the Celestial Realm with Lin Qianbai. The Taishu Sword Tomb, located in the desolate state of Huangzhou, lay at the easternmost edge of the eastern wasteland, a staggering distance of millions of miles from the ancient state where the Celestial Realm's forbidden zone resided. However, for Qin Mu, such a distance was trivial. Within a mere breath, he had traversed the vast expanse, arriving at the border of the ancient state. On the fringes of the ancient state stood a magnificent city, grand and unending, resembling a colossal dragon stretching across the horizon. The walls of the city were a dark crimson hue, stained by the bloodshed of past skirmishes between the human and demon races, evidence of the fierce battles that had transpired. Beneath the walls lay countless skeletal remains of demons, bearing witness to the ferocity of the conflicts that had occurred here. This place was known as the Demon Suppressing City, the first line of defense for the human race against the onslaught of demons. Who goes there? At the city gates, two armored human cultivators approached Qin Mu and Lin Qianbai, demanding to know their purpose. Without uttering a word, Qin Mu merely cast a calm glance at the two guards, who immediately felt an overwhelming pressure akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. Trembling, they were compelled to kneel before him. A peerless powerhouse, The two guards were struck with terror but found themselves unable to move, allowing Qin Mu and Lin Qianbai to enter the demon-suppressing city unimpeded. As they crossed the threshold, a burly general clad in golden armor, accompanied by a contingent of human soldiers, approached them. "I am Xing Hong, the commander of the demon-suppressing city. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The commander scrutinized Qin Mu and Lin Qianbai with caution. The demon-suppressing city, a fortified stronghold on the frontier of the eastern wasteland, was constantly embroiled in conflicts with demons, making it rare for humans to venture here. Thus, Xing Hong's curiosity was piqued. "We are merely passing through to reach the Taishu Sword Tomb," Lin Qianbai replied. "To the Taishu Sword Tomb, you say?" Xing Hong's expression softened slightly as he began to grasp their intent. It was likely that these were powerful individuals from some faction, escorting their disciple to receive a legacy at the Sword Tomb. Beyond the demon-suppressing city lies the treacherous borderlands where the human and demon races intersect. Please exercise caution. Esteemed elders, Xing Hong advised before waving his hand to grant them passage. Once they had departed the city, Qin Mu pondered. From where do the human cultivators in the demon-suppressing city hail? Within the city, he sensed that the guarding cultivators exhibited varying levels of strength. Yet all bore a faint aura of iron-blooded determination, as if they had endured countless battles. The demon-suppressing city was originally established by the prominent human factions of the eastern wasteland to fend off demon incursions. Most of the cultivators here were drawn from those esteemed sects, Lin Qianbai explained. However, it appears that those sects are now reluctant to send cultivators to this place. As a result, most of the defenders are descendants of the original guardians, while a few volunteered to safeguard this frontier for the human race. "Ah, I see." Qin Mu nodded. "It seems that the human cultivators here are indeed valiant souls. After all, their duty entails facing daily threats from demons without any tangible rewards. Yet those who remain are undoubtedly dedicated to the welfare of humanity." After leaving the demon-suppressing city, Qin Mu followed Lin Qianbai's lead. Outside the city stretched an expansive wasteland, dotted with a few scattered mortal homesteads where ordinary people dwelled. Perhaps the demons had underestimated these mundane folk, for even in this perilous battleground, they had managed to endure. According to records, the Taishu Sword Tomb should be in that direction. Lin Qianbai gestured uncertainly toward a point in the distance. Though he had visited the Sword Tomb long ago, millennia had passed, transforming the landscape beyond recognition, leaving him with only a vague sense of its location. Yet, a rough direction sufficed for Qin Mu. He unleashed a thread of Imperial-level consciousness, instantly enveloping the surrounding area for thousands of miles. After a brief exploration, he pinpointed the location of the Taishu Sword Tomb and, within a single breath, arrived at the secretive space where the Sword Tomb resided. Before him stood an ancient stele inscribed with the words Taishu Sword Tomb. Lin Qianbai could not help but marvel. "We arrived so swiftly? Master, your prowess is truly astounding." Upon reaching the entrance of this secretive space, Qin Mu noticed an elderly man seated before the stele. A one-armed elder with disheveled white hair and a tattered robe stained with dark red blood. Qin Mu discerned at a glance that this one-armed elder possessed the cultivation of a saint king, albeit with numerous hidden ailments, suggesting he bore significant injuries. "Are you here to receive the Sword Path legacy?" the elder rasped, seemingly aware of Qin Mu and Lin Qianbai's presence. "Senior, I am indeed here to accept the sword legacy from the Taishu Sword Tomb," Lin Qianbai replied respectfully. He understood that this one-armed elder was the guardian of the Sword Tomb, stationed there to fend off the occasional incursions by demons who sought to destroy the legacy and sever the human lineage. Given the elder's appearance, it was evident he had borne this responsibility for an immeasurable length of time. Such dedication warranted Lin Qianbai's utmost respect. Chapter 55. The Inheritance of the Sword Crypt. The emergence of the Supreme Emperor's Sword. All swords bow in submission. The one-armed elder nodded slightly, though his gaze towards Qin Mu held a hint of astonishment. He had guarded the Sword Crypt of the Void for several centuries and had encountered countless prodigies of the human race. However, the individuals dispatched by various factions to escort their talented descendants were typically elderly elders. He had never before witnessed a young elder like Qin Mu. Nevertheless, since Qin Mu was here to accept the inheritance, the one-armed elder refrained from commenting and simply rose to beckon. "Follow me, old man." The one-armed elder gestured towards the ancient stele inscribed with the word Sword Crypt of the Void and performed a series of hand seals. After a few moments, a spatial portal gradually materialized in the void, and the one-armed elder stepped into the passage first. Observing this, Qin Mu also led Lin Qianbai into the portal. Upon entering the spatial corridor, the scenery before them shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in a secret space. This was an expanse of 1,000 miles housing numerous lowly sword mounds, each adorned with an ancient sword. Each sword varied in shape and length. Yet they all exuded an extraordinary aura. Some were covered in intricate runes, while others gleamed with a clear, autumnal brilliance, still emanating a faint chill even after enduring countless ages within the sword crypt. Moreover, a divine sword stood upright in the vast land, its blade reaching towards the heavens, absorbing the radiance of the sun, moon, and stars, while exhaling chaotic energy. The air was thick with the essence of swords, suffusing the entire sword crypt of the void. Lin Qianbai gazed in awe at the multitude of ancient swords towering around him, his eyes lighting up with fervor. As a practitioner of the sword path, possessing a cherished sword was the ultimate treasure they yearned for. With so many divine swords standing before him, how could Lin Qianbai not feel a surge of excitement? While Lin Qianbai was filled with enthusiasm, Qin Mu remained composed, regarding the numerous ancient swords with indifference. Although some of these swords might possess formidable power, they paled in comparison to his own supreme emperor's sword, failing to pique his interest. Once you enter the sword crypt and meditate in peace, if the divine sword is fated to you, it will recognize you as its master, the one-armed elder stated calmly. Lin Qianbai suppressed his excitement, bowing respectfully to both Qin Mu and the one-armed elder before stepping into the vast sword crypt to sit cross-legged and begin his silent contemplation. I hope to truly become a swordsmanship seed capable of taking away a genuine divine sword. This sword crypt of the void may not exist for much longer. The one-armed elder murmured with a sigh. Only he understood that the sword crypt had very little time left. Over the years, he had defended this place, repelling the covetous demon race time and again. However, after centuries of relentless battles, his strength was nearing its end. Once he perished, the sword crypt might fall into the hands of the demons, leaving no opportunity for the human swordsmanship geniuses to come here, accept the inheritance, or claim a divine sword. The one-armed elder's thoughts were to hold on for as long as possible, nurturing more human swordsmanship geniuses to strengthen the power of the eastern wilderness. Just as he lamented inwardly, an unexpected occurrence transpired within the sword crypt. It seemed to sense Lin Qianbai's swordsmanship talent. In the vast crypt, numerous ancient swords began to awaken and resonate, ringing out continuously. A prodigy of the sword path, the one-armed elder's gaze towards Lin Qianbai grew fervent. After guarding this place for so long, it was the first time he had witnessed a swordsmanship talent capable of awakening so many ancient swords. However, mere moments later, the elder's expression darkened. He saw several divine swords soaring into the air within the sword crypt, ringing out defiantly and suppressing all the awakened ancient swords resonating with Lin Qianbai. Divine swords obstructing the master. Those divine swords refused to allow the many ancient swords within the sword crypt to recognize this youth as their master. The one-armed elder's face was grim, filled with confusion. What was happening? He had never encountered such a situation before. While the one-armed elder was perplexed, Lin Qianbai, sitting cross-legged in the sword crypt, began to understand. The former owners of these divine swords had been defeated by him in his previous life and harbored lingering resentment. Now, his presence in the sword crypt evoked familiar sense, causing these divine swords to awaken and act against him, preventing him from taking any sword from this place. What should I do? Lin Qianbai was taken aback, not anticipating such a predicament. With the suppression of these divine swords, even if his swordsmanship talent was unparalleled, he would be unable to take any ancient sword from the sword crypt. Was his journey destined to end in vain? A sense of defeat and frustration welled up within him. The owners of those divine swords were mere defeated foes from his past life, yet now, he had only just begun to inherit the memories of that life, his own strength far too weak to contend with the suppression of these divine swords. What are you planning? Just as Lin Qianbai felt despondent, he heard the one-armed elder's startled cry. Turning his head, he beheld a magnificent figure clad in white, exuding an otherworldly elegance, strolling leisurely into the vast sword crypt with hands clasped behind his back. During the inheritance of the sword crypt, only one person is permitted to enter. If you proceed, all the ancient swords within the crypt will deem you an intruder and will annihilate you. The one-armed elder admonished fiercely. The ancient swords in the crypt, accumulated over countless millennia, numbered in the multitude. With so many divine swords awakening, they would surely obliterate a single intruder. Even the one-armed elder dared not face such power. Had this youth's master lost his mind? Yet, In defiance of the one-armed elder's warning, Qin Mu stepped forward into the sword crypt as if he had not heard a word. Upon his entry, it seemed as if some forbidden force had been triggered. All the countless ancient swords within the sword crypt awakened, ringing out incessantly, emanating a terrifying, murderous intent like a roaring river. It's over. This man is doomed, the one-armed elder thought. Having already condemned Qin Mu to death upon seeing the multitude of awakened ancient swords radiating boundless killing intent. Yet, in the next moment, the elder's pupils constricted. His eyes filled with unending horror. To be favored by my disciple is your honor. Qin Mu addressed the myriad ancient swords within the sword crypt with an expression of indifference. Dare to create chaos? You seek death. With those words, the Supreme Sword, the Supreme Emperor Sword, materialized in Qin Mu's grasp. A strand of Imperial sword might radiated forth, transforming into a true dragon-esque silhouette that soared from the sword, roaring at the sun and moon, shaking the stars. The unparalleled might of the Supreme Emperor Sword swept across the entirety of the sword crypt. In an instant, all the divine swords within the crypt trembled as if they were mice encountering a cat. All the divine swords bowed in Qin Mu's direction, their tips lowered, emitting mournful sounds akin to weeping. At that moment, all swords submitted. Chapter 56, The Majesty of the Master, the Accompaniment of the Great Sage. And the collection of the Sword Tomb within the vast Sword Tomb. What significance does it hold even if it harbors millions of divine swords? When the Supreme Emperor Sword is drawn, all divine swords in this world must bow in submission. Qin Mu stood serenely, wielding the Supreme Emperor Sword. The countless divine swords within the Sword Tomb, despite having awakened, trembled incessantly, lowering their sword tips toward Qin Mu as if to pay homage to an exalted sovereign. The few divine swords that had previously awakened and attempted to challenge Lin Qianbai, Qin Mu's disciple, let out mournful cries as he revealed the Supreme Emperor Sword. Unleashing a strand of unparalleled might, they shattered into dust, dispersing into the cosmos. The might of the Emperor cannot be insulted. Although Lin Qianbai was merely Qin Mu's disciple, the audacity of those few divine swords to act against him was an affront that Qin Mu would not overlook. As a trace of imperial might swept through, regardless of the supreme materials forged into those divine swords, they could not withstand it, crumbling into dust. This scene caused the myriad ancient swords within the sword tomb to tremble in fear, too terrified to raise their heads. Most of the ancient swords that remained in this sword tomb had long attained sentience, possessing their own consciousness. They understood the dreadful nature of the Supreme Emperor Sword, but they also recognized that the being wielding it was even more terrifying. The one-armed elder, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment, rendered momentarily speechless. He had never before seen such a scene. The awakening of all ancient swords, bowing before a single individual. Who on earth was this remarkable figure? The elder's gaze turned toward Qin Mu, his eyes filled with shock and reverence. Though he did not know the origins of this unparalleled man in white, he understood one thing. This individual was undoubtedly far beyond his own realm. Thank you, Master. Lin Qianbai exclaimed with uncontainable excitement upon witnessing Qin Mu stand up for him. Just moments ago, he had felt the oppressive presence of those divine swords, fearing he might return from the sword tomb empty-handed. He never anticipated that his master would intervene, instantly transforming the atmosphere of the sword tomb. It is of no consequence, Qin Mu replied with a slight nod, his gaze falling upon the countless ancient swords within the sword tomb. To be favored by my esteemed disciple is indeed your good fortune. Why do you not come forth and allow him to choose? Upon hearing this, the myriad ancient swords showed no defiance. Regardless of their immense power, they all flew obediently to Lin Qianbai's side, suppressing all fluctuations and permitting him to select at his leisure. Not a single divine sword dared to refuse. Even those who lagged behind did not dare to hesitate. The presence of this white-clad figure wielding the imperial sword was truly overwhelming. Lin Qianbai, astonished by the multitude of divine swords surrounding him, could hardly comprehend the situation. All these divine swords were at his disposal. Was such a privilege even possible? He had never experienced such treatment in his previous life. Having a powerful and formidable master was indeed a blessing. Master is magnificent, Lin Qianbai fervently shouted within his heart. He recognized that this extraordinary treatment was entirely due to Qin Mu. Without his master's intervention, he would have been forced to leave the sword tomb in disgrace when confronted by those few divine swords. With his master's formidable backing, Lin Qianbai was determined not to let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away. He hastily began to select from the obediently gathered divine swords. Overwhelmed by the vast array, He took considerable time to choose, finally selecting a sword that resonated most harmoniously with him, retrieving a portion of the swordsmanship insights he had left behind in his previous life. As Lin Qianbai concluded his selection, Qin Mu prepared to dismiss the ancient swords. At that moment, the one-armed elder approached and respectfully knelt before Qin Mu, saying, "Esteemed senior, I am Li Ruoyu, having practiced for millennia. Yet I remain only at the great sage level. If you do not reject me, I am willing to follow you, serving at your side and obeying your commands." After speaking, Li Ruoyu felt a wave of trepidation. Though he had lived for thousands of years, he understood that this seemingly youthful figure in white possessed unfathomable strength. Undoubtedly an ancient being of immense power. His own age paled in comparison, rendering him merely a junior before this towering presence. Seeing Qin Mu's formidable might, Li Ruoyu's heart swelled with the desire to follow. Now in his twilight years, with a dwindling lifespan and numerous injuries, he feared that without a breakthrough to a higher realm, he might soon face the end. Previously, he had resigned himself to guarding the Sword Tomb in the final years of his life, hoping to make some contribution to humanity. However, witnessing Qin Mu's overwhelming strength, his aspirations rekindled. If he could follow this supreme being, might he not have a chance to ascend to greater heights and achieve the legendary Saint King realm? As Li Ruoyu humbly knelt before him, Qin Mu pondered for a moment. A follower at the great sage level was not essential to him. However, as the disciples of the celestial sect were increasing, and with only Feng Zhe as an elder, it seemed prudent to accept him. Although Li Ruoyu might not qualify as an inner elder of the celestial sect, he could at least serve as an outer elder, guiding the training of the outer disciples. With this in mind, Qin Mu nodded and said, "Very well, you may accompany me." "Thank you, master. Thank you," Li Ruoyu exclaimed in ecstatic joy upon receiving Qin Mu's consent. However, as he glanced back at the Sword Tomb, a trace of reluctance crossed his face. If he were to leave, it would not be long before the demon clan seized this place. It was a pity that the Sword Tomb would likely fall into their hands. Seemingly perceiving the elder's regret, Qin Mu spoke calmly, "Since you are leaving with me, it is meaningless to leave the Sword Tomb here. I shall take it with me." With that, Qin Mu slowly extended a hand, unleashing boundless imperial power that compressed the entire secret space of the Sword Tomb into a singularity. He then lightly tapped his finger, causing a token to materialize from the void. This token encapsulated the entire secret space of the Sword Tomb. The Sword Tomb lay far beyond the borders of humanity. After Li Ruoyu departed, rather than allow it to fall into the hands of the demon clan, it was better for him to take it away. For most cultivators, removing such a secret space would be an inconceivable feat, yet for Qin Mu, it was but a trivial matter. Chapter 57, The Time-Space Array, the Elder of the Semi-Emperor. The demon clan siege as Qin Mu effortlessly compressed the entire secret space of the Tai Su Sword Tomb into a single token. Li Ruoyu's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Had he truly just taken away the Tai Su Sword Tomb? The power of his master was utterly terrifying. This secret space had been formed over tens of thousands of years, expanding from its original radius of 100 miles to nearly 1,000, resembling a small world. Even with all his might, Li Ruoyu found it impossible to budge the Tai Su Sword Tomb, let alone remove it. Yet now, his master could move it with such ease. The sheer power was enough to leave Li Ruoyu in awe. At that moment, as Qin Mu shifted the entire Tai Su Sword Tomb, the voice of the system echoed in his ears. "Ding! Congratulations on successfully completing the special sect mission. Assist the disciple Lin Qianbai in completing his journey to the Tai Su Sword Tomb." Ding! Mission assessment. Perfect. Ding! Congratulations, host, for triggering a rare probability event, resulting in a 5-fold reward boost. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 sect building upgrade card. Ding! Congratulations, you have received 1 great sage pill. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a time-space array. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained an absolutely loyal semi-emperor level powerhouse. The continuous melodious notifications brought immense satisfaction to Qin Mu. He had not anticipated that completing the sect mission would trigger such magnificent rewards. Now he possessed 2 sect building upgrade cards. The Great Sage Pill, which could heal the injuries of a cultivator at the Great Sage level, would be perfect for Li Ruoyu. As for the Time-Space Array, an introduction related to the Time-Space Array appeared before Qin Mu's eyes. Time-Space Array, a special treasure consisting of a main array and 3 subsidiary arrays. Once the subsidiary arrays are established with the main array, instant teleportation can occur regardless of distance. Note: The main array holds all authority and can decide whether to activate the subsidiary teleportation arrays. The time-space array was indeed a rare treasure. The vast expanse of the eastern wilderness made it nearly impossible for ordinary cultivators to traverse its entirety in a lifetime. With the time-space array, Qin Mu could set the main array at the residence of the Celestial Realm, while the 3 subsidiary arrays could be established in various locations throughout the eastern wilderness. This would greatly facilitate the journeys of the celestial disciples. Content with securing the time-space array, Qin Mu's gaze shifted to a figure that had suddenly appeared before him. It was an elderly man clad in gray robes. Upon noticing Qin Mu's gaze, he quickly bowed respectfully, saying, "I am Zhao Tsong, paying my respects to the esteemed sect master." Beside him, Lin Qianbai and Li Ruyu regarded the gray-robed elder with astonishment, for they had not sensed his presence until now. "Rise," Qin Mu said, waving his hand with indifference. He then turned his gaze towards the confused Lin Qianbai and Li Ruyu, explaining, "Zhao Tsong is an inner elder of our celestial lineage. He was dispatched to handle certain matters and has just returned." Upon hearing this, Lin Qianbai's expression shifted to one of realization. It turned out that Zhao Tsong was akin to Elder Fengzi in the celestial residence, both being esteemed inner elders of the celestial lineage. Understanding Zhao Tsong's identity, Lin Qianbai's gaze towards him became filled with respect. He had heard tales of Elder Fengzi's feats from his senior brother, Shi Tian, and knew his strength was unfathomable. While Li Ruyu remained somewhat bewildered about the celestial lineage's power, he instinctively felt compelled to pay his respects to Zhao Tsong, recognizing that this gray-robed elder was even more formidable than himself. "Well, the matters here are concluded. Let us depart," Qin Mu declared, satisfied. This journey had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had he acquired a secret space filled with countless sword path inheritances, but he had also gained a follower of the Great Sage Realm. Furthermore, the rewards from completing the mission, a sect-building upgrade card, the time-space array, and a semi-emperor elder, were beyond measure. Qin Mu speculated that at this rate of development, it would not be long before the Celestial Realm became the most formidable force in the entire vast continent. Just imagine. A great sage-level powerhouse within the Celestial Realm could barely qualify as an outer elder, while all the inner elders were of semi-emperor caliber. Such foundational strength was unmatched across the vast continent. Without further ado, those of Li Ruoyu's caliber, even among the top sacred grounds in the eastern wilderness, were considered ancestral figures. Yet within the Celestial Realm, they were merely outer elders, having secured the Tai Su Sword Tomb and reaped numerous rewards. Qin Mu led Lin Qianbai and the others away. Naturally, he took the lead, with his 5th disciple Lin Qianbai following closely beside him. Elder Zhao Tsong walked respectfully behind Qin Mu, while the great sage Li Ruyu trailed behind Zhao Tsong. As they left the Tai Su Sword Tomb, Qin Mu initially intended to teleport directly back to the celestial residence. However, a faint trace of divine sense emanated from him, causing him to sense an unusual presence. With a subtle shift in his gaze, he brought Lin Qianbai and the others to a location outside the demon suppression city. The air was thick with a faint scent of blood. Several neighboring fields had been reduced to ruins, with the remains of unfortunate mortals exposed in the wilderness. It was the demon clan. Seeing this scene, Li Ruoyu's pupils constricted. He could immediately discern that the human inhabitants had been brutally slaughtered by the demon clan. He also noted the countless overlapping footprints of demons that had trampled the ground into disarray. The demon army was advancing to attack the demon suppression city. A surge of dread washed over Li Ruoyu, and he broke into a cold sweat. The scene before him allowed him to easily deduce that the demon army was indeed on the move to assault the city, and these unfortunate mortals were merely innocent victims. Gazing at the gruesome corpses of the slain humans, Qin Mu's eyes turned icy. The demon clan? With a light step, he traversed the vast landscape in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he had brought Lin Qianbai and the others to the outskirts of the demon suppression city. What lay before them caused both Li Ruyu and Lin Qianbai to turn pale. Outside the demon suppression city, there were tens of thousands of demon soldiers, densely arrayed across the wilderness like an ancient demonic wall, slowly advancing towards the city. Above the throngs of demons loomed 3 massive, ominous clouds, each about 1,000 feet in diameter, shrouded in darkness. Within each cloud lurked a colossal demon powerhouse, their chilling, bloodthirsty eyes peering out, exuding an overwhelming aura of demonic energy that reached for the heavens. Chapter 58. The ominous clouds enveloping the city, the unmatched demon saint, and the great sage in attendance. Before us lies a scene that sends shivers down the spine. Tens of thousands of demon troops are arrayed outside the demon suppression city, looming like ancient demonic peaks over the boundless land. A tempest of demonic energy ravages the heavens and the earth, an overwhelming aura of slaughter that seems capable of freezing one's very soul. Upon the city walls of the demon suppression city, General Qin Mu stands resolutely, flanked by countless armored human warriors. Every cultivator among them gazes towards the legion of demons beyond the walls, their expressions laden with solemnity. Summon aid from the holy lands and great sects. Qin Mu commands his trusted aide, his countenance grim. General, what use is there in calling for aid now? The aide responds with a bitter smile, hesitating to fulfill the order. The holy lands of the eastern wilderness have long forgotten the existence of our demon suppression city. The last time the demons laid siege, it was only through the sacrifice of the great sage Li Ryu, who paid with an arm, that we barely repelled their assault. We sought their help back then as well, but what was the outcome? None of those holy lands sent even a single soldier to our aid. Hearing his aide's reply, Qin Mu's expression darkens with bitterness. He understands all too well that the hope for assistance from the Holy Lands is nearly non-existent. Yet, despite the bleakness of the situation, he is reluctant to relinquish even this faint hope. Qin Mu fears not the battle with the demons, nor does he fear death. What terrifies him is the possibility that if the demon suppression city cannot withstand the onslaught of the demon army, should they breach the walls, they would sweep into the heart of human territory. In such a case, countless human lives would be plunged into despair. That grim scene is one he wishes to avert at all costs. Moreover, the soldiers defending the city are his comrades, his brothers. He cannot bear to see them spill their blood in vain upon these walls. General Qin, why bother seeking aid from those holy lands? They do not consider us their own. Since we are stationed here, we are prepared to face death. These demon brats want to breach the city? They shall have to step over our corpses first. A burly man clad in iron armor grins. Indeed, over the years, I have slain countless demons. My life is already repaid. If these demon brats wish to breach the city, they must first tread over my corpse. Another armored soldier roars. Fear not, young Qin. With us here, this demon suppression city shall never fall. A voice, aged yet resolute, calls from below the walls, as a group emerges from the city, making their way to the battlements. Upon seeing this group, both Qin Mu and the other defenders instinctively bow their heads, their eyes filled with respect. This is a special contingent. All are elderly veterans, their white hair testament to their years of service. Donning battered armor, their bodies bear the scars of countless fierce battles. Some have lost limbs, others are blind in one eye, and some have no legs, yet they have persevered, dragging their bodies forth with sheer will. What unites them is the palpable aura of iron-blooded valor that surrounds them. These are the former defenders of the demon suppression city, the forebears of Qin Mu and his comrades. Now, as the city stands on the brink of crisis, these warriors, who should be enjoying their twilight years, don their armor once more to fight. Old Li, old Guyu. Qin Mu's voice trembles as he gazes upon these veterans returning to battle after so many years. In this moment, he feels a deep-seated resentment towards himself for not being strong enough to single-handedly defend this place and eradicate the invading demons. A somber and heroic atmosphere pervades the walls of the city. Outside, the demon army stands in formation, revealing their sharp fangs, sharpening their blades. Yet their gaze is fixed upon the three massive clouds of demonic energy hovering above, seemingly awaiting commands from the demon overlords within. Today, the demon suppression city shall become history. Break the city, slaughter the gates, and invade the heart of the human realm, feasting upon their blood. The lives of my demon kin shall be repaid in the blood of these humans. A chilling voice emanates from the three formidable clouds, each belonging to a terrifying demon lord. One is a colossal black demonic ape, towering hundreds of meters high, resembling an ancient mountain. Another is a nearly 1,000-meter-long golden crow, its wings poised to tear the skies apart, its gaze cold and regal. The last is a magnificent golden lion, 900 meters in length, its dazzling mane gleaming, its eyes as icy as the depths of the abyss. Three demon saints. Li Ryu gasps, his heart racing as he perceives the overwhelming presence of these peak-level demon lords. This wall is truly insufferable. Allow me to break it, so my kin may advance. The voice of the demonic ape resonates coldly as it swings an arm, unleashing an immense pressure that rends open a nearly 100-meter-wide gap in the city wall. Upon witnessing this, Qin Mu gasps in shock, a wave of despair washing over him. Despite having steeled himself for death, The strength of the attacking demons is overwhelmingly powerful. He does not fear death. He fears dying without purpose. Li Ruoyu, the great sage. I believe I see him. Just as despair grips Xing Hong's heart, his aide's astonished voice breaks through. The great sage has arrived? Hope flickers in Xing Hong's heart as he peers over the wall. He knows that only Li Ruoyu possesses the power to confront these three terrifying demon saints. Following the direction indicated by his aide, he indeed spots Li Ruoyu amidst the chaos. However, the sight before him leaves him momentarily stunned. He sees Li Ruoyu, but he appears to be part of a group approaching the city. At the forefront walks a youth clad in white, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of serenity. Beside him follows a young man bearing a treasured sword, seemingly his disciple. Behind them stands a stern elder in gray robes, his hands at his sides, resembling an old servant following closely behind the white-clad youth. It is only after the gray-robed elder that Li Ruoyu appears. Yet his position seems to be the lowest among this group, merely trailing behind them. Xing Hong gazes at the white-clad figure in astonishment. Isn't this the one who just left the demon suppression city to escort his disciple to the Void Sword Tomb for inheritance? Why is the great sage following behind him? And it appears as though he is in a subordinate role. Xing Hong is momentarily at a loss. Li Ruoyu is a being of great sage cultivation. Such a figure, even in the presence of other saints, should occupy a position of utmost honor. Yet the scene unfolding before him suggests that Li Ruoyu holds the lowest status among this group of individuals. How can this be possible? What sort of person could the young man in white be, that even the great sage Li Ruoyu willingly follows him like a mere attendant? Xing Hong was utterly astonished. Chapter 59. The Commanding Hand, shaking mountains and rivers, suppressing the demon saints as Xing Hong discovered Li Ruoyu's whereabouts. The three formidable demon saints outside the demon suppression city simultaneously cast their gazes towards his direction. Human Saint Li Ruoyu, how is it that you yet live? The demon ape saint's eyes narrowed, filled with a torrent of murderous intent. The last encounter had seen him lead numerous demon clans in an assault on the demon suppression city, only to be met with Li Ruoyu's fierce resistance, which forced him to retreat in defeat. Now, faced with his nemesis, his anger flared anew. Brother Ape, do not let your anger consume you. Today, we three demon saints march together. A mere half-destroyed human saint poses no threat, the Golden Crow Saint remarked, glancing at the one-armed human saint with an icy demeanor, his eyes betraying no emotion. To him, Li Ruoyu was merely a diminished adversary. The combined might of the three demon saints would undoubtedly make short work of him. Amidst the demon clouds, the Golden Lion Saint's gaze also fell upon the scene below, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. He wondered about the identities of those accompanying this human saint. Why did it seem that his status among them was comparatively low? The three demon saints lowered their heads, their chilling gazes emanating an overwhelming murderous aura that seemed to freeze the very air around them. On the walls of the demon suppression city, Xing Hong witnessed this unfolding spectacle, his mind racing with anxiety. While he felt joy at the arrival of the great Saint Li Ruoyu, the daunting presence of three demon saints marching together instilled a deep sense of dread. Old Li had previously lost an arm in battle against the demon ape saint and still bore lingering ailments. How could he possibly contend with the combined might of these three demon saints? Open the city gates. Mobilize the cultivators to charge out and disrupt the demon formation. Buying time for Old Li to return to the city, Xing Hong shouted, his focus solely on leading the defenders of the demon suppression city into a formation to delay the three demon saints, even if just for a moment, to allow Li Ruoyu safe passage. As long as Li Ruoyu could reach the safety of the city's defenses, bolstered by the protective array, they would at least have a fighting chance against the onslaught of the demon army. However, Xing Hong's quick response was outpaced by that of the three demon saints. Upon realizing that Li Ruoyu had appeared outside the city, a wave of murderous intent surged from their bodies, locking onto his position. If Li Ruoyu had been within the city, they would have needed to exert effort to slay him. But with him now exposed, they would not allow this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to pass. Feeling the overwhelming surge of murderous intent, Li Ruoyu's expression shifted slightly, yet he harbored no deep despair. Had he been alone, he might have succumbed to hopelessness, aware that escape from this calamity was unlikely. But now, as he gazed upon the figure clad in white, standing calmly with arms crossed behind his back, a sense of tranquility enveloped him. With such a formidable ally beside him, it seemed the three demon saints were destined to crash against an immovable wall. The three demon saints descended in unison, their ominous aura rising to the heavens. Even the thousands of demon soldiers brandished their weapons, howling incessantly to rally support for their leaders. Li Ruoyu, prepare to pay with your life. After years, they were finally set to taste the blood of a human saint once more. Kill, commanded the three demon saints, their voices cold and detached, as they swooped down from the skies to confront Li Ruoyu. As for Qin Mu and the others nearby, they were hardly deemed worthy of attention by the three demon saints. To them, they were mere human ants, easily swept aside by the ensuing chaos. However, gazing at the three demon saints charging forward, Qin Mu maintained an unsettling calm. Even if three demon saints, or even three demon emperors, were to attack him, it would scarcely disrupt his composure. Elder Zhao Tsong, Qin Mu spoke softly, issuing no commands, yet Zhao Tsong, dressed in gray robes, seemed to comprehend his intent. He raised his hands and directed a disdainful look at the three demon saints, his expression stern. Three demon ants dare to roar before the esteemed lord? Have you all lost your minds? Get down. Zhao Tsong's voice thundered, a mere shout transforming into a resonant wave, crashing towards the three demon saints. Down, down. The roar of a quasi-emperor was enough to instill fear in the hearts of saints, let alone three demon saints. In an instant, the three demon saints appeared to be struck by an invisible wall, their souls trembling, and they plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. The reverberating shockwaves even caused the majestic walls of the demon suppression city to tremble. With a single roar from a quasi-emperor, the mountains and rivers quaked. The three demon saints fell, shaking the very earth beneath them. With their physical resilience, they should have sustained no injuries from a fall of such height. Yet their souls quivered uncontrollably. What just happened? The three demon saints were bewildered, having lost all desire to resist from a single furious shout. An unparalleled powerhouse. I sense an aura akin to that of our ancestors emanating from him. The golden crow saint trembled. The demon ape saint and the golden lion saint exchanged horrified glances. The golden crow saint's ancestor had been a quasi-emperor, such a being. Now, he claimed to sense a similar presence from the gray-robed elder. Could it be that this elder was also a quasi-emperor? Yet, as they gazed at the gray-robed elder standing respectfully beside Qin Mu, their already limited comprehension faltered completely. If this gray-robed elder was indeed an unparalleled quasi-emperor, then who was the white-clad youth that commanded such reverence? Could he possibly be a human emperor? The three demon saints trembled, their minds in disarray. What was happening? They had merely come to assault a minor human stronghold in the eastern wasteland. Their own strengths limited to the realm of saints. How could such trivial matters summon such a terrifying human figure? Both the three demon saints and Li Ruoyu were left in stunned silence. Li Ruoyu had anticipated that only the master could suppress the three demon saints. Yet, it was not the master, but rather the ever-respectful elder Zhao Tsong who had taken action, and his method was utterly straightforward. A single roar had caused the three demon saints to lose heart and fall. These were three demon saints. One roar had subdued them all. Just how powerful was Elder Zhao Tsong? And if he was so deferential to the master, then what of the master's strength? At that moment, Li Ruoyu could not help but reflect on the wisdom of his earlier decision to unwaveringly follow his master after the trials in the Taishu Sword Tomb. Chapter 60. The Illusion of the Lion, the Annihilation of the Demon Army. The ancestor of the Golden Crow. This was a scene that left all who dwelled within and beyond the demon suppression city utterly astounded. Elder Zhao Tsong, clad in a gray robe, unleashed a furious roar that sent three demon clan great saints plummeting from the sky, stripped of any capacity to resist. Heavens! On the walls of the demon suppression city, Commander Xing Hong gazed in disbelief. These were three great saints of the demon clan. With merely a single roar, they were subdued so effortlessly. Even more terrifying was the fact that the elder in gray appeared to be nothing more than a subordinate or servant of the man in white. If a mere subordinate possessed such strength, how formidable must the man in white be? At that moment, Xing Hong began to understand why, upon first encountering this group, the great Saint Li Ruoyu was relegated to the last position. It was not merely a figment of his imagination. The status of Li Ruoyu among this company was indeed the lowest. Initially, there was a deathly silence atop the city walls, which quickly erupted into earth-shattering cheers. The human cultivators defending the demon suppression city, though stunned by the spectacle before them, were filled with boundless joy. They had prepared themselves for death in the face of the demon army's assault, but now it appeared that the demons were the ones facing impending doom. In stark contrast to the jubilant human cultivators, the tens of thousands of demons outside the city found themselves engulfed in a profound silence. Their three leaders had been subdued in an instant. Witnessing this scene left the demon army utterly paralyzed with fear. "Spare us, esteemed elder. We shall retreat far away and never again dare to infringe upon the borders of the human realm." The once proud and merciless great saints of the demon clan now knelt before Qin Mu, desperately pleading for mercy. Although it was Elder Zhao Tsong who struck them down from the sky, the three great saints could clearly discern that the true authority among this group was the man in white before them. To whom should they plead, if not him? The three great saints bowed repeatedly, their actions causing the earth to tremble beneath them. Yet, as they begged for mercy, Qin Mu's expression remained as calm as still water, showing no signs of change. Now they seek mercy? It is too late. Three mere great saints of the demon clan were beneath Qin Mu's notice. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, he commanded, "Kill them all." Elder Zhao Tsong, having received his directive, bowed and complied. He approached the three demon great saints, and amidst their terrified gazes, raised his palm decisively, striking down upon their heads. The great saints of the demon ape and golden lion, witnessing this, were filled with dread and attempted to flee. But Zhao Tsong's quasi-imperial aura had already locked onto them, rendering them utterly immobile. In a moment of desperation, the golden lion saint cried out, "Human cultivators! The ancestor of the golden crow is a quasi-imperial powerhouse still living among us. Should you dare to kill us, the ancestor will sense it and bring calamity upon you. Yes, the ancestor of the golden crow is renowned. If you let us go, we shall consider this day as if it never occurred," echoed the demon ape saint. At this juncture, they had no options left. Resorting to invoking the name of the golden crow's ancestor in a desperate bid to intimidate this human powerhouse and buy themselves a chance at survival. Listening to the cries of the golden lion and the demon ape, the golden crow saint was left dumbfounded. How bold these two were to speak so freely. That ancestor belonged to the golden crow lineage, not to the demon ape or golden lion clans. Furthermore, if invoking the name of the ancestor could instill fear, he would have done so long ago, rather than waiting for these two to unveil his lineage. The reason the golden crow saint had refrained from mentioning the ancestor was that the elder in gray was already comparable to the ancestor. Was this man in white not even more terrifying? His own demise was inconsequential, but the ancestor was the cornerstone of the entire golden crow clan. He could not afford any risk to their safety. Thus, the golden crow saint had remained silent about his lineage, never daring to invoke the ancestor's name. However, he never anticipated that these two fools beside him would resort to such desperate measures, recklessly disclosing everything. Truly, they were two blundering liabilities for the golden crow. Just as the golden crow saint contemplated a scathing retort, it was already too late. Unmoved by the fervent pleas of the demon ape and golden lion saints, Zhao Tsong executed his actions without hesitation. 3 strikes later, including the golden crow saint, the 3 demon great saints had their souls shattered and fell. After slaying the 3 demon great saints, Zhao Tsong's gaze turned toward the tens of thousands of demons. While Qin Mu had said nothing, Zhao Tsong, as a subordinate, instinctively understood his master's intent. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned a terrifying giant hand, measuring thousands of feet across, from the depths of the heavens. Crashing down upon the demon army like a mountain, with a thunderous roar, clouds of dust erupted. Facing the strike of a quasi-imperial force, the demon army had no means to evade or resist. When the dust settled, a massive pit, several thousand feet wide, remained where the demon army had once stood. Now utterly annihilated, entombed in the depths of the hand-shaped void, the demon army was entirely obliterated. From the fall of the 3 great saints to the annihilation of tens of thousands of demons, all transpired in the span of mere breaths. Standing upon the walls of the demon suppression city, Xing Hong and the other human cultivators gazed at the scene beyond the city, where not a single demon figure remained. The sensation was akin to a dream. Who could have imagined that such a formidable demon army would collapse so swiftly, vanquished in an instant? In that moment, the eyes of the human cultivators on the city walls converged upon the breathtaking figure in white, filled with profound gratitude and reverence. At the very moment Zhao Tsong obliterated the 3 demon great saints, deep within the demon territory, millions of miles from the demon suppression city, in the heart of the Golden Crow ancestral land, a magnificent and overwhelming wave of energy surged forth, as if an exalted being had awakened. Sensing this aura, All Golden Crow clansmen within the territory turned reverently toward the depths of their ancestral land, kneeling in awe, their eyes brimming with respect and astonishment. This was the aura of the ancestor. What had transpired? The ancestor had awakened? Uncertain murmurs filled the air. Wasn't he, the ancestor, always in seclusion, seeking enlightenment regarding the legendary Imperial Realm? Why had he awakened now? Could it be that he had finally achieved understanding and was on the brink of attaining the Imperial Realm? Glory to the ancestor! Countless Golden Crow clansmen whispered, still trying to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, deep within the Golden Crow ancestral land, the ancestor, adorned with resplendent golden wings, slowly opened his eyes, emanating an ancient and imposing energy. Has one of my descendants fallen? He mused. Humph. Let this ancestor see who possesses the audacity to slay a member of the Golden Crow clan. Chapter 61. The emergence of the ancestor and the dreadful presence of the Golden Crow. The voice of the ancestral being of the Golden Crow echoed with a hint of fury. Who is he? The ancestor of the Golden Crow tribe, an unparalleled existence at the quasi-emperor level. Even among the entirety of the demon race, he holds an exalted status. The fall of an ordinary Golden Crow creature would not elicit any response from him. However, if something were to stir his heart, it would undoubtedly be a powerful Golden Crow that has returned to its ancestral lineage to a significant degree, at the very least a being of the Saint Realm. Such beings are scarce even within the Golden Crow clan. The demise of a Golden Crow above the Saint Realm is undoubtedly a considerable loss to the tribe. Yet, it was not merely the death of a junior saint that incited such wrath in the ancestral being. The true source of his fury lay in the audacity of the one who had slain the Golden Crow saint, daring to disregard his existence. The mighty quasi-emperor of the demon race, someone had the audacity to ignore him? The Golden Crow ancestor snorted, and within his golden eyes, the essence of blazing solar fire flickered restlessly. With a mere thought, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Harnessing the power of his bloodline to trace the remnants of the fallen Golden Crow saint, determined to uncover the identity of the one who dared to disregard him. Boom! As the Golden Crow ancestor unleashed his aura, the very heavens trembled and roared. Even the countless stars beyond the 9 heavens shuddered, as if vibrating in response to his overwhelming presence. Drawing upon the bloodline, he traced the source. The Golden Crow ancestor spoke coldly, radiating a magnificent power that compelled all members of the Golden Crow tribe to kneel in reverence. Even those powerful demon saints from distant territories felt a chilling awareness and gazed toward the direction of the Golden Crow tribe. The Golden Crow ancestor has awakened? What has transpired to summon such a formidable being? Wasn't he always in seclusion, cultivating? Surely, there must be a matter of great significance that could rouse him. Could it be that the Golden Crow ancestor has discovered a path to transcend into the Emperor Realm? If so, it would indeed be a moment of celebration, as our demon race would gain another supreme demon emperor. Countless demon powerhouses, sensing the faint yet resplendent pressure, were stirred and engaged in animated discussions. Meanwhile, the Golden Crow ancestor, guided by his bloodline, swiftly pinpointed the location of the fallen Golden Crow saint. Humph! Let me see who it is. The Golden Crow ancestor snorted coldly, unleashing his quasi-emperor might as he advanced toward the site of the fallen Golden Crow saint. He was determined to discover who had the audacity to slay a descendant of his Golden Crow tribe. At the border of the human realm, outside the demon suppression city, after Elder Zhaozong took action and obliterated the vast demon army, which included 3 demon saints, Qin Mu waved his hand, intending to lead everyone into the city. Just then, from the distant horizon, an overwhelming and magnificent presence suddenly emerged, casting half of the sky in a brilliant golden hue. Faintly, one could discern that in the far-off sky, a colossal Golden Crow avatar, nearly 10,000 feet tall, materialized, filling the expanse of the heavens. Its cold and immense golden eyes gazing disdainfully toward the location of the demon suppression city. This abrupt change froze the expressions of Xing Hong and others atop the city walls, their joy abruptly replaced by terror. Was this the mightiest of the demon race? In comparison, the 3 demon saints they had just faced seemed utterly inconsequential, akin to mere ants. Who dares to slay a descendant of my Golden Crow tribe? A grand and frigid resonance emanated from the distant horizon. The Golden Crow ancestor appeared to behold the fallen Golden Crow saint, his icy gaze igniting with fury. A Golden Crow saint has perished. Regardless of who is responsible, the Golden Crow ancestor shall make them pay a dreadful price. His cold voice reverberated throughout the heavens, the rippling quasi-emperor aura causing all to tremble in fear. This is catastrophic. Li Ruoyu felt a jolt within. Having just heard the great demon saint and the golden lion saint speak of the golden crow ancestor being a quasi-emperor, the colossal golden crow avatar manifesting at the horizon could only be the work of that very quasi-emperor of the golden crow tribe. An emperor-level demon has been stirred? This is truly catastrophic. Uncertain if Elder Zhao Tsong could withstand the presence of a golden crow quasi-emperor, Li Ruoyu felt a wave of dread wash over him. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed the sect leader, who had been walking in front of the group, turn slowly to face the distant horizon. His expression indifferent, his gaze lifting to meet the far-off sky. In that singular moment, the immense golden crow avatar, which had filled half the heavens, quivered violently. The golden crow ancestor's golden eyes revealed a flash of astonishment. He beheld that profound gaze, as if it were the essence of the cosmos condensed, unfathomable. In that fleeting moment, the golden crow ancestor seemed to witness a terrifying spectacle of the sun rising and the moon waning, of starseas withering, of creation and destruction unfolding. The gaze was indifferent and distant, devoid of any emotion. Yet within the golden crow ancestor's heart, an overwhelming terror surged forth. Under that gaze, he felt as if he were facing an unparalleled existence revered across myriad worlds. Merely a glance sent shivers through his very soul. The Emperor Realm. This is undoubtedly an existence of the Emperor Realm. The golden crow ancestor trembled. The golden crow avatar he had conjured began to shudder, as if on the verge of disintegration under the weight of that stare. Begone. Qin Mu cast a glance at the distant golden crow avatar, speaking with an air of indifference. With his words, he commanded the very fabric of heaven and earth, and the colossal golden crow avatar shattered under the overwhelming pressure. In the ancestral grounds of the golden crow tribe, the ancestor was filled with astonishment. An Emperor Realm existence. Absolutely an Emperor Realm existence. The golden crow ancestor was thrown into a panic. He had merely sought vengeance for his kin, yet his descendant had unwittingly offended such a supreme being. Was this a death wish for the golden crow tribe? The golden crow ancestor cursed vehemently, his heart consumed by endless fear and trepidation. Without a moment's hesitation, he soared from the golden crow ancestral grounds, fleeing rapidly into the vast expanse beyond the 9 heavens. When that great being commanded him to leave, he could no longer remain in this desolate realm. He must escape into the depths of the starry skies. As the golden crow ancestor ascended, transforming into a golden speck of light and vanishing beyond the horizon, all the golden crows looked up, dumbfounded, watching their ancestor's figure disappear into the skies. What has transpired? Why has the ancestor suddenly departed? Could it be that he has finally achieved a breakthrough and is venturing into the starry expanse to attain the legendary Emperor Realm? Yet, observing the ancestor's hasty departure, why did it seem somewhat disheveled, as if he were in a frantic flight? Chapter 62. A tremendous opportunity, the second vassal. And the registered disciple, the members of the Qin Mu clan exchanged glances, bewildered by the unfolding events. At that moment, an elder of the Qin Mu clan spoke up, praising. Our ancestors must have glimpsed the legendary Imperial Realm, which compelled them to hasten into the vast outer cosmos to validate the supreme imperial path. Upon hearing these words, the other Qin Mu clan members immediately echoed their agreement. Indeed, our ancestors were so eager, they must have been anxious to confirm that unparalleled realm. Our ancestors are mighty. Their benevolence. If they were to validate the imperial path on this vast continent, the entire land might not withstand it. A chorus of flattery ensued among the Qin Mu clan members, who conveniently ignored their ancestors' recent hasty retreat and even glorified it. Meanwhile, far away outside the demon suppression city, the human sage Li Ruoyu felt an unparalleled shock resonating from the depths of every cell in his body. That was the ancestor of the Qin Mu, a terrifying being on the verge of becoming an emperor. Yet, merely a glance from the master sent them fleeing in panic. A single gaze could intimidate a quasi-emperor. Li Ruoyu felt as though he were caught in a dream. As if in a trance, the human practitioners atop the walls of Demon Suppression City shared his astonishment. When the divine form of the Qin Mu ancestor descended, all the human defenders, including Xing Hong, were filled with a sense of despair in the face of such an unmatched terror. However, the ethereal figure clad in white simply uttered a single word, scram, sending the formidable demon clan's powerhouse fleeing in haste. This scene left the human practitioners within Demon Suppression City unable to believe their own eyes. Amidst countless gazes filled with reverence and gratitude, Qin Mu and his companions slowly made their way into Demon Suppression City. The city's commander, Xing Hong, knelt thunderously before Qin Mu, bowing deeply and saying, "On behalf of all the human practitioners in Demon Suppression City, I thank you for your grace today." As he knelt, one by one, the human practitioners stationed in the city followed suit, bowing in respect to Qin Mu. They understood that without this supreme being's intervention, not only would their lives have been lost, but the Demon Suppression City they had guarded for countless years would have ceased to exist. Qin Mu not only saved their lives, but also preserved the precarious existence of the city. Such grace was undoubtedly worthy of their profound reverence. "Rise," Qin Mu said, waving his hand lightly. As he gazed at the armored human practitioners, weathered by battles and trials, he felt a stirring in his heart. Over the recent days, he had accepted many inner disciples into the celestial lineage, yet only Luo Bingyao remained as an outer disciple. As the celestial name spread across the vast continent, they would inevitably encounter increasing matters. It would be best to have a group of outer disciples dedicated to handling these mundane affairs, sparing inner disciples like Shirtianai and Chun from such trivialities. The human practitioners within Demon Suppression City appeared to be an excellent choice for selecting outer disciples. These practitioners willingly relinquished everything to guard the unassuming borders of humanity, proving their integrity and virtue. Having fought against the demon clan for many years, they had accumulated invaluable experience, making it difficult for their peers at the same level to rival them. The only thing lacking might be their cultivation level. But for the celestial lineage, this was hardly a concern. With the formidable resources of the celestial lineage as a foundation, nurturing these defenders of Demon Suppression City into powerful beings would be an effortless task. As Qin Mu pondered, the sage Li Ryu approached Xing Hong and spoke in a hushed tone. "Xing Hong, a monumental opportunity lies before you and the other practitioners of Demon Suppression City. Do not let it slip away." "Opportunity? What do you mean, elderly?" Xing Hong inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face as he sought clarity on the opportunity Li Ruoyu referred to. "Do you know why I follow this supreme being?" Li Ruoyu sighed softly and recounted everything that had just transpired to Xing Hong. With each detail, Xing Hong's astonishment grew. "Elderly, you have become a follower of this supreme being?" "I just spoke with the master's disciple and learned that he hails from the mysterious, forbidden zone known as Celestial, where he is the master of the celestial lineage. Now that Celestial is reviving, it is the time to gather the world's talents. I have heard that even the great Qin dynasty of the Eastern Wilderness has submitted to Celestial, becoming its vassal. In terms of strength and foundation, Demon Suppression City is not inferior to the great Qin dynasty. If you were fortunate enough to lead all the practitioners of Demon Suppression City to submit to the master of the celestial lineage, it would be an extraordinary opportunity for the city." Upon hearing Li Ruoyu's words, Xing Hong's heart stirred with excitement. If what Li Ruoyu said was true, leading Demon Suppression City into the ranks of the celestial lineage as a vassal would undoubtedly be a tremendous blessing. Moreover, if even Li Ryu was willing to serve as the subordinate of this master, why could Demon Suppression City not become a vassal of the celestial lineage? Xing Hong was a decisive individual. After a brief moment of contemplation, he made his decision and prostrated himself once more before Qin Mu, speaking with utmost reverence. "I implore you, esteemed elder, to grant permission for Demon Suppression City to submit to Celestial and become its vassal." Seeing Xing Hong humbly kneeling before him, Qin Mu pondered briefly before responding, "Your request is granted. However, to become a vassal of Celestial, you may initially be registered disciples. Only upon passing the trial and proving yourselves can you be promoted to outer disciples of Celestial. Are you willing?" Registered disciples exist at a level lower than outer disciples. Individuals like Shirtianai and Chun are inner disciples of Celestial, while those like Luo Bingyao are outer disciples. Both inner and outer disciples qualify for entry into the forbidden zone of Celestial, but registered disciples do not have such privileges. Only after successfully advancing to outer disciples can they gain access to the forbidden zone and reach the residence of the celestial lineage. This design was intentional on Qin Mu's part. He intended to transform the forbidden zone into a transcendent sanctuary. If anyone could enter freely, it would lose its sacredness. Therefore, even vassals of the celestial lineage must undergo rigorous trials and promotions to earn the right to enter the forbidden zone. Registered disciples? Upon hearing Qin Mu's words, Xing Hong showed no hesitation, repeatedly bowing in agreement. The human practitioners of Demon Suppression City behind him willingly followed suit, all submitting with reverence. Not a single one harbored feelings of discontent. After all, even Li Ruoyu was merely a follower of this supreme being. Becoming the lowest-ranked registered disciple of the celestial lineage was still an immense honor. Chapter 63, The Boundless Sea. The mysterious supreme being approaches at the moment when Qin Mu accepted the second vassal force on behalf of the celestial lineage in the demon suppression city. Far away in the celestial forbidden zone, disciples such as Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and Yi Chun remained diligent. Most of their days were spent cultivating within the time-space divine tower, with the remaining hours dedicated to venturing upon the Tongtian Bridge, battling their own doppelganger shadows to hone their skills. After a period of rigorous combat training, although Shi Tian, Yi Chun, and the others did not experience significant elevation in their realms, their true combat prowess was advancing at an astonishing rate, rendering their previous selves almost unrecognizable. I managed to withstand the doppelganger at the end of the Tongtian Bridge for half an hour this time. I estimate it won't be long before I can completely defeat it. Yi Chun grinned, rubbing the bruises on his body. Despite appearing somewhat disheveled, his voice brimmed with confidence. Compared to his initial attempts on the Tongtian Bridge, where he could only endure for a few breaths, he now could withstand half an hour of assaults from the doppelganger, a remarkable improvement that filled him with joy. Who knows when Master and the fifth junior brother will return? Gu Qingxue sighed, gazing into the distance. Though the daily lives of the disciples remained unchanged whether Qin Mu was present or not, his presence instilled a sense of security within them. Senior sister, there is no need for concern. The celestial forbidden zone is protected by the four symbols divine array set up by Master, even in his absence. No one can threaten our safety, Yi Chun reassured Gu Qingxue, mistakenly thinking her worries were about their safety in the absence of their master. Mu. Just then, the deep bellow of old Huang echoed through the air. Hearing the call, Yi Chun felt a twinge of helplessness. The bull demon was hungry again. All right, I shall seek out Sister Bingyao, for only her cooking can satisfy old Huang's appetite. Ever since that day when he shared a meal of braised beast meat with Qin Mu, old Huang seemed to have developed a taste for flesh. He no longer grazed on grass. Instead, he wandered outside the celestial stronghold, returning with the corpses of powerful feral beasts for Luo Bingyao to roast for him. It was indeed baffling why a perfectly healthy cow would abandon grass for meat. Although old Huang typically behaved with utmost docility in front of their master, Shi Tian, Yi Chun, and the other disciples knew just how terrifying he truly was. With a single hoof, he could bring death to any beast, regardless of its realm. Because of this, Yi Chun occasionally referred to old Huang as the bull demon in private, harboring a deep curiosity about their master's peculiar pet. In the vast continent, whether demons or other beings, those who attained the Golden Core realm could speak human language. Once one reached the Divine Transformation realm, they could assume human form. Yet, old Huang's power clearly surpassed the Divine Transformation realm, yet he had never taken on human form or uttered a word. Had it not been for those who had witnessed his terrifying strength, others would merely perceive him as an unusual beast. The elder of the Shi clan had learned this the hard way, believing he could easily subdue old Huang due to his inability to transform or speak, only to find himself defeated as if he had kicked a steel plate forged from the most powerful divine metal. Shaking his head, Yi Chun dismissed his errant thoughts and decided to find Luo Bingyao to prepare old Huang's dinner. However, just then, a cry of alarm broke out beside him. Instinctively turning to look, Yi Chun saw Gu Qingxue's expression shift to one of shock as she gazed into the distance. Look, what is that? She exclaimed. Yi Chun, Shi Tian, and the others followed her pointing finger, and their eyes widened in astonishment. In the farthest reaches of the horizon, the vast sky appeared to split in two, revealing an extraordinary and majestic world beyond. It was an endless ocean, with monstrous waves towering high, each crest imbued with a terrifying force capable of obliterating even a powerful being of the myriad laws with ease. The entire ocean was shrouded in darkness, boundless and foreboding, as if it could consume one's very soul. More terrifying was the formidable figure standing atop the boundless black sea, clad in azure golden armor. This towering figure emanated an overwhelming presence that seemed to sweep across the heavens and the earth, stirring the dark waters into a frenzy for miles around. This figure, like an ancient mountain demon, stood resolute upon the vast sea, its armor enveloping its form, revealing only a pair of indifferent eyes that appeared to gaze toward the celestial forbidden zone. This aura, Yi Chun swallowed hard, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with the energy radiating from the armored figure. Suddenly, he recalled experiencing a similar presence while following his master deep within the ancient royal mountain, one of the life-threatening forbidden zones. This belonged to an ancient supreme being of the Forbidden Zone. An ancient supreme being. Yichen gasped. The figure standing against the horizon was indeed an ancient supreme being. Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and Mo Yixin were equally shaken. Why would an ancient supreme being appear? Seemingly peering into the celestial Forbidden Zone? Junior brother, could it be that the ancient supreme from the ancient royal mountain has come seeking vengeance? Gu Qingxue couldn't help but inquire. Not long ago, their master had brought Yi Chun back from the ancient royal mountain, undoubtedly offending its ancient supreme beings. However, as Gu Qingxue posed her question, Yi Chun slowly shook his head. It shouldn't be the ancient supreme of the ancient royal mountain. That boundless black ocean does not resemble the landscape of the ancient royal mountain's Forbidden Zone. Moreover, if it were truly the ancient supreme from there, why did they not confront our master back then and choose to act now? Yi Chun felt that the mysterious supreme figure on the horizon was not from the ancient royal mountain. First, the boundless black ocean beneath it was not characteristic of the ancient royal mountain. Second, if that ancient supreme had intentions to strike, they would have done so long ago. Gu Qingxue fell silent. If it wasn't the ancient supreme of the ancient royal mountain, then from where did it come? Surely, it couldn't be drawn here by the misfortunes of her cursed body, could it? With a wry smile, Gu Qingxue dismissed the thought as absurd. Even if her cursed body brought misfortune, it could not summon an ancient supreme adversary while she was still at the nascent soul realm. Could it? Brothers and sisters, now is not the time to discuss such matters. Mo Yixin pointed toward the horizon, her voice tinged with urgency. That supreme being is coming closer. They all turned to see the mysterious supreme figure in azure golden armor take a step from the boundless black ocean, traversing the vast sky and approaching the location of the celestial Forbidden Zone with an imposing gaze. Chapter 64. The terrifying Old Huang. Hoof treads the supreme. Supreme bloodshed for the disciples of the celestial clan. The scene that unfolded was utterly chilling. A mysterious ancient supreme being materialized from the horizon, stepping forth to traverse the boundless sky, advancing towards the Forbidden Zone of the celestial clan. His gaze was exceedingly indifferent, fixated solely on the Forbidden Zone, dismissing all else. Wherever he passed, even a mere wisp of his aura caused the clouds stretching for miles to dissipate, rendering them too fearful to obstruct his path. Everyone, steady yourselves. Upon witnessing the spectacle, Shi Tian felt a sinking sensation in his heart, yet he reassured his fellow disciples, stay within the celestial clan's encampment. The four symbols divine array set by our master is here. It will surely protect us. Despite his words, Shi Tian's own heart was uneasy. The four symbols divine array was indeed crafted by their master, and he held no doubts about its formidable power. Yet, the terrifying figure clad in azure golden armor was, after all, an ancient supreme. Were their master still within the Forbidden Zone, Shi Tian would have felt no fear. However, with their master absent, could the four symbols divine array alone withstand this enigmatic supreme? This is bad. Yi Chun seemed to have realized something, his expression darkening. Senior sister Luo Bingyao mentioned she had to return to the great Qin dynasty. By now, she should have been back in the Forbidden Zone, but I do not know if she has entered yet. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Shi Tian and the others fell. They were, at least, within the Forbidden Zone, under the protection of the four symbols divine array, so they felt relatively secure. But if Luo Bingyao had not made it back in time and accidentally encountered this mysterious supreme outside the Forbidden Zone, it would spell danger. What shall we do? Shi Tian and the others exchanged worried glances, silently praying that Luo Bingyao would return to the Forbidden Zone in time. With the Supreme's ability to traverse the vast heavens with a single step, even if they wished to fetch Luo Bingyao now, they would be too late. Just as Shi Tian, Yi Chun, and the others were in a state of anxiety, Old Huang, who had been resting lazily under the ancient tea tree, seemed to have caught wind of Luo Bingyao's name. With a low moo, he slowly rose, and with a light hoof step, he vanished from the celestial clan's encampment. Outside the Forbidden Zone, Luo Bingyao looked up at the setting sun, hurriedly continuing her journey. She was acutely aware that mealtime was approaching, while others might be fine. Old Huang was particularly picky, only consuming the exotic meat she prepared. She needed to return swiftly to the encampment to cook for him. However, just as she was about to enter the Forbidden Zone, an overwhelming and terrifying pressure suddenly descended, freezing her in place, rendering even the simple act of raising her finger a distant dream. Luo Bingyao's face was filled with astonishment as she struggled to shift her gaze. Above, amidst the vast sky, stood a figure clad in azure golden armor, reminiscent of an ancient demon god. with cold and indifferent eyes sweeping over her, akin to viewing mere ants. In the Forbidden Zone, high above the 9 heavens, the mysterious Supreme spoke indifferently, casually raising a hand to press down on Luo Bingyao and the Forbidden Zone behind her. On seeing this, despair washed over Luo Bingyao's face. Who was this person, daring to strike at the Forbidden Zone? She was mere moments away from entering the sanctuary of the 4 symbols divine array laid by their esteemed leader, but alas, she was so very close. Gazing at the Forbidden Zone just within reach, a sense of regret and unwillingness welled within her. Was this to be the end of her life? How truly lamentable. Luo Bingyao understood that their esteemed leader was presently absent from the Forbidden Zone, leaving no one to save her. In utter despair, she closed her eyes, awaiting the inevitable approach of death. Yet, at that moment, she heard a resonant and serene long Mu echoing across the heavens. Mu. Luo Bingyao's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld a golden figure above, who, with a powerful hoof, seemed to transcend the speed of the world, striking fiercely against the figure clad in azure golden armor. Bang! A profoundly thunderous sound erupted, as the armored figure coughed up blood, nearly sent flying, staggering back several steps before regaining his balance. The mysterious Supreme instinctively looked down, only to find a distinct hoofprint branded upon his azure golden armor, surrounded by numerous fine cracks, nearly shattered. Seeing the cracks on his armor, a wave of shock surged within the mysterious Supreme. This azure golden celestial armor was forged from divine materials of the utmost quality, renowned for its unparalleled hardness. And yet it had nearly been shattered by a single strike. When he finally caught sight of the attacker, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A robust golden bull, with a coat of shimmering gold, was glaring at him with an unfriendly demeanor. A golden bull? The mysterious Supreme was momentarily bewildered. Had he truly just been kicked by this bull? After a brief moment of shock, an inferno of rage ignited within the mysterious Supreme. Who was he? Once the ruler of an era, unrivaled across the vast continent, no one dared to challenge his authority. Yet now, he had been brutally kicked by a bull that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. Seeking death, fury surged through the mysterious Supreme, his azure golden armor ringing with a resonant clang, radiating an overwhelming life force that illuminated the heavens. Countless chains of order, resembling azure golden divine feathers, emerged from the celestial armor, enveloping the mysterious Supreme within. Each chain emanated an unfathomable power, capable of obliterating mountains and rivers. However, facing the wrathful mysterious Supreme, Old Huang's enormous eyes revealed a hint of disdain. Mu. With a bellow, 2 streams of white vapor erupted from his nostrils, surging forth like 2 true dragons, colliding with the azure golden chains of order surrounding the mysterious Supreme. What transpired next was a sight that left the mysterious Supreme in utter disbelief. The seemingly casual streams of white vapor emitted by the golden bull contained unimaginable terrifying power, instantly causing the surrounding azure golden chains of order to disintegrate. Bang! Another resounding thud echoed, and before the mysterious Supreme could comprehend the situation, he was engulfed by an overwhelming force, violently propelled backward. Only the searing pain in his chest reminded him that he had seemingly been kicked once more by that golden bull. Mu. With another powerful kick, Old Huang sent the mysterious Supreme flying again. Casting an approving glance at the unscathed Luo Bingyao below, he mooed twice, signaling her, then charged forward in pursuit of the mysterious Supreme. Stunned into silence, Luo Bingyao stood outside the Forbidden Zone, listening to Old Huang's calls, seemingly grasping his intent. Yet, the implication of his message left her in a state of profound shock and bewilderment. Old Huang meant that he wanted a sumptuous meal today, urging her to hurry and prepare the ingredients. A sumptuous meal? Luo Bingyao gazed at Old Huang, who was pursuing the mysterious Supreme, and an alarming thought sprang to her mind, one that struck her with profound terror. Was the meal Old Huang desired the mysterious ancient Supreme? Chapter 65. Under one hoof, all beings are equal. Returning to the celestial realm, Luo Bingyao gazed in astonishment at the retreating figure of Old Huang. Meanwhile, within the celestial realm's encampment, Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and Yi Chun were left dumbfounded. Did I see that correctly? Was that Old Huang? Yi Chun weakly pointed towards the horizon, swallowing hard. If I'm not mistaken, then you're not mistaken either, Shi Tian replied expressionlessly. Yi Chun exclaimed. That was Old Huang. With just one hoof, even an ancient Supreme would be forced to retreat in blood. Thinking back to that scene, It felt like a dream. How immensely powerful is Old Huang? Yichen was in awe. Although he had witnessed Old Huang hunting the wild beasts within the celestial realm's forbidden zone, he never anticipated that this old cow would possess such extraordinary strength. Even when confronting an ancient supreme, Old Huang acted decisively, without hesitation. It was truly a case of under one hoof. All beings are equal. Even armor forged from the most formidable celestial gold could not withstand the force of Old Huang's hoof. This was indeed the genuine Bull Demon King. It appeared that even in the absence of the four symbols' divine array, with Old Huang present, the celestial realm's forbidden zone would face no danger. Gu Qingxue murmured to herself instinctively, reflecting on how they had placed all their hopes on the four symbols' divine array left by their master. Only to find that it was unnecessary. Old Huang had swiftly sent the mysterious supreme fleeing. Speaking of which, Old Huang was right here just a moment ago. I didn't even notice when it left, Yichen remarked, looking at the empty space beneath the Enlightenment ancient tea tree, feeling somewhat belated. Old Huang left right when you mentioned that senior sister Luo Bingyao might be in danger, Mo Yixian said softly from the side. Truly worthy of being the Master's divine pet, showing such care for the disciples of our celestial lineage. Yi Chun felt a surge of emotion. The moment he suggested that Luo Bingyao might be in peril, Old Huang had rushed to her aid, and this act deeply moved him. The divine pet of a supreme truly lived up to its reputation. Junior brother, you may be overthinking it. Gu Qingxue glanced at Yi Chun lightly. I believe Old Huang simply enjoys the food that Bingyao prepares. Now that his chef might be in danger, it is only natural for Old Huang to intervene. After all, without Bingyao, who would cook for him? A large question mark appeared over Yi Chen's head. So that's the reason? While the disciples of the celestial realm were engaged in conversation, Old Huang was not idle. With swift strides that surpassed the speed of the world, he quickly caught up to the mysterious supreme and delivered another powerful kick. Boom. The mysterious supreme barely managed to evade, yet still felt the impact of half a hoof strike his shoulder, leaving alarming cracks on his armor. The missed half-hoofprint sword passed the ancient supreme, penetrating the vast expanse beyond, obliterating a cluster of stars into dust. As they witnessed the stars shattering in the heavens, Yi Chun and the others could not help but gasp in astonishment. They had previously marveled at Old Huang's prowess as he dispatched the wild beasts of the Forbidden Zone with ease. But now it was clear that their estimation of his strength had been too modest. The mere residual force of one hoof was sufficient to annihilate countless stars in the outer realms. Clearly, Old Huang had held back at least 99.9999% of his power when dealing with the beasts within the Forbidden Zone. This Bull Demon King simply relished kicking his foes. Otherwise, just a hint of his aura would suffice to obliterate all the savage beasts within the Celestial Realm's Forbidden Zone. How intolerable! The mysterious Supreme was enraged. He had never felt so humiliated in all his battles. Moreover, to be so thoroughly bested by a mere golden divine cow was unbearable. Yet, no matter how furious he became, it was futile. Old Huang's terrifying might made each of his hooves an unbearable burden for the mysterious Supreme. Feeling utterly frustrated, the mysterious Supreme retreated back into the boundless black ocean at the horizon, the vast gap in the sky gradually closing with his departure. This celestial realm's forbidden zone was too treacherous. He resolved to devise a long-term strategy. However, Old Huang seemed unwilling to let the mysterious Supreme escape. He flicked his tail dismissively, exhaling 2 streams of white vapor from his nostrils, and with a single hoof, he stepped into the depths of the boundless black ocean. Boom! As Old Huang entered the realm of the dark ocean, the entire expanse erupted in chaos, surging with towering waves. The endless black waves obscured everything, and Luo Bingyao, Shi Tian, and the others could only faintly hear shouts filled with anger and frustration emanating from the horizon. Mu. After a few breaths, a triumphant bellow echoed from the heavens. The colossal fissure in the sky suddenly closed, and Old Huang's figure reappeared before Luo Bingyao. Mu. Old Huang called out to the astonished Luo Bingyao, lifting his front hoof to point at the ground beneath him. Instinctively, Luo Bingyao looked down and saw a piece of shattered armor stained with blood beneath Old Huang's hoof. The armor exhibited a dual hue of azure and gold, adorned with ethereal patterns, exuding an otherworldly aura. This fragmented piece of armor, if placed in the outside world, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the great sanctuaries of the eastern wilderness, inciting competition for its possession. The reason? It was crafted from the legendary supreme materials. Beneath the bloodied armor lay a severed tail, covered in menacing scales, which, despite being merely a broken fragment, still radiated an astonishing vitality. The surging essence from the tail transformed into an immense dragon-like wave of vitality, soaring towards the heavens. The overwhelming aura emanating from the tail nearly knocked Luo Bingyao off her feet, instilling in her an unparalleled sense of oppression. "Mu!" Old Huang called out again, disdainfully kicking aside the fragmented azure gold armor, pointing at the severed tail, and then looking at Luo Bingyao with eager anticipation. Under the intense gaze of Old Huang, Luo Bingyao fell into silence. Indeed, she had not misjudged Old Huang's intentions. From the moment the mysterious Supreme appeared to being pursued by Old Huang and losing a piece of his tail, the entire series of events transpired in mere moments, concluding an exhilarating yet perilous encounter. Soon after this incident, Qin Mu departed from Jinyu City with Lin Qianbai and the human saintly Ruoyu, returning to the Celestial Realm's Forbidden Zone once more. Chapter 66, The Sect's Ascension. The Celestial Bridge. Shining emerges from seclusion. The mysterious Supreme Being, upon returning to the Celestial Forbidden Zone, Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback as he listened to his eldest disciple, Shitian, recount the events that transpired during his brief absence. He had not anticipated that so much could occur in such a short span. The fate of the mysterious Supreme Being was indeed unfortunate, having been thoroughly trounced by Old Huang. Shitian couldn't help but reminisce about the scene where Old Huang ruthlessly kicked the enigmatic Supreme, an episode that would undoubtedly be remembered as a spectacular chapter in the annals of the vast Songmeng continent. Despite Shitian's astonishment, Qin Mu maintained a calm demeanor. After all, Old Huang was a formidable imperial beast, and subduing an ancient Supreme was a trivial task for him. However, the origins of this Supreme, who had dared to encroach upon the Celestial Forbidden Zone, piqued Qin Mu's curiosity. At that moment, he recalled the Void Sea, where someone had previously used the Dao Palace's secret realm to fish for contemporary prodigies, selecting Shitian and Gu Qingxue among others. Qin Mu had thwarted this scheme and eliminated the fishermen from the Void Sea. Yet, the mastermind behind this plot remained elusive, and Qin Mu had failed to uncover any trace of them. Could it be that this mysterious Supreme was linked to that hidden puppet master? Or perhaps they were the very puppet master themselves? As Qin Mu pondered this, the human saint, Li Ruoyu, came to pay his respects. Observing Li Ruoyu kneeling before him, Qin Mu flicked his fingers, causing the Saint King Pill, a reward he had received from the Taishu Sword Tomb, to fall into Li Ruoyu's hands. Upon consuming this pill, your internal injuries will swiftly mend, Qin Mu stated calmly. "Thank you for your gracious gift, my lord," Li Ruoyu exclaimed, holding the Saint King Pill with reverence. Overwhelmed by the potent medicinal energy it exuded, his stagnation at the Saint Realm was primarily due to long years of battling the demon race and the borders, which had left him with hidden injuries. Now, with the gift of the Saint King Pill, he could expedite his recovery and pursue a higher realm of strength. After you have recovered, establish a designated area outside the Celestial Forbidden Zone for training those cultivators selected from the Demon Suppression City, Qin Mu instructed. Prior to leaving the Demon Suppression City, he had arranged a sub-array of the time-space formation there and tasked the guardian, Xing Hong, with selecting a team of human cultivators to become registered disciples in the Celestial Realm. Once Qin Mu returned and set up the main time-space array, the cultivators from the Demon Suppression City would be able to teleport to the outskirts of the Celestial Forbidden Zone. "Your command shall be fulfilled," Li Ruoyu replied with utmost respect. After concluding matters related to the Demon Suppression City, Qin Mu gestured for Li Ruoyu to withdraw and then took out 2 sect building upgrade cards, contemplating which 2 structures to enhance. Currently, within the Celestial Sect's sacred grounds, there were 3 buildings eligible for upgrade: the 6-star Time-Space Divine Tower, the 5-star Medicine King's Garden, and the 5-star Celestial Bridge. "I shall upgrade the Time-Space Divine Tower and the Celestial Bridge," Qin Mu decided after careful consideration. As before, the priority was to bolster the disciple strength, as the celestial lineage was not lacking in treasures. Elevating the capabilities of both the Time-Space Divine Tower and the Celestial Bridge would greatly benefit the disciples' cultivation. Ding. You have used a sect building upgrade card on the Time-Space Divine Tower. Ding. The Time-Space Divine Tower has been upgraded to the Time-Space Sacred Tower. Time-Space Sacred Tower, a 7-star sect building. It contains a grand time-space array, allowing disciples within to cultivate at a time flow ratio of 1 to 50. Ding. You have used a sect building upgrade card on the Celestial Bridge. Ding. The Celestial Bridge has been upgraded to the Celestial Divine Bridge. Celestial Divine Bridge, a 6-star sect building, allowing up to Celestial Realm disciples to traverse. At the end of the bridge, hostile phantoms identical in strength to the challenger may be manifested, up to 2 at most. As Qin Mu observed the effects of the upgraded sacred grounds, a satisfied expression graced his face. The time-space sacred tower had significantly improved its time flow ratio from 1 to 30 to 1 to 50, signifying an extraordinary acceleration in the disciples' training pace. The upgraded Celestial Divine Bridge also brought an unexpected delight, raising the combat limits for challengers to the Celestial Realm and doubling the difficulty of the trials, undoubtedly enhancing the combat prowess of the Celestial disciples. Just as Qin Mu completed the upgrades for the 2 sacred buildings, on the Celestial Bridge, Yi Chun, bruised and battered, beamed with pride as he gazed at the phantom he had just vanquished. At last, I have successfully crossed the trials of the Celestial Bridge. Little did he know the arduous journey he had endured. His days were consumed with relentless training and battling the phantoms on the bridge, leaving his body in constant disarray. After many days of unwavering struggle, he had progressed from being easily defeated to holding his ground, and eventually to overcoming the phantoms. Aside from senior brother Shirtian, I must be the second to have crossed this celestial bridge, Yi Chen thought, brimming with pride and eager to share his accomplishment with Gu Qingxue and Mo Yixian. However, just as he reveled in his triumph, 2 new phantoms suddenly appeared at the end of the celestial bridge, charging toward him. Yi Chen was left dumbfounded, staring at the 2 phantoms that had come to challenge him. Meanwhile, at the Shi family, several million miles away from the celestial forbidden zone, a gloomy atmosphere enveloped them. Since the demise of the Grand Elder and the Shi family patriarch, the remaining members were gripped by anxiety. If not for the efforts of the remaining elders, the Shi family might have disbanded completely. At this moment, within the ancestral hall of the Shi family, the 5th elder gazed at a tall, heroic youth clad in moon-white garments, his eyes filled with fervent excitement. After a long wait, the genius prodigy of the Shi family, Shi Ning, had finally emerged from his seclusion. Chapter 67. The challenge issued at the Crimson Gold Imperial Tower Ning Air. With the demise of both the Grand Elder and the family head, the future of the Shi clan now rests solely upon your shoulders. The 5th elder gazed at the imposing figure before him, filled with an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. Shi Ning, a youth of extraordinary presence, stood before him like a celestial being descended to earth. His hair flowed like a waterfall, and his eyes sparkled like morning stars, exuding an air of unparalleled valor. Fear not. As long as I am here, the Shi clan shall not falter, Shi Ning replied calmly. Ning heir, what are your plans now that you have emerged from seclusion? The 5th elder inquired. I have heard that my younger brother, Shirtian, has entered the celestial forbidden zone as a disciple. Shi Ning turned to glance at the ancestral tablet dedicated to the Shi clan's head, calmly asking, is that so? Indeed. The 5th elder nodded instinctively, his expression darkening. That little brat should never have escaped our grasp, yet by some stroke of fortune, he has managed to join the celestial forbidden zone. Now, with its protection, we can no longer do anything about him. The mention of Shirtian ignited a deep resentment within the 5th elder. He believed that had it not been for Shirtian, the Grand Elder and family head would still be alive. Who would have thought that my brother, even after losing his supreme bone, would still enjoy such fortune? Shi Ning chuckled lightly, though his laughter was tinged with disdain. He is merely a waste, stripped of his supreme bone. Yet somehow he has been taken in by a life forbidden zone. It seems the celestial forbidden zone is not as formidable as it is made out to be. Ning heir, hold your tongue. The 5th elder interjected, alarmed by Shi Ning's dismissive tone towards the celestial forbidden zone. Its reputation had reached unprecedented heights in the eastern wilderness. Even a family as modest as the Shi clan was aware of the recent joint assault by 2 holy lands on the celestial forbidden zone, which resulted in utter annihilation by a single sword strike. If the combined might of those holy lands could not prevail, how could the Shi clan hope to survive against it? Fear not, elder, Shi Ning reassured him, maintaining his composure. It is merely a dilapidated life forbidden zone. I possess my own confidence to speak thus. Prepare yourself, elder. Once I report this matter to my master, I shall deliver a challenge to the celestial forbidden zone and personally resolve all grievances with my brother, Shi Ning declared, after which his figure vanished from the ancestral hall, leaving the 5th elder in a state of shock. As Shi Ning departed, the 5th elder seemed to awaken from a stupor. What had Ning just said? He intended to go to the celestial forbidden zone and issue a challenge to Shi Tian? Did he truly not fear the celestial forbidden zone? The fifth elder was astounded, and suddenly recalled the enigmatic master of Shi Ning. Could it be that Ning Heir's audacity to disdain the celestial forbidden zone stemmed from his master's backing? While the fifth elder was still reeling from his thoughts, Shi Ning had already left the Shi clan and retrieved a jade token from his robe, channeling spiritual energy into it. The jade token glowed and then shattered, revealing a spatial portal that allowed passage for one person. Through this portal, a chaotic expanse filled with swirling spatial currents could be glimpsed, within which stood an imposing crimson gold imperial tower, steadfast and majestic amidst the turmoil. This crimson gold imperial tower boasted 9 levels, each adorned with boundless chaotic energy cascading down like celestial rivers, subduing the turbulent spatial currents surrounding it. Taking a deep breath, Shi Ning stepped into the portal, and in the next moment, he found himself within a grand hall inside the imperial tower. Disciple Shi Ning pays respects to master. Upon entering the hall, Shi Ning promptly knelt before the depths of the chamber. Before him rose a magnificent throne upon which sat a towering figure draped in blue robes, enveloped in chaotic energy. Gazing down at Shi Ning, "Rise," came the indifferent voice from the throne. Shi Ning stood slowly, his expression filled with utmost reverence, for he understood that his master, the majestic figure seated upon the throne, was a transcendent being on the verge of becoming an emperor. Hey, such a being exists above the pinnacle of Saint Kings, a mere step away from the legendary realm of emperors. With such a formidable and fearsome master, Shi Ning found the courage to confront the celestial forbidden zone without trepidation. "What brings you here?" the blue-robed inquired, his gaze fixed upon Shi Ning. "Master, I wish to." Shi Ning inhaled deeply, gathering his thoughts to present his intentions clearly. "You wish to issue a challenge to your brother Shi Tian in the celestial forbidden zone, but are apprehensive of the beings within, thus seeking your master as support?" the blue-robed asked. "Indeed, master," Shi Ning affirmed with a nod. The celestial forbidden zone." The blue-robed pondered for a moment. Throughout the millennia, he had remained within the imperial tower, contemplating the supreme realm of emperors, without venturing outside. Nevertheless, he had heard of the celestial forbidden zone. It was merely a dilapidated domain that had fallen into ruin for countless years, its former rulers long since perished. With his strength, he could easily subdue it. As for the recent exploits of the celestial forbidden zone against 2 holy lands, the blue-robe dismissed them entirely. "Those insignificant holy lands are no match for my power. While the celestial forbidden zone may be in a state of decline, it likely retains some residual strength, sufficient to suppress the 2 holy lands, which is to be expected. In short, I do not perceive the celestial forbidden zone as a threat to myself," he concluded. As a proud, there were few entities in the vast continent that could instill fear in him. Moreover, even if remnants of the former supreme powers lingered within the forbidden zone, he would not be intimidated, for he possessed a formidable backing. After a moment of contemplation, the blue-robed finally nodded slowly, his voice devoid of emotions. "If that is the case, I shall support you in this endeavor and accompany you to the celestial forbidden zone." Upon hearing his master's consent, Shi Ning could hardly contain his joy, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Shi Tian, you must still be reveling in your perceived good fortune gained from clinging to the so-called forbidden zone. This time, let me, as your elder brother, shatter all your hopes with my own hands." Chapter 68. The Stir of the Eastern Wilderness. Shi Ning takes action. The Imperial Towers blessing Elder 5. "You must now arrange for someone to spread the word. Let it be known that I, Shi Ning, will soon personally venture into the celestial forbidden zone to deliver a challenge, inviting the disciples of the celestial lineage, particularly my brother, Shi Tian." Shortly thereafter, Shi Ning returned to the Shi clan and summoned Elder 5, instructing him accordingly. "Ninger, are you truly intent on venturing into the celestial forbidden zone?" Elder 5 exclaimed, his heart suddenly gripped by concern. "Indeed," Shi Ning replied calmly, seemingly aware of Elder 5's apprehensions. "There is no need for you to worry. My confidence in this endeavor is well-founded." Though Elder 5 remained somewhat anxious, he acquiesced and departed to carry out Shi Ning's orders. The future of the Shi clan now rested solely upon Shi Ning's shoulders. Having made up his mind, Elder 5 knew there was no point in arguing further. As he watched Elder 5's retreating figure, a mysterious smile played upon Shi Ning's lips. The purpose behind his request to disseminate this news was to elevate the Shi clan's reputation. The name of the celestial forbidden zone resonated throughout the eastern wilderness. Known to all, For the Shi clan to rise from obscurity to become one of the prominent forces in the eastern wilderness, establishing a renowned reputation was imperative. Now, Shi Ning sought to utilize this opportunity of challenging Shi Tian as a stepping stone, propelling the Shi clan into the limelight of the eastern wilderness. Hadn't the celestial Forbidden Zone recently vanquished 2 holy alliances, earning immense acclaim? If he could defeat Shi Tian and emerge unscathed with the protection of his master, the prestige of the celestial Forbidden Zone would surely plummet. Consequently, both he and the Shi clan would seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to step into the celestial Forbidden Zone, making their mark in the eastern wilderness. This was the entirety of Shi Ning's scheme. Not long after Elder 5 departed, he swiftly organized personnel to execute Shi Ning's directives. Within just 2 or 3 days, the news of the prodigious Shi Ning from the Shi clan set to challenge the disciples of the celestial lineage spread throughout the eastern wilderness like wildfire. All the holy sects and various powers in the eastern wilderness became intrigued. The Shi clan was merely a small family, hardly leaving an impression on these mighty sections. However, the reputation of Shi Ning, the prodigy, was widely known. After showcasing his talents, numerous elders from various holy sects had sought to accept him as their disciple. But he had turned them all down. Only after his subsequent disappearance did these sects abandon their intentions of recruiting him. Now, this once renowned prodigy of the Shi clan dared to issue a challenge to the disciples of the celestial lineage. What gave him such audacity? To challenge the celestial lineage? Was Shi Ning out of his mind? Regardless of his prowess, the celestial lineage was a formidable force, recently slaying 2 holy alliances, their fame unmatched. Behind Shi Ning stood only the insignificant Shi clan, and yet he dared to provoke the authority of the celestial Forbidden Zone. Such an unusual move surely bore deeper implications. Shi Ning was no fool. If he dared to enter the celestial Forbidden Zone to deliver a challenge, he must possess substantial confidence. What confidence could he possibly have to confront the fierce tiger of the celestial Forbidden Zone? Rumors swirled about Shi Ning's mysterious disappearance, suggesting he had been taken as a disciple by a powerful and terrifying entity. Could it be that his audacity to challenge the celestial Forbidden Zone stemmed from the backing of this enigmatic master? Regardless of the outcome, Shi Ning's cunning maneuver was truly remarkable. Should he succeed in delivering his challenge to the celestial Forbidden Zone, regardless of victory or defeat, his name and that of the Shi clan would undoubtedly echo throughout the eastern wilderness. Amidst the discussions, countless gazes converged upon the Shi clan, all awaiting the next move of this prodigious figure. Meanwhile, the Wanbao Tower, which had suffered significant losses in the previous round, eagerly opened betting. Place your bets. Will the prodigious Shi clan member successfully enter the celestial Forbidden Zone and deliver his challenge? Please place your wagers. Elder Son of Wanbao Tower called out vigorously, drawing the attention of many powerful individuals eager to bet. After suffering substantial losses last time, Elder Son was determined to recover everything lost. After a while, a disciple of Wanbao Tower approached quietly, asking, "Elder Son, which side are we betting on this time?" "Naturally, we shall bet on the celestial Forbidden Zone." Elder Son replied without hesitation. The previous loss stemmed from not betting on the celestial Forbidden Zone. He would not make the same mistake again. However, the disciple's expression turned grim. But everyone betting is siding with the celestial Forbidden Zone, while only a handful support the Shi clan. Elder Son fell silent. If that were the case, even if Wanbao Tower bet on the celestial Forbidden Zone, the profits would be minimal. Let us hold off for now. There's no rush to place bets. Elder Son's eyes flickered thoughtfully. Fortune favors the bold. Since Shi Ning dares to challenge the celestial Forbidden Zone, he must have his reasons. We shall wait to assess the situation before deciding on our wager. 2 days later, under the watchful eyes of the multitude, Shi Ning finally set forth from the Shi clan, holding the challenge in hand. Amidst the throngs of gazes, what shocked the observers of the eastern wilderness even more was that Shi Ning was not alone. Above him floated a magnificent 9-layered golden imperial tower, exuding an aura of chaos that enveloped him in protection, an unparalleled powerhouse. Upon sighting the 9-layered golden tower, countless powerful figures were left in awe. This tower was forged from the legendary divine material, Crimson Emperor Blood Gold. Such materials were exclusively reserved for crafting imperial-grade divine weapons, unworthy even of the sanctified realm. Now, as Shi Ning set forth, the presence of such an extraordinary 9-layered tower as his guardian spoke volumes. Chapter 69, Aspiring to Ascend, the 4 Symbols White Tiger. The bloodshed of the Quasi-Emperor, I must say. Since Shi Ning dares to provoke the celestial Forbidden Zone, he undoubtedly possesses formidable backing. Within the branches of Wanbao Tower, Elder Sun listened with palpable excitement as his subordinates reported the news. The Crimson Emperor's blood gold. That is the legendary material capable of forging imperial-grade divine weapons. Even among all the sacred lands and major sects in the Eastern Wilderness, there are but a few that boast imperial-grade divine weapons as their foundation. Yet now, as Shi Ning embarks on his journey, he has received the protection of an imperial tower forged from Crimson Emperor's blood gold. This serves as irrefutable proof that behind Shi Ning stands an immensely terrifying entity. The extreme material is incredibly resilient. Even a sacred king would struggle to alter its form, let alone refine it into a divine weapon. Only a quasi-emperor or an existence of imperial caliber can forge such materials into divine armaments. Thus, the dreadful force behind Shi Ning must at the very least be a legendary quasi-emperor powerhouse. Quasi-emperor. Elder Sun's eyes reflected awe. With such a supreme being providing support, it is no wonder that Shi Ning exhibits such fearless confidence, even daring to challenge the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Elder, should we place our bets on Shi Ning or the Celestial Forbidden Zone? A disciple of Wanbao Tower asked cautiously. Just moments earlier, Elder Sun had informed the sect master, who had entrusted him with the significant responsibility of placing bets, leaving the decision entirely in his hands. Undoubtedly, we shall bet on Shi Ning, Elder Sun declared with unwavering conviction. Currently, the majority of bets favored the Celestial Forbidden Zone, but that was only because Shi Ning's background had yet to be revealed. Now that Shi Ning has unveiled his terrifying support, there is no hesitation in Elder Sun's decision. After all, the wager hinges on whether Shi Ning can successfully enter the Celestial Forbidden Zone and submit a challenge. Previously, he stood alone, thus no one believed in him. But now, with the presence of a mysterious quasi-emperor backing him, entering the Celestial Forbidden Zone should pose no difficulty at all. The weight of a quasi-emperor far exceeds that of the ancient Ji family and one high sacred lands coalition. Wanbao Tower shifted its stance, placing its bets on Shi Ning. Meanwhile, those who had previously wagered on the Celestial Forbidden Zone now found themselves filled with regret. If only I had known that Shi Ning had such a terrifying powerhouse behind him, I would have placed my bets on him much earlier. Now it's over. My 5,000 spirit stones are doomed to be wasted. Haha. Thankfully, I didn't rush to place my bets. Now, I'll wager all my 8,000 spirit stones on Shi Ning. Let us go. I had to borrow 5,000 spirit stones from my wife next door just to gather a total of 10,000 spirit stones. If I win this bet, I will soar high. The atmosphere in Wanbao Tower was abuzz, as many cultivators flocked to place their bets on Shi Ning, swiftly altering the previously lopsided odds. Amidst the commotion among the powerful in the Eastern Wilderness, Shi Ning, under the gaze of countless eyes, successfully arrived at the outskirts of the Celestial Forbidden Zone. With the Imperial Tower hovering above him, the Celestial Forbidden Zone, gazing upon the eerily silent expanse of desolate forest, Shi Ning wore a smug expression. As long as he could step into the Celestial Forbidden Zone, he would consider half of his endeavor successful. Just as Shi Ning prepared to step into the Celestial Forbidden Zone, a commanding voice rang out from the edge of the forest. Halt! The great sage Li Ruoyu, accompanied by a team of human cultivators from the Demon Suppression City, confronted Shi Ning, barring his path. Ahead lies the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Without the Master's permission, no one may enter. Li Ruoyu regarded Shi Ning with a frigid tone. Since aligning himself with Qin Mu and receiving the Sacred King pill bestowed by him, Li Ruoyu had become steadfastly loyal to the celestial lineage. In recent days, aside from training those who had been transported through the time-space array, he had taken upon himself the duty of guarding the entrance to the Celestial Forbidden Zone, driving away any beings daring to approach. Seeing Shi Ning arrive, Li Ruoyu would not allow him to draw near the Forbidden Zone. And what if I must enter the Celestial Forbidden Zone? Shi Ning replied impassively, disregarding Li Ruoyu's warning. His steps unwavering, although he could not perceive the strength of the one-armed elder before him. The strands of chaotic energy cascading from the crimson gold Imperial Tower filled him with boundless confidence. Halt! Li Ruoyu commanded sharply, exuding the aura of a great sage in an attempt to force Shi Ning back. However, a wisp of chaotic energy descended from the crimson gold Imperial Tower, shattering Li Ruoyu's aura. My disciple seeks to enter the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Who dares to obstruct? A dispassionate voice emanated from the crimson gold Imperial Tower. From its summit, a hazy figure clad in blue robes, enveloped in boundless chaotic energy, emerged, casting a detached gaze upon Li Ruyu. An overwhelming pressure descended, instantly immobilizing Li Ruyu and the cultivators behind him. A quasi-emperor. As Li Ruyu sensed the immense pressure permeating the air, astonishment flickered in his eyes. A quasi-emperor dares to intrude upon the celestial forbidden zone? Is the other party seeking death? A great sage guarding the entrance to the forbidden zone. This is the confidence of the celestial forbidden zone? The blue-robed quasi-emperor chuckled lightly. Yet the content of his words rendered the numerous powerful figures from the eastern wilderness aghast. This one-armed elder was indeed a great sage. Such an existence could only serve as a guard at the celestial forbidden zone's entrance. How terrifying this forbidden zone truly is. However, while they marveled at Li Ruyu's formidable strength, the powerful figures from the eastern wilderness felt a deep sense of dread. This was a great sage of the human race. Yet, he was effortlessly subdued in place by the supreme being behind Ning. Just how powerful was the figure shrouded in chaotic energy? Follow me. The blue-robed quasi-emperor instructed Ning, disregarding Li Ruyu and the others below, and stepped onto the crimson gold imperial tower, leading the way into the celestial forbidden zone. Had there been ancient supreme beings guarding the life forbidden zone, he would never dare to intrude. But this celestial forbidden zone was merely a long-fallen life forbidden zone, incapable of stopping him. With the imperial tower overhead, the blue-robed quasi-emperor soared proudly toward the celestial forbidden zone. However, as he approached the boundary of the forbidden zone, a faint radiance suddenly manifested above the entire celestial forbidden zone, as if sensing an intruder. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed, and before the blue-robed quasi-emperor could react, he felt an enormous tiger paw descending from the sky. Boom! A terrifying sound akin to countless small worlds exploding resounded. The blue-robed quasi-emperor and the crimson gold imperial tower were struck as if colliding with a legendary ancient true dragon, hurtling them far beyond the nine heavens. Along the path they traveled, countless stars were shattered. Suffering from the immense force, the blue-robed quasi-emperor was sent into a daze, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he seemed oblivious to his injuries, casting a horrified gaze toward the celestial forbidden zone. There, hovering above the forbidden zone, was a colossal white tiger phantom, thousands of feet in length, its entire form shimmering with a snowy brilliance. It crouched in the sky, slowly retracting one of its paws, its cold gaze directed at him, brimming with indifference and disdain. Chapter 70. A single claw crushes the Ascendant Emperor, the supreme forbidden zone. This was an utterly shocking scene. An Ascendant Emperor, crowned by the Imperial Tower, sought to rule over the celestial forbidden zone. Yet, before even entering the periphery of this exalted realm, he was struck down by an ethereal white tiger that had emerged from the void, casting him beyond the realm of the nine heavens. What? The blue-robed Ascendant Emperor trembled, gazing in disbelief at the white tiger's silhouette hovering above the celestial forbidden zone, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. He discerned that this apparition was not a genuine creature, but merely a manifestation of a sacred beast conjured by the Grand Formation. Nevertheless, this realization only deepened his dismay. How could he accept that his progress was thwarted by a mere illusion of a sacred beast? Roaring with anger, the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor unleashed the full might of the crimson golden Imperial Tower above him. The tower quaked violently, radiating endless crimson golden divine light, each beam harboring the terrifying power to annihilate the very stars themselves. With a thunderous crash, the infinite crimson golden light cascaded down from the nine heavens like a torrential river, descending upon the celestial forbidden zone. Each thread carried a weight beyond measure, capable of altering the very fabric of the universe. Outside the forbidden zone, the onlookers, many powerful figures from the eastern desolation region who had come to witness the spectacle, turned pale as they beheld the deluge of crimson golden light and fled in panic, fearing the backlash of its residual force. This was the wrath of an Ascendant Emperor. The very presence of an Ascendant Emperor commanded an unparalleled authority, akin to that of a true sovereign. Each strand of that cascading crimson golden light possessed the potential to obliterate a saint. Everyone was convinced that if the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor's strike were to land, the entire eastern desolation would be submerged. Suddenly, a resounding, ethereal sound echoed. The spectators were stunned to see that as the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor directed the Imperial Tower downward, a colossal silhouette of a black tortoise materialized above the celestial forbidden zone. The tortoise's deep, resonant cry filled the air, its immense form stretching across the nine heavens, its dark shell adorned with intricate, mystical patterns. With an explosive impact, the endless crimson golden light crashed against the tortoise's shell. To the astonishment of all, the boundless light met no cataclysmic reaction. Instead, it appeared to be absorbed, dissipating quietly without inflicting the slightest harm upon the tortoise's armor. How could this be possible? As he witnessed the undamaged tortoise shell, the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor was once again engulfed by shock. Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, two more divine beast silhouettes, the Azure Dragon and the Vermilion Bird, emerged above the celestial forbidden zone. With a piercing cry, the Vermilion Bird soared, its wings cleaving through the heavens, striking directly at the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor with unimaginable speed, akin to an eternal celestial radiance. With a thunderous roar, the path of the Vermilion Bird's wings obliterated everything in its wake. Even the countless stars occupying the outer realms could not withstand the overwhelming might of the bird's flight, shattering into brilliant cosmic flames. The blue-robed Ascendant Emperor's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily activated the Imperial Tower, summoning myriad chaotic energies to shield himself. Yet at that very moment, a resounding dragon's roar echoed, and an immense claw of the Azure Dragon descended from the vast continent, seizing the Imperial Tower above the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor. With a ferocious grip, the dragon's claw crushed down upon the tower. To the shock of all, the crimson golden Imperial Tower, forged from the blood of emperors, revealed horrifying cracks under the dragon's grasp. A mournful cry resonated as, amidst the astonished gazes, the tower shattered into countless fragments of crimson golden metal, scattering across the cosmos in a dazzling display. The blue-robed Ascendant Emperor, horrified, bellowed, "Behind me lies." Alas, his words never reached completion, for the radiant strike of the Vermilion Bird sliced through him, cleaving his body in two. With an overwhelming surge of power, the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor's form erupted, blood and bone splattering, transforming into the most splendid of cosmic spectacles. The blue-robed Ascendant Emperor fell. As he perished, the silhouettes of the four divine beasts hovering above the celestial forbidden zone gradually faded. In an instant, the area surrounding the forbidden zone returned to its former tranquility, although the faint scent of blood lingered in the air, attesting to the recent cataclysm. Silence. An utter, deathly silence. Following the demise of the blue-robed Ascendant Emperor, all the powerful figures from the Eastern Desolation region instinctively retreated hundreds of miles, none daring to approach the vicinity of the celestial forbidden zone. Is this truly the legendary zone of life and death? An elder from the sacred land spoke with difficulty, his voice laden with shock and reverence. That was an Ascendant Emperor. He hadn't even crossed the threshold of the celestial forbidden zone before being annihilated outside its gates. Is this the infamous zone of life and death that instills fear in all beings? In my view, this celestial forbidden zone is far more terrifying than any other life and death zones. Another powerful figure from the Eastern Desolation region swallowed hard, remarking, while other forbidden zones are perilous, history has shown instances of those who inadvertently entered and managed to escape. But this celestial forbidden zone, an Ascendant Emperor of such terrifying might, didn't he even possess the qualification to enter? How utterly terrifying. It is simply beyond comprehension. All the Eastern Desolation figures were left in a state of shock. No one had anticipated that the events of the day would unfold in such a manner. They initially believed that with the presence of this Ascendant Emperor, they could safely venture into the celestial forbidden zone. Yet now, the very Ascendant Emperor who stood behind Shining had not taken a single step into the forbidden zone before being instantaneously eradicated. A dignified Ascendant Emperor, unable even to enter the celestial forbidden zone? The horror of it is simply unfathomable. All present were filled with awe. They understood that from this day forth, the celestial forbidden zone would undoubtedly become the most fearsome taboo in the Eastern Desolation and throughout the vast continent. The powerful figures from the Eastern Desolation were left in a state of profound shock. Meanwhile, Shining, standing outside the celestial forbidden zone with a battle decree in hand, was utterly frozen in place. My master has fallen, and so easily. The very tower, forged from supreme materials, was crushed into countless fragments scattered across the starry expanse. Shining was left dumbfounded. At that moment, a profound sense of regret surged within him. Had he known the celestial forbidden zone was so dreadfully perilous, he would never have dared to approach it with such confidence. Chapter 71. A Gamble for Everything. The Duel of the Divine Eyes. The clash of two stones. Cold sweat trickled down Sherning's forehead. He found himself ensnared in a dilemma, pondering whether to advance or retreat. If he chose to press forward, the blue-robed quasi-emperor had only recently fallen, and even his esteemed master, a figure of the quasi-emperor realm, lacked the qualification to enter the celestial forbidden zone. With his mere cultivation at the divine transformation stage, what right did he have to step into such a sacred territory? Yet, the thought of fleeing left him discontented. Although escape was a trivial matter, it would undoubtedly leave a crack in his resolve, tainting his future aspirations of attaining the legendary Emperor Realm whenever the celestial forbidden zone was mentioned. Shi Ning gripped the battle token, caught in a moment of indecision between risking everything to advance or fleeing at once. Meanwhile, elder son of the Wanbao Tower felt as if he had lost all hope. What did you say? The supreme powerhouse behind Shi Ning was killed before even entering the celestial forbidden zone? As he listened to his subordinate's report, elder son felt his legs weaken, collapsing into his chair, his mind reeling. Who could have anticipated that the quasi-emperor supporting Shi Ning would prove so ineffectual? He hadn't even reached the gates of the celestial forbidden zone. Elder son's eyes grew vacant. Just moments ago, he had personally represented the Wanbao Tower, wagering a significant amount of resources on Shi Ning's success. Now, not only had the cooked duck flown away, but he also risked losing everything he had bet. The lord of the sect must be furious. At that moment, a youth who appeared to be only 16 or 17 entered with a cheerful demeanor, walking up to elder son and extending his hands. Elder son, the gambling match has concluded, and I have come to claim my reward. Elder son recognized this young man vividly. He recalled that this lad had brought 5 million spirit stones to bet on the celestial forbidden zone at the start of the match. Given the substantial wager, elder son had taken a keen interest in him, even attempting to discern the young man's background. But the lad had remained tight-lipped, only revealing his surname, Yi. Given the significance of such a patron, Wanbao Tower welcomed him without reservation. Earlier, when the quasi-emperor had emerged behind Shi Ning, elder son had mocked the lad, believing his bet was doomed to fail and that his backing force would be enraged. But now it seemed that the one who ought to be enraged was himself. According to the betting odds, I should provide you with 20 million spirit stones. Elder son gasped, reluctant to concede. Young friend, although Shi Ning's master has perished, he himself is still alive, meaning the gamble is not yet over. What if Shi Ning manages to enter the celestial forbidden zone and successfully presents the battle token? A flicker of hope remained in elder son's heart. After all, the bet hinged on whether Shi Ning could enter the celestial forbidden zone and submit his token. Hearing elder son's desperate reasoning, the youth named Yi smiled and shook his head. If elder son believes the gamble is still ongoing, I can wait a moment longer. However, I fear the outcome may disappoint you. Shi Ning will not enter the celestial forbidden zone. Taken aback by the young man's certainty, elder son protested. Why are you so confident before the result is revealed? Confidence is admirable, but overconfidence can lead to arrogance. The celestial forbidden zone is a supreme domain. It is not a place for just anyone to enter at will. The young man dismissed elder son's concerns with indifference. Moreover, my senior brother has already set out and is likely to slay Shi Ning outside the celestial forbidden zone. Elder son's eyes widened in shock at the youth's words. Shi Ning aimed to challenge the disciples of the celestial lineage within the forbidden zone, yet this young man claimed his senior brother would eliminate Shi Ning outside of it. Could it be that this youth was also a disciple from the celestial forbidden zone? Outside the celestial forbidden zone, as Shi Ning found himself torn between choices, a calm voice resonated from the outskirts of the desolate forest. Shi Ning, did you not wish to challenge me? I have arrived. As the voice echoed, a young man clad in a blue robe, with long black hair and an imposing figure, emerged from the celestial forbidden zone, casting a disdainful glance. All who witnessed this youth from the east wilderness were taken aback. Could this be Shi Tian, a disciple of the celestial lineage? Upon spotting the figure in blue, Shi Ning's pupils constricted, a hint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. The reason he had hesitated to advance was due to the authority of the celestial forbidden zone. Yet Shi Tian had dared to step out and confront him directly. Enough talk. Today, I shall end you and our grievances, Shi Tian declared with unyielding resolve, showing no desire for further dialogue. He formed hand seals, advancing toward Shi Ning with an aura that soared as if a youthful king had emerged, astonishing the world. Arrogance! Shi Ning bellowed, enraged. Shi Tian was merely a waste who had lost his supreme bone. How dare he provoke him? In that moment, Shi Ning unleashed his energy, divine rings manifesting around him, his form exuding majesty. From his right eye, a radiant sun soared forth, while a luminous moon emerged from his left, converging as they pressed toward Shi Tian. This was an unfathomable technique. Without moving his true form, he utilized his eye technique to conjure the terrifying images of the sun and moon, an awe-inspiring spectacle. The onlookers were struck with astonishment, recalling the legends of Shi, who bore the supreme bone and possessed unmatched divine eyes. The terrifying images of the sun and moon were surely the manifestation of his divine eye power. As the sun and moon loomed large, casting immense pressure, any ordinary cultivator would have been paralyzed with fear. Yet, Shi was unfazed. He wielded his hands as if an ancient king surveying the realm, facing Shi's assault head-on, one hand grasping the sun, the other pushing against the moon. With a resounding crash, the two prodigious youths clashed, igniting a tremendous explosion that sent shockwaves rippling through the area, leaving all in attendance in silent awe. Both Shi and Shi were far beyond their peers, incomparable to the sons and daughters of the great sections. This was undeniably a fierce battle between two young titans, one, the prodigious Shi, blessed with divine eyes and the supreme bone, and the other, the enigmatic Shi, a disciple of the celestial forbidden zone, who would emerge victorious in this clash. Chapter 72. Slaying Shi, proclaiming to the world. The celestial sect accepts disciples. The clash between Shi and Shi ignited a cataclysmic collision, sending shockwaves that caused the earth within a radius of thousands of feet to fracture inch by inch. Boom. The ethereal images of the sun and moon manifested in Shi's eyes collided violently with Shi's fist, yet a shocking scene unfolded before Shi. The images of the sun and moon had no effect on Shi whatsoever and were obliterated by a single blow. How could this be? Shi was astounded. Not long ago, Shi had merely been at the Golden Core realm, and after being stripped of his supreme bone, his cultivation had plummeted to the initial stage of Golden Core. Yet now, in such a brief span, he had surged through two major realms to reach the early stage of transformation, a level comparable to his own. Shi found it difficult to accept. Endowed with the unparalleled divine eyes and the supreme bone, cultivated under the guidance of an emperor, he achieved his current early transformation realm through the culmination of these three advantages. But Shi, once deemed worthless, how could he have been nurtured to such a state? Even by the most formidable beings in this forbidden zone, a waste is a waste. How could he dare to dream of overturning the heavens? With a fierce cry, Shi, clad in white, charged at Shi, engaging him in a fierce battle. His divine eyes gleamed, and with each blink, they appeared as unfathomable as the starry sky, with symbols of the Tao swirling within, encapsulating the essence of eternity in an instant. This was an unparalleled divine ability contained within his own eyes, granting him the insight to perceive the very source and discern all of his enemies' moves and actions. Even the swiftest of actions appeared agonizingly slow before his gaze. Moreover, beams of terrifying light shot forth from his eyes, piercing the void as if capable of annihilating all existence. For ordinary cultivators, facing him would likely result in defeat within mere moments, unable to withstand the prowess of Shi's divine eyes. However, Shi was evidently an exception. Even when confronted with Shi's awakened divine eyes, Shi navigated the conflict with ease, displaying an almost overwhelming dominance that forced Shi to retreat repeatedly under the onslaught of his fists. The numerous powerful figures from the eastern wilderness observing the battle were taken aback by Shi's ability to suppress Shi. Shi's talent was renowned throughout the sacred places of the eastern wilderness, considered a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Conversely, Shi was merely known as a collateral member of the Shi family, having been robbed of his supreme bone and left gravely injured, nearly rendered a waste. Yet now, this supposed waste was exhibiting such ferocity, dominating Shi with relentless strikes. Could the celestial sect's training of disciples truly be this formidable? One eastern wilderness cultivator could not help but exclaim, observing Shi's extraordinary prowess. It was apparent to all that his rapid advancement was undoubtedly linked to the celestial sect's forbidden zone. Without a doubt, Shi's current strength was a direct result of the mysterious cultivation provided by the celestial lineage. How incredible was the celestial sect's forbidden zone! Even a discarded body could be forged into a being capable of overwhelming contemporary geniuses. Terrifying. Indeed, terrifying. As Shi was forced back repeatedly by Shi. His spirit was shaken, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, his face etched with astonishment. This was merely a waste he had previously scorned. How had he become so powerful today? With a cold expression, Shi pressed his advantage, growing fiercer with each exchange, inflicting relentless injuries upon Shi Ning. Shi Tian felt no surprise at the fact that he was overpowering Shi Ning. As a disciple of the celestial lineage, how could Shi Ning possibly compare? His master had bestowed upon him the life creation pill to aid in his recovery and restore his supreme bone. The sect's treasure, the Taoist Immortal Pavilion, had enhanced his comprehension of myriad paths. Within the Linglong Dao Tower, he had been granted the most suitable secret techniques. Training within the Celestial Tower had accelerated his strength to astonishing levels. Not to mention the Celestial Divine Bridge, where each battle had rapidly boosted his combat prowess. With such profound backing from the Celestial Sect, Shi Tian's rate of growth was beyond Shi Ning's wildest imagination. I will slay you. Shi Tian dominated the battlefield, unleashing various divine techniques without mercy, leaving Shi Ning struggling to defend himself. Eventually, Shi Tian seized the moment, delivering a decisive blow that shattered Shi Ning's soul. Bang! As he gazed upon Shi Ning's lifeless form, his eyes devoid of spirit, collapsed in the dust. Shi Tian's expression was complex. Today, the enmity between him and Shi Ning had finally reached a conclusive end. However, while slaying Shi Ning brought a sense of relief, he was still puzzled. Despite Shi Ning's strength, he had not employed the secret techniques of the Supreme Bone during their fight, as if he had never possessed it at all. Yet Shi Ning had clearly seized the Supreme Bone from Shi Tian and implanted it within himself. Why had he not utilized its hidden powers even unto death? Was it because he had yet to master them? Shi Tian shook his head, dismissing this lingering doubt. After all, Shi Ning was dead. There was no point in dwelling on such matters. After vanquishing Shi Ning, Shi Tian turned his gaze towards the many astonished, powerful figures of the eastern wilderness surrounding him and proclaimed loudly, I am acting on my master's orders to announce to the world of the eastern wilderness. The celestial lineage is now accepting registered disciples. Anyone within the eastern wilderness who considers themselves exceptionally gifted may come to the celestial forbidden zone for evaluation. Those who pass shall be registered disciples of the celestial sect. Upon making this announcement, Shi Tian promptly returned to the celestial forbidden zone. However, the news he had declared sent shockwaves through the crowd. Did I hear that correctly? The celestial forbidden zone is accepting registered disciples. If I heard correctly, then you have heard correctly. This is an immense opportunity, an unparalleled chance. I have a premonition that if this news spreads, the entire eastern wilderness will be engulfed in unprecedented excitement. Countless powerful figures exclaimed, their faces alight with astonishment. The celestial forbidden zone was to open its doors to the world and accept registered disciples. This news would undoubtedly spread throughout the eastern wilderness within a day or two. It was easy to imagine that the influx of prodigies and geniuses seeking to join the celestial sect would be overwhelming, akin to a flood. The fearsome reputation of the celestial lineage needed no embellishment, and their ability to cultivate disciples was beyond question. The fallen prodigy Shi Ning served as the perfect embodiment of their capabilities. With such a terrifying force and an equally terrifying ability to nurture disciples, one must ask, who in the entire eastern wilderness would not aspire to join the celestial sect? Chapter 73. Unrestrained, Eastern Wilderness in Turmoil. Yi Chen's concerns in the eastern wilderness domain. At the Wanbao Tower's branch, Yi Chen sat leisurely in a chair, sipping tea, a stark contrast to the anxious elder son of Wanbao Tower. Ever since he learned that the young man before him was a disciple of the celestial lineage, elder son had lost all hope regarding the betting stakes. However, since the outcome was still pending, he harbored a glimmer of desperation. Yet, the hurried news brought by his subordinate outside the door made elder son's face fall into despair. Elder son, bad news, terrible news. That disciple of the celestial lineage, Shi Tian, has emerged from the celestial forbidden zone and has killed the Stone Clan prodigy, Shi Ning. Indeed, everything unfolded just as the young man had predicted. Upon hearing his subordinate's report, elder son no longer harbored any doubts about Yi Chen's identity as a disciple of the celestial lineage. Elder son, Shi Ning is dead. The bet is concluded. May I claim my reward now? Yi Chen rose from his chair, looking at elder son with a smile. Of course, elder son replied, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He hurriedly presented a spatial ring containing 20 million spirit stones to Yi Chen with great respect. Now that Shi Ning was dead outside the celestial forbidden zone, elder son had no reason to delay the outcome of the bet. Moreover, even if he had a reason, he dared not continue to procrastinate. This young man, bearing the Yi surname, was a disciple of the celestial lineage. It went without saying that his visit to place a bet was sanctioned by a formidable entity within the celestial realm. What audacity did Elder Sun have to offend such a terrifying lineage? The corpse of the blue-robed quasi-emperor and Shi Ning had yet to cool. Elder Sun had no doubt that if he dared to delay further and provoke the existence behind this young man, not only would he suffer, but the entire Wanbao Tower would likely be erased from the eastern wilderness. As he watched Yi Qin depart with the 20 million spirit stones, a pang of regret flashed in Elder Sun's eyes. The cooked duck had once again flown away. The pain was simply excruciating. Beside him, an uninformed disciple of Wanbao Tower, noticing Elder Sun's distressed expression, could not help but remark, "Elder, this person has so easily won such a sum of spirit stones. Should I follow him to see which faction he belongs to?" Slap. The disciple, having barely finished speaking, felt the world spin before him, followed by a sharp pain on his face. Bewildered, he looked at Elder Sun, who wore a grim expression. What just happened? Why did Elder suddenly strike me? If you wish to drag me and the entire Wanbao Tower to our doom, then feel free to follow him. Elder Sun replied expressionlessly. Let me inform you that this young man, like Shi Tian who emerged from the Celestial Forbidden Zone, is also a disciple of the Celestial lineage. A disciple of the Celestial lineage. Hearing Elder Sun's words, the Wanbao disciple gaped in astonishment at Yi Qin's departing figure, utterly stunned. Had he known this earlier, he would never have suggested following Yi Qin, even if it meant risking his life. He was far from ready to meet his end. News of the Celestial Forbidden Zone's desire to recruit outer disciples spread like wildfire throughout the eastern wilderness in just 2 to 3 days. Upon hearing this news, an uproar erupted among countless individuals. This was the enigmatic, taboo, and fearsome Celestial Forbidden Zone. First, they eliminated the joint forces of 2 holy lands. Then they struck down a quasi-emperor. The Celestial Forbidden Zone had already regained its former reputation as a realm of life and death, perhaps even surpassing its past glory. Imagine the fortune of being able to join such a terrifying and forbidden place. Who would not desire it? Not only scattered cultivators, but even the young prodigies of all major holy sects were stirred. The Celestial Forbidden Zone merely stated its intention to recruit registered disciples, but it never specified that disciples from various holy sects could not participate in the assessments, right? Disciples from the holy sects could certainly partake in the evaluations. For the Celestial Forbidden Zone was an unparalleled force. It would not concern itself with which holy sect one hailed from. This meant that the sons and daughters of the Holy Lands all had the chance to become disciples of the Celestial Forbidden Zone. How utterly unrestricted. Yet, it was merely an opportunity, and as Shi Tian had implied, the Celestial lineage was currently only recruiting registered disciples, far from transforming into core disciples like Shi Tian. Various factions within the Eastern Wilderness buzzed with excitement, each contemplating sending their most outstanding disciples to the Celestial Forbidden Zone for evaluation. Yi Qin returned with the 20 million spirit stones and handed them all over to Qin Mu. Upon merely glancing at the pile of spirit stones, which could drive any holy sect into a frenzy, Qin Mu transferred them to Elder Feng Zhe for the enrichment of the celestial treasury. A mere 20 million spirit stones failed to pique his interest significantly. After Elder Feng Zhe departed with the spirit stones, Yi Qin could not resist asking, Master, does our celestial lineage truly impose no restrictions on recruiting registered disciples, allowing even those from the holy sects to participate in the evaluations? Yi Qin found this hard to comprehend. He understood Master S' intention to strengthen the celestial lineage by recruiting registered disciples from across the eastern wilderness. However, he struggled with the notion that even the sons and daughters of the holy sects could come to partake in the evaluations. These sons and daughters were already affiliated with their respective holy sections. What if they were recruited into the celestial lineage, received its resources for cultivation, and later returned to their factions as ungrateful traitors? Qin Mu cast a calm glance at Yi Qin, seemingly aware of his concerns, and replied nonchalantly, Since I am recruiting disciples for our celestial lineage throughout the eastern wilderness, I have long been prepared for such scenarios. There is no need for you to worry. To Qin Mu, Yi Qin's worries were trivial. Firstly, the sons and daughters of the holy sects might not even pass the evaluations to become registered disciples of the celestial lineage. Secondly, even if they did pass, registered disciples lack the authority to enter the Celestial Forbidden Zone and would not receive any resources for cultivation. Thus, even if they defected, it would not result in any loss for the celestial lineage. Only those who advanced to become outer disciples would gain access to cultivation resources and the privilege of entering the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Furthermore, Qin Mu had ways to ensure that anyone elevated to outer disciple status would be utterly loyal to the celestial lineage, harboring no ulterior motives. Those with ulterior motives and disloyalty to the celestial lineage would never have the hope of becoming outer disciples. Thus, Qin Mu was certainly not concerned about the sons and daughters of the holy sects participating in the evaluations. In fact, he welcomed as many talented individuals from the Eastern Wilderness to partake in the assessments as possible. Chapter 74. The Indestructible Talisman, Shining Rebirth of Shi Ning. Seeking aid from the Forbidden Zone, while various factions in the Eastern Wilderness eagerly prepared for the recruitment of registered disciples by the Celestial Forbidden Zone, the Shi family found themselves enveloped in a cloud of despair. The fifth elder stood in the ancestral hall, his face a mask of sorrow as he gazed upon the shattered life tablet of Shi Ning, feeling as though his heart had turned to ash. Who could have anticipated that Shi Ning, having meticulously prepared for the journey to the Celestial Forbidden Zone with such fervor, would meet such a tragic fate? After all, he was on the verge of becoming an emperor. The fifth elder muttered in despair, lamenting that even Shi Ning's master, a supreme being of emperor caliber, had not possessed the qualifications to enter the Forbidden Zone. Shi Ning had been ruthlessly slain by Shi Tian. Even if the Shi family recognized that the root of their tribulations lay within the Forbidden Zone, what could they possibly do? In the eyes of the Celestial Forbidden Zone, the Shi family was likely no more significant than an insignificant insect, making the prospect of retaliation utterly futile. In truth, the fifth elder dared not entertain even a single thought of avenging the Celestial Forbidden Zone. He was far more fearful of Shi Tian wielding the might of the Forbidden Zone to descend upon the Shi family and exact retribution upon them one by one. The Shi family was doomed. Feeling the heavy, oppressive atmosphere surrounding the Shi family, the fifth elder could not help but let out a long sigh. The elder of the transformation stage was dead. The family head was dead. Now, even their last hope, Shi Ning, had perished. The once mighty Shi family had lost all hope and was on the brink of extinction. However, just as the fifth elder despaired and shook his head, believing the future of the Shi family to be bleak, the shattered life tablet on the ancestral altar unexpectedly emitted a faint glow. The fifth elder stared in astonishment at the broken tablet. Wasn't Ninger already dead? Why would the life tablet still emanate light? As the tablet shone, a talisman of extraordinary appearance, radiating an aura of immortality, suddenly materialized amidst the fragments of the life tablet. The talisman pulsed with divine brilliance, its essence brimming with boundless vitality. In the next moment, to the fifth elder's shock, the talisman began to writhe and gradually transformed into a figure, becoming more solid from the void. Ninger, you're not dead. Upon seeing that familiar silhouette, the fifth elder was astounded. This figure was indeed Shi Ning. But how could Shi Ning have returned when he had been slain by Shi Tian? Even the life tablet had shattered. Fifth elder, I am not dead, Shi Ning spoke, his complexion pale as he gazed at the fifth elder. In my past ventures, I fortuitously acquired an unparalleled treasure, the indestructible talisman. I infused a fragment of my soul into this talisman so that, should I encounter peril, I could rely on it to be reborn. Shi Ning's expression was grave. This indestructible talisman was a tremendous fortune he had obtained, his final lifeline. Fortunately, before venturing to the Celestial Forbidden Zone, he had left this talisman in the Shi family as a safeguard. Otherwise, he would truly have perished. Yet, as he looked at the shattered remnants of the indestructible talisman, his heart bled. This talisman was an unparalleled treasure, akin to a second life, and now it had been consumed. This meant that if he faced another life or death crisis in the future, he would have no chance of survival. How could Shi Tian be this powerful? Shi Ning felt a pang of unwillingness. He could not accept that Shi Tian, who had once become a mere shell of a person, could now possess such formidable strength. Did the Celestial Forbidden Zone truly wield the terrifying power to transform decay into vitality? Ninger, it is a blessing that you are alive, a blessing indeed. The fifth elder exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. Hearing the fifth elder's words, Shi Ning replied, from now on, you must conceal my identity and refrain from using the name Shi Ning in the world. We cannot afford to offend the Celestial Forbidden Zone. The fifth elder was genuinely frightened. Even with Shi Ning's rebirth, he no longer dared entertain any thoughts of opposing the Celestial Forbidden Zone. We cannot afford to offend them, Shi Ning scoffed. But just because we cannot, does not mean that others cannot either. The fifth elder was taken aback by Shi Ning's words. What did he mean? Did he still intend to confront the terrifying Celestial Forbidden Zone? Fifth elder, do not disclose my rebirth to anyone, Ning said calmly. I must leave the Shi family for a while. During my absence, act as if nothing has occurred. Without waiting for the fifth elder's myriad of questions, Ning quietly departed the Shi family. After leaving the Shi family, Ning first traversed the vast eastern wilderness through the large teleportation array, eventually departing the region. Following the memories in his mind, he made his way toward a certain terrifying and forbidden place. Days later, Ning finally arrived at his destination. This location lay on the fringes of the southern region, beyond which was an endless, boundless ocean. Ning took out a jade talisman from his bosom, a flicker of struggle flashing in his eyes, yet he gritted his teeth and crushed the talisman. As the talisman shattered, an inexplicable aura surged forth, soaring into the heavens. With a thunderous roar, as if sensing the aura emitted by the talisman, the boundless ocean surged with towering waves. Following this, a scene of unimaginable shock unfolded. Above the vast ocean, the void suddenly split open, revealing a chasm thousands of feet wide, beyond which a black sea churned, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. This black ocean was strikingly similar to the one that had once surged forth when the mysterious sovereign had invaded the celestial forbidden zone. Who goes there? What is your relation to Qian Sha? A grand and cold voice resonated from the black ocean, a pair of crimson eyes, as large as hundreds of feet. Emerging from the depths, fixated on Ning. Qian Sha is my master. I have come to convey urgent news. My master, Qian Sha, has perished. Ning replied, anxious yet respectful. This was a place Ning had once visited while following the blue-robed emperor, knowing it to be the domain of the blue-robed emperor's faction. One of the life-forbidden zones of the vast continent, the Infinite Sea. Ning's intent in coming here was to enlist the aid of this formidable Infinite Sea to combat the celestial forbidden zone. An emperor alone could not contend with the celestial forbidden zone. However, the Infinite Sea, being one of the life-forbidden zones, surely would not cower before the celestial forbidden zone. Qian Sha, after all, was a member of this Infinite Sea. Would they be willing to swallow their pride after the fall of Qian Sha? Ning believed that if he conveyed the news of Qian Sha's demise at the hands of the celestial forbidden zone, it would undoubtedly incite the rage of the supreme beings within the Infinite Sea, compelling them to confront the celestial forbidden zone. Indeed, upon hearing Ning speak of Qian Sha's demise, the boundless black ocean suddenly erupted into tumultuous waves. A surge of immense fury coalesced above the endless black sea, manifesting as a terrifying visage of wailing spirits and blood rain, as if an exalted being had been incensed. Chapter 75, The Boundless Sea of Awe, the Supreme Silence. The gathering of talents when the supreme being within the boundless sea was provoked, the scene was nothing short of magnificent. The endless black ocean churned violently, while the sky manifested terrifying anomalies that disrupted the very fabric of heaven and earth, exuding an aura of boundless terror. Even though Ning found himself amidst the boundless sea, he could still feel the overwhelming dread, causing his body to tremble involuntarily, yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. For him, the wrath of the supreme being within the boundless sea was a fortuitous event. Let it rage, the more furious, the better. He yearned for a cataclysmic battle akin to that of the celestial forbidden zone. This was the scenario he most wished to witness. The waves in the boundless sea surged tumultuously, showing no signs of calming. The immense scarlet eyes, floating amidst the dark waters, seemed to have received directives from the supreme being behind them, and boomed. The fall of Qian Sha? He was a quasi-emperor. On this vast continent, who could possibly bring about his demise? Upon hearing the incredulous tone emanating from those scarlet eyes, Ning took a deep breath and quickly replied, the master has perished, and I, as the disciple, dare not make unfounded claims. It was the entity within the celestial forbidden zone that struck him down. Although the blue-robed quasi-emperor's demise was due to a failed attempt to breach the celestial forbidden zone, only to be slain by the protective formation surrounding it, Ning perceived this to be no different from being killed by the supreme being within the forbidden zone. The celestial forbidden zone? Are you referring to the one in the eastern wilderness? The massive scarlet eye inquired. Indeed, it is the celestial forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness. Ning affirmed vigorously, a wave of elation swelling within him. He felt that he was ever closer to achieving his goals. However, an unforeseen occurrence transpired. Just as he mentioned that the entity responsible for Qian Sha's demise was from the celestial forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness, the ceaseless black ocean of the boundless sea abruptly stilled for a brief moment, and even the terrifying anomalies above it vanished in an instant. In that moment, An eerie silence enveloped the boundless sea, devoid of any lingering aura of terror. What? Shining was taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't the terrifying existence within the boundless sea just been enraged? Why had it suddenly retracted all its power? It was as if the name of the celestial forbidden zone spoken from his lips had instilled a profound sense of caution and dread within the forbidden entities of the boundless sea. But this was impossible. The boundless sea was renowned as one of the life-prohibitive zones of the vast continent, home to countless terrifying existences. In terms of depth and strength, it was in no way inferior to the celestial forbidden zone of millennia past, let alone the now dilapidated version. Why did it feel as if every time he mentioned the name of the celestial forbidden zone, the supreme being within the boundless sea was harboring an unshakable fear? The celestial forbidden zone displayed such arrogance, even disregarding his master's introduction. Such behavior suggested that it did not regard the boundless sea at all. Shining sensed that the atmosphere was amiss, yet he continued to fan the flames. However, before he could finish his words, the cold gaze of the scarlet eye hovering above the dark ocean commanded, "Leave." What? Shining was momentarily stunned. Had he misheard? Was he being ordered to depart? The master has decreed that you should leave immediately and never reveal that you have been to the boundless sea, lest the boundless sea obliterates you. The scarlet eye glared icily at Shining before slowly submerging into the ocean. The vast rift in the sky swiftly closed, revealing no further traces of its presence. As Shining stared at the suddenly vanished boundless sea, he was left dumbfounded. This outcome was far from what he had anticipated. No, it wasn't merely different. It was entirely contrary. A quasi-emperor had been slain, yet the boundless sea had shown no reaction? Was it content to retreat like a coward? This was a zone of unfathomable terror. Shining stood frozen, his mind swirling with confusion, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Was this still the life-prohibitive zone he remembered? One that no mortal dared to provoke? Why did it seem that to the boundless sea, the celestial forbidden zone was the true life-prohibitive zone? Shining had ventured to the boundless sea seeking assistance, only to return empty-handed. Meanwhile, various factions in the eastern wilderness had begun to mobilize, selecting their most talented disciples to embark on various divine carriages towards the celestial forbidden zone. This time, our purple mansion Holy Land shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Our holy maiden of the 100 flowers, with her exquisite beauty and unparalleled talent, will have no difficulty joining the ranks of the celestial. The disciples of the Daoxian sect are all mobilized. Becoming merely a registered disciple should be a trivial matter. With unwavering confidence, all factions believed their disciples would enter the ranks of the celestial, facing no insurmountable challenges. After all, those they dispatched were the Armée de las Armées of their respective holy lands, almost all among the progeny of saints. Their talents and strengths were considered top-tier even among the youth of the entire eastern wilderness. While becoming an inner disciple of the celestial forbidden zone might present challenges, attaining the status of a mere registered disciple should pose no issues at all. The various factions of the eastern wilderness brimmed with confidence. In no time, an array of divine carriages filled the skies, casting shadows over the land as they sped toward the celestial forbidden zone, creating a commotion that reverberated throughout the entire eastern wilderness. Not only the sons and daughters of the Holy Lands, but even outstanding young hermits were hastening toward the celestial forbidden zone. The sheer scale of this endeavor left all powerful figures in the eastern wilderness astounded. The commotion surrounding the recruitment of registered disciples by the celestial forbidden zone was simply colossal. Almost all who arrived to pledge their allegiance were the exceptional youth of the eastern wilderness. The scale and prestige of this recruitment far exceeded that of any holy land or sect by hundreds of times. Under the watchful gaze of the multitude, a throng of over 10,000 gathered at the periphery of the celestial forbidden zone to seek discipleship. At this moment, the great sage of the human race, Li Ruoyu, had already brought a contingent of practitioners from the demon suppression city to await their arrival. Upon observing the boundless, ambitious crowd before him, Li Ruoyu smiled and declared, "All who are prepared to pledge themselves and participate in the examination, please come forth to register with me. The process for recruiting registered disciples is lengthy, so you may construct shelters here for the time being." Chapter 76. The Celestial Assessment, Unfathomable Spirits and Demons, the Talented and the Servile. The assessment process is lengthy, demanding self-sufficiency, requiring the construction of temporary shelters. Upon hearing Li Ruoyu's words, the assembled prodigies from the eastern wilderness exchanged bewildered glances. What could this mean? Wasn't the assessment supposed to involve examining innate talents, physical conditions, and bloodlines through special means, subsequently determining who would be accepted as disciples? Why did the process for recruiting registered disciples in this celestial forbidden zone feel so dissimilar to the disciple recruitment procedures of various sects in the Eastern Wilderness? A multitude bore expressions of confusion. However, following the earlier visit from the blue-robed quasi-emperor, everyone had come to understand that this seemingly unremarkable one-armed elder was, in fact, a great sage of the human race. Thus, no one dared to openly challenge Li Ruoyu's words. After speaking, Li Ruoyu gracefully departed, leaving the prodigies of the Eastern Wilderness in a state of mutual contemplation. Must we truly labor to construct our own dwellings here? If we are to stay, then let us do so, but there seems to be no need to toil ourselves. Could we not simply place a palace-grade treasure here instead? Indeed, the brother speaks wisely. Let us remain for now and see what this situation truly entails. After Li Ruoyu's departure, many engaged in hushed discussions, speculating about the nature of the celestial recruitment assessment for external disciples. Nevertheless, some prodigies, adhering to Li Ruoyu's instructions, silently began felling trees to erect wooden shelters. Naturally, this action drew ridicule from some privileged scions of powerful factions. Must it be so? We are, after all, esteemed sons and daughters of sacred lands. Must we personally undertake the construction of our own abodes? Indeed, my daily needs are catered to by the servants of the sacred land, allowing me to focus solely on my cultivation. Engaging in such labor seems beneath my dignity. Those hailing from the top-tier powers of the Eastern Wilderness observed the others laboring in silence, their expressions tinged with disdain. They were the elite among the younger generation of the Eastern Wilderness, revered in the grand sacred lands, accustomed to having all matters managed by others, with no need for personal involvement. Furthermore, as fellow prodigies, to engage in such menial tasks as commoners, would that not be a significant loss of face? Thus, these self-proclaimed extraordinary talents either commanded their sect's servants to chop wood and build shelters, or simply retrieved palace-grade treasures from their spatial rings to establish themselves. After all, the one-armed sage had already stated that the assessment had not yet commenced. Surely it could not be so stringent? In the blink of an eye, a day had passed, and all the prodigies had settled into their respective places. On the following day, Li Ruoyu reappeared before the throng of assessment participants. He cast a fleeting glance over the array of constructed shelters, his expression impassive as he declared, "Except for those who built their own homes, all others are eliminated." At these words, an uproar erupted. A saint's son from a sacred land, his face awash with disbelief, questioned, "But the assessment has yet to begin. Why are we being eliminated? Indeed, why are we being cast aside? I refuse to accept this." The eliminated prodigies were filled with indignation and even rage. Had they been dismissed during a standard assessment process, they might have begrudgingly accepted their fate. However, to be eliminated before the assessment had even commenced seemed unjust. Why was this the case? Li Ruoyu chuckled softly, his gaze somewhat detached. "Who said the assessment has not begun? I instructed you yesterday to be self-sufficient and construct your own shelters. The evaluation for registered disciples commenced at that moment. Those eliminated failed to heed my instructions. Do you dare to contest this?" The multitude of eliminated prodigies stood dumbfounded. So, the assessment for registered disciples had already begun yesterday? How could they have possibly anticipated such a twist? In that instant, regret flooded the hearts of countless prodigies present. They lamented why they had not followed Li Ruoyu's directives the day prior, leading to their inexplicable elimination. Who could have known that the recruitment assessment for registered disciples would be so peculiar? Countless eliminated prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness, though filled with discontent, could only depart helplessly, not daring to exhibit any defiance. Li Ruoyu's indifferent tone served as a stark reminder. This was, after all, the celestial forbidden zone. The legendary life-restricting area was not a place for them to act recklessly. Should they dare to cause a disturbance here, even if they were struck down on the spot, their sacred lands would likely not voice a single complaint. Observing the unwillingly departing prodigies, Li Ruoyu sighed inwardly. The methods employed by the sect leader in selecting registered disciples were indeed profound and inscrutable. With this approach, the majority of the arrogant and disobedient had already been eliminated. Turning to the few thousand prodigies that remained, Li Ruoyu stated, "The remaining participants may settle into the homes you have established. During this period, I shall assign you relevant assessment tasks each day." The remaining prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness felt a surge of excitement. At last, the true assessment was set to commence. After Li Ruoyu concluded his remarks, he turned to leave. Behind him, A practitioner from the demon suppression city affixed a piece of paper to a nearby wooden post. The gathered prodigies from the eastern wilderness surged forward, eager to discover the day's assessment task. Yet, upon reading the task inscribed on the paper, they were left utterly speechless. Today's task, self-sufficiency, each individual must cultivate 20 acres of land beside their shelter. Self-sufficiency? Cultivating land? What in the name of heaven? Is this not a recruitment for external disciples in a supreme forbidden zone, but rather a call for laborers in a mundane village? The prodigies from the eastern wilderness felt an overwhelming urge to weep, but the examples of those eliminated loomed before them. They understood that if they failed to successfully cultivate 20 acres today, they too would face elimination by tomorrow. With this thought in mind, even the esteemed sons and daughters of various sacred lands disregarded their dignified appearances, rushing to the vacant spaces beside their shelters to demonstrate their prowess in tilling the soil. Lacking suitable tools, some prodigies resorted to using swords and divine blades as makeshift hoes. Even the enchanting maidens, akin to celestial beings, rolled up their sleeves and joined the fervent labor in the fields. Onlookers, the servants accompanying the esteemed prodigies, stood in stunned silence at this sight. By the heavens, the once proud and untouchable saints' sons and daughters now appeared as mere laborers, toiling in the muddy fields of the celestial forbidden zone. Should this scene be disseminated, it would undoubtedly astonish all who beheld it. Chapter 77. The departure of Mo Yixian and the black-robed youth within the confines of the celestial forbidden zone. Yichen was regaling Du Qingxue and Mo Yixian with tales of his experiences outside. Little did his senior and junior sisters know that the renowned prodigies from the eastern wilderness, who sought the title of registered disciple at Celestial, were as numerous as the fish crossing a river. The examination process decreed by the great sage Li Ryu was nothing short of extraordinary. With a multitude of sons and daughters from various holy sects now toiling in the mud like common laborers, as Yichen painted a vivid picture of the scene, Du Qingxue and the others listened in awe. Who would have imagined that these illustrious talents of the eastern wilderness would willingly engage in such menial tasks to earn a place under the celestial banner? Yet, amidst their astonishment, a profound sense of pride welled up within Du Qingxue and her companions. After all, they were now inner disciples of Celestial, their status far surpassing that of mere registered disciples. Countless elite figures from the eastern wilderness, in their fervent quest for the coveted title of registered disciple, resorted to every means possible. This served as a testament to the grandeur and brilliance of the celestial lineage. With the prosperity of Celestial, Du Qingxue, Mo Yixian, and the others felt a sense of shared honor. Time flowed inexorably, and nearly a month had passed. During this time, Li Ryu diligently ventured outside the celestial forbidden zone each day, assigning new tasks to the aspirants. These included clearing wasteland, felling trees, and planting grains, among various other endeavors. After a month of rigorous trials, some prodigies deemed the examination methods of the celestial forbidden zone to be absurd and left in indignation, while the majority persevered with gritted teeth. Throughout this period, the true disciples of the celestial lineage made remarkable advancements in their cultivation. The eldest disciple, Shitian, had reached the early stage of the transformation realm during his battle with Ning, and, after a month of further training, advanced to the mid-stage of the transformation realm. The second disciple, Du Qingxue, had broken through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, now only a step away from attaining the transformation realm. More notably, she had made significant progress in mastering the celestial disaster scripture, enabling her to not only mitigate her own misfortunes but also to wield the power of calamity in combat with finesse. The third disciple, Yichen, having perfected the sacred body ancient scripture and with unlimited access to spiritual herbs from the apothecary garden, shattered the limitations of the sacred body's cultivation, rapidly progressing from the early stage of foundation establishment to the initial stage of the nascent soul realm. The fourth disciple, Mo Yixian, who had previously been at the initial stage of qi refinement, now, bolstered by various sect treasures and her own cultivation of the immortal technique, had ascended to the initial stage of the golden core realm. The fifth disciple, Lin Qianbai, exhibited the most astonishing progress among his peers. Initially at the foundation establishment stage, he awakened memories from his past life and received the emperor-level technique, the Taishian Sword Classic, from Qin Mu, along with the swordsmanship legacy obtained from the Void Sword Tomb. Under these multiple enhancements, he directly broke through to the late stage of the nascent soul realm, equaling Du Qingxue. On this particular day, Qin Mu was leisurely reclining on a chair beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment, savoring the ancient tea. Dressed in a flowing white gown, The fourth disciple, Mo Ishian, approached respectfully. Master, I seek your counsel on a matter. What is it? Speak freely, Qin Mu inquired, setting down his teacup. Intrigued by what his fourth disciple had to discuss. Now that I have attained the initial stage of the Golden Core realm, coupled with the indomitable scripture you bestowed upon me, I find that mere cultivation alone is insufficient for rapid advancement. Thus, I wish to venture out into the world and seek your permission, Mo Ishian expressed with a hint of trepidation. Desiring to explore the outside world, Qin Mu pondered briefly. Mo Ishian's situation, indeed, differed from that of the other disciples. As a mortal body, she could not hope to match the progress of Yi Chun and the others through mere cultivation. To elevate her strength swiftly, she would need to engage with the various wielder of royal and divine physiques, embarking on adventures to harness the might of the indomitable technique. Thus, venturing forth was, for Mo Ishian, a better choice than remaining in the celestial forbidden zone. However, Qin Mu discerned that her desire to leave was not solely for personal growth. She likely harbored hopes of uncovering her sister's whereabouts. Acknowledging this, Qin Mu decided not to impede her, nodding slightly as he said, if you wish to explore, I shall not stand in your way. However, in any conflicts with peers, you must rely on your own strength, refraining from using the name of our celestial lineage to bully others. Yet, should anyone dare to leverage their backing against you, fear not. In this vast world, no one can provoke our celestial lineage. With words of unyielding authority, Qin Mu flicked his fingers, sending a jade pendant and a subarray of a time-space formation before Mo Ishian. This jade pendant contains a strand of my divine consciousness. Should you ever face a life-and-death crisis, shatter it, and I shall ensure your safety. The subarray of the time-space formation can be set up anywhere in this vast continent, allowing you to return to the celestial forbidden zone at any moment. Mo Ishian gazed reverently at the jade pendant and the time-space subarray in her hands, her face brimming with gratitude and admiration. Since her sister's disappearance, only within the celestial forbidden zone had she felt the warmth of protection akin to being at home. Rest assured, Master, I shall uphold the honor of our celestial lineage during my travels. With a respectful bow to Qin Mu, she reluctantly took her leave. As Mo Ishian departed, Qin Mu felt a surge of emotion, akin to witnessing a fledgling eagle, once sheltered beneath his wings, now preparing to soar into the world alone. Meanwhile, just outside the celestial forbidden zone, a pale-faced youth clad in black robes silently traversed the forest. The black-robed youth raised his gaze to the unfamiliar sky. His fists clenched tightly as he murmured, the ethereal immortal court, the banished immortal, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. One day, the humiliation you brought upon the Shao family shall be repaid 100-fold when I, Shao Chun, achieve my cultivation. Ancestors, what should my next step be? The black-robed youth named Shao Chen caressed a dark ring on his finger, asking in a hushed tone. Upon hearing his query, the dark ring began to emit a faint glow, and an ancient voice resonated from within. Did you not hear those you encountered along your journey speak of seeking apprenticeship under a force known as Celestial? Since you have just arrived in the eastern wilderness and are still unfamiliar with its affairs, why not join them in seeking apprenticeship at this celestial force? With a sect to rely upon, your future endeavors will undoubtedly become simpler and more convenient. Chapter 78. The Ethereal Celestial Dynasty, Seeking to Worship the Heavens. Shao Chen stunned. The teacher's words resonated deeply. The immediate priority was to establish a foothold in the eastern wilderness. After contemplating for a moment, Shao Chen resolved to heed his teacher's advice. Reflecting on his past experiences, Shao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of hardship. He hailed from the Shao family in the central continent, where his ancestors had once stood as formidable beings within the sacred Qing realm, with several saints emerging from their lineage. Thus, for a considerable period, the Shao family was regarded as a prominent power in the central continent. However, as generations passed without the birth of any strong figures, the Shao family gradually fell into decline. Shao Chen was the son of the current patriarch, Shao Tianqin. Although the family had lost much of its former glory, remnants of its heritage remained. Additionally, Shao Chun was endowed with exceptional talent and, through fortunate circumstances, acquired a ring containing the essence of a long-sleeping ancestor, a saint of the Shao family. This serendipitous encounter allowed him to receive guidance from his ancestor, propelling his cultivation to remarkable heights, making him a well-known prodigy. Shao Chen's life should have unfolded smoothly. He harbored grand ambitions to revitalize the Shao family and restore its ancient glory. Yet, recent events shattered all his plans. In his youth, he had befriended a girl named Mu Ling Long, and their bond was akin to that of childhood sweethearts. However, he later discovered that Mu Linglong was the esteemed daughter of the Mu family, an unparalleled imperial clan in the central continent. The Mu family arranged a splendid marriage for her, intending to unite with a celestial being from the ethereal celestial dynasty. Both the Mu family and the ethereal celestial dynasty were formidable forces, having once boasted ancestors who reached the Imperial Realm. Their alliance was a merger of titans. After solidifying the marriage pact with the ethereal celestial dynasty, the Mu family confined Mu Linglong within their household. The celestial being from the ethereal celestial dynasty learned of the relationship between Mu Linglong and Xiao Chun and personally descended upon the Xiao family. Xiao Chun would never forget that moment. The celestial being looked down upon him as if he were a mere mortal, delivering a decree. Insects are innocent, but daring to gaze upon the divine phoenix in the heavens is an unforgivable sin. Only I am worthy of the Mu family's imperial daughter. As for you, you are but an insect attempting to touch the divine. I could easily annihilate you and your Xiao family, as one would crush an ant. However, for Linglong's sake, I shall spare your life. Yet, you must leave the central continent today and never return. Should I find you daring to return, both you and your entire Xiao family shall face annihilation. The celestial being spoke with an indifferent and cold demeanor, never once casting a glance at Xiao Chun. The most unbearable aspect for Xiao Chun was that, upon her arrival, the guardian behind her exerted an overwhelming pressure that forced everyone in the Xiao family to kneel in submission to the celestial being's admonition, akin to a master reprimanding servants. That condescending and imperious attitude would forever be etched in Xiao Chun's memory, for the sake of his family's well-being. Xiao Chun had no choice but to endure the humiliation and flee the central continent. He understood that should he defy this decree, the guardian would undoubtedly eradicate his entire family. After departing the central continent, Xiao Chun arrived in the eastern wilderness. Initially, he wandered aimlessly for some time, but after several days of despondency, he regained his fighting spirit. The ethereal celestial dynasty was indeed an unfathomable behemoth. Yet one must remember that fortunes can change in the span of 30 years. If a youth cannot contend with the ethereal celestial dynasty, then he shall cultivate until middle age. If he still cannot contend, then he shall devote his entire life to it. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth, the struggling middle-aged, or the elderly. As long as he lives, he shall fight to the bitter end against the ethereal celestial dynasty. For Mu Linglong, and for the dignity of the Xiao family, he must avenge this humiliation with his own hands. With determination, Xiao Chun prepared to follow the trail of those he had encountered earlier, seeking to test his fortune with the so-called heavenly forces. During his previous conversations, he had heard that the heavenly was a legendary supreme forbidden zone within the eastern wilderness, known for its miraculous feats. However, while he harbored hope for these legends, he did not fully believe them. What is a life forbidden zone? It is a terrifying place that even the ethereal celestial dynasty cannot fathom. Such a formidable and transcendent realm would not readily recruit disciples from the vast eastern wilderness. It was likely just hearsay. Nonetheless, even knowing that much of this could be untrue, Xiao Chun resolved to test his luck. His teacher had just spoken wisely. As a newcomer to the eastern wilderness, he was indeed blind to his surroundings. It was prudent to first join a local force to settle down. Following the footsteps of the individuals ahead, Xiao Chun soon arrived at the periphery of the heavenly forbidden zone. Observing thousands of individuals caked in mud, fervently laboring in the fields, Xiao Chun was bewildered. Is this truly the place where the legendary heavenly forbidden zone recruits disciples? Have I come to the wrong location? Not far away, he noticed a figure in armor, resting against a tree. Approaching cautiously, Xiao Chun inquired, "May I ask, esteemed senior, is this the place where the heavenly forbidden zone recruits disciples?" The armored cultivator, seemingly dozing against the tree, glanced at Xiao Chun with an expressionless face and replied, "Are you here to participate in the recruitment assessment for the heavenly forbidden zone as well?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Chun instinctively nodded. "First, go register over there. Then collect your farming tools. The daily assessment tasks are posted on the bulletin board. Although you have arrived late, you must not neglect the work that needs to be done. Now off you go." After delivering this information, the cultivator returned to his slumber. Having grown weary from encountering countless aspiring gifted individuals like Xiao Chun wishing to become disciples, the cultivator had become numb to their presence. Following the guidance of the cultivator from the demon suppression city, Xiao Chun registered and collected several farming tools. As he gazed at the tasks posted on the bulletin board, his mind went blank. Self-sustainability, timber harvesting, constructing a dwelling, Cultivate at least 20 acres of land beside the house. Plant grains, tend to seedlings, and eliminate weeds. Staring at the list of assessment tasks, Xiaoqin was utterly flabbergasted. Who am I? Where am I? What am I here for? Oh, right. I seem to have come to seek a master. But Xiaoqin looked down at the farming tools in his arms, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Did I truly come to the right place? Is this really the assessment ground for the outer disciples of the legendary life Forbidden Zone? Why does it seem like a humble village, recruiting laborers and farmers? Chapter 79, Double Crit, 8-9 Profound Art. Xiaoqin's astonishment as Xiaoqin found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt due to the sights surrounding the outer sky Forbidden Zone. Within the Forbidden Zone itself, Qin Mu, who had been leisurely sipping tea, was suddenly greeted by the melodious sound of the system. Ding! Detected that a top prodigy from another domain has come to pay homage. The name of the sky is widely renowned, granting the host a high-level gift package as a token of encouragement. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a rare probability event. Tenfold reward crit. Ding! The high-level gift package has been automatically upgraded to a king-level gift package. The arrival of top prodigies from other domains warranted a special gift package from the system. Qin Mu was momentarily taken aback. But soon a satisfied smile graced his face. The feeling of having a package descend from the heavens while one is comfortably seated at home was indeed delightful. What brought him even more joy was his unchanging fortune. The originally granted high-level gift package had been directly upgraded to a king-level gift package. How splendid! System, open this king-level gift package, Qin Mu commanded eagerly. Ding! King-level gift package opened. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering a rare probability event. 5-fold reward crit. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Immortal King-level technique. 8-9 Profound Art. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a 5-star sect building. Questioning Dao Peak. Another reward crit? Good heavens, is this the legendary double crit? Qin Mu wore a joyful expression. Not only had the originally high-level gift package been upgraded to a king-level one, but upon opening it, he had triggered yet another crit, directly obtaining an Immortal King-level technique. Above the Imperial Realm lies the realm of true immortals. And above true immortals exists the Immortal King. This alone suffices to illustrate the extraordinary power of this Immortal King-level technique. Eagerly, Qin Mu began to examine this Immortal King-level technique. 8-9 Profound Art, Immortal King-level technique, Yin 8 Yang 9, the extremes of heaven and earth. This art encompasses all. Imbued with boundless divine powers, and once mastered, one may traverse the cosmos with ease. System, cultivate this 8-9 Profound Art. Qin Mu instructed impatiently. Previously, Qin Mu had drawn numerous Imperial-level techniques from the lottery, none of which he found appealing, and he had directly bestowed them upon his disciples. However, the 8-9 Profound Art was an Immortal King-level technique, making it perfectly suitable for his own cultivation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully cultivating the Immortal King-level technique. 8-9 Profound Art. Ding! Based on the host's current realm, the 8-9 Profound Art has been automatically cultivated to the limit achievable at the host's current level. Ding! The host's current progress in 8-9 Profound Art is Peak Emperor level. As the system's voice resonated, Qin Mu felt an influx of countless profound insights deep within his mind, understanding the yin and yang, the 5 elements, and the transformations of all things. He grasped them all with clarity, and the myriad divine powers and techniques were beyond enumeration. In this vast continent, it seemed unlikely that he would encounter anyone capable of matching him in a single exchange. Qin Mu sighed in solitude. His current realm was already at the peak of the Emperor level, representing the utmost limit achievable in this expansive land. Coupled with the aid of the Immortal King-level technique, 8-9 Profound Art, and the Grass Character Sword technique, even the strongest among the peak Emperor-level beings would not stand a chance against him. In simpler terms, he was invincible. After digesting the profound insights of the 8-9 Profound Art, Qin Mu shifted his gaze to the second reward. It was a mountain, reduced to a minuscule size, now quietly resting in his palm. Questioning Dao Peak, 5-star sect building, a place for selecting disciples. To seek the Dao, one must first question the heart. Questioning Dao Peak consists of 999 levels, imbued with countless illusory formations. Those who ascend to questioning Dao Peak will face various illusory trials. Those lacking a resolute heart for the Dao will fall from the peak. Questioning Dao Peak, a treasure trove for selecting disciples? Qin Mu was exceedingly pleased. At present, Thousands of prodigies from the Eastern Wilderness domain were undergoing trials to become registered disciples of the Sky Forbidden Zone. Utilizing this questioning Tao peak for their final selection seemed utterly appropriate. In Qin Mu's view, while innate talent was indeed significant in the journey of cultivation, the most crucial aspect was to possess an unwavering heart, as solid as a rock, in the pursuit of the Tao. Without such a heart, even the most gifted would inevitably face setbacks and despair, leading to the shattering of their Tao heart. However, if one's heart in seeking the Tao were as steadfast as iron, even those with modest talent could steadily improve with perseverance, achieving greatness in due time. In short, while talent is vital, possessing an indomitable heart for the Tao is far more precious. Contentedly storing away the questioning Tao peak, Qin Mu resumed his leisurely tea-sipping beneath the ancient tea tree of enlightenment. Meanwhile, outside the Sky Forbidden Zone, the black-robed youth Xiao Chun was experiencing an unprecedented shock. Following the instructions of the demon-subduing city cultivator, he registered and received various farming tools, then began to fell trees to construct his own dwelling. Adjacent to his chosen construction site stood a completed house. Before that house sat a youth with a dark complexion, rolled-up pant legs, a straw hat atop his head, and mud splattered across his body, resting against the tree roots with a hoe in hand, resembling an old farmer. "Brother, you're new here, right? What is your name?" The youth in the straw hat glanced at the lumbering Xiao Chen and inquired. "My name is Xiao Chen. May I ask your name, brother?" Xiao Chen instinctively asked. "I am Lu Qianxiu, the holy son of the Purple Mansion's sacred land," the youth replied, revealing a bright smile. "Purple Mansion's sacred land? Holy son?" Xiao Chen was taken aback. To bear the name of a sacred land is to be regarded as one of the top powers in any domain. This youth, appearing as an old farmer, claimed to hail from a sacred land and was indeed its holy son. Could he be boasting? Noticing the astonishment on Xiao Chen's face, Lu Qianxiu seemed to understand his thoughts and pointed towards the many laborers toiling in the fields. "What is so surprising about that? Look at those people. 9 out of 10 are outstanding disciples from the top powers of the Eastern Wilderness domain. And there are even a fair number of holy sons and holy maidens like myself." Xiao Chen couldn't help but follow Lu Qianxiu's finger to observe. Watching the muddy youths and maidens laboring tirelessly in the fields, he fell into deep skepticism. These individuals were all outstanding disciples from the major powers of the Eastern Wilderness domain, and among them were quite a few holy sons and holy maidens. Xiao Chen still found it hard to believe. However, as days passed, after 3 to 5 days of thorough investigation, he finally accepted the truth. What Lu Qianxiu said was indeed accurate. The individual residing next to him was the holy son of the Purple Mansion sacred land. The fields adjacent to his were cultivated by a holy maiden of the 100 Flowers sacred land. The excited individual shouting for joy after successfully planting seedlings was the son of the supreme profound divine sect. At a glance, anyone laboring here like a menial farmer was casually a distinguished disciple from a top-tier force. Xiao Chen was astounded. So many outstanding disciples from powerful factions, willing to soil themselves and toil like common laborers to become registered disciples of the sky. What a terrifying force the sky must be. Chapter 80. The final assessment at the summit of the Enlightenment Peak. Upon realizing that nearly all the participants in the assessment were prodigies from various formidable factions, Xiao Chen felt no lingering resentment or doubt. The gathering of so many talented youths from the Eastern Wilderness at the outskirts of this celestial forbidden zone, willing to engage in menial labor typically reserved for common farmers, merely to become a registered disciple of this transcendent domain, was a testament to the veracity of the rumors he had previously heard regarding this place. This celestial forbidden zone was undeniably a realm of supreme taboos and terrifying mysteries. Thus, in the days that followed, Xiao Chun, like the other candidates, devoted himself to logging, building shelters, cultivating farmland, and sowing grains. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had swiftly passed. After months of diligent toil, those who remained outside the celestial forbidden zone had their once arrogant airs thoroughly tempered. Each one now resembled ordinary youths, stripped of any semblance of the haughty prodigies from sacred sections. Another day dawned, and as was customary, Xiao Chen hefted his hoe, preparing to approach the notice board to receive his tasks for the day. However, today's atmosphere felt distinctly different. All the candidates had gathered around the notice board, and the previously encountered saintly Ryu was present as well. At this moment, the venerable Li Ryu stood respectfully behind an elderly man clad in gray robes. This gray-robed elder was none other than Elder Zhao Tsong of the Celestial Order. Elder Zhao surveyed the assembly of prodigies, his voice calm, yet commanding. By the decree of my esteemed master, I am here to conduct the final assessment for the recruitment of registered disciples of the Celestial Order. Any prodigy who has persevered until now and completed all the tasks shall be eligible for this final evaluation. These words ignited an immediate uproar. The final assessment was finally commencing. 3 months, a full 3 months. Who could fathom how I endured this time? Many prodigies felt invigorated, some even unable to suppress their tears. They had grown accustomed to lives of luxury, yet now they had labored like commoners for 3 long months. If it weren't for their resolute spirits, they would never have lasted this long. The assessment was straightforward. Those who could ascend to the peak of the Enlightenment Peak would be accepted as registered disciples of the Celestial Order. Elder Zhao continued, raising his hand to cast forth a miniature mountain, which swelled and transformed into a magnificent peak with 999 jade steps, towering at the edge of the celestial forbidden zone. Furthermore, the first to reach the summit would be exceptionally promoted to an outer disciple of our celestial lineage. Reaching the summit would signify passing the assessment and becoming a registered disciple of the Celestial Order. If one could be the first to ascend, they would even be promoted to an outer disciple. Upon hearing Elder Zhao's proclamation, all prodigies could no longer contain their eagerness and surged towards the Enlightenment Peak. To them, it was merely a mountain. Even if it concealed traps, surely their strength would allow them to conquer the summit. Xiao Chun, witnessing this fervor, felt a stirring within him. The status of an outer disciple of the Celestial Order was inherently more prestigious than that of a registered disciple. If there was a chance, he would certainly vie for the first position. However, he understood that this so-called assessment at the Enlightenment Peak would undoubtedly not be as simple as it appeared. So he refrained from rushing into action, opting instead to observe for a time. In an instant, countless prodigies soared towards the base of the Enlightenment Peak, eagerly commencing their ascent. However, as they stepped onto the first jade stair, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they found themselves ensnared in illusions. Lu Qianxiu, the holy son of the Purple Mansion, stood on the jade steps, his face contorted in struggle. Have I truly become a saint? Ha! Is this the power of the Holy Realm? It is utterly intoxicating. My greatest dream in this life was to attain sanctity. Now that I have achieved it, must I no longer cultivate? To indulge in pleasure is the true path. A divine son of a holy sect, standing on the jade steps, wore a look of rapture. My greatest aspiration has been to embrace all the beauties of the world. With so many celestial maidens to choose from, this is bliss, pure bliss. A holy maiden from a sacred land, upon stepping onto the jade steps, turned pale and trembled. Why are there so many grotesque serpents here? I have always feared such creatures. Woe is me, begone, all of you. Observing the many prodigies on the Enlightenment Peak, ensnared in illusions, Xiao Chun understood. This peak could evoke the deepest fears and desires of the heart. Should one become trapped in such illusions, unable to extricate themselves or succumbing to terror, it would signify their elimination. As Xiao Chun had anticipated, with the passage of time, prodigies continued to fall from the Enlightenment Peak, regretfully disqualified. Enlightenment. My resolve to seek the path is unwavering. No illusion can deter me. Xiao Chun silently encouraged himself as he stepped onto the Enlightenment Peak. With a thunderous crash, the scene before him shifted dramatically, and he found himself back in the Shao family of the Central State. Before him stood a figure etched into his memory, an image he would never forget. The banished immortal of the ethereal celestial dynasty looked down upon him, exuding an aura of superiority. Xiao Chun, leave the Central State. Should you dare return in this lifetime, the Shao family shall meet its end. Illusions, mere illusions. Feeling the overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down his spine, Xiao Chun clenched his fists, roaring as he struck at the banished immortal. Do not underestimate the youth. As his punch connected, the illusion shattered. Yet before he could catch his breath, his gaze grew vacant once more, plunging him into another layer of illusion. In this new illusion he had cultivated for 30 years. Becoming a middle-aged powerhouse of the celestial transformation realm, brimming with confidence, eager to challenge the banished immortal. However, the immortal, backed by the ethereal celestial dynasty with abundant resources, had achieved sanctity in merely 20 years, effortlessly overpowering him. In the illusion, the middle-aged Xiao Chun, despite being trampled by the immortal, did not succumb to despair. Instead, he retained a glimmer of defiance in his eyes. Do not underestimate the middle-aged. Boom. The illusion shattered, and the third illusion emerged. In this one, Xiao Chun had become an elderly man, yet through a lifetime of cultivation, aided by the ancestral relics of the Xiao family, he had risen to the status of a great sage, capable of shaking the world. However, when he sought to challenge the banished immortal once more, he discovered that the opponent had ascended to the ranks of a holy king, standing high above. The outcome was inevitable. The great sage Xiao Chun could not withstand a single strike from the banished immortal and was cast down. Such a series of failures would shake the resolve of even the most steadfast cultivators. Yet the elderly Xiao Chun was evidently unfazed. He gazed up at the immortal with fiery determination in his aged eyes. Do not underestimate the elderly. Boom. The fourth illusion. Xiao Chun, having never triumphed over the banished immortal, regrettably perished, only to find himself reincarnated, now in a status even lower than before, merely a stable hand in an ordinary sect. Meanwhile, the banished immortal had become a revered figure, feared across the realms, on the verge of attaining emperor status. Despite the colossal disparity, the reincarnated youth Xiao Chun remained undaunted, his spirit unbroken. The celestial being, do not belittle the impoverished of past lives. Do not scorn the youthful in their poverty. Do not deride the middle-aged in their destitution. Do not mock the elderly in their want. Do not underestimate the impoverished of former existences. Regardless of how despairing the visions within the illusion may seem, Xiao Chun remains, like an indomitable cockroach, forever brimming with unwavering resolve. Chapter 81. Ascending to the Pinnacle. Visitors from the Celestial Dynasty. One strike, to end the illusions on the path of inquiry. The trials on the path of inquiry are strikingly authentic. More importantly, those ensnared in the illusions face an arduous challenge. Without formidable willpower and an indomitable heart of Tao, they remain oblivious to their plight. Even Xiao Chun, despite his fortitude, found himself repeatedly engulfed by the phantoms, believing them to be genuine occurrences. Fortunately, his resolute heart of Tao remained unshaken, regardless of the trials he endured within the illusions. There are 999 steps, each representing a unique illusion. With his unwavering will and powerful heart of Tao, Xiao Chun ascended the steps, gradually surpassing all other prodigies. Celestial beings, do not underestimate the impoverished of 100 generations. After being thoroughly overwhelmed by the ethereal visitor from the Celestial Dynasty for what felt like 100 lifetimes, Xiao Chun unleashed a roar, shattering the illusions before him. To his astonishment, he stood at the summit of the path of inquiry. Finally, it is over. Turning to gaze at the many prodigies still striving to climb, tears welled in Xiao Chun's eyes. Although it appeared he had merely ascended the 999 steps, in reality, he felt as if 100 lifetimes had passed within the illusions. To be crushed for 100 lifetimes. Had he lacked an unyielding heart of Tao, he might have succumbed to despair long ago. Is this the terrifying nature of the path of inquiry? Xiao Chun marveled. Such a trial of disciples' hearts and Tao is a treasure of the sect. Not only had he never encountered one, but he had scarcely even heard of its existence. Fortunately, he had successfully passed the assessment, ranking among the foremost of the challengers, being the first to reach the pinnacle of the path of inquiry. Upon completing this ascent, Xiao Chun was teleported down. The great sage of the human race, Li Ryu, regarded him with a smile. Congratulations, little one, for being the first to pass the path of inquiry. You are now an outer disciple of the celestial lineage. Xiao Chun clenched his fists in excitement. Merely being a named disciple incited fierce competition among the prodigies of the eastern wilderness. Thus, the status of an outer disciple, surpassing that of a named disciple, speaks volumes about its value. Having passed the assessment, Xiao Chun felt a wave of ease wash over him as he observed the other challengers. While watching, he couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. The trials of the path of inquiry are indeed formidable. Even these challengers, hailing from powerful factions, found the ascent to be exceedingly arduous. Occasionally, sons and daughters of saints would plummet from the path of inquiry, losing their qualifications for the assessment. Roughly estimating, though thousands had participated, fewer than 100 would likely emerge victorious. As a day passed, just as Xiao Chun had anticipated, when the assessment concluded, only 90 prodigies had successfully passed. Those who succeeded were named disciples of our celestial lineage, destined to follow elderly Ruoyu in their training. Xiao Chun, being the first to ascend the path of inquiry, was rewarded with an exceptional promotion to outer disciple of the celestial lineage. As for those who had failed the assessment, they were free to depart. Elder Zhao Tsong, with an impassive expression, announced the final results of the assessment. Instantly, envious gazes filled the air. directed towards Xiao Chun and the other successful challengers, with particular admiration directed towards him. After all, he was now an outer disciple of the celestial lineage. Those like them, mere named disciples, were limited to activities outside the celestial forbidden zone and had no qualifications to enter. In contrast, outer disciples possessed the privilege to enter the forbidden zone, even potentially gaining the opportunity to meet the exalted beings within. Such an opportunity was enough to incite envy among all. Very well, this concludes the assessment. After announcing the results, Elder Zhao Tsong prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a chilling, faint laughter echoed from the distant horizon. Hee, I have finally found you. As the laughter resonated, a middle-aged man clad in white, with a cold demeanor, leisurely descended from the sky, arriving at the scene. Upon seeing this white-clad man, Xiao Qin's expression changed dramatically. He recognized him. This was the protector who accompanied the ethereal visitor from the celestial dynasty, previously at the Xiao family. It was this very protector who had exerted his aura, compelling everyone to kneel and heed the instruction of the ethereal visitor. Why was he here? Was it to come after him? A sudden wave of foreboding surged within Xiao Qin. His instincts proved unsettlingly accurate. Upon arriving, the protector disregarded everyone else, fixing his gaze solely upon Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, I have come at the behest of the ethereal visitor to take your life. Do not waste my time. Take your own life. The protector's tone was haughty and indifferent, issuing commands as if no one else mattered. The ethereal visitor had commanded him to kill Xiao Qin? Such a malicious scheme. Listening to the protector's words, Xiao Qin understood everything in an instant. The ethereal visitor had ostensibly spared him in the central continent, permitting him to leave, but secretly sent her protector to eliminate him. Such treachery was utterly sinister. You are but an insignificant insect beneath the celestial dragon of the 9 heavens. Crushing an insect requires no justification, the white-clad protector declared disdainfully. After speaking, he appeared somewhat impatient, raising a hand to strike at Xiao Qin. He considered Xiao Qin merely a trivial insect, unworthy of his time. After slaying him, he could return to report to the celestial dynasty. The surrounding named disciples of the celestial lineage were left aghast at the protector's audacity. What kind of power dared to kill before the entrance of the celestial forbidden zone? Targeting an outer disciple of the celestial lineage? Did they not fear the repercussions? After all, the corpse of the quasi-emperor Shining had yet to cool. In that instant, countless sympathetic gazes fell upon the white-clad protector, sowing a seed of doubt within him. Why did they regard him with such looks? However, in the next moment, he understood. A hand came sweeping through the air, seemingly light but containing a terrifying power that made even the white-clad protector's countenance shift dramatically. An unparalleled being. The white-clad protector exclaimed in haste, I am from the celestial dynasty of the central continent. But alas, his words were cut short as the hand descended. The horrifying force within it shattering both his body and soul, ending his life instantly. With a soft thud, Elder Zhao Tsong retracted his hand, casting a detached glance at the bloodstain left on the ground. The audacity of the protector to act against the named disciple of the celestial lineage before him was intolerable. And Elder Zhao Tsong would not permit such arrogance. As for the celestial dynasty, he regarded it with equal indifference. The lord of the sect had once imparted such wisdom to him. As long as there exists an individual bold enough to oppress the disciples of the celestial sect, regardless of their identity or background, they shall be met with ruthless eradication. Even if the adversary hails from a terrifying zone of life, the same fate awaits them. The celestial sect stands resolute in its grandeur. Chapter 82, Profound Depths, Preparedness, Resource Exchange. Gazing at the pool of blood on the ground, Xiao Qin felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. He had never anticipated that, as a mere outer disciple of the celestial lineage, the elders would be so protective. Upon witnessing his peril, they had taken decisive action, eliminating the protector of that fallen celestial. To be part of such a powerful faction was indeed a stroke of fortune. At that moment, the spatial ring on Xiao Qin's finger emitted a faint glow, and an ancient, feeble voice resonated in his ear. This individual surpasses my peak form from years past. Listening to the voice of the Xiao family's ancestral elder, Xiao Qin was astounded. The ancestor of the Xiao family had once reached the Great Saint Realm, and now this elder Zhao Tsong was even more formidable than his ancestor at his pinnacle. A sense of awe welled up within Xiao Qin. Simply an elder emerging from the celestial forbidden zone possessed such terrifying strength. Indeed, the celestial lineage was unfathomable. Thank you for saving me, elder. Xiao Qin stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Zhao Tsong. Do not mention it, Zhao Cong waved his hand nonchalantly. To dare to attack my disciple before the gates of the celestial forbidden zone, that individual has already sealed his own fate. Remember, should you encounter anyone who dares to bully you in the future, do not hesitate to report it. The sect will protect you. The other named disciples of the celestial lineage watched with envy. While the white-robed protector had been audacious enough to attack at the entrance of the celestial forbidden zone, inviting his own demise, Xiaoqin was still a newly initiated outer disciple. When pursued, the elders did not even inquire about the assailant's origins or the terrifying forces behind him. They acted directly to eliminate him solely to safeguard their disciples. Imagine such a protective sect. Who among its disciples would not feel secure? In that moment, many of the esteemed sons and daughters from various holy lands felt a stronger sense of pride in their identities as named disciples of the celestial lineage, even questioning the allure of their previous statuses as favored children of their respective sections. I would rather be a named disciple of the celestial lineage than a favored child of a holy land. This sentiment encapsulated the true state of mind of the named disciples. After the incident with the white-robed protector, all named disciples settled around the periphery of the celestial forbidden zone. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin, under the envious gazes of his peers, was escorted by Elder Zhao Cong into the celestial forbidden zone. Xiaoqin had been the first to pass the assessment at the questioning peak, thereby earning his elevation to outer disciple status. Those named disciples had no qualification to enter the celestial forbidden zone. Upon entering, Zhao Cong brought Xiaoqin directly before Qin Mu. Lord Sectmaster, this is the prodigy who first passed the assessment at the questioning peak and has been granted special promotion to become an outer disciple of our celestial lineage. Named Xiaoqin, Zhao Cong respectfully introduced, pointing at Xiaoqin. Lord Sectmaster? Xiaoqin knelt on the ground, unable to resist glancing up. Before him sat a figure clad in pure white, leisurely savoring tea in a reclining chair. Though the figure exuded no overwhelming aura, merely sitting there invoked in Xiaoqin a profound sense of reverence and submission from the depths of his soul. Daring not to look further, Xiaoqin quickly lowered his head, respectfully staring at the ground. He understood that if Elder Zhao Cong was so formidable, surpassing the peak state of his ancestral forebear, then the Lord Sect Master, who received such deference from Zhao Cong, was likely unimaginably powerful. Work diligently as a disciple of our celestial lineage. You should strive to surpass your peers, Qin Mu said, casting a warm smile at Xiaoqin. He recognized that the previous reward from the system was likely due to Xiaoqin's arrival to seek mentorship. Thus, Qin Mu felt pleased as he regarded Xiaoqin. After offering a few more encouraging words, Qin Mu summoned Luo Bingyao, instructing her to familiarize Xiaoqin with the celestial residence and its disciples. Previously, Luo Bingyao had been appointed as the outer sect's chief disciple, and now, with Xiaoqin's elevation to outer disciple status, he naturally fell under her management. Junior brother, please follow me, Luo Bingyao said with a gentle smile, though her heart was filled with mixed emotions. Not long ago, she had been the lowest ranked among the many disciples of the celestial lineage, and now she had a junior brother of her own. Witnessing the celestial lineage flourishing and gradually welcoming more disciples brought her immense joy. Following Qin Mu's instructions, Luo Bingyao guided Xiaoqin around the celestial residence, subsequently introducing him to Shitian and others. As Xiaoqin learned more about the celestial lineage, his astonishment grew. The exquisite Dao Tower, the celestial pavilion, the time-space sacred tower, the celestial residence housed such mystical and powerful treasures. Moreover, there were the Lord Sect Master's direct disciples, the senior brother Shitian and the second sister Gu Qingxue. Each disciple he encountered exuded an aura that rivaled that of the fallen celestial maiden from the mysterious celestial dynasty, if not surpassing her. Terrifying, powerful, unfathomable. This encapsulated Xiaoqin's feelings towards the celestial lineage at that moment. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. On this day, Qin Mu summoned Elder Feng Zhe, who was responsible for managing the sect's treasury and all training resources, and inquired, Elder Feng, how many spirit stones are currently in the celestial sect's treasury? Reporting to the sect master, there are currently 4,100,000 spirit stones in the treasury, along with various training resources valued at 5 million spirit stones. Elder Feng replied without hesitation. Resources valued at 5 million spirit stones. Qin Mu mused briefly. The celestial lineage was developing rapidly, having enrolled 90 named disciples. Named disciples, of course, would not deplete the sect's resources for their cultivation. However, among these named disciples, some would eventually become outer disciples. for whom the celestial lineage would need to start allocating resources for cultivation. Thus, it was imperative to maintain a sufficient supply of resources in the treasury. Elder Falun, please go out and withdraw 40 million spirit stones, converting them all into the necessary training resources for cultivators of various realms, Qin Mu commanded. Excess spirit stones in the treasury served little purpose. Converting them into elixirs, treasures, and divine weapons for cultivation was the right course of action. By the way, take Yichen with you. I recall he was responsible for the negotiations with the Wanbao Tower last time. You can visit there first, Qin Mu added. As if struck by a thought, the Wanbao Tower, known for its trading of various spirit stone resources, was quite renowned throughout the eastern wilderness, making it a suitable destination for exchanging training resources. Chapter 83, The Wanbao Immortal Pavilion, Letter from the Shao Clan. Journey to Central State in the Wanbao Pavilion branch of the Eastern Wilderness. Elder Fengzhe escorted Yi Chun to the location. Upon seeing the familiar figure of the young man, Elder Sun felt a pang of unease. Wasn't this the disciple from the Celestial Forbidden Zone? What could he possibly want here? The sight of Yi Chun brought back memories that Elder Sun would rather forget. The previous two dealings had almost caused the Wanbao Pavilion in the Eastern Wilderness to suffer catastrophic losses, depleting years of wealth. And he had nearly faced the wrath of the pavilion's master. Young friend, may I ask what brings you to Wanbao Pavilion? Elder Sun asked, his smile broadening as he invited Yi Chun and his companions to take a seat. There's no need for concern, Elder Sunday. I have significant business to discuss with Wanbao Pavilion, Yi Chun replied, perceiving the elder's tension. I come representing the Celestial Forbidden Zone to exchange for a batch of cultivation resources. Oh, may I inquire how many resources you wish to exchange? Elder Sun relaxed at the thought of a business transaction. Not much, just resources worth 40 million spirit stones, Yi Chun stated matter-of-factly. 40 million spirit stones. Elder Sun exclaimed, spitting out his tea in shock and coughing repeatedly. Had he misheard? Did Yi Chun truly wish to exchange for resources valued at such an astronomical figure? Indeed, it is 40 million spirit stones, Yi Chun confirmed succinctly. Elder Sun broke into a cold sweat. Please hold on, young friend. I must consult with the pavilion master immediately. The amount exceeded his authority, necessitating the approval of the pavilion's leader. After a brief moment, Elder Sun returned, looking apologetic. I regret to inform you, young friend Yi, that we cannot gather resources worth 40 million spirit stones at this time. It will take at least 6 months to procure what you seek. Yi Chun's expression soured at the news, while Elder Fengzhe seemed prepared to leave. If you prefer not to wait that long, I can offer a suggestion, Elder Sun hurriedly proposed. Although we cannot provide the resources here, you might consider visiting the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion in Central State. The other branches of Wanbao Pavilion across the 4 regions were derived from the Central State's Wanbao Immortal Pavilion, which, given its size and strength, should be able to fulfill your request swiftly. The Wanbao Immortal Pavilion stands as a formidable power in Central State. While the Eastern Wilderness branch may struggle with such a large order, it should pose no difficulty for the Central State's main pavilion. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Sun. Yi Chun nodded appreciatively. There's no need for thanks, Elder Sun beamed. Although he regretted missing out on such a lucrative transaction, he understood that should Yi Chun succeed in acquiring the resources at the Central State branch, he would also benefit from a share of the rewards as the introducer. Meanwhile, in the Celestial Forbidden Zone, as Yi Chun and Elder Fengzhe made their way to Wanbao Pavilion, outer disciple Shao Chun was unsealing a letter sent from the Shao clan in Central State. Months earlier, while still undergoing the assessment to become a named disciple and not yet an outer disciple, Shao Chun had felt compelled to send a letter back home to alleviate his father's worries, briefly mentioning his current situation while omitting details about his assessment. To his surprise, after several months, a response had traversed vast distances and arrived back at his hands. Opening the letter, Shao Chun read with growing emotion as his father, Shao Tiaqin, reassured him that all was well with the Shao clan. He mentioned utilizing their connections to arrange for Shao Chun to apprentice under a powerful figure once the turmoil surrounding the celestial exile had subsided. Touched, Shao Chun reflected on his father's simplicity of thought. He had come to realize that the white-robed protector must have intercepted his letter before his father, thereby discovering his whereabouts. This was all orchestrated by the celestial exile, whose intent was not merely to expel him from Central State, but to eliminate him entirely. The moment the exile learned of Shao Chun's survival, there would be no respite. An urgent sensation gripped Shao Chun's heart. The white-robed protector had recently fallen, and the news of his demise would soon reach the exile's ears. He feared that in her wrath, she might take drastic actions. While Xiao Chun felt secure within the celestial forbidden zone, he worried for his father and the Xiao clan, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. The central state is far too perilous. Until I neutralize the threat posed by the celestial exile, my family cannot remain there, Xiao Chun murmured to himself. He resolved to return secretly to Central State to inform his father to relocate the entire Xiao clan to the eastern wilderness. With the protection of the celestial forbidden zone behind him, he believed the elusive immortal dynasty would hesitate to pursue them across domains. Having made up his mind, Xiao Chun stood to seek an audience with the pavilion master. His intentions to leave must be conveyed to the master. However, upon finding Qin Mu, he discovered Yi Chun, the master's direct disciple, respectfully reporting something to him. After Yi Chun concluded his report, Qin Mu turned his gaze to Xiao Chun. What brings you here? Respected pavilion master. I wish to return briefly to my family, the Xiao clan, in Central State. Xiao Chun bowed deeply, his anxiety palpable. At that moment, the soothing sound of the system echoed in Qin Mu's ears. Beep. Special sect mission activated. Assist outer disciple Xiao Chun in successfully completing his journey to Central State. Mission reward. Based on completion level, a randomly generated gift pack of varying quality awaits. A new mission has been issued? Qin Mu mused, glancing at Xiao Chun. Then at Yi Chun and Elder Feng Zhe. This was fortuitous. Yi Chun had just approached him to discuss the need for 40 million spirit stones for resources, necessitating a trip to the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion in Central State. Then you shall accompany Elder Feng Zhe on his journey to the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion, Qin Mu instructed calmly. He felt that entrusting the task of safeguarding the outer disciple to Elder Feng was more than adequate. Coincidentally, even without the matter concerning Xiao Chun, Qin Mu would have dispatched Elder Feng Zhe to the Wanbao Immortal Pavilion in the Central State to exchange for cultivation resources. Now, providing protection for Xiao Chun along the way is merely a trifling task. Chapter 84. Arrival in the Central Plains, Schemes of Zhao's Father, Withdrawal from the Celestial Realm? Gratitude to the esteemed sect master. Upon hearing Qin Mu's suggestion that he accompany the elders of the Celestial Realm to the Central Plains, Xiao Chun felt a surge of joy within. Initially, he had harbored concerns for his safety, especially with the enigmatic celestial being, whose hidden means remained unknown. However, with the elders of the Celestial Realm accompanying him, his security was undoubtedly enhanced. After departing from the Celestial Main Hall, Xiao Chun found himself absent-mindedly caressing the ring on his finger and softly inquired, Ancestors, can you discern the strength of Elder Feng Zhe? The voice of the Xiao family's ancient ancestor echoed through the ring, aged and solemn. If he has not made a move, I cannot estimate his power. Listening to the ancestor's voice, Xiao Chun fell into silence. He had encountered Elder Feng Zhe only a few times at the Celestial Stronghold and knew vaguely that this elder was responsible for guarding the sect's treasury and other vital areas. Yet he lacked detailed knowledge of his true strength. Nevertheless, Xiao Chun reasoned that since Elder Feng Zhe held the esteemed position of an elder within the celestial lineage, his prowess must be formidable. After making his preparations, Xiao Chun approached Elder Feng Zhe, ready to embark on their journey. He had anticipated that this stern, black-robed elder would lead him to a nearby Dao domain and then use a spatial array to traverse to the Central Plains. To his surprise, Elder Feng Zhe simply seized Xiao Chun by the shoulder like an eagle clutching its prey and stated calmly, Prepare yourself. We are about to depart. Though a junior emperor's journey may not rival that of a grand emperor, who could traverse vast realms in a single step, it was still sufficient to span immeasurable distances. Once grasped by Elder Feng Zhe, Xiao Chun felt a whirlwind of change before his eyes, as if the sun, moon, and mountains had been left behind. It was swift. In mere moments, after a dozen breaths had passed, Elder Feng Zhe finally came to a halt. Before him stood familiar structures, and a plaque inscribed with Xiao residence. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing like a drum. Could this be the Xiao family? Had he returned to the doorstep of his home? A surreal feeling surged within him. It had taken him months to traverse 2 domains and reach the celestial forbidden zone. Yet now, in just a handful of breaths, Elder Feng Zhe had brought him to the gates of the Xiao family, an unparalleled powerhouse. Elder Feng Zhe must be akin to Elder Zhao Tsong, a being of immense strength. Feeling overwhelmed, Xiao Chun reverently invited, Elder Feng, please allow me to escort you into the Xiao family to rest momentarily. I shall soon complete my matters and then take you to the Wanshou Immortal Tower. Very well. Elder Feng nodded indifferently and followed Xiao Chun into the Xiao residence. Prior to this journey, the sect master had instructed him to ensure Xiao Chen's safety and to avoid any mishaps. Consequently, Elder Feng Zhe dutifully complied with the sect master's command. Shortly after Xiao Chun entered the residence, the family head, Xiao Tianqin, learned of his return. "Chinner, why have you come back?" A robust, middle-aged man with flowing hair rushed over, concern etched across his face as he gazed at Xiao Chen. "Father." Seeing the man before him, Xiao Chun felt a pang of sorrow. He felt guilty towards his father and the Xiao family, especially since the celestial being had forced his father to endure such humiliation. "Chinner, this is..." Xiao Tianqin's gaze shifted to the black-robed elder behind Xiao Chen, confusion evident in his tone. "Oh, this is Elder Feng from my sect." I accompanied him to the Central Plains. Xiao Chen hastily introduced Elder Feng Zhe to his father. To his astonishment, Xiao Tianqin's expression darkened upon hearing that Xiao Chun had joined a sect, and he lowered his voice to ask, "Chinner, you have already joined a sect?" "Yes." Xiao Chun instinctively nodded, bewildered by his father's sudden change in demeanor. "You were too hasty, Chinner," Xiao Tianqin exclaimed with a mix of urgency and helplessness. "Did I not instruct you in my letter not to rush into joining a sect? I had found a suitable master for you in the Central Plains and had just invited him to the Xiao family. I intended for you to meet with that elder and finalize your apprenticeship before your return, yet now you have already joined another sect." Xiao Tianqin felt a deep sense of helplessness. After the celestial being had descended upon the Xiao family and compelled Xiao Chun to leave the Central Plains, he had been contemplating how to prevent Xiao Chun from encountering such a calamity. Utilizing the Xiao family's former connections and presenting generous gifts, he had managed to attract the attention of a semi-holy realm powerhouse, who was prepared to take Xiao Chun as a disciple. Originally, Xiao Tianqin had planned for the semi-holy realm elder to visit the Xiao family, and after finalizing Xiao Chen's acceptance as a disciple, he would summon Xiao Chen back. With a master of the holy realm backing him, he believed Xiao Chen would be safe and secure. However, he had not anticipated that during Xiao Chen's time in the eastern wilderness, he had already joined another sect. "Chinner, is it possible for you to withdraw from the sect you joined in the eastern wilderness? You have only just become a disciple. Surely there would be no issue if you withdrew?" Xiao Tianqin whispered, hoping for the best. In his father's view, the optimal solution was for Xiao Chun to leave the eastern wilderness sect and follow his original plan to apprentice under the semi-holy realm elder. He reasoned that even if Xiao Chun had joined a powerful sect in the eastern wilderness, as a newly initiated disciple, he would not be of great importance to them. If they were aware of the enmity between Xiao Chen and the celestial being, they likely would not intervene on his behalf. However, Xiao Chen's reaction was entirely unexpected for Xiao Tianqin. Withdraw from the celestial realm? How could that be possible? Xiao Chen exclaimed, startled, as Elder Feng Zhe stood behind him. He had only just become a disciple of the celestial forbidden zone, and now his father was urging him to leave the sect. What would Elder Feng Zhe think of this? "Father, there is absolutely no way I can withdraw from the sect," Xiao Chen declared firmly, resolutely rejecting the suggestion. Xiao Tianqin was unaware of the terrifying nature of the celestial forbidden zone, but Xiao Chun, now an outer disciple of the celestial lineage, was well aware of the rumors surrounding it. He understood that being accepted as a named disciple of the celestial lineage was a stroke of fortune beyond measure. How could he dare to withdraw from the celestial forbidden zone? That would be folly. Chapter 85. Kneel and Respond. Twists and Turns. The decree of the exiled immortal witnessing Xiao Chen's resolute refusal, Xiao Tianqin could only sigh in resignation. "My dear Chinner, this is not the time for impulsive decisions." Perhaps Chinner had genuinely developed a fondness for a certain sect after joining them in the eastern wilderness, but what of it? Children ponder right and wrong, while adults weigh benefits and drawbacks. From Xiao Tianqin's perspective, the best outcome for Xiao Chun would be to follow his plan and apprentice under a semi-holy powerhouse from a major force in the central continent. However, given Xiao Chen's steadfastness, he found himself at a loss for how to persuade him, resulting in an awkward atmosphere. "Father, I accompanied Elder Feng here to the central continent for another matter. I have something important to discuss with you upon my return to the Xiao family." Xiao Chun hastily interrupted Xiao Tianqin's contemplation, fearing that his father might utter something blasphemous towards the celestial lineage. Xiao Chun understood that Xiao Tianqin's urgency in wanting him to apprentice under a strong figure in the central continent was out of a desire to protect him. Yet, Xiao Tianqin remained unaware of the assassination attempts on him by the exiled Immortals agents in the eastern wilderness, nor did he know of the fall of the white-clad protector. The enmity between Xiao Chun and the exiled immortal could not simply be resolved by joining any powerful sect. Xiao Chun knew that until he had matured, the only force capable of sheltering him from the exiled immortal's watchful eyes was the celestial Forbidden Zone. Just as Xiao Chun prepared to disclose his grievances with the exiled immortal and persuade his father to relocate the Xiao family from the central continent, a middle-aged man clad in green robes with a nonchalant expression suddenly materialized before Xiao Tianqin. Saint Tuoba. Upon seeing the unexpectedly appearing figure, Xiao Tianqin's expression shifted slightly. This man was the very master he had tirelessly sought for Xiao Chun, a powerhouse from the Heavenly Man Valley, a significant force in the central continent. The semi-holy Tuoba? Patriarch Xiao, it seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, Saint Tuoba said, his hands clasped behind his back. Casting a dispassionate glance at Xiao Chun and Elder Feng Zhe, his indifferent tone was laced with a hint of irritation. Since your son has already joined a sect and established a master-disciple relationship, does he dare to seek apprenticeship under me as well? Is he mocking me? As these words left his lips, a pressure emanating from the Holy Realm enveloped the surroundings, forcing Xiao Tianqin to bend at the waist. Saint Tuoba, my Xiao family has no intention of mocking you. You have misunderstood. Xiao Tianqin bowed and forced a smile, his demeanor cautious. Observing this, Xiao Chun felt a pang of sorrow, his heart swelling with anger. This middle-aged man in green, merely a semi-holy, was behaving as if he were a being of the Holy Realm. The Xiao family had treated Saint Tuoba with utmost respect and had long presented him with generous gifts. Moreover, Xiao Chun had not even taken him as a master. How could there be any talk of mockery? Saint Tuoba's actions were utterly excessive. Yet, the semi-holy did not seem satisfied. Witnessing Xiao Tianqin's forced humility, he unleashed an even more intense aura of holy pressure. A trace of disdain flickered in Saint Tuoba's eyes. How dare the Xiao family toy with him? He sought to compel everyone present to kneel before him. The semi-holy pressure surged forth, pitting Xiao Tianqin as if a mountain bore down upon him, causing his legs to buckle. Xiao Qin, witnessing this, felt his heart race. Would the scene of the exiled immortal's arrival repeat itself before his very eyes? At that moment, a voice, imbued with indifference and authority, resonated behind Xiao Qin. You insignificant ants dare to flaunt your might before me? Kneel. The speaker was Elder Feng Zhe. His tone was devoid of warmth and bore an imposing gravity. And more terrifyingly, it seemed to shatter the very aura of holiness that Saint Tuoba had exuded. Following that, a far more fearsome pressure descended upon Saint Tuoba. As if mountains were crashing down upon him, forcing him to the ground with a thud, his forehead touching the earth, unable even to lift his head in hope. What is happening? Saint Tuoba was bewildered. Shouldn't the individuals before him be kneeling? Why was he the one reduced to this state? After a moment of confusion, a tide of dread washed over him. Just a single command, imbued with unfathomable pressure, had rendered him incapable of resistance, causing him to collapse. Who was this speaker truly? Spare me, senior. I meant no offense towards you. My grievances were solely with the Xiao family. Saint Tuoba trembled on the ground, his demeanor a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. Seeing this scene, Xiao Qin's heart brimmed with gratitude. Had Elder Feng Zhe not intervened, the Xiao family would have likely endured another humiliation today. Xiao Chun was immensely thankful. Meanwhile, Xiao Tianqin stood in stunned silence. Gazing at the trembling figure of Saint Tuoba on the ground, he looked back at the black-robed elder standing calmly behind Xiao Chun, utterly dazed. The one kneeling seemed to be the master he had intended to seek for Qin'er, while the black-robed elder was the one Xiao Chun had already joined as a disciple. Yet, this Saint Tuoba was a genuine semi-holy powerhouse, merely a step away from ascending to the legendary realm of the ancient saints. Even the white-clad protector who had accompanied the exiled immortal to the Xiao family had only been a semi-holy in cultivation. How could such a formidable being lose all capacity for resistance and tremble on the ground at a single word from the black-robed elder? Just how powerful was this black-robed elder? Could he truly be an ancient saint? Xiao Tianqin was astounded. He realized that he had only known that Qin'er had joined a sect in the eastern wilderness, but had never inquired which sect it was. Could it be that the sect Qin'er had joined in the eastern wilderness was also a terrifying and powerful force? As he recalled that he had just attempted to persuade Xiao Qin to withdraw from this sect, a sense of unease crept into Xiao Tianqin's heart. Just as he was organizing his thoughts to say something, a sudden surge of immense holy pressure erupted above the Xiao residence, enveloping the entire estate. This overwhelming pressure surpassed even that of Saint Tuoba by several levels. It seemed that a true powerhouse of the Holy Realm had descended upon the Xiao family. Accompanying this explosive holy pressure was a voice, cold and indifferent, echoing from the heavens. In accordance with the decree of the exiled immortal of the ethereal celestial dynasty, annihilate the Shao family. Chapter 86. Oblivion awaits as Feng Zhe strikes, eradicating the saint with a snap of his fingers. Is this never-ending? The moment Shao Tianqin felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from the sacred realm above Shao Manor, his heart teetered on the brink of collapse. The matter with the half-saint Tuoba remained unresolved, and yet the ethereal celestial dynasty had sent more individuals. Moreover, from their words, it seemed they intended to annihilate the Shao family. Why was this the case? Hadn't that exiled immortal clearly stated that once Chun'er departed from the central continent, they would cease their pursuit? Shao Tianqin was distraught. Meanwhile, above Shao Manor, an elderly man clad in black robes descended from the heavens, his expression indifferent. His gaze, frigid as ice, fell upon Shao Chen, and he sneered indifferently. It seems I have stumbled upon you effortlessly. The exiled immortal has commanded me to obliterate the Shao family. I did not expect to find this little wretch here, which saves me considerable effort. Shao Chen, confess honestly, why did the protector of the exiled immortal fall? Speak the truth, and I shall grant you a swift end. The black-robed elder's demeanor was condescending, his focus solely on Shao Chen, completely disregarding everyone else within the Shao Manor. Indeed, they have arrived. Upon hearing the black-robed elder's inquiry, Shao Chen sighed internally. His greatest fear had materialized. The exiled immortal was aware of the white-clad protector's demise and had no intention of sparing the Shao family. However, Shao Chen had not anticipated the exiled immortal's vengeance would come so swiftly and ferociously, even going so far as to dispatch a true saintly presence. What protector's fall? What truth? Beside him, Shao Tianqin, upon hearing the black-robed elder's questioning, felt utterly bewildered. Shao Chen had yet to inform him of these matters, and thus, Shao Tianqin was entirely in the dark regarding the situation. All he comprehended at this moment was that the black-robed elder had been sent by the exiled immortal to eradicate both Chun'er and the Shao family. The Shao family was in grave peril. Dao brother, save me. I am an elder from the Heavenly Man Valley. If you rescue me from this plight, the Heavenly Man Valley will surely reward you abundantly. As the black-robed elder awaited Shao Chen's response, the kneeling Tuoba half-saint suddenly cried out, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. Heavenly Man Valley Elder? The black-robed elder instinctively glanced at the prostrate Tuoba half-saint, his eyes betraying a hint of confusion. The Tuoba half-saint had remained on his knees, presenting a pitifully subservient appearance, and thus the black-robed elder had not paid him any heed upon his arrival. Yet now, this kneeling figure claimed to be an elder of the Heavenly Man Valley. The reputation of the Heavenly Man Valley was well known to the black-robed elder. Although not on par with the ethereal celestial dynasty, it was still a significant force within the central continent. Why then was this elder kneeling before the Shao family in such a degrading manner? The black-robed elder was perplexed, but in the next moment, an unimaginable, colossal pressure descended, instantly revealing to him why this Heavenly Man Valley elder was kneeling before the Shao family. A tremendous force, akin to the Milky Way crashing down, struck upon the black-robed elder. Despite his status as a powerful saint, he felt remarkably insignificant in the face of such overwhelming might. With a thud, the previous scene repeated itself, and the black-robed saint, under the immense pressure, fell to his knees, mirroring the posture of the Tuoba half-saint. What? The black-robed elder was astonished. He was a bona fide saintly powerhouse. How could someone induce him to kneel without resistance, merely through pressure? When had the Shao family acquired such a formidable protector? The black-robed elder was shocked, while the Tuoba half-saint from the Heavenly Man Valley was left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had harbored a flicker of hope upon the arrival of the black-robed elder, thinking he might be saved. Yet, who could have imagined that the saint from the ethereal celestial dynasty was equally unreliable, kneeling before the same force without a hint of resistance? Shao Tianqin gazed at the black-robed saint, who had just been so arrogant, now reduced to a pitiful figure on the ground, and he began to grasp the situation. This was a true saint. Who could so easily compel him to kneel without the ability to fight back? Surely, only the stern-faced elder Feng standing behind Shao Chen possessed such might. What kind of formidable sect had Chun'er joined? Just a single elder from this sect wielded such extraordinary power. After the initial shock, the black-robed elder seemed to gradually comprehend the identity of the one responsible for his forced submission. Looking at the stern, white-bearded elder standing behind Shao Chen, the black-robed saint swallowed hard, hesitatingly inquiring, "May I ask from which sect this esteemed elder hails?" "I am from the ethereal celestial dynasty." If I have offended in any way, I hope this esteemed elder can forgive my transgressions. The black-robed saint adopted a lowly posture, a stark contrast to his earlier arrogance. He had no inkling of the true strength possessed by this white-bearded elder. Merely through pressure, he could compel him to kneel without resistance. Such power was beyond even that of a great saint. Was this elder perhaps a being of the saintly Qin realm? Such an existence would hold immense prestige, even within the ethereal celestial dynasty. The black-robed saint pondered, gathering more information regarding the identity and background of this white-bearded elder before formulating a plan. However, Fengze seemed entirely disinterested in conversing with this saint from the ethereal celestial dynasty. Enough of this noise. With a casual remark, Fengze raised his palm and directed it toward the black-robed saint and the Tuoba half-saint. As a formidable quasi-emperor, he regarded a mere half-saint and a saint with utter disdain. As for the ethereal celestial dynasty and the heavenly man valley behind them, he cast them aside without a second thought. What ethereal celestial dynasty? What heavenly man valley? Before the heavenly forbidden zones, who dared to claim supremacy? Fengze appeared to lightly swat, yet an unparalleled might surged through his hand. In an instant, the black-robed saint and the Tuoba half-saint's expressions changed dramatically. They had not anticipated that this white-bearded elder would act with such ruthless decisiveness, completely disregarding the forces backing them. No, if you kill me, the ethereal celestial dynasty will not. Their cries and threats were abruptly silenced. Fengze effortlessly withdrew his hand, and what remained of the black-robed saint and the Tuoba half-saint was but a cloud of ashes, obliterated by the power contained within his strike. Witnessing the sudden vanishing of the black-robed saint and the Tuoba half-saint, Xiao Tianqin swallowed hard, feeling as though he were caught in a dream. A saint from the ethereal celestial dynasty and a half-saint from the heavenly man valley had been effortlessly annihilated by Elder Feng's casual wave. What sort of terrifying force had Qin Mu aligned himself with? Chapter 87. Continuous Shocks. Departure to the Celestial Tower. Nine Tower masters. The overwhelming pressure of the holy realm that had enveloped the Shao residence dissipated completely. Yet, Xiao Tianqin remained as if petrified, standing motionless in place. The shocks he had experienced today were simply too numerous to count. Tuoba Bansheng, the ethereal envoy of the Celestial Dynasty, a true half-saint, had effortlessly been dispatched by the elder named Fengze, who had struck him down with a mere wave of his hand. Xiao Tianqin could hardly fathom the might of Elder Feng. In his previous understanding, the existence of the Holy Realm was already considered an invincible force, perched high above all. As for even more formidable beings, Xiao Tianqin had never laid eyes upon them. Cough. Elder Feng, please await in the reception hall for a moment. I shall set off and accompany you to the Wanbao Celestial Tower. Xiao Qin coughed twice, observing the shock-stricken expression on his father's face. He respectfully bowed to Elder Feng and hurriedly led Xiao Tianqin aside. Qin Mu, just how powerful is this Elder Feng from your sect? Surely he cannot be akin to a supreme elder? With Xiao Qin pulling him aside, Xiao Tianqin seemed to awaken from his stupor and could not help but inquire. In Xiao Tianqin's perception, even a significant force in the eastern wilderness, such as Elder Feng, should possess a status akin to that of a supreme elder, a symbol of the sect's profound heritage, and certainly not an ordinary elder. Otherwise, if a mere elder could possess the terrifying power to annihilate a holy realm expert in an instant, then that sect would be invincible across the vast continent. Xiao Tianqin believed his reasoning to be sound. However, Xiao Chun's subsequent response left him utterly stunned. Elder Feng is indeed strong, but within my sect, he is not a supreme elder and does not hold the highest position. Xiao Qin shook his head slowly. There are others like Elder Feng in my sect. Xiao Qin was not lying. Although Elder Feng was formidable, Xiao Qin was aware that the Elder Zhaotsang, who had once intervened to rescue him outside the heavenly forbidden zone and effortlessly dispatched the Celestial Dynasty's envoy, possessed strength and status that were on par with Elder Feng. Furthermore, in the presence of their sect leader, both Elder Feng and Elder Zhao had to bow in respect. It was evident who held the higher status and strength. As Xiao Qin spoke truthfully, his words took on a different flavor in Xiao Tianqin's ears. What? There are many beings like Elder Feng in the sect to which Qin Mu belongs, and neither in strength nor status is he considered the strongest? In an instant, a mysterious and terrifying sect began to take shape in Xiao Tianqin's mind. Qin Mu, what is the name of the sect you have joined? Xiao Tianqin swallowed hard, asking in astonishment. The sect I have joined is called the Upper Celestial, one of the life-forbidden zones in the eastern wilderness, Xiao Chun replied earnestly. Upper Celestial? A life-forbidden zone? Xiao Tianqin's eyebrows involuntarily twitched violently, and a look of shock and disbelief spread across his face in an instant. After a moment, Xiao Chun led Xiao Tianqin back to the reception hall, observing Elder Feng, who was seated with eyes closed in a meditative state. Xiao Tianqin steadied his emotions and cautiously spoke. Elder Feng, I just heard Chun'er mention that you intend to visit the Wanbao Celestial Tower. Coincidentally, I have some connections there. If you wish to exchange goods or conduct transactions at the Wanbao Celestial Tower, I can offer some discounts. How about I guide you there? Having learned that Xiao Chun was affiliated with a legendary life forbidden zone, Xiao Tianqin no longer harbored any doubts regarding the strength of Xiao Qin's backing. It was no jest. That was a legendary life forbidden zone. To be powerful and terrifying was only natural, not to mention ordinary holy lands. Even top-tier behemoths like the Celestial Dynasty would hardly measure up before a life forbidden zone. It was a stroke of fortune for Xiao Chun to join such a fearsome force. With such protection, the Celestial Dynasty's envoy would surely think twice before acting against him. Moreover, Xiao Tianqin had just heard Xiao Qin mention that Elder Feng's purpose for coming to the Central State was to exchange goods at the Wanbao Celestial Tower. In a bid to elevate Xiao Qin's standing within the upper celestial lineage and to endear himself to Elder Feng, Xiao Tianqin proposed to take the initiative in guiding them. The Wanbao Celestial Tower stood prominently within the Central State, welcoming all visitors. However, it maintained connections with various powerful factions within the Central State, providing special reception and discounts for significant forces conducting transactions there. When the Xiao family had not yet fallen from grace, they had been among the esteemed guests of the Wanbao Celestial Tower. Though the Xiao family had declined, their ties with the Wanbao Celestial Tower had not been entirely severed. Xiao Tianqin thought that leveraging the Xiao family's connections at the Wanbao Celestial Tower could provide some assistance to Xiao Chun in navigating the upper celestial. Upon hearing Xiao Tianqin's proposal, Elder Feng slowly lifted his gaze, contemplated for a moment, and agreed. He had come on a mission to exchange goods for Qin Mu, and if he could procure additional resources, he would not let such an opportunity slip by. Overjoyed by Elder Feng's agreement, Xiao Tianqin hurriedly led him and Xiao Chun to the headquarters of the Wanbao Celestial Tower in the Central State. The headquarters of the Wanbao Celestial Tower was situated in a bustling area of the Central State, covering thousands of miles, with exquisite pavilions stretching endlessly, embodying wealth and opulence. Xiao Tianqin, familiar with the route, guided Elder Feng and Xiao Qin to a luxurious pavilion. Upon arrival, a bejeweled and smiling attendant promptly approached them, asking, "May I inquire what brings you to the Wanbao Celestial Tower?" "I wish to meet the 9 Tower Masters of the Wanbao Celestial Tower." Xiao Tianqin respectfully presented a jade token to the attendant. "Please hold on a moment." The attendant examined the token inscribed with the Xiao character, maintaining his smile, before retreating into the pavilion behind him. The Wanbao Celestial Tower boasted 9 Tower Masters, ranked from highest to lowest, designated as the first to the 9th Tower Masters. However, ordinary cultivators or factions seldom had the privilege to meet any of the 9 Tower Masters. My Xiao family has historical ties with the Wanbao Celestial Tower, which is why we have the opportunity to connect with the 9th Tower Master, Xiao Tianqin explained with a smile, unable to suppress a hint of pride. After all, even establishing a connection with the lowest-ranked 9th Tower Master was an accomplishment not easily achieved by ordinary factions. Chapter 88, Concerning the Xiao Family? A warning from the 5th Master of the East Wilderness after the attendant of the Wanbao Immortal Tower entered to deliver the message. Xiao Tianqin began to feel a sense of unease. The 9th Master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower had previously had ties with the Xiao family. However, as the Xiao family declined over generations, the connection with the 9th Master had gradually diminished to near oblivion. Xiao Tianqin was uncertain about the current stance of the 9th Master towards the Xiao family. Nevertheless, since the Wanbao Immortal Tower was a commercial establishment, it was unlikely they would refuse a visiting guest. Furthermore, leveraging the Xiao family's connections as a stepping stone, the 9th Master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower would presumably have little reason to turn him away. With this thought, Xiao Tianqin's apprehension began to ease. Within the opulent pavilion, the 9th Master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, adorned in splendid brocade and resembling the jovial Mithra Buddha, was seated at the head of the table, smiling as he regarded an elderly man with a youthful countenance. "Master Mu, your presence at my Wanbao Immortal Tower brings great honor to this 9th Master." The 9th Master declared with a grin, "Your words are but flattery. Who does not know that the Wanbao Immortal Tower is replete with treasures?" "I am unworthy of such praise," the elder replied with a serene smile. "9th Master, let us speak plainly. I am here on behalf of the Misty Immortal Dynasty to exchange for spiritual artifacts worth 3 million spirit stones. I hope you can make the necessary arrangements." The elder directly stated his purpose. He was Mu Yuanbai, a formidable sage of the Misty Immortal Dynasty. His visit was a commission from the higher-ups of the dynasty to procure a batch of spiritual artifacts and other materials. Of course, the Ninth Master responded, his smile widening at the mention of 3 million spirit stones. Although he held a seemingly exalted position as the Ninth Master, competition within the Wanbao Immortal Tower was fierce, and many coveted his position. To maintain his status and fend off challengers, he needed to secure more resources and benefits for the tower. A transaction involving 3 million spirit stones was indeed a substantial opportunity. "Here is a list of the required spiritual artifacts," Mu Yuanbai said with a calm smile, producing a jade slip that flew towards the Ninth Master. Just as the Ninth Master was about to probe the jade slip with his consciousness, a soft voice from outside interrupted him. Reporting to the Ninth Master, someone from the Shao family in the Central Continent requests an audience. The Ninth Master's expression soured slightly at the interruption. The Shao family? He rifled through his memories regarding the Shao family and recalled that they had long since fallen from grace. He had previously conducted business with them before their complete decline. Clearly, any dealings with the Shao family could not compare in importance to Mu Yuanbai's transaction. However, the foundation of the Wanbao Immortal Tower lay in its openness to the world and the principle that amiability brings wealth. Thus, the Ninth Master suppressed his displeasure and intended to inform his subordinate to have the Shao family wait until he had concluded his meeting with Master Mu. At that moment, Mu Yuanbai let out a cold snort. The Shao family? To offend the exiled immortal and still dare to act against those who protect him? Were it not for the fact that this is the territory of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, I would ensure that the members of the Shao family find no place to bury their remains. Mu Yuanbai's gaze was icy. Although he was not directly affiliated with the exiled immortal, he had heard whispers of the disturbances surrounding her. Though he did not understand why the exiled immortal had not yet eradicated the Shao family, he would not hesitate to eliminate a member of the Shao family if given the chance, thus providing a favor to the exiled immortal. Yet, he was aware that the Wanbao Immortal Tower prohibited any violence on its premises, and despite being a sage, he had no intention of challenging this rule. After all, a great sage had once been slain within the tower for attempting to teach a lesson to an unsatisfactory trading partner, violating the sacred rule against violence. Seeing the cold demeanor of Mu Yuanbai, the Ninth Master was taken aback. "Master Mu, what grievances exist between the Shao family and the exiled immortal?" The Ninth Master was unaware of the details surrounding the enmity between the Shao family and the exiled immortal. Upon hearing the Ninth Master's question, Mu Yuanbai succinctly explained the situation. "Now I understand." The Ninth Master appeared enlightened. The Shao family had fallen to such depths yet still dared to antagonize the exiled immortal? It was known that the exiled immortal was the designated successor of the Misty Immortal Dynasty, holding a status that overshadowed even that of Mu Yuanbai. The Shao family had indeed chosen a path to their own demise. With this realization, the Ninth Master contemplated the potential benefits of extending a favor to the exiled immortal. Engaging in trade with the Shao family would yield minimal profit and could risk offending the exiled immortal. However, if he could demonstrate his worth, it might foster goodwill with her, yielding numerous advantages in future dealings with the Misty Immortal Dynasty. After a brief deliberation, the Ninth Master cleared his throat and spoke with a detached tone, informed the Shao family to vacate the premises of the Wanbao Immortal Tower and not to return. As a senior member of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, the Ninth Master possessed the authority to decide whom to conduct business with. His declaration to blacklist the Shao family meant that they would henceforth be barred from any transactions with the Wanbao Immortal Tower. Upon the Ninth Master's pronouncement, a satisfied smile appeared on Mu Yuanbai's face. At that moment, deep within the towering fifth immortal tower of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, a striking woman clad in a red palace gown, her figure extraordinarily alluring, held a jade slip in her hands, her face a mask of shock and disbelief. The content of the jade slip was exceedingly simple, depicting a hand-drawn figure alongside a few terse sentences. The figure illustrated was a tall, indifferent elder, and the slip contained the warning: "The supreme force of the East Wilderness, the heavenly barrier, has sent an elder to the Wanbao Immortal Tower for trade. The Fifth Master must be cautious in reception. Failure to provide adequate hospitality could lead to the tower's destruction. Remember. Chapter 89. When to kill, kill. Slaying the Ninth Master. Breaking through the heavens in the forbidden zone of the heavens, a woman adorned in a fiery red palace gown, possessing an extraordinarily alluring figure, spoke softly to herself. She was the fifth master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, a figure of utmost nobility, with few peers even within the Wanbao Immortal Tower of the Central Continent. This jade slip had been transmitted from the Wanbao Tower in the Eastern Wilderness. The headquarters of the Wanbao Immortal Tower was situated in the Central Continent, with branches established in the other four regions, each closely allied with the various masters of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. The Wanbao Tower of the Eastern Wilderness maintained the closest relationship with this fifth master. Consequently, when Elder Feng Zhe departed from the Wanbao Tower in the Eastern Wilderness, Elder Sun promptly reported this information to the sect and hastily delivered it to the fifth master. Matters concerning the forbidden zone of the heavens demanded utmost caution from the Wanbao Tower in the Eastern Wilderness, which was acutely aware of the terrifying taboos that surrounded it. However, the Wanbao Immortal Tower in the Central Continent might not be fully informed of these developments. Should an elder from the forbidden zone of the heavens be treated with disrespect at the Wanbao Immortal Tower, the consequences would be unimaginable. The notification from the Wanbao Tower in the Eastern Wilderness aimed to ensure that the fifth master was adequately prepared to receive the elder from the forbidden zone, preventing any negligence. Nevertheless, the Eastern Wilderness Tower had not anticipated that Elder Feng Zhe would arrive at the Wanbao Immortal Tower so swiftly. The fifth master gazed thoughtfully at the jade slip in her hand. She understood that the Eastern Wilderness Tower had sent this message with great care for a reason, rather than arbitrarily. The elder from the forbidden zone of the heavens must be of significant importance, warranting the Wanbao Immortal Tower's prudent attention. Was not the forbidden zone of the heavens a place long fallen into decline? How could there still be forces lingering within? The fifth master murmured to herself. Although the reputation of the forbidden zone had spread throughout the Eastern Wilderness, the related information had yet to reach the Central Continent, leaving the fifth master entirely unaware of the current state of the forbidden zone. However, she resolutely understood that such a careful warning from the Eastern Wilderness Tower necessitated her utmost diligence. Thus, she immediately summoned her subordinates, instructing them to seek out the elder depicted in the jade slip and to report to her without delay upon discovery, ensuring not a moment's hesitation. Shortly after the fifth master's orders were issued, a maid hurriedly approached, reporting, "Fifth master, we have spotted the elder depicted in the jade slip, seemingly outside the ninth immortal tower." Already arrived? The fifth master sprang to her feet, her figure flashing away as she vanished from the fifth immortal tower. She needed to greet the elder promptly. Meanwhile, outside the ninth immortal tower, the ninth master had commanded, "You are to leave the Wanbao Immortal Tower at once and never return. The Wanbao Immortal Tower has blacklisted your Shao family, and from this moment forth, you shall not engage in any transactions with us." The attendant cast a disdainful glance at Shao Tianqin as he relayed the ninth master's orders. Previously amiable, he now bore no goodwill towards Shao Tianqin since receiving the command. Why? Shao Tianqin's face fluctuated between pale and flushed, unable to comprehend what had gone awry. Even if the ninth master wished to avoid him, such cruelty seemed excessive. Does the ninth master need to explain? The attendant replied coldly, "Leave at once. If you do not depart, the guards of the Wanbao Immortal Tower will expel you." Shao Tianqin felt an immense sense of humiliation. He had intended to make a good impression before the sect backing Qin Mu, but now, he found himself in a dismal predicament, turning his aspirations into embarrassment. He cast a shameful glance at Elder Feng Zhe, feeling at a loss for how to address the situation. Yet, Elder Feng Zhe remained composed, merely casting a fleeting glance at the attendant. A hint of Imperial might suddenly emerge, obliterating the attendant's soul, resulting in his immediate demise. Before an Imperial figure, a mere attendant dared to raise his voice, and thus, he met his deserved end. As for the consequences of slaying this attendant, Elder Feng Zhe was entirely unconcerned. Was the Wanbao Immortal Tower so formidable? If it dared to defy, even from 2 realms away, the forbidden zone of the heavens could easily eradicate it. The attendant's death seemed to trigger the restrictions of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. The entire ninth immortal tower radiated with brilliance as numerous restrictions activated. Who dares to wreak havoc within the Wanbao Immortal Tower? A voice filled with fury echoed from within the ninth immortal tower. In the next moment, the figure of the ninth master materialized in the air, glaring at Shao Tianqin and the others. "You dare to cause chaos on the territory of the Wanbao Immortal Tower? This is equivalent to seeking death." A fierce killing intent emanated from the Ninth Master as he realized the audacity of the Shao family members to resort to violence within the confines of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. Furious, the Ninth Master prepared to eliminate the bold intruders. However, at that moment, a crisp sound of a slap rang out. Smack! The Ninth Master was struck across the face, stumbling awkwardly to the ground. The Fifth Master? The Ninth Master clutched his cheek, staring incredulously at the fiery-clad woman who had suddenly appeared, filled with astonishment. He could not fathom why the Fifth Master would materialize here and why she would assault him. Nine Master, you do not represent the Wanbao Immortal Tower, the Fifth Master said, her beautiful face filled with a fierce glare directed at him. Before turning to Xiao Tianqin and the others, noting Elder Feng Zhe's calm demeanor, she felt a wave of relief. She recognized that the elderly figure in the black robe was indeed the esteemed elder from the forbidden zone of the heavens mentioned in the correspondence from the Eastern Wilderness Wanbao Tower. Deserving of utmost respect from the Wanbao Immortal Tower, the Ninth Master has been remiss in his duty and has offended our esteemed elder. On behalf of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, I offer my sincerest apologies, and I hope that our elder will not take offense. The Fifth Master slightly bowed, her tone humble. The Wanbao Immortal Tower will relieve the Ninth Master of his position as a form of punishment. I trust this measure will be satisfactory to you, esteemed elder. To relieve the Ninth Master of his position, the Ninth Master was left in a state of shock and disbelief. What was happening? Why was the Fifth Master being so deferential to the elder when he himself was a member of the Wanbao Immortal Tower? Xiao Tianqin was equally stunned. The highest authority he had previously encountered within the Wanbao Immortal Tower was the Ninth Master. The higher-ranking masters were elusive, and he had never had the opportunity to meet them. Yet now, the Fifth Master was standing before him with such respect. It felt surreal, as though he were dreaming. However, what astonished Xiao Tianqin even more was yet to come. In response to the Fifth Master's humble demeanor, Elder Feng Zhe remained indifferent, merely casting a glance at her before slowly shaking his head. Not enough. With that, Elder Feng Zhe raised a finger, pointing toward the Ninth Master. How could a mere Ninth Master, possessing only half-saint cultivation, withstand the might of an imperial figure? A wave of imperial power swept through, instantly annihilating the Ninth Master. In his final moments, the Ninth Master was overwhelmed with disbelief and shock. How could this elder dare to act so brazenly within the confines of the Wanbao Immortal Tower? Slaying him? What level of power did this elder possess to eradicate him so effortlessly? With a thud, the Ninth Master fell, lifeless and devoid of breath. Elder Feng Zhe finally withdrew his hand, his expression remaining unperturbed after slaying the Ninth Master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. He does not represent merely himself on this journey, but also the celestial domain that looms behind him. The prior audacity exhibited by the Master of the ninth floor of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, merely met with dismissal, is utterly insufficient. The dignity of the Emperor must not be insulted, nor can the majesty of the celestial forces be disrespected. Even within the confines of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, and despite the fact that this individual is the master of the ninth floor, Feng Zhe's actions exhibited no restraint. When it comes to killing, he does so without hesitation. The celestial lineage operates without constraint. Observing the lifeless form of the ninth floor master, Xiao Tianqin's expression hardened, and he instinctively swallowed hard. To have slain the master of the ninth floor within the territory of the Wanbao Immortal Tower? By the Emperor above. This truly is a matter of catastrophic consequence. Chapter 90. Total Annihilation. The Wrath of the Celestial Tower. The revival of imperial weapons. The master of the ninth floor of the Wanbao Celestial Tower was brutally slain on his own territory. This shocking scene left Xiao Tianqin and Xiao Chun utterly speechless, and even the hurriedly arriving fifth floor master was momentarily taken aback. The Wanbao Celestial Tower was governed by 9 masters, with several at the forefront enjoying a stable status, while those at the bottom ranked fiercely competed for their positions, always at risk of being replaced. Although the fifth floor master was not well acquainted with the ninth floor master, he was undeniably a core figure within the Wanbao Celestial Tower. The death of the ninth floor master did not merely signify the loss of one individual but echoed the might of the entire Wanbao Celestial Tower. Now, with a core member of the tower brutally murdered on its grounds, the consequences sent shivers down the fifth floor master's spine. Despite her high position as the fifth floor master, she realized that the death of the ninth floor master was beyond her capacity to suppress. The moment the ninth floor master perished, the entire ninth floor seemed to react, suddenly emitting a blindingly blood-red glow. causing all cultivators within the Wanbao Celestial Tower to sense its disturbance. What transpired? Was that not the ninth floor? Why did it radiate such a crimson light? This luminescence was a harbinger of the ninth floor master's demise. The ninth floor master had fallen? Was he not within the confines of the Wanbao Celestial Tower? Who would dare slay him here? Madness! Something monumental is about to unfold. A tumult arose within the Wanbao Celestial Tower, with countless gazes converging towards the ninth floor. Everyone was eager to uncover the identity of the audacious individual who dared to assassinate the ninth floor master on such sacred ground. Before the ninth floor, Xiao Tianqin stood rigid, feeling as though the very air around him had solidified. At that moment, he regretted bringing Qin and Elder Fengzi here. Now, the ninth floor master was dead, and it was evident that the Wanbao Celestial Tower would not let this transgression go unpunished. However, considering Elder Fengzi's formidable strength and the terrifying backdrop of the Celestial Realm supporting Xiao Chun, a semblance of calm returned to Xiao Tianqin's heart. Though a powerful dragon may not suppress a local snake, with Elder Fengzi's unfathomable prowess, Qin's safety should be somewhat assured. After dispatching the ninth floor master with a single strike, Elder Fengzi maintained an expression of indifference, his gaze fixated upon the ninth floor. It seemed as if his sight pierced through countless barriers, locating the reclusive Saint Mu Yuanbai of the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty within the ninth floor. Instigating discord leads to death. Elder Fengzi spoke with a dispassionate tone, extending his hand, which obscured the heavens, and without hesitation, he pressed down upon the ninth floor. As his palm descended, the winds and clouds converged, and the heavens altered their hue. A terrifying energy surged forth from the palm, descending from the heavens, swirling with threads of chaotic energy. Enough to collapse the ancient sky. The numerous barriers surrounding the ninth floor crumbled before this overwhelming force, like paper, offering no resistance whatsoever. One by one, the barriers shattered, and the colossal palm blotted out the sky, descending upon the ninth floor. Within the ninth floor, Mu Yuanbai, the saint of the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty, felt his body stiffen, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. How had the Xiao family allied with such a formidable being? Although he was inside the ninth floor, he was acutely aware of the external commotion. The scene of Elder Fengzi executing the ninth floor master was vividly etched in his mind. Madness. Utter madness. Mu Yuanbai murmured to himself. To kill the ninth floor master within the confines of the Wanbao Celestial Tower was sheer lunacy. Originally, he had intended to remain within the ninth floor until the chaos subsided. But now it seemed that the cloaked elder had sensed his presence and was intent on taking his life. Feeling the immense power contained within the descending palm, Mu Yuanbai's countenance shifted drastically. He summoned all his strength, roaring as he burst forth from the ninth floor. I am Mu Yuanbai of the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty. Dare you slay me? The Ethereal Celestial Dynasty will. His furious proclamation was abruptly cut off as the massive palm came crashing down. Though Mu Yuanbai was an ancient saint, how could he possibly withstand the might of a quasi-emperor? The boundless pressure of the quasi-emperor swept through, and in an instant, Mu Yuanbai was obliterated. Following the demise of the ninth floor master, the ancient Saint Mu Yuanbai of the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty fell as well. As Mu Yuanbai perished, the palm's momentum did not wane. It directly crushed the magnificent ninth floor into the ground, clouds of dust erupting, reducing it to mere rubble. Upon completing this act, Elder Fengzi slowly withdrew his hand, gazing at the fifth floor master. I have slain your ninth floor master and leveled your ninth floor. Does the Wanbao Celestial Tower find this acceptable? Xiao Chun felt a chill run down his spine. Previously, he had not fully grasped Elder Fengzi's character, but it was now evident that he was undeniably as ruthless as Elder Zhao Tsong. The fifth floor master's face was etched with bitterness. She had hoped to mediate and resolve the situation, but it had spiraled into a catastrophic outcome. Not only had the ninth floor master died, but the ninth floor itself was leveled, and even the ancient Saint Mu Yuanbai was mercilessly struck down. Did the other party truly fear no retaliation from the Wanbao Celestial Tower and the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty? However, recalling the letter from the Wanbao Tower in the Eastern Wilderness, the fifth floor master felt a surge of uncertainty. If the contents of the letter were to be believed, it seemed the other party genuinely did not fear the combined wrath of the Wanbao Celestial Tower and the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty. Just as the fifth floor master was organizing her words to speak, a monumental presence suddenly surged from deep within the Wanbao Celestial Tower, accompanied by a voice filled with fury. Who dares to wreak havoc within my Wanbao Celestial Tower? The overwhelming aura dispersed the clouds at the horizon like a tidal wave, instilling terror among the many cultivators present within the Wanbao Celestial Tower. From the distant horizon, a middle-aged man clad in azure descended from the sky, arriving before the 9th floor in an instant. This robust figure wore a cold expression, with the insignia of the Wanbao Celestial Tower embroidered on his azure sleeves. The 2nd floor master, Qin Mu. Upon witnessing the arrival of the azure-clad middle-aged man, the 5th floor master was startled, realizing that this incident had indeed drawn the attention of such a significant figure. Your audacity to commit murder within the confines of the Wanbao Celestial Tower, slaying my 9th floor master and leveling my 9th floor, is truly brazen. Qin Yuan addressed Elder Fengzi, his voice sharp as a blade. 2nd floor master. This incident originated from the 9th floor master's own faults. It is not the fault of this elder. The 5th floor master stepped forward, gritting her teeth. She resolved to trust the letter from the Wanbao Tower in the eastern wilderness. If this cloaked elder and the forces behind him were indeed the legendary Forbidden Zone of Life, then the Wanbao Celestial Tower could not afford to offend them. Now that the 2nd floor master had arrived to seek accountability, the 5th floor master naturally had to intervene to prevent the situation from escalating further. 5th floor master, are you attempting to plead for them? Qin Yuan cast a cold glance at the 5th floor master. The pressure emanating from his gaze nearly materialized, suffocating her and causing beads of sweat to trickle down her smooth forehead. On the 2nd floor, the master began, "This matter is quite lengthy. Allow me to elucidate." The master of the 5th floor, with her silver teeth lightly clenched, discreetly conveyed the contents of the missive from the Wanbao Tower of the Eastern Wilderness to the 2nd floor master. However, what the 5th floor master did not anticipate was that after recounting the origins of the elder in the black robe before her, Qin Yuan's expression remained utterly unchanged. In his eyes, a hint of disdain surfaced. The missive from Wanbao Tower, the supreme power of the Eastern Wilderness? Is this truly the justification for your defense of them? 5th master, my Wanbao Xian Tower has stood resolutely in the central region for countless ages. Its profound heritage and strength are beyond the imagination of that mere Wanbao Tower of the Eastern Wilderness. 5th master, as the master of Wanbao Xian Tower, how can you stand alongside outsiders at this moment? I fear the position of the 5th master is no longer suitable for you. Once I have eradicated this foreign menace, I shall address your transgressions. Having spoken, Qin Yuan raised his hand to form a mysterious seal and intoned, "Let the imperial weapon of extreme Tao awaken and vanquish the intruders." With this proclamation, an unimaginable and overwhelming aura surged from the depths of Wanbao Xian Tower, as if an unparalleled existence had been roused. In an instant, all creatures, both avian and terrestrial, within a radius of millions of miles wailed in despair, prostrating themselves before the direction of Wanbao Xian Tower, devoid of any resistance, continuously paying homage. Meanwhile, all cultivators felt this presence even more acutely, an uncontrollable sense of terror welling up within them, their bodies trembling beyond their control. The Imperial Weapon of Extreme Tao, a supreme divine weapon forged by those of the Imperial Realm, inherently harbors the essence and power of an emperor. When the Imperial Weapon awakens, it is as if an emperor has descended, wielding an unimaginable and supreme authority. Chapter 91, The Celestial Treasure Bowl and the Decree from Above. At this moment, within the depths of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, an inexhaustible aura of chaos enveloped the surroundings. The boundless void disintegrated and was reborn, unable to withstand the terrifying power of the Emperor's weapon awakening. Faintly, one could perceive radiant beams of 9-colored celestial light emerging from the depths of the pavilion. A single thread of this celestial radiance pierced the heavens, soaring into the cold and desolate expanse of the universe. With a whoosh, a colossal meteorite, several thousand miles in diameter, traversed through the frigid void, only to be struck by that celestial light, instantly reducing it to dust. Another beam of 9-colored celestial light swept forth, obliterating an entire star domain spanning millions of miles, turning it to ashes. Such was the unparalleled majesty of the resurgent Emperor's weapon. Merely the faintest emanations of power from the Emperor's armament were sufficient to eradicate an entire star field. In the depths of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, amidst the swirling chaos, there lay an Emperor's weapon that resembled a resplendent golden bowl, continuously rising and falling. Threads of 9-colored celestial light entwined around the bowl, as countless rays of dawn-like brilliance emanated from its rim, exuding an unfathomable terror. The Celestial Treasure Bowl, the supreme weapon forged by the legendary Emperor of Treasures. Elders of the human race gazed upon the extraordinary bowl, entwined in celestial light, and could not help but exclaim in wonder. The Celestial Treasure Bowl, one of the legendary Emperor's weapons of the Central region, was crafted from the divine materials of ages past by the Emperor of Treasures. He was indeed the founder of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Thus, after the Emperor's demise, the Celestial Treasure Bowl rightfully became the sacred treasure of the pavilion, solidifying its status and enduring legacy. The reason the Celestial Treasure Pavilion has withstood the test of time and remains unconquered is fundamentally due to the existence of this Celestial Treasure Bowl. A sect fortified by an Emperor's weapon is incomparable to any other force. Though only those of the Emperor's realm can fully wield its might, even a few powerful beings, when attempting to unleash a fraction of its grandeur, could effortlessly sweep away all adversaries in the world. The incident involving the great sage who once stirred trouble within the Celestial Treasure Pavilion serves as a testament to this power. Angered, the pavilion activated the Celestial Treasure Bowl, and a single sage-level expert easily subdued that troublesome being. Such is the might of the Emperor's weapon. Wielding this armament allows one to confront foes across multiple realms. Observing the resurgent Celestial Treasure Bowl, Qin Mu couldn't help but reveal a barely perceptible smile. He was acutely aware of the formidable strength of the Elder in the black robe. As the second master of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Qin Mu would not undertake any actions without assurance. Regardless of the black-robed Elder's strength, in the face of the Emperor's weapons awakening, all beneath the Emperor's realm must bow in submission, for this is not merely a contest of power within the same realm. Even the slightest display of the Emperor's might is beyond the capacity of any non-Emperor level expert to resist. Should I summon the Celestial Treasure Bowl, how would you respond? The Emperor's weapon. Gazing at the astonishing bowl that bobbed within the depths of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, Xiao Tianqin swallowed hard, his eyes filled with terror. The Celestial Treasure Pavilion was serious indeed. They had even summoned the Emperor's weapon. This was the legendary armament, unmatched in the Emperor's realm. Xiao Tianqin's breath quickened, and a sense of dread crept into his heart. He understood that Elder Fengzi, standing behind Qin, was powerful. Yet, no matter how strong he was, would he truly stand against the Emperor's weapon? As the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Tianqin had encountered ancient records in his family's archives that spoke of past events. It was said that hundreds of thousands of years ago, two supreme forces in the central region clashed, both employing Emperor's weapons, and their collision obliterated half of the region. And that was merely the result of non-Emperor level beings wielding the weapons. Should a true Emperor level entity appear, wielding an Emperor's weapon, the entire continent would surely shatter into pieces. Elder Fengzi. Xiao Chen's gaze turned towards Fengzi. In his view, the best course of action was undoubtedly to flee immediately. Escaping in the face of a resurgent Emperor's weapon was not an act of shame. However, just as this thought flickered in Xiao Chen's mind, a multitude of celestial lights erupted around the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, enveloping its domain like a curtain. These celestial lights connected to the Celestial Treasure Bowl deep within the pavilion, forming an impenetrable and terrifying barrier. Were this outside, perhaps you might have escaped, but this is the territory of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. For countless years, we have established an unassailable defense based on the Celestial Treasure Bowl. Originally intended to fend off external threats, it now serves well to ensnare our adversaries. Qin Mu sneered, seemingly having discerned Xiao Chen's innermost thoughts. Since he had awakened the Celestial Treasure Bowl, he would undoubtedly anticipate the possibility of their escape. With the Emperor's weapon within, and an unyielding barrier outside, none could escape. The shame you have brought upon the Celestial Treasure Pavilion shall be washed away with blood. Qin Mu's expression was indifferent as he repeatedly crafted hand seals, summoning the Celestial Treasure Bowl from the depths of the forbidden area. The bowl trembled as it adjusted its opening, aimed at where Fengzi and the others stood, poised to unleash a lethal strike. Fifth Master. Do you intend to die alongside them? Qin Mu asked, observing the Fifth Master, who stood resolutely before Xiao Chen's group, despite her slight tremor. He furrowed his brow, perplexed by her unwavering defense of this group. Did she genuinely believe the fabrications of the Eastern Wilderness's Celestial Treasure Pavilion? Second Master, you must cease your actions. There is still room for reconciliation. The Fifth Master insisted through gritted teeth. Her steadfastness in standing with Xiao Chun and the others stemmed from the unsettling calmness of the black-robed elder. It was a calmness so profound that it instilled fear within her. Even the awakening of the Celestial Treasure Bowl failed to alter the elder's expression. As if this situation was trivial to him, or perhaps he possessed sufficient strength to confront it all. It was this observation, coupled with the contents of the Eastern Wilderness's Celestial Treasure Pavilion's correspondence, that solidified the Fifth Master's determination to protect Xiaoqin and his companions. However, in the face of the Fifth Master's tenacity, Gu Qingyuan's expression grew even more apathetic. Thus, I shall not hold back any longer, Gu Qingyuan declared coldly, raising his hand to seal the fate of the Celestial Treasure Bowl and unleash an Emperor-level strike. But at that moment, Elder Fengzi finally moved. Under the watchful eyes of the Fifth Master, Xiaoqin, and Xiao Tianqin, Fengzi slowly retrieved a golden decree from his sleeve, bowing his head slightly. Raising his palms in reverence, and sincerely proclaiming, I humbly welcome the decree of the Celestial Sovereign. With a resounding boom, a vast and terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the golden decree like a boundless ocean, sweeping across the heavens and the earth. In the expansive sky, myriad auspicious lights cascaded like celestial waterfalls, while countless golden lotuses bloomed on the ground, emanating an infinite radiance, nearly engulfing Elder Fengzi who held the decree. This golden decree was a gift from Qin Mu, bestowed upon Fengzi before his departure, intended to prepare for any formidable adversaries that might arise during their journey in the central region. This decree, though crafted from material far from extraordinary and lacking the grandeur of the supreme imperial artifacts, is imbued with the essence of Qin Mu, embodying his will. Thus, its inherent value transcends all treasures. Upon witnessing this decree, one might as well be in the presence of an emperor. Even though Qin Mu resides within the forbidden zone of the eastern wilds, wherever this decree representing his will reaches, it is as though he himself has graced the place. All living beings and spirits, upon encountering this decree, are compelled to bow in submission and reverence across the 10 regions and myriad realms. Should there be any who dare to defy or show disrespect, the decree can be invoked to obliterate all foes. Chapter 92, The Emperor's Might Shakes the World. The unparalleled edict, collision of supreme paths. A golden edict materialized, hovering majestically above Elder Fengzi's head, exuding an aura of solemnity and grandeur, imbued with a divine tranquility. The essence radiating from it instilled an irresistible impulse within all beings to bow in reverence. Beside him, Xiaoqin, Xiao Tianqin, and the fifth-floor master had already knelt involuntarily the moment the Grand Imperial Edict was summoned. This was not an act of their own volition, but rather a stirring from the depths of their bloodlines, a natural submission and awe from lower life forms towards beings of the highest order. What is the Imperial Edict? In the vast expanse of the continent, when a sovereign of the Imperial Realm presides over the world, his true form remains unmoving, and wherever the edict reaches, all clans and beings must prostrate themselves in respect, heeding the teachings of the Emperor. Should any refuse to submit, the mere arrival of the Imperial Edict can suppress all adversaries. The second-floor master, Gu Qingyuan, gazed at the golden edict suspended above Elder Fengzi, his normally impassive face now betraying shock. He sensed within the golden edict an authority rivaling that of the revered celestial cauldron, the Lord of Heaven. What manner of existence is that? Could it be a contemporary emperor? Gu Qingyuan's astonishment was palpable. Meanwhile, outside the Wanbao Xianlu, within the vast central region, countless powerful figures bore expressions of awe, their gazes fixed upon the direction of Wanbao Xianlu. This aura, I feel the presence of an ancient emperor. Unlike the awakening of supreme imperial weapons, this is undeniably an essence unique to beings of the Imperial Realm. What has transpired? Is there truly an emperor living among us? The entire vast central region was abuzz with astonishment and commotion. Within the Wanbao Xianlu, Elder Fengzi strode forth, the Imperial Edict above him emanating an endless divine radiance, encircling the golden scroll like an eternal celestial light, exuding an aura capable of suppressing the 3 realms and 6 paths. Surrounding the edict, celestial music resonated, and various ethereal beasts and spiritual birds danced, accompanied by the blooming of countless celestial flowers, an otherworldly spectacle. The Lord of Heaven's edict descends. How dare you not kneel? Fengzi glared down at Gu Qingyuan, reproaching him from his elevated position. Wherever the Imperial Edict descends, it is as if the Emperor himself is present, and all beings must bow. To dare remain standing is to offend the Imperial authority, a path towards death. What Imperial Edict? How could there possibly be a living emperor in this world? Gu Qingyuan gritted his teeth, firmly disbelieving in the existence of a living emperor among mortals. If an emperor truly walked the earth, the entire vast continent would bow before his might, and the knowledge of his existence would be inescapable. Moreover, even if the edict were genuine, what of it? Our Wanbao Xianlu is guarded by the supreme imperial weapon, the celestial cauldron. How could we fear a mere scroll of edict? Feeling the undulating presence of the celestial cauldron behind him, Gu Qingyuan's heart steadied slightly, and he scoffed defiantly. Even if the edict is real, the awakening of the supreme imperial weapon is sufficient to counter it. Second floor master, cease your delusions, urged the fifth floor master. Kneeling in desperation, she cared little for Gu Qingyuan's fate. Her concern lay in the potential repercussions on the entire Wanbao Xianlu because of him. The black-robed elder wielding the imperial edict, what does that signify? It confirms that the messages relayed from the Wanbao building in the eastern wilderness are indeed genuine. Behind that black-robed elder lies an incomprehensibly terrifying domain. In the Lord of Heaven he spoke of as likely a true being of the Imperial Realm. What does it mean to have a living being of the Imperial Realm among us? While the awakening of the supreme imperial weapon may exhibit a fraction of the Emperor's might, it is but a mere whisper compared to the full power unleashed by a true being of the Imperial Realm. Without such an existence, our Wanbao Xianlu, despite possessing the celestial cauldron, cannot harness its complete strength. How could we possibly contend with a genuine contemporary emperor? Where is the Grand Master? Why does he not intervene? The fifth floor master was consumed with anxiety. She could not comprehend why, in such a critical moment, the Grand Master had yet to appear and stop Gu Qingyuan from his reckless course. Must they truly stand by and watch Wanbao Xianlu plunge into the depths of despair? Gu Qingyuan stood silently, a glint of ruthlessness in his gaze. What of the imperial edict? With the supreme imperial weapon, the celestial cauldron, at his disposal, he feared nothing. Awaken, imperial weapon. Annihilate the enemy. He bellowed, forming seals with his hands to activate the celestial cauldron behind him. A terrifying transformation unfolded as Gu Qingyuan unleashed ancient seals, causing the celestial cauldron to tremble as if awakening. Billions of strands of chaotic energy swirled around the cauldron, and from its seemingly bottomless opening, countless runic symbols surged forth. Converging within, these runes transformed into brilliant chains of order, coiling like dragons. Then, an overwhelming wave of terror erupted. A dazzling, nine-colored chaotic radiance shot forth from the opening of the celestial cauldron, piercing through eternity, racing towards the position where Elder Fengzi stood. The celestial light pierced the heavens, shattering eternity. Before this cataclysmic strike from the supreme imperial weapon, even beings of the Great Sage or Saint King realms would be rendered insignificant, destined to be obliterated in an instant. Such is the terrifying might of the supreme imperial weapon. No one can withstand it save those who wield the imperial weapon. Yet, in the face of this astonishing strike, Fengzi remained composed. The golden edict above his head seemed to resonate with something, radiating a brilliant divine light that illuminated the heavens. The golden edict stirred without wind, slowly unfurling, suspended in the skies. Upon its surface, vast blank spaces remained, save for a single character inscribed at its center. This character was pinned with imposing vigor, resonating with an awe-inspiring presence. It shone brilliantly, illuminating the world around it, as if the character itself were alive. Imbued with an indescribable enchantment, Buzz, the character glimmered, pulsating gently. In the gaze of those filled with shock and reverence, the character transformed into a hand, casually striking towards the celestial light unleashed from the celestial cauldron. What manner of hand is this? Entirely luminous, it appeared as if sculpted from flawless jade, immaculate in its perfection. As the hand passed, it radiated no brilliance, nor did it emit any terrifying fluctuations, yet the rushing celestial light seemed to freeze in midair, unable to advance another inch. Swish, the hand descended, as if effortlessly brushing away dust from a garment, and the terrifying celestial light, capable of piercing through great sages and saint kings, crumbled beneath that hand, dissolving into utter nothingness. Chapter 93, Mastering the Imperial Weapon, Overseeing with a Glance. The celestial tower submits the strike unleashed by the supreme Tao imperial weapon. The all-treasure celestial basin was effortlessly erased by that luminous white hand. This astonishing scene left Gu Qingyuan in a state of utter shock. After all, that was a blow from an imperial weapon of the supreme Tao. Even if it could not genuinely replicate the formidable might of an Imperial Realm expert, it still belonged to the supreme echelon, capable of obliterating vast landscapes, a force beyond the reach of ordinary beings. And now, merely the hand formed from the characters inscribed upon the golden decree had casually dismissed the strike of the all-treasure celestial basin. This was utterly incomprehensible to him. Gu Qingyuan's heart trembled. Yet, what astounded him even more was what followed. That jade-like hand, after effortlessly erasing the astonishing celestial radiance, did not dissipate. Instead, it slowly descended towards the all-treasure celestial basin. The hand's descent seemed to carry the will of the heavens, its imperial might shaking the ancient sky. The all-treasure celestial basin vibrated incessantly, as if sensing an inexplicable threat. It began to awaken autonomously without Qin Mu's command. The basin, forged from the gold of the Tao Tribulation, radiated countless divine glimmers, illuminating the mountains and rivers. In an instant, the all-treasure celestial basin swelled in size, transforming into a towering presence, its endless celestial light gushing forth like a world-destroying furnace, standing majestically between heaven and earth. This was the supreme Tao imperial weapon, capable of shifting in size at will. In a heartbeat, it could shrink to the size of a mustard seed, and in the next, become the most colossal entity in existence. The basin trembled, and the spirit residing within the imperial weapon seemed to awaken, fully propelling the all-treasure celestial basin's revival. At this moment, the power emanating from the basin far surpassed the hundreds of times it had when Qin Mu had previously activated it. The imperial weapon awakens autonomously. You are doomed. Witnessing the all-treasure celestial basin's independent revival, Qin Mu's expression turned to one of ecstasy. All supreme Tao imperial weapons possess a spirit. When the spirit of the imperial weapon revives and autonomously activates it, its power naturally eclipses any activation by others by countless times. Heaven above, Shao Tianqin, overwhelmed by the unmatched imperial might, lay helplessly on the ground, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Was this the terrifying pressure of a fully revived imperial weapon? He felt an overwhelming illusion that if the all-treasure celestial basin were to strike now, it could submerge the entire central continent. The imperial weapon loomed, akin to an ancient, magnificent mountain, standing tall between heaven and earth. However, in the face of the revived all-treasure celestial basin, that luminous white hand showed no signs of retreat. Descending from the 9 heavens with unyielding force, the hand, though of ordinary size compared to the colossal all-treasure celestial basin, felt overwhelmingly significant to all present, as if it could encompass the entire universe within its grasp. The realm of the palm. The 5th floor master gasped in astonishment. As the master of the 5th floor of the all-treasure celestial tower, she was well-versed in various arcane arts and secret techniques. It was said that the supreme Buddha from the western desert possessed the technique of the palm realm, capable of containing innumerable worlds within a single hand. And now, the luminous white hand was manifesting this very technique. Within its palm, it could encompass the ancient starry skies in the boundless universe. The 5th floor master even felt that the palm realm technique being executed by that luminous hand was even more terrifying than the supreme Buddha's palm realm. The all-treasure celestial basin fully revived, and myriad celestial rays surged forth from its mouth, soaring towards the descending luminous white hand, striving to halt its descent. The celestial radiance, resounding throughout the universe, was capable of obliterating miles of stars, a terror beyond compare. Yet, when such formidable celestial light struck the luminous white hand, it felt akin to colliding with the most indestructible divine metal, leaving no trace whatsoever. The hand descended, embodying the will of the heavens, an unstoppable force. In the blink of an eye, it had already loomed above the all-treasure celestial basin. With a gentle press, a scene that horrified Qin Mu unfolded. That hand, effortlessly resting upon the all-treasure celestial basin, seemed to harbor an unfathomable power, firmly suppressing the basin, rendering it utterly immobile. The all-treasure celestial basin trembled violently, as if unwilling to be confined beneath the hand, struggling with all its might. However, its resistance seemed to provoke the hand. The hand continued its descent, leaving a perfectly visible imprint on the surface of the basin. Qin Mu, witnessing this, nearly had his eyes pop out. How could this be possible? That was the legendary indestructible supreme Tao imperial weapon, the all-treasure celestial basin. Now it was not only suppressed by a single hand, but an imprint was also left upon its surface. After the hand left its mark, the all-treasure celestial basin finally ceased its struggles, emitting faint, almost imperceptible cries of lament, as if unable to withstand the terrifying power contained within the hand. The hand dominated the supreme Tao imperial weapon. Observing the all-treasure celestial basin being pressed down, immobile, both the 5th floor master and Shao Tianqin, along with others, felt as though they were trapped in a dream. The majesty of the imperial weapon had long been etched into their hearts. Who would have imagined that a revived imperial weapon could be subdued so easily? Moreover, this was not a true divine intervention. It was merely the power derived from a single character inscribed upon the decree. How could this be? How could this be? Guqing Yuan muttered to himself, and at that moment, a sense of fear and regret crept into his heart. He had never imagined that the power concealed within a mere character inscribed on a decree could be sufficient to suppress a genuine supreme Dao imperial weapon. Where the decree reaches, it is as if the emperor is present. To see the decree and not kneel is to lose one's true life. Destined to descend into the underworld. Fengze spoke indifferently. The imperial decree above his head shone with light, emanating a wisp of aura that swept towards Guqing Yuan. Guqing Yuan could not resist. He could only let out a scream as his body began to shatter inch by inch under that sweeping aura, igniting in flames. Ultimately, he was reduced to a pile of ashes, utterly perishing. After erasing the second-floor master Guqing Yuan, Fengze's gaze turned towards the depths of the all-treasure celestial tower, speaking indifferently. Kill your master. Suppress your imperial weapon. Does the all-treasure celestial tower submit? This was an immensely shocking scene, stirring the hearts of all. Fengze, with the imperial decree above his head, interrogated the all-treasure celestial tower. Do you submit or not? Xiaoqin felt his heart surge with emotion. This was the heavenly realm, the sect he had pledged himself to. Even before the all-treasure celestial tower, guarded by an imperial weapon, they displayed such overwhelming strength. Not only did they threaten to kill your master and suppress your imperial weapon, but they also demanded to know if you submit. Xiaoqin had no doubt that if the all-treasure celestial tower dared to respond in defiance, Elder Fengze would undoubtedly activate the imperial decree once more, and annihilating the entire tower would be no surprise. After a brief silence, a deep, weary voice resonated from the depths of the all-treasure celestial tower. The all-treasure celestial tower submits. Chapter 94. The deal is sealed. As the familiar, aged voice resonated from the depths of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, the fifth-floor master felt not humiliation, but rather an immense sense of relief. She had feared that the great master and Guqing Yuan might be obstinate and choose to confront the situation head-on. Such a course of action could jeopardize the existence of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, a legacy spanning thousands of years. In that moment, the fifth-floor master could not help but feel profoundly grateful. Meanwhile, Xiaoqin's heart surged with excitement, overwhelmed by an exhilarating fervor. This was the celestial entity he had pledged himself to. Truly, it was a supreme and forbidden power, compelling even the colossal Wanbao Immortal Tower to bow in submission. Without a doubt, being accepted into this celestial realm was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Fengze, bearing the imperial decree, respectfully stowed away the golden edict upon hearing the voice of submission from within the Wanbao Immortal Tower. As he did so, the radiant white hand that had rested upon the Wanbao Immortal Basin transformed back into the character from the imperial decree, which was subsequently absorbed into the emperor's edict. Though the hand dissipated, the imprint left upon the Wanbao Immortal Basin remained vividly etched upon the surface of the imperial artifact. With a mournful cry, the Wanbao Immortal Basin retracted all its aura, retreating into the innermost depths of the tower, no longer daring to exude even the faintest hint of imperial energy. Fifth-floor master, your discerning eye has been rewarded. From this moment forth, you are elevated to the position of second-floor master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. The aged voice echoed in the ears of the fifth-floor master. The speaker was none other than the great master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. You are to attend to these esteemed guests. Regardless of the cost, ensure their utmost satisfaction. Furthermore, today's events must remain strictly confidential. Not a word must escape. After imparting these instructions, the aged voice fell silent, leaving the fifth-floor master standing in astonishment and delight. She understood that her capabilities and merits alone would not suffice for such an elevation to the position of second-floor master, even with the previous second-floor master, Guqing Yuan, having fallen. The great master's decision to promote her was undoubtedly rooted in the presence of these esteemed guests. Reflecting on this, the fifth-floor master gazed at Fengze and Xiaoqin with newfound humility and respect. Esteemed guests, I am Mu Qingro, the fifth-floor master of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. I sincerely apologize for my earlier oversight in hospitality. I hope for your understanding. Please, follow me to the VIP room to rest. Whatever transactions you wish to undertake, we at the Wanbao Immortal Tower shall ensure your complete satisfaction. With a respectful bow to Elder Fengze, she beamed with warmth and enthusiasm, exhibiting none of the tension or reluctance one might expect. Witnessing this, Xiaoqin could not help but reflect on the advantages of being backed by a formidable and fearsome forbidden power. He recalled how the fallen celestial figure had effortlessly commanded respect upon her arrival at the Xiao family, compelling him to retreat far from the central state. Why was that? It was simply because that celestial figure was supported by the immensely powerful and ethereal celestial dynasty, which the Shao family could not hope to oppose, thus forcing them to comply with her directives. Now, even after the Wanbao Immortal Tower had suffered the demise of its second-floor master and significant damage to its imperial artifact, it still extended a warm welcome to his party. This was undoubtedly due to the terrifying and forbidden celestial domain that loomed behind them. I must seize this opportunity and cling tightly to the support of this celestial domain. I cannot afford to be complacent. Xiaoqian resolved inwardly. This is the heavenly cloud hall of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, accessible only to the most distinguished guests. Please, make yourselves comfortable, Mu Qingrong said as she guided Feng Zhe and the others to the innermost sanctum of the Wanbao Immortal Tower, a magnificent hall floating amidst the clouds of the nine heavens, where laughter and joy abounded. Inside the hall, pristine clouds swirled and billowed, while spiritual springs gushed forth and auspicious flowers bloomed, creating an ethereal paradise. Amidst the pure white mist, several jade tables were arranged, adorned with an array of precious spiritual fruits, each crystal clear and fragrant, tantalizing the senses. Elder Fengze, maintaining an impassive demeanor, took the lead and sat down without hesitation. I have come to exchange for cultivation resources valued at 40 million spirit stones. Please prepare them promptly. Upon speaking, Fengze flicked his fingers, sending forth a spatial ring containing 40 million spirit stones, along with a list detailing the cultivation resources required by practitioners at various stages, which landed before Mu Qingrong. 40 million spirit stones for cultivation resources? Mu Qingrong's heart leaped, feeling a slight jolt of astonishment. Such a significant sum was indeed a testament to the unfathomable depths of the celestial domain. If the ninth floor master were still alive, he would surely be regretting his choices. Esteemed guests, please have a seat. I shall procure the items you desire, Mu Qingrong said as she took the spatial ring and resource list, her beautiful eyes scanning them before hurriedly departing to make the necessary arrangements. Now that she had been elevated to the position of second-floor master, she had access to a substantial portion of the resources within the Wanbao Immortal Tower. Shortly after Mu Qingrong's departure, she returned promptly, holding a jade platter displaying several spatial rings in an orderly fashion. Esteemed elder, all the cultivation resources you requested are here. Mu Qingrong respectfully placed the jade platter before Fengze. Peering down, he examined the spatial rings, then raised his gaze to Mu Qingrong. If I am not mistaken, these cultivation resources must exceed the value of 40 million spirit stones, correct? You have a keen eye. Esteemed elder, Mu Qingrong replied with a smile. The resources within these spatial rings are valued at approximately 60 million spirit stones. The additional 20 million spirit stones serve as an apology from the Wanbao Immortal Tower for the earlier offense. I hope you will accept this gesture. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Fengze nodded slightly, saying no more as he collected the spatial rings from the jade platter. Observing this exchange, Mu Qingrong felt a sense of relief rather than regret. Accepting these spirit stones meant that the matter would not be pursued further, which was undoubtedly the best outcome for the Wanbao Immortal Tower. After the transaction was completed, although Mu Qingrong expressed her eagerness to retain their company, Elder Fengze and his companions prepared to depart from the Wanbao Immortal Tower. Elder Feng, shall we now return to the Eastern Desolation region? Xiao Chun inquired after ensuring that Xiao Tianqin was safely returned to the Xiao family. Not yet. Fengze replied with a slow shake of his head. We will first pay a visit to the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty. To the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty? Xiao Chun was taken aback. What is the purpose of visiting the Ethereal Celestial Dynasty? The leader is already aware of everything that has transpired in the central state. It is as the leader wishes, Fengze stated calmly. The Ethereal Celestial Dynasty has caused multiple disruptions during this journey to the central state and must be disciplined to serve as a warning to others. Chapter 95. The Punishment of the Celestial Dynasty, a Decree from the Heavens. Shaking the world, the events unfolding in the central continent were already known to the esteemed lord of the sect. Xiao Qin blinked, feeling somewhat incredulous. The central continent was vast and boundless, separated from the eastern wilderness by a distance exceeding 10,000 miles. For cultivators below the sacred realm, traversing this immense expanse without the aid of a teleportation array would be nearly impossible in a lifetime. Yet now, the sect master, whose true form remained in the celestial forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness, was fully aware of everything occurring in the central continent. It was simply astonishing. Fengze seemed to perceive the disbelief reflected in Xiao Chen's eyes and spoke calmly. The sect master is supreme, with a mere thought. His divine consciousness can encompass this vast continent. Therefore, nothing that occurs in this world can escape his gaze. Very well, let us proceed to the Celestial Dynasty. Fengze concluded, placing a hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder. In the next moment, they traversed countless miles, heading straight for the Celestial Dynasty. After a brief interval, Fengze finally brought Xiao Chen to a certain location. Before them lay a magnificent expanse of crystal palaces, each brick and tile shimmering with a faint golden hue. Resplendent and luxurious beyond measure. This grand array of palatial structures floated amidst the clouds, shrouded in white mist, creating an illusion of having arrived at a legendary heavenly realm. This was the royal city of the Celestial Dynasty, its core ancestral land. Xiao Chen gazed at the towering palaces nestled among the clouds, his mouth dry and parched. The Celestial Dynasty was immensely powerful. Even the so-called royal city spanned tens of thousands of miles, vast and boundless. Moreover, its dominion extended over regions measuring several 100,000 miles, rightfully deserving its title as the preeminent force within the central continent. As he beheld the imposing royal city of the Celestial Dynasty, Xiao Chen felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. What exactly did the sect master mean by punishing the Celestial Dynasty? Surely, relying solely on Elder Fengze would not suffice. After all, Elder Feng had just employed the imperial decree within the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. The Celestial Dynasty also possessed imperial weapons, and in terms of combat capability, they might even surpass the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. How could such a formidable force be punished? Xiao Chen could not help but cast a puzzled glance at Elder Fengze and inquired, "Elder Feng, what shall we do next?" "Wait," Fengze replied succinctly. "Wait? For what?" Xiao Chen's expression was one of confusion, unsure of Fengze's meaning. However, he complied and stood beside Fengze, waiting patiently. Meanwhile, within the celestial forbidden zone of the eastern wilderness, Qin Mu gently stroked old Huang's horn and remarked, "For this journey to the central continent, I shall send you." "Mu," old Huang bellowed, seemingly assuring Qin Mu that it would not fail in its mission. Following Qin Mu's command, old Huang flicked its tail and turned to leave. Behind it, it pulled the chariot that Qin Mu had used for travel, atop which lay a golden decree, quietly resting. Old Huang let out a leisurely roar as it pulled the chariot, departing the celestial forbidden zone. Watching old Huang's retreating figure, Qin Mu's expression remained calm. As a peak existence within the Imperial Realm, with a mere thought, his consciousness could envelop the vast continent. And everything happening in the central continent would naturally not escape his attention. The journey for Fengze to the central continent should have concluded smoothly after the transaction at the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, allowing a prompt return to the celestial forbidden zone. Yet, Qin Mu did not hasten their return. Instead, he commanded them to proceed to the Celestial Dynasty. Originally, the Celestial Dynasty had merely been a personal grudge between them and Xiao Chen. However, it had repeatedly interfered with the affairs of the Celestial Realm, and Qin Mu would not let it off lightly. Even the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion had paid a significant price. How could the Celestial Dynasty be treated as an exception? Now that Xiao Chen had become a disciple of the Celestial Realm, Qin Mu intended to seize this opportunity to proclaim the might of the Celestial Forbidden Zone to the world. Even as a mere nominal disciple of the Celestial Realm, they were not to be bullied by any other force. The prestige of the Celestial Realm must not be tarnished. Mu. The resonant roar echoed throughout the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Shi Tian, Gu Qingxue, and the others could not help but look up in the direction of old Huang's departure. Was that the Bull Demon King just now? It shouldn't be mealtime yet, right? Yichen pondered. It's old Huang. I saw it pulling the master's chariot, leaving the Celestial Forbidden Zone. There seemed to be a golden decree on that chariot. The hurriedly arriving Luo Bingyao recounted her observations to the group. Old Huang is pulling the master's chariot out of the Celestial Forbidden Zone, and there's a golden decree on the chariot? Shi Tian, Yi Chun, and the others exchanged glances, their faces reflecting astonishment. I can't shake the feeling that old Huang's excursion this time is anything but ordinary. Yi Chun murmured. The last time the master's celestial chariot was used, it was to take him to the life-forbidden zone of the ancient Emperor Mountain. To this day, I still vividly recall following the master in that celestial chariot, exuding an air of dominance as we traversed the ancient Emperor Mountain, as if entering a realm untouched by others. And now, old Huang was pulling the celestial chariot away from the celestial forbidden zone. with a golden decree prominently displayed upon it. It was evident that the matter was of great significance. Should we pursue and see what old Huang is up to? Yi Chen suggested with curiosity and anticipation. I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up, Luo Bingyao replied with a wry smile. Once old Huang left the celestial forbidden zone, it took a single step and crossed an immeasurable distance, vanishing from sight. Yi Chen, Mu. As old Huang departed the celestial forbidden zone, it did not conceal its aura. Instead, it boldly displayed the majesty of an Imperial Realm beast. It moved at a seemingly leisurely pace, yet with each step, the heavens and earth seemed to reverse, and the sun, moon, and mountains receded from view. A golden pathway, formed from endless principles, emerged before old Huang. This golden avenue spanned the heavens and earth, crossing two realms, beginning in the eastern wilderness and extending into the central continent. Alongside the golden road, boundless phenomena unfolded, with the azure dragon roaring, the vermilion bird singing, the white tiger howling, and the black tortoise paving the way. Golden lotuses filled the void, and myriad auspicious clouds descended from the heavens, creating an atmosphere of unprecedented grandeur. Wherever the chariot passed, an overwhelming imperial might surged forth, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, compelling all beings to bow in reverence. This magnificent commotion could not be concealed from anyone, instantly startling all powerful beings in the eastern wilderness. In an instant, countless gazes turned in unison toward the direction of old Huang's departure, filled with shock and awe. At this moment, the eastern wilderness was in an uproar. Chapter 96. The Emperor's command descends upon the celestial dynasty, where the ethereal celestial Lord kneels in reverence. At this moment, a profound aura, belonging to the realm of the ultimate Emperor, permeated the heavens and the earth across the eastern wilderness. This aura loomed above the nine heavens and subdued the depths of the underworld. All sentient beings, upon sensing this presence, felt compelled to bow in reverence, signifying their submission. Old Huang guided the celestial king's chariot, moving with an unhurried grace. The imperial might radiated, shimmering with boundless auspicious colors, cascading like a heavenly waterfall from the nine heavens, enveloping both old Huang and the chariot in a resplendent glow. Although Qin Mu's true form remained still, both old Huang and the celestial king's chariot transcended the realm of the ultimate emperor. Their departure mirrored the majestic procession of ancient emperors, powerful enough to stir the very fabric of existence. What has transpired? I can distinctly perceive the aura of an ancient emperor's procession. A golden avenue, originating from the eastern wilderness, seems destined to lead toward the central continent. The emperor's procession possesses an unparalleled might, reserved only for the ancient emperors. I behold it. That golden avenue appears to manifest from the celestial forbidden zone. Could it be that a supreme being from the celestial forbidden zone has emerged? In this instant, the entire eastern wilderness quaked with boundless tremors. The commotion caused by old Huang's chariot was astonishing, akin to the legendary processions of ancient emperors. All sacred lands and great teachings trembled in astonishment. What has occurred to provoke the emergence of a supreme being from the celestial forbidden zone? In the Wanbao Tower of the eastern wilderness, Elder Sun, overwhelmed by the subtle imperial might, fell to his knees, cold sweat trickling down his plump face. The Golden Avenue, emerging from the celestial forbidden zone, seemed to be heading toward the central continent. Elder Sun muttered to himself, his lips quivering, as an ominous premonition surged within him. Could it be that the Wanbao Immortal Tower in the central continent has acted carelessly, offending an elder from the celestial forbidden zone, thus inciting the wrath of a supreme being? It's over. If that is indeed the case, the Wanbao Immortal Tower may soon fade into history. Elder Sun's eyes became vacant as he pondered the hubris of the Wanbao Immortal Tower. He had sent them a message, warning them not to offend the esteemed guests from the celestial forbidden zone. Did they truly disregard his caution as mere wind passing by? The strong of the eastern wilderness were all astonished and shaken. In mere moments, old Huang had already propelled the celestial king's chariot far from the eastern wilderness, arriving directly within the central continent. A scene identical to that of the eastern wilderness unfolded once more. Countless dynasties and sects of the central continent were stirred by the commotion caused by old Huang's chariot. Many powerful beings sensed the shift and lifted their gazes. They beheld, at the distant edge of the horizon, a magnificent golden bull, towering and formidable, drawing a war chariot that approached with deliberate grace. The chariot bore numerous scars from swords and axes, ancient and vast, like the glorious remnants of fierce battles fought long ago. as the divine bull advanced. It trod upon the nine heavens, a golden avenue composed of endless principles materializing beneath its hooves, supporting its passage. Witnessing this scene, the entire central continent was instantaneously engulfed in tumult. Outside the celestial dynasty, the moment old Huang guided the celestial king's chariot into the central continent, Fengze seemed to sense something. His half-closed eyes slowly opened, gazing upon the vast and pristine land of the celestial dynasty, as he spoke in an indifferent tone. The decree of the celestial sovereign approaches. The ruler of the celestial dynasty must swiftly come forth to kneel in welcome of the emperor's command. Fengze's voice was grand and boundless, instantly reverberating throughout the entire realm of the celestial dynasty. Within the most magnificent and towering palace of the celestial dynasty, the celestial lord, clad in the robe of 10,000 dragons and of imposing stature, sat upon the lofty throne, observing the ethereal figure of the transcendent immortal below. A flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Have you attained any insight during your seclusion? The transcendent immortal, graceful as a celestial being, responded with a bow. I have entered the realm of severing illusions. Ha ha, splendid, splendid, splendid. The celestial lord exclaimed thrice, then continued, your marriage to the Mu family's princess is now settled. I have heard that the young man from the Shao family has a past with her. To prevent complications, I shall send someone to eliminate both Shaoqin and the Shao family. This way, the Mu family's princess will be free to focus solely on preparing for your union. The Shao family still exists? They have not been eliminated? The transcendent immortal replied, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. He recalled having dispatched a protector to the Shao family before his seclusion. How could they still remain? My lord, I previously. The transcendent immortal slightly bowed, about to report his prior arrangements to the celestial lord. However, just as he began to speak, a grand and indifferent voice resonated through the royal city of the celestial dynasty. The decree of the celestial sovereign approaches. The ruler of the celestial dynasty must swiftly come forth to kneel in welcome of the emperor's command. Upon hearing this proclamation, the transcendent immortal felt as though he had misheard. What did he just hear? Someone outside was demanding the ruler of the celestial dynasty to kneel in welcome of the emperor's command. Not just the transcendent immortal, even the celestial lord, perched upon his throne, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this voice. Soon after, a surge of anger welled up within him. Who dares to cause a ruckus in my celestial dynasty? The celestial lord seethed with indignation. Who was he? He was the esteemed ruler of the celestial dynasty. In the vast central continent, he ranked among the highest echelons of power. Even the leaders of ordinary sacred lands and sects could not compare to his stature. Now, someone had the audacity to demand he kneel in welcome of a command? The celestial sovereign? What manner of entity is that? As for the words emperor's command, the celestial lord dismissed them entirely. An emperor's command? In this age, there is no emperor. From whence comes this so-called command? In a fit of rage, the celestial lord rose from his throne, scoffing as he declared, Come, let us see who dares to make a disturbance outside my celestial dynasty. With that, the celestial lord departed the palace, accompanied by the transcendent immortal, soaring toward the outskirts of the royal city. However, upon exiting the palace, the sight that greeted him beyond the pristine land caused his pupils to constrict, a wave of astonishment flooding his expression. At the far edge of the horizon outside the celestial dynasty, a magnificent golden bull, robust and unparalleled, was slowly drawing an ancient and formidable war chariot, crushing the heavens as it approached. Upon that ancient chariot lay a golden decree, quietly displayed, emanating threads of boundless imperial aura. Chapter 97, with the Emperor's Edict. Shaking heaven and earth, the celestial lord bows low the divine ox drew the ancient and sacred war chariot of the celestial king, treading upon the heavens, majestic and transcendent, reminiscent of the ancient human emperor's procession, provoking boundless anomalies. Wherever it passed, the overwhelming imperial might permeated the air, and at the very instant all beings sensed this aura, they immediately knelt before the chariot, bowing repeatedly, with no trace of rebellion in their hearts. This was the solemnity of the ancient emperor's procession. In its wake, all souls and spirits must bow in reverence. None dared to show disrespect. The air was thick with the presence of the ancient emperor. The celestial lord, Qiao, inhaled sharply. A divine ox was pulling an ancient chariot, although he did not see an emperor-level powerhouse atop it. He could distinctly feel the supreme aura that only such a being could emanate. What was going on? Qiao was momentarily dazed. unable to recall having ever encountered such a divine ox or the sacred, ancient chariot. When had the celestial dynasty offended such a formidable entity? The divine ox let out a low moo as it slowly brought the war chariot to the front of the celestial dynasty. Seeing this, Fengze hurriedly stepped forward, first bowing respectfully to the divine ox, and then picking up the golden decree lying atop the chariot. He turned his gaze to Xiaomiao, speaking indifferently. The decree of the emperor has arrived, celestial lord Xiaomiao. Will you not come forth to kneel and receive it? This, gazing at Fengze, who held the golden decree, Xiaomiao found himself in a dilemma. He knew that the stirring of the divine ox had undoubtedly alarmed countless top powers across the eastern wilderness. He could only imagine how many pairs of eyes were now fixed upon the celestial dynasty. If he truly followed the elder's words and knelt to receive the decree, the dignity of the celestial dynasty would surely plummet. Yet, if he refused, looking at the decree in Fengze's hand, which exuded a faint imperial might, Xiaomiao's heart raced. Who could ascertain whether this golden decree was genuinely bestowed by a true emperor? I dare to inquire, esteemed friend, from whence do you hail? Xiaomiao asked, steeling himself. The upper celestial forbidden zone, Fengze replied succinctly. The upper celestial forbidden zone. Is that not the fabled desolate realm of life in the eastern wilderness? Information related to the upper celestial flooded Xiaomiao's mind in an instant. At that moment, the fallen celestial, who stood beside Fengze, also noticed Yi Chun and seemed to recall something. Lowering her voice, she said to Xiaomiao, Celestial Lord, I believe I know their purpose. That young man in black, he is Xiaoqin, and he is clearly with this elder. Xiaoqin? Xiaomiao glanced at the figure beside Fengze and instantly understood everything. Xiaoqin bore a grudge against the fallen celestial, and this time he must have latched onto the formidable power of the upper celestial to incite retaliation from the forces behind him. Having pieced together the sequence of events, Xiaomiao's mood calmed significantly. The upper celestial forbidden zone. Had the former master of the forbidden zone not fallen, the celestial dynasty would never have dared to challenge its brilliance. However, now, every powerful force in the world knew that the supreme being within the upper celestial had long since passed into eternal rest eons ago. The upper celestial forbidden zone, too, had fallen from the heavens, descending into decay and ruin. This elder bearing the decree must undoubtedly hail from the upper celestial forbidden zone. Yet, the imperial decree in his hand might very well be a relic left by the sovereign of the upper celestial from countless ages past. The decree pinned by a contemporary emperor and that left behind by a long-fallen existence in the emperor's realm are two entirely different concepts. The former can subdue all nations with merely a decree, for wherever the decree extends, none dare to disobey. The latter, however, due to the demise of the being who inscribed it, is merely a somewhat special imperial artifact, one that could be opposed by supreme imperial weapons and other artifacts. I almost fell for it. Having come to terms with the entire sequence of events, a flicker of anger surged within Xiaomiao. The upper celestial forbidden zone had long since declined. Now, it merely lingered within that forbidden zone, barely surviving. Yet dared to strut about the world and sought to establish its authority over the celestial dynasty? It was nothing short of a fantasy. What if I refused to kneel? With a cold snort, Xiaomiao cast aside any lingering fear. Outside the celestial dynasty, countless gazes converged at this scene, and upon seeing Xiaomiao's defiance, they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The celestial lord is truly bold. To encounter the emperor's decree and yet dare not to bow? It seems he has disowned something. That decree likely was not composed by a contemporary emperor, but rather a remnant of a fallen existence in the emperor's realm. Indeed, it must be so, otherwise Xiaomiao would not have dared to stand so resolutely. Truly worthy of the ancient celestial dynasty's legacy of thousands of years, possessing such fortitude and spirit to confront an imperial artifact. The onlookers, particularly those from the Wanbao Celestial Tower, exchanged glances, their expressions peculiar, mouth sealed in silence. These members of the Wanbao Celestial Tower had just witnessed the events unfold within their own domain and understood what the Golden Decree represented. A decree left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse who had long fallen? Impossible. If that were the case, their supreme imperial artifact, the Wanbao Celestial Basin, would not have been easily subdued by a single word from that decree. This golden decree is undoubtedly left by a contemporary emperor. Only thus could it possess such overwhelming authority and unmatched power. Nevertheless, even with this knowledge, the members of the Wanbao Celestial Tower had no intention of warning the Celestial Dynasty. After all, the events they had just encountered were, strictly speaking, also related to the saint of the celestial dynasty, Mu Yuanbai. Now, witnessing the impending misfortune of the celestial dynasty, they were all too eager to see the spectacle unfold. How could they possibly offer a warning? Yet, observing the upright and unyielding posture of the celestial lord, they could not help but silently give him a thumbs up in their hearts. Regardless, they deeply admire the audacity of the celestial lord to step forward and seek death in such a manner. Not bowing? Fengzhi regarded Xiaomiao with pity. The decree of the emperor has arrived. Whether you bow or not is not for you to decide. With that, Fengzhi slowly unfurled the golden decree. As it opened, an unimaginable imperial might instantly radiated from the golden decree, enveloping the vast heavens and earth. The immeasurable pressure of imperial might bore down upon Xiaomiao like Mount Tai, pressing down forcefully. The overwhelming force caused Xiaomiao to bend at the waist, and his knees involuntarily buckled, crashing down to the ground. As for the fallen celestial, she was even quicker to succumb, prostrating herself on the ground in a manner most disgraceful, finding even the act of lifting her head a luxury. Chapter 98. The Annihilation of the Celestial Dynasty, the dragon-patterned imperial cauldron. In the imperial armaments, the majesty of the emperor permeated the air. No matter how extraordinary or heroic one might be, they could only bow in reverence, unable even to raise their heads. This epitomized the grandeur of the ancient emperors. What constitutes an emperor-level powerhouse? Across the vast expanse of the continent, it takes millennia to witness the emergence of a single one. Whenever they appear, they dominate the world, exerting their unparalleled influence over an entire era. Throughout the annals of history, only those of the same imperial realm can contend with each other. Others are simply unworthy of consideration. Thus, every being at the emperor level is exalted above all. Even the slightest hint of their aura imbues objects with a value akin to that of divine treasures in the eyes of the masses. The decree of the emperor holds a similar significance. In a certain sense, the decree is an embodiment of the will of the emperor-level beings, wherever the decree reaches. Who would dare defy it? The celestial monarch, despite being the sovereign of the celestial dynasty, could only kneel and prostrate before the boundless aura of the emperor. This was beyond his control. To dare oppose it would be to show disrespect to the emperor, and he would be crushed under the overwhelming imperial might. Could it truly be the decree of a contemporary emperor? As the celestial monarch knelt on the ground, he felt the vast imperial pressure, cold sweat beating on his forehead. The aura emanating from the golden decree was far too intense, resembling that of a living emperor rather than one who had perished eons ago. Observing the prostrate celestial monarch and the fallen celestial being, Fengzhi held the imperial decree with an indifferent expression and began to recite its contents. Decree of the sovereign of heaven. The celestial dynasty has repeatedly offended the sacred prohibitions of heaven, and their crimes are egregious. Therefore, the celestial dynasty shall be annihilated as a form of punishment, serving as a warning to the world. Upon reaching this point, Fengzhi slowly clasped the decree, addressing the celestial monarch with a detached tone. Celestial monarch, receive the decree. Receive the decree? The celestial monarch, kneeling on the ground, turned pale upon hearing Fengzhi's proclamation. You intend to annihilate my celestial dynasty and yet expect me to accept the decree? This is sheer bullying. Beside him, Xiaoqian was equally stunned. Before arriving at the celestial dynasty, he recalled Fengzhi mentioning that the instructions from the sect leader were to impose some form of punishment due to the celestial dynasty's repeated obstructions during their journey through the central region. Xiaoqian had thought that Fengzhi was merely sent to intimidate the celestial dynasty. Little did he expect that the so-called punishment was this severe. To annihilate the celestial dynasty was merely a punishment? What a farce. Holding a decree of unknown origin, do they truly believe they can trample my celestial dynasty at will? Summon the imperial armaments of the celestial dynasty to vanquish the enemy. With that command, for elderly figures, their faces lined with age and wrinkles, soared into the sky from the resplendent celestial palace, positioning themselves at the 4 cardinal points. The 4 elders formed hand seals, and amidst them, strands of imperial energy began to emanate, as if an unparalleled imperial weapon was on the verge of awakening. The 4 elders of the celestial dynasty. These 4 are the living relics of the celestial dynasty, embodying its foundational essence, and now they had all mobilized. If memory serves, these 4 elders were once at the great sage level, and with the passage of time, they must have grown even more formidable. The celestial dynasty is guarded by the supreme imperial weapon, the dragon-patterned golden cauldron. Now, with the revival instigated by 4 beings beyond the great sage level. Their might is surely unfathomable. Outside the celestial dynasty, all the powerful beings from the central region who had come to witness the spectacle displayed looks of astonishment upon seeing the 4 elderly figures. The 4 elders were true powerhouses renowned throughout the central region thousands of years ago. Together, they were said to be capable of contending even with those at the Saint King level. Now, after millennia, they had not only survived, but had transformed into living relics, becoming one of the celestial dynasty's trump cards. This clearly illustrates the terrifying depth of the celestial dynasty's heritage, living up to its exalted name. Now, with the revival of the 4 elders and their combined effort to activate the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, its power is beyond measure. In an instant, countless powerful beings fled thousands of miles away, fearing the impending attacks from the Imperial weapon. With a resounding hum, as the 4 elders exerted their full strength, the dragon-patterned golden cauldron stirred to life, triggering a tremendous upheaval. The void for thousands of miles resounded with a continuous roar, as if the earth itself were quaking violently. From within the royal city of the celestial dynasty, an imperial cauldron, resplendent in crimson and gold, adorned with golden dragon patterns, soared into the sky, radiating a scarlet glow that pierced the heavens. Its roar echoed, as if a true dragon was about to emerge from the cauldron, soaring through the 9 heavens and surveying the vastness below. An unimaginable pressure instantly radiated from the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, clashing with the decree held by Fengze. The imperial might swept forth, rendering all living beings within a radius of tens of thousands of miles prostrate on the ground, including the powerful onlookers from the central region, who were compelled to bow before the dragon-patterned cauldron as if before a deity. With the assistance of the imperial cauldron, the celestial monarch finally managed to stand upright. Gazing at the unparalleled majesty of the imperial cauldron behind him, a long-lost smile graced his face. With the supreme imperial weapon to guard the celestial dynasty, who dares to utter the words of annihilation against us? Haha. The celestial monarch brimmed with confidence, with 4 venerable beings beyond the great sage level activating an imperial weapon. Could a mere decree of unknown origin truly extinguish the entire celestial dynasty? Absolutely impossible. All of you, join forces to activate the cauldron and eliminate the intruders. A fierce glint sparkled in the celestial monarch's eyes. To think that a single decree could threaten the celestial dynasty was nothing short of a fool's dream. The elderly 4 elders, upon receiving the celestial monarch's command, did not hesitate to infuse their powers into the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, amplifying its might. Observing the arrogant and frenzied expression of the celestial monarch, Fengze remained unfazed, instead displaying a hint of pity. The decree of the sovereign of heaven has arrived, and the celestial dynasty dares to entertain thoughts of rebellion? How naive! Just as the divine radiance emanating from the dragon-patterned golden cauldron grew ever more brilliant, seemingly preparing for a world-shattering strike, a discontented roar echoed. Lao Wang, observing the raucous laughter of the celestial monarch, revealed a distinctly human-like expression of dissatisfaction in his large eyes. As if to say, do you dare to defy the master's command? Following a mighty roar, Lao Wang lightly stomped his hoof, and in the next instant, his robust form appeared above the royal city of the celestial dynasty, as if teleporting. Without so much as a glance, he descended with a single hoof, targeting the dragon-patterned golden cauldron below. Chapter 99, a casual display of power, subduing the imperial artifact. The mighty old Huang. This was an astonishing scene. As all eyes converged upon the golden decree, the divine ox that had pulled the celestial king's chariot suddenly made its move, gazing defiantly ahead, intent on trampling the formidable imperial artifact within the ethereal realm's royal city. Merely a beast of burden dared to challenge the might of an imperial weapon? The ethereal emperor was initially taken aback, then erupted into laughter. He deemed the yellow ox utterly insane. That was the imperial artifact, the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron. For exalted beings of the sage realm combined their powers to activate the imperial artifact. Its might was such that even those on the verge of becoming emperors would likely shy away, opting for a hasty retreat. How could this mere beast, a vehicle for the chariot, presume to disregard the power of the imperial artifact? It was tantamount to courting death. Outside the ethereal royal city, Shaochen observed as old Huang, in a fit of bravado, sought to trample the imperial cauldron. A flicker of trepidation crossed his eyes. He had only recently joined the celestial sect as an outer disciple. The information he possessed regarding old Huang had been conveyed to him in passing by Luo Bingyao, who had merely mentioned that this beast was the pet of the sect master, pampered with culinary delights prepared by Sister Luo daily. However, Xiaoqin remained unaware of old Huang's true prowess. Yet, given its status as the sect master's pet, it surely could not be too ordinary. But could old Huang truly contend with the imperial artifact? Xiaoqin's anxious gaze drifted towards Elder Feng Zhe, who maintained an unwavering calmness. Had he known the thoughts swirling in Xiaoqin's mind, he would have surely scoffed. Could this old ox withstand the imperial weapon? This very creature had once trampled the supreme, causing even the sovereigns of forbidden zones to bleed. What was a mere imperial artifact in comparison? Within the ethereal royal city, as old Huang prepared to strike, the four ancient elders remained unfazed, their palms forming seals to channel the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron. A hint of disdain surfaced on their aged faces. Merely a beast of burden dared to challenge the imperial artifact? It would be a different matter if its master were present. Awaken, imperial artifact. Annihilate the intruders. The four elders bellowed, pouring their full strength into reviving the cauldron. Under the infusion of power from four exalted beings, the cauldron's surface glowed, golden dragon patterns undulating upon it, as if it were on the verge of awakening. From the cauldron's mouth, a crimson gold radiance surged, exuding a terrifying aura capable of making the sun and moon tremble. Boom! The crimson gold brilliance surged forth like a raging ocean, ultimately cascading outwards like an immortal dragon-shaped celestial river, aimed directly at the advancing old Huang. As the overwhelming crimson gold divine light washed over the heavens, shattering the void, a tide of chaotic energy surged forth, threatening to engulf all, as if heralding the end of the world. Observers from the central domains outside the ethereal royal city felt a tremor of fear. Thankfully, this strike was directed skyward. Had it been aimed downward, the entire central domain would surely face calamity. The golden divine ox was in grave danger. As the formidable strike from the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron approached, the many powerful beings outside the ethereal royal city felt a wave of pity. Before such unmatched imperial might, how could a mere beast of burden possibly contend? However, just as these powerful individuals awaited the moment the golden divine ox would be obliterated by the cauldron strike, the ensuing spectacle nearly caused their eyes to bulge in disbelief. High above the ethereal royal city, facing the incoming celestial river, old Huang's enormous eyes glimmered with a touch of disdain. With a mighty bellow, it exhaled 2 streams of white vapor from its nostrils, effortlessly deflecting the imperial strike. Astonishingly, the grand imperial attack, upon encountering the 2 streams of vapor, dissipated as if melting beneath the sun's rays. There were no cataclysmic ripples, nor any explosive displays of imperial might. The combined strike of 4 exalted beings wielding the imperial artifact was effortlessly neutralized by the simple act of old Huang exhaling 2 streams of breath. How could this be possible? Witnessing this, the previously unflappable 4 elders finally changed their expressions. The spectacle before them transcended the limits of their understanding. Merely 2 streams of vapor could repel a strike from an imperial weapon? Surely this was absurd. Before the elders could fully comprehend the situation, a colossal hoof descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron before their astonished and disbelieving gazes. Clang! Old Huang's hoof struck the imperial artifact, producing a sound akin to metal clashing, the reverberations causing numerous ethereal palaces to collapse, clouds of dust rising. Yet, the 4 elders paid no mind to these occurrences. Their nearly stunned gazes were fixated upon the cauldron, where they observed a distinct hoofprint etched into its surface. What? This was an imperial artifact. The 4 elders felt on the brink of collapse, their understanding of the world shattering. Wasn't the legendary imperial artifact supposed to be indestructible? How could this yellow ox leave a mark upon it so effortlessly? The dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron trembled, as if in pain, attempting to resist. Yet, old Huang's massive eyes displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. With a resounding bellow, it lifted its foreleg high and brought it crashing down once more. Boom! The sound reverberated through the heavens as old Huang's second strike landed with even greater force, creating a massive indentation upon the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron's surface. Cracks spread from the point of impact, a sight most alarming. After 2 powerful strikes, the cauldron lay motionless. It trembled slightly, as if quaking in fear. Following the subjugation of the dragon-patterned crimson gold cauldron, old Huang disdainfully snorted, flicking its tail as if dismissing the 4 elders entirely, sweeping them from the sky and instantly reducing them to mere clouds of blood. Wherever the tail passed, the ethereal palaces crumbled, and the entire ethereal royal city was engulfed in dust, nearly leveled to the ground. Chapter 100. The Fall of the Celestial Dynasty, the Might of the Heavens. A reversal of fortunes. All of this transpired in what seemed like the blink of an eye. From the moment the dragon-patterned golden cauldron unleashed its supreme strike, to being effortlessly subdued by the old golden bull, and then witnessing the entire Celestial Dynasty's imperial city nearly reduced to rubble. All of it occurred in just a breath or two. The Celestial Lord turned to gaze upon the obliterated imperial city, swallowing hard. His face devoid of any trace of arrogance or pride, replaced instead by a profound sense of stupor. Was this truly the end? What had become of the grand Celestial Dynasty? Had it truly been laid to waste? And the supreme artifact, the dragon-patterned golden cauldron. The Celestial Lord looked at the cauldron, pinned to the ground under the weight of the old golden bull, and an expression of deep-seated dread began to surface on his once stunned countenance. This was a supreme artifact. How could it be so easily subdued by this golden divine bull? Just how terrifying was this creature? Could it possibly be an entity of imperial caliber? Yet, if this golden bull were indeed an imperial being, why did it not take human form or utter a word? Gazing at the cracked and pockmarked surface of the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, the Celestial Lord felt tears welling up within him, yet he could not weep. He had initially thought the old bull was merely an ordinary beast of burden, only to be confronted with this overwhelming reality. The Celestial Lord was left in shock, while beside him, the celestial prodigy trembled in sheer terror. He could scarcely fathom how his entanglement with the Shao family had led to such a catastrophic outcome. Merely a beast of burden could so easily suppress the foundational dragon-patterned golden cauldron of the Celestial Dynasty. How formidable must be the master of this golden divine bull? How had Shao Chen forged a connection with such an unfathomable existence? The celestial prodigy felt a wave of regret wash over him for the first time. The old bull was astonishingly powerful. Shao Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dislocated from sheer astonishment. He had anticipated that the old bull, which accompanied the Lord, might possess great strength, yet he had never imagined it to be this formidable. It was simply absurd. At that moment, he recalled the scene when the old bull pulled the Celestial King's war chariot, and Elder Fengzi had respectfully bowed. Previously, Shao Chen had assumed that Elder Fengzi was paying homage to the grand imperial decree within the chariot. Now it was clear that the true object of reverence was the old bull. Within the ruins of the Celestial Dynasty's imperial city, a scene of apocalyptic desolation unfolded. Outside the Celestial Dynasty, however, the world fell into a deathly silence. All the formidable beings from the central continent stood dazed, their expressions filled with disbelief, as if they could not accept the scene before them. After a long pause, gasps of astonishment began to echo. This golden divine bull possessed such terrifying might? Its aura was surely comparable to that of the legendary true dragon or phoenix? This was no mere old bull. It was evidently a terrifying bull demon king. The sheer horror of it all was palpable. This golden divine bull was merely a beast of burden, yet its master must be even more formidable. As this realization sank in, a profound silence enveloped the atmosphere. The faces of the powerful were painted with shock and horror. Indeed, they had overlooked this crucial point. They had been so taken aback by the display of the golden divine bull's might that they had forgotten it was merely a beast of burden for an even more exalted being. Upon the ancient and imposing chariot lay a solitary imperial decree, yet its true master had yet to reveal themselves. Contemplating this, a tumultuous anxiety surged within all present. If a mere beast of burden could wield such terrifying power, capable of annihilating an entire celestial dynasty, how unfathomably powerful must its master be? It was simply unimaginable. The Celestial Dynasty had truly kicked against a steel plate forged from supreme divine gold. Alas, the Celestial Dynasty, a grand lineage with ancient heritage, was destined for annihilation today. Some comrades, upon hearing of the origins of this golden divine bull, vowed to return and warn their sects. For this power was not to be trifled with. Many from the central continent lamented the impending doom of the Celestial Dynasty. Yet, a greater number were fixated on the golden divine bull and the terrifying power behind it. They yearned to discern the origins of this creature, for such an ominous force warranted strict caution to avoid provoking it. Otherwise, the Celestial Dynasty would serve as a cautionary tale. I arrived early and heard the black-robed elder proclaiming the imperial decree, mentioning that they seemed to hail from the Celestial Forbidden Zone. The Celestial Forbidden Zone? The place where the ruler fell and the realm of life waned? It must be that very place. But judging by the current situation, It seems a new supreme ruler has emerged within the Forbidden Zone. It is indeed a poignant thought. From this day forth, the Celestial Forbidden Zone is likely to reclaim its status among the realms of life. The Celestial Forbidden Zone must not be offended. In an instant, the name of the Celestial Forbidden Zone was indelibly etched into the minds of all the powerful beings present. All is lost. All is lost. The Celestial Lord's face turned ashen, his spirit crushed. At this moment, he finally comprehended the magnitude of the supreme taboo force they had offended. Regret filled him. Yet it was far too late. It is all your fault. The Celestial Lord glared at the Celestial Prodigy beside him, fury surging within him. In his view, if it were not for the enmity between the Celestial Prodigy and Shao Chun, the Celestial Dynasty would never have been entangled with such a supreme taboo force. Now, the entire Celestial Dynasty would bear the consequences of the Celestial Prodigy's actions. Hearing the Celestial Lord's furious outburst, the Celestial Prodigy's lips twitched involuntarily. If memory served, the Celestial Lord had just declared intentions to annihilate the Shao family, had he not? How could all the blame be cast upon himself? I refuse to accept this. The Celestial Prodigy turned with great difficulty to look at Shao Chun, who stood behind Fengza, and then at the obliterated imperial city of the Celestial Dynasty. In a daze, he felt as if he were traversing a great chasm in time. Just a short while ago, he had relied on the backing of the Celestial Dynasty to suppress Shao Chun, rendering him utterly defenseless and forcing him to flee the central continent in panic. Yet, in the mere span of months, everything had reversed. The Celestial Dynasty had been destroyed, and Shao Chun had allied himself with such a terrifying force. The shift in their standings was akin to the world being turned upside down, a complete reversal of fortunes. Such a conclusion was something the Celestial Prodigy could never have envisioned. Chapter 101. Return to the Celestial Realm. The divine cauldron of five-colored immortal gold, the banished immortal, stood before Shao Chun, evoking a dreamlike sensation within him. Observing the solitary figure of the immortal, Shao Chun felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Once, he could only gaze up at this celestial being, struggling to breathe under her overwhelming presence, retreating to the central continent, too fearful to resist. This was all due to the terrifying power of the mysterious Celestial Dynasty backing her. However, everything changed once he entered the Celestial Forbidden Zone. Compared to the mysterious Celestial Dynasty, the Celestial Forbidden Zone was undeniably more formidable and supreme. During his journey through the central continent, even the esteemed leader did not need to intervene directly. Merely the steeds under his command were sufficient to obliterate the once mighty mysterious Celestial Dynasty. Shao Chun understood that a significant part of this was due to the obstruction caused by the sage Mu Yuanbai within the 10,000 Treasures Immortal Pavilion, which was not entirely related to him. Yet, this did not diminish his gratitude for the celestial lineage. It was truly a stroke of fortune to be accepted into the celestial lineage. At that very moment, within the imperial city of the mysterious Celestial Dynasty, the Golden Divine Bull swept through, reducing the entire royal city to ruins. It glanced down at the trembling dragon-patterned golden cauldron beneath its hooves and, seemingly recalling something, refrained from further assaulting the extraordinary imperial weapon. Instead, it coiled its tail and secured the cauldron as a prized trophy. The mysterious Celestial Lord, witnessing this, was nearly driven to the brink of bloodshed. This was the treasured artifact of the mysterious Celestial Dynasty, a legendary imperial weapon. Now, it was being nonchalantly displayed as a trophy by the Golden Divine Bull. Outside the mysterious Celestial Dynasty, numerous powerful figures from the central continent gazed at the cauldron hanging from the bull's tail, their eyes filled with envy. This was an imperial weapon of unmatched caliber. In the vast expanse of the central continent, there were scarcely a handful of factions able to possess such a weapon, all of which were the most elite powers. No one daring to provoke them, let alone treat an imperial weapon as a trophy. Yet now, the Golden Divine Bull had accomplished this feat, having not only annihilated the mysterious Celestial Dynasty, but also claimed its treasured artifact, the dragon-patterned golden cauldron, as a trophy. Despite the overwhelming envy from the central continent powerhouses, none dared to entertain thoughts of seizing the imperial weapon. The Golden Divine Bull was far too powerful, having trampled imperial weapons and swept away celestial dynasties. The sheer terror of its might extinguished any thoughts of claiming the weapon from its grasp. "Let us depart, Celestial Lord," said Fengza, observing the obliteration of the mysterious Celestial Dynasty's royal city. He extended a hand toward the Celestial Lord, who stood no chance of resistance without the aid of the imperial weapon. With a single palm strike, the celestial lord was reduced to ashes, utterly extinguished. The banished immortal, though not Fengzhe's target, could not withstand even the residual waves of power, following the celestial lord into oblivion. Thus, the mysterious celestial dynasty was completely annihilated. The Golden Divine Bull, satisfied, cast a glance at the dragon-patterned golden cauldron secured to its tail and let out a long moo, then turned its attention eastward, towards the eastern wilderness. Seeing this, Elder Fengzhe placed a hand on Xiao Chen's shoulder, signaling that their mission to the central continent had been successfully completed. With that, the two figures vanished from the scene, leaving behind a multitude of stunned powerhouses, gazing at the desolate ruins of the mysterious celestial dynasty's royal city, their astonishment lingering long after. It was easy to predict that from this day forth, the news of the mysterious celestial dynasty's demise would swiftly spread throughout the entire central continent. Simultaneously, the name of the celestial forbidden zone would, in the shortest time, sweep across the entire central continent, becoming an unparalleled taboo force in the hearts of all human factions. In the eastern wilderness, within the celestial forbidden zone, the Golden Divine Bull was the first to return. Eagerly, it approached Luo Bingyao, dragging the dragon-patterned golden cauldron behind it. With a flick of its tail, it presented the cauldron before her, its large eyes filled with anticipation. What is this? Luo Bingyao gasped as she beheld the cauldron, sensing a faint yet overwhelming aura emanating from it. Could it be the legendary Imperial weapon? Where on earth did the Golden Divine Bull acquire it? Observing her shock, the Golden Divine Bull mooed twice, as if trying to convey something. What does it want from me? Luo Bingyao looked bewildered, unsure of the bull's intentions. Standing beside her, Yichen seemed to grasp the meaning, speaking somewhat numbly. It appears the Bull Demon King wants you to use this cauldron to cook for it in the future. What? Using a legendary Imperial cauldron to cook for the Golden Divine Bull? Luo Bingyao stared at the cauldron, which, despite its minor cracks, still radiated an undeniable imperial authority, her mind racing to comprehend the absurdity of it all. Good heavens! To use a legendary Imperial cauldron as a culinary tool? The Golden Divine Bull was simply too outrageous. Within the celestial main hall, sensing the Golden Divine Bull's jubilant spirit, Qin Mu couldn't help but chuckle. The bull truly had a knack for thinking outside the box. Considering the use of an Imperial cauldron for cooking, could it be that food prepared in the Imperial cauldron would taste even more exquisite? Perhaps he should try it himself. The food might indeed turn out to be exceptionally delicious. Just as Qin Mu's thoughts drifted, Elder Fengzhe, along with Xiao Chun, arrived late back at the celestial forbidden zone. With Xiao Chun's safe return, the melodious sound of the system resonated in Qin Mu's ears. Beep. Special sect mission. Assist the outer sect disciple Xiao Chun in successfully completing his journey to the central continent. Mission accomplished. Mission assessment. Perfect. Beep. Congratulations. You have received 1 sect building upgrade card. Beep. Congratulations. You have received 10 sets of sage armor. Beep. Congratulations. You have received 5 types of 5-colored extreme. Dao Tribulation Gold, 9 pounds. Dragon Pattern Black Gold, 9 pounds. Feather Transformation Blue Gold, 9 pounds. Immortal Tears Green Gold, 9 pounds. Mysterious Purple Gold, 9 pounds. Chapter 102. Upgrading the Imperial Weapon, the Soul-Devouring Mountain Range. Xi'an encounters danger. The reward of the sect-building upgrade card did not come as a surprise to Qin Mu. After all, every unexpected task within the sect is accompanied by a sect-building upgrade card as a guarantee. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the ultimate reward, the 5-color Celestial Gold. Each type of this celestial gold is an unparalleled material of the highest order. Even gazing across the vast expanse of the continent, it remains a treasure that is both sought after and elusive. In days gone by, even those at the Imperial Realm found themselves unable to gather sufficient amounts of the supreme celestial gold to forge their own imperial weapons throughout their lifetimes. This clearly illustrates the extraordinary value of this celestial gold. Yet, how stingy could this reward be? Although 5 varieties of celestial gold were provided, each only weighed a meager 9 pounds. What could this possibly accomplish? Oh, dear rewarder, if you ever bestow celestial gold again, please be more generous. I wouldn't mind half a ton, or even a ton. If that is not feasible, I would not turn my nose up at 1,000 or 1,800 pounds either. Qin Mu gently coaxed, attempting to instill a sense of reason in his system. In response to Qin Mu's rather impertinent request, the system remained silent. Half a ton or a ton? This is the legendary celestial gold, not mere cabbage. However, considering Qin Mu's previous glorious history of threats, the system eventually provided a reply after a brief moment of contemplation. The celestial gold is exceedingly rare. Even scouring the entire vast realm, it is difficult to find a ton. However, the host possesses the Tai Wang sword. By gathering the 9 types of celestial gold and merging them into one, then infusing them into the Tai Wang sword, an artifact surpassing the Imperial weapons can be forged. Oh, so by collecting the 9 types of celestial gold and integrating them into the Tai Wang sword, I can elevate it to an artifact? Upon hearing the system's explanation, Qin Mu's face broke into a satisfied smile. He already possessed 5 types of the celestial gold, which meant he only needed to gather the remaining 4 to upgrade the Tai Wang sword to an artifact. For types of supreme celestial gold, Qin Mu pondered, stroking his chin. Undoubtedly, seeking traces of celestial gold across the vast continent is akin to climbing the heavens. Yet, if there exists a place most likely to harbor such celestial gold, it would be the life-restricted zones scattered throughout the continent. Within these zones lie slumbering ancient supreme beings, many of whom were once true emperors and possessed supreme imperial weapons. Perhaps I should venture into these life-restricted zones to borrow some celestial gold. Just as Qin Mu was lost in thought, Elder Fengze entered the Celestial Master Hall, accompanied by Xiao Chun, both displaying utmost respect. Master, I have successfully exchanged all the cultivation resources as instructed, Fengze reported with a slight bow. Good. Qin Mu nodded with satisfaction, continuing to instruct, gather all these cultivation resources into the sect's treasury. How they will be utilized in the future is for me to decide. At present, the Celestial Sect has selected over 80 registered disciples from the Eastern Wilderness region, supplemented by more than 100 registered disciples chosen by the great sage Li Ryu from the Demon Suppression City. Thus, the total number of registered disciples has approached 200. These registered disciples are currently outside the Celestial Life Restricted Zone and do not yet qualify for entry. In the future, once they pass my assessments and prove their unwavering loyalty to the Celestial Life Restricted Zone, they will be promoted to Outer Disciples, gaining the right to enter. The cultivation resources exchanged by Elder Fengze are meant to prepare for those who may advance into the Outer Disciples of the Celestial Life Restricted Zone. After giving a few more instructions to Fengze, Qin Mu waved his hand, signaling for the two to withdraw. As he gazed at the empty hall, an image of a steadfast young woman in a simple white robe, stained with traces of blood, suddenly flashed in his mind. It was his 4th direct disciple, Imoishian. It had been several months since she left the Celestial Life Restricted Zone. I wonder how she is faring now? In the southern region, thousands of mountains rose majestically along its borders. Amongst these peaks, ancient trees thrived, their trunks displaying a faint gray hue, exuding an eerie aura. This was the soul-devouring mountain range, a place notorious for instilling fear in the hearts of the southern beings. Legend has it that within the soul-devouring mountain range lies a strange power that can siphon the souls of intruders, leading them to gradually lose their consciousness and ultimately become soulless husks. Once, a powerful figure from the southern region, after attaining the status of a sage, became overly confident and disbelieved in the malevolence of the soul-devouring mountain range. He voluntarily entered, seeking to dispel its sinister reputation. However, mere days later, a cultivator at the edge of the range witnessed the ancient sage wandering like a soulless puppet. Since that day, few dared to tread within the soul-devouring mountain range. Yet now, the long-dormant mountain range welcomed an uninvited guest. A young woman, clad in a simple white robe stained with droplets of blood, her expression resolute, stumbled into the soul-devouring mountain range. This young woman was none other than Qin Mu's 4th direct disciple, Imoishian. Cough, cough. Imoishian leaned against an ancient tree, her face devoid of color, and coughed softly, her chest rising and falling, indicating she bore significant injuries. She meticulously wiped away the bloodstains she had inadvertently left on the trees and grass nearby, then held her breath and concealed herself among the foliage, seemingly evading something. After a brief moment, the rustling of footsteps echoed through the woods. Several figures appeared along the path where Imoishian had just fled. The footsteps ceased, and their presence was undetectable. Damn it! Did she escape? We cannot pursue any further. We have already entered the soul-devouring mountain range. If we do not exit swiftly, our very souls may be devoured by this malevolent land, and even the treasures bestowed by the sect to protect our souls will be of no use. This woman surely possesses a supreme imperial scripture. If we were to obtain it, we could hope to attain the legendary Imperial Realm. To let her leave just like this is unacceptable. Let us search a little longer before retreating. The woman will not dare linger here for too long. We need only wait outside the soul-devouring mountain range for her to emerge. Sighing, they concluded their conversation, and the footsteps gradually faded away. Once the sounds of their departure dissipated, Imo-Ishian, hidden among the trees, finally allowed herself a long, relieved breath. Chapter 103, The Silent Annihilation Ruins, A Life and Death Peril. The celestial goldstone man reflecting on her journey since departing from the heavenly forbidden zone, Imo-Ishian could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. After leaving the heavenly forbidden zone, she traversed the lands, honing her cultivation while incessantly seeking information regarding her sister. With a series of stumbles and challenges, she made her way from the eastern desolation region to the southern domain. Although Imo-Ishian originally possessed merely a mortal physique, the immortal heavenly art bestowed upon her by Qin Mu enabled her to absorb the bloodline powers of various divine and royal bodies during her encounters, transforming them for her own use. Consequently, her adventures led her to engage in numerous battles with the contemporary prodigies from various sacred places, resulting in continuous enhancement of her strength. When she left the heavenly forbidden zone, her cultivation was at the initial stage of the golden core. However, within a mere few months, her prowess had ascended to the late stage of the nascent soul, matching the abilities of Gu Qingxue and Lin Qianbai from her past. Amidst her tumultuous journey and growth, Imo-Ishian had also gathered a fragment of a clue related to her sister's whereabouts. Everything should have proceeded smoothly, yet, during her exploration of a secret realm in the southern domain, she encountered a prodigy from that region. Utilizing the immortal heavenly art, she continuously augmented her strength, prompting her adversary to discern her potential possession of an unparalleled imperial scripture, which they subsequently disseminated. For these prodigies from sacred places, even the legacy of a saint-level cultivator could stir their hearts. How much more so for the supreme legacy of an emperor? Following this revelation, every cultivator within the secret realm began to relentlessly pursue Imo-Ishian, intent on seizing the immortal heavenly art for themselves. With countless prodigies in pursuit, Imo-Ishian could only fight and evade, eventually fleeing to the Soul Destruction mountain range. Initially, she had hoped to leverage the fearsome reputation of the Soul Destruction mountain range to deter her relentless pursuers. Yet, she had evidently underestimated the allure of the imperial legacy for cultivators. Even upon realizing that Imo-Ishian had entered this perilous domain, many cultivators followed suit, eager to seek fortune and fate through her. Imo-Ishian coughed lightly, wiping away a vivid trace of blood from the corner of her mouth before cautiously venturing deeper into the Soul Destruction mountain range. She understood that her only chance of eluding her pursuers lay in delving further into the mountains. The periphery of the Soul Destruction mountain range was already swarming with cultivators lying in wait. Attempting to flee outward would be tantamount to courting death. Despite being hunted and in grave danger, Imo-Ishian remained remarkably calm. As she fled, she discreetly touched her chest, where two treasures bestowed upon her by Qin Mu before her departure lay concealed. She knew that should she find herself in a life-or-death situation, employing the treasures gifted by her master could extricate her from peril. However, unless absolutely necessary, Imo-Ishian was reluctant to resort to using these precious gifts. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sovereign, how could she achieve great success if she perpetually relied on her master for aid? As she continued her journey through the Soul Destruction mountain range, some relentless cultivators, akin to parasitic maggots, discovered her whereabouts. Imo-Ishian fought and retreated, unknowingly advancing deeper into the heart of the mountain range. Here, in the depths of the Soul Destruction mountain range, lay a desolate and eerie expanse surrounded by towering peaks. Within this vast valley, devoid of any vegetation, a faint gray mist lingered, creating an atmosphere of silence and malevolence. Scattered across the valley floor were remnants of incomplete skeletal remains, remnants that had endured countless ages, their bones long since decayed. When the wind swept through, the crumbling remains dissolved into the gray mist. As Imo-Ishian stepped onto the edge of the valley, the prodigies pursuing her changed their expressions, halting in their tracks. If I were you, I would not dare to take a single step into this place if I wished to stay alive. A young prodigy clad in a crimson robe warned, seemingly with good intentions. This place is known as the Silent Annihilation Ruins, one of the life-restricting zones in the southern domain. The peculiar forces emanating from the Soul Destruction mountain range leak from this Silent Annihilation Ruins. While there may be a chance of survival if one inadvertently enters the Soul Destruction mountain range, throughout history, Every being that has entered the silent annihilation ruins has perished without exception. Indeed, it would be such a pity for someone as young as you to meet your untimely end, another prodigy added with a warm smile. We only seek the imperial scripture you possess. If you share the scripture with us, we can ensure your safe passage out of here. That's right. Hand over the imperial scripture, and you shall be safe. They urged. Do not make a foolish mistake. Outside the silent annihilation ruins, the gathered prodigies implored Mo Ishian, their words seemingly filled with benevolence. However, Mo Ishian met their pleas with cold laughter. These individuals, appearing benevolent, were in truth hypocrites. Were it not for their covetous eyes upon her imperial scripture, would they relentlessly pursue her to such an extent? As for the immortal heavenly art, Mo Ishian would never surrender it. It was a cultivation method granted to her by her master. Who were they to lay claim to it? Without responding, Mo Ishian resolutely stepped into the hazy gray mist. Witnessing her enter the silent annihilation ruins, the expressions of all the southern domain prodigies turned grim. Mo Ishian had entered a place where survival was all but impossible, yet this also meant they would be deprived of the imperial scripture they so desperately sought, rendering their efforts fruitless. Let us wait here for a moment. If she dies on the outskirts of the silent annihilation ruins, we can send servants from our sect to retrieve her body. Perhaps we can still uncover traces of the imperial scripture from her remains. One prodigy gritted his teeth and suggested. All the prodigies outside the silent annihilation ruins remained, clearly sharing the same intent. They were determined to obtain the imperial scripture from Mo Ishian. Inside the silent annihilation ruins, as Mo Ishian stepped into the gray mist, she felt her consciousness waver. As if her very soul were being drawn away, she hurriedly steadied her mind, seeking a means of liberation. Yet, at that moment, within the depths of this vast valley, the gray mist parted to reveal a dark, gaping entrance. Following that, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth from the entrance, as if an unparalleled existence had been awakened. A deafening roar erupted from the entrance, and as Mo Ishian focused her gaze, she beheld an ancient war chariot bursting forth. Though small, no larger than a human arm, it was pulled by a diminutive golden dragon, rumbling across the ground with majestic force. Yet, despite its size, this chariot emanated an overwhelming aura of power and nobility. Atop the chariot stood a humanoid figure, shrouded in resplendent divine light, rendering its true form nearly indistinguishable. Yet, waves of immense pressure radiated from this being, enveloping the surroundings. Upon witnessing this scene, Mo Ishian's pupils constricted. She could discern that both the miniature war chariot and the golden dragon pulling it, as well as the radiant figure atop, seemed to be forged from the legendary Extreme Tao Celestial Gold. Chapter 104. The Celestial Gold Spirit, the Terrifying Truth, a critical moment. The ancient war chariot, though no longer than a few feet, appeared to have withstood the test of time. Its surface was adorned with mottled stone marks, as if the stone fragments had not entirely fallen away. Yet, the exposed portion radiated a resplendent luster, revealing the ethereal imprint of a celestial phoenix. Vivid and crimson as blood, as if poised to take flight from the surface of the celestial stone. Phoenix blood red gold. Outside the desolate divine ruin, a distinguished figure from the southern region was struck with awe upon witnessing the exposed celestial gold on the war chariot's surface. No, this is not the true extreme Tao divine material, Phoenix blood red gold. The stone has not completely shed away, and thus can only be considered a quasi-extreme Tao divine material at most. An erudite genius, with eyes gleaming with wisdom, discerned the secrets of the ancient war chariot. Why is extreme Tao celestial gold so exceedingly rare in the vast continent? The birth of each type of extreme Tao celestial gold requires an unfathomably long period of evolution, often measured in millions of years. All celestial gold is initially encased within stone, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the sun and moon, for countless eons before it can finally emerge, revealing its true celestial nature. This ancient war chariot, merely a few feet long, still bore remnants of its stone casing, thus possessing only partial celestial gold properties, preventing it from being classified as true extreme Tao divine material, Phoenix blood red gold. The golden divine dragon that drew the chariot, as well as the humanoid entities standing atop it, were likewise not fully stripped of their stone exteriors, remaining as quasi-extreme Tao celestial gold. Nevertheless, even in this incomplete state, they were astonishingly remarkable. Extreme Tao divine materials are exceedingly precious, to the point of being considered rare even across the entire vast continent. Yet within this desolate divine ruin, a multitude of such materials appeared in an instant. Whether it be the ancient war chariot, the dragon pulling it, or the humanoid being atop, all possess the essence of celestial gold. This is the end. The forbidden presence within the desolate divine ruin has been stirred. The imperial scriptures upon this woman make it unlikely for us to acquire them. After the initial shock, the many southern region prodigies surrounding the desolate divine ruin wore grim expressions. Mo Xian's entrance into the desolate divine ruin has awakened the forbidden existence within the restricted area. Thus, even if she were to perish within this desolate divine ruin, retrieving her body and belongings would be an insurmountable challenge. A remarkable aura, an extraordinary being. The humanoid entity atop the ancient war chariot gazed intently at Mo Xian, seemingly sensing her extraordinary nature. This was also a celestial goldstone being, nearly a span of about a foot tall. Its surface was marked with mottled stone traces, yet in certain areas, it displayed a semblance of ethereal beauty, adorned with celestial floral patterns of azure, celestial gold. Compared to the war chariot and the dragon, this foot-tall celestial goldstone being was extraordinarily unique, already possessing its own intellect, resembling a true living entity. As it began to speak, the onlookers outside the desolate divine ruin could not help but tremble in astonishment. According to ancient legends, the celestial goldstone materials of the vast continent, after millions of years of protracted evolution, would shed their stone forms and transform into true extreme Tao celestial gold. Among them, the exceedingly fortunate could attain enlightenment in their celestial gold forms, gaining intelligence and evolving into celestial gold spirits. These celestial gold spirits, upon their birth, possessed formidable strength, and due to their celestial gold forms, were unmatched by beings of the same realm. The most powerful among the celestial gold spirits could even achieve the legendary Imperial Realm, becoming Imperial Tao spirits. Though this celestial goldstone being standing atop the ancient war chariot had not fully transformed into a celestial gold spirit, it had already attained consciousness. Given sufficient time, it could indeed evolve into a true celestial gold spirit. Witnessing the birth of such an extraordinary phenomenon, a southern region prodigy exclaimed in awe as they gazed at the celestial goldstone being atop the ancient war chariot, outside the desolate divine ruin. The many southern region cultivators continued to express their amazement. However, within the desolate divine ruin, Mo Xian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety upon encountering the celestial goldstone being. Its emergence instilled in her a foreboding sense of dread. "Pilgrim, offer your soul. Transform it into sustenance for the revival of my sovereign. This is a great honor for you." The celestial goldstone spirit, standing atop the ancient war chariot, fixed its piercing gaze upon Mo Xian and spoke again. "I have a premonition that your soul, pure and pristine, far surpasses those of countless common spirits. Offer my soul." As the words of the celestial goldstone spirit resonated, Mo Xian's heart sank deeper. She suddenly recalled that the reason the fallen soul mountains outside the desolate divine ruin were designated as a forbidden area was entirely due to the aura emanating from the desolate divine ruin. All beings who inadvertently entered the fallen soul mountains ultimately lost their souls and intellect, becoming lethargic. Could it be that all of this was a deliberate orchestration by the forbidden existence within the desolate divine ruin? Did the entity within the desolate divine ruin require the souls and intellects of living beings to nourish and cultivate an ultimate forbidden existence within this restricted area? With this thought, Mo Xian instinctively took 2 steps back. It was evident that, compared to this forbidden presence within the restricted area, the southern region cultivators outside the desolate divine ruin would be far easier to deal with. "Pilgrim, having entered the desolate divine ruin, you must be prepared to offer everything. Do you wish to flee? This would displease my sovereign." As Mo Xian retreated, the humanoid spirit atop the ancient war chariot cast a cold gaze her way. Just a mere glance seemed to bear the weight of 1,000 mountains, causing the very fabric of space around Mo Xian to fracture with tiny black cracks, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Witnessing this scene, the southern region cultivators outside the desolate divine ruin were filled with terror, even contemplating retreat. This celestial goldstone being within the desolate divine ruin was so malevolent, it sought to claim souls. Who could say what it would do after dealing with Mo Xian? The ancient imperial scriptures are indeed precious, but one must have life to possess them. "My master is the lord of the heavenly forbidden area. If you lay a hand on me, do you wish to incite a war between the 2 forbidden zones?" Mo Xian bit her silver teeth and calmly stated, "Your master is a lord of a forbidden zone?" The celestial gold stone being was momentarily taken aback, then burst into derisive laughter. This is the desolate divine ruin. Even beings of the life forbidden zone would not dare to intrude. Today, I shall claim your intellect and soul here. What can you do about it? As the words fell, the pressure in the air intensified. Mo Ishian's gaze became unfocused, and she felt as if her very soul were being drawn from her body. Yet at that moment, a tranquil yet seemingly infused with supreme authority voice resonated beside Mo Ishian. Desolate divine ruin? My disciple is not something you can lay a finger on. Chapter 105. The arrival of Qin Mu, annihilation in a glance, unmatched imperial might, as that calm voice resonated. Mo Ishian instinctively glanced to her side. Before her floated a jade pendant, radiating a luminous sheen. The very talisman Qin Mu had bestowed upon her for protection prior to her departure from the celestial forbidden zone. In a flash of brilliance, the pendant vanished, transforming into a figure clad in white robes. His imposing stature, with flowing black hair, exuded an aura of celestial grandeur. Within his eyes, one could perceive the terrifying spectacle of the cosmos in flux and the creation of worlds, an awe-inspiring sight indeed. The figure stood quietly, devoid of any overwhelming pressure or extraordinary presence, yet all beings who beheld him were overwhelmed by an instinctive reverence and a desire to bow in submission. Upon witnessing this white-robed figure, Mo Ishian could not help but feel a twinge of emotion. Her previously resolute visage now bore a hint of grievance. Master. Noticing Mo Ishian's somewhat disheveled appearance, Qin Mu reached out to gently tousle her hair. Did I not provide you with a means of protection? Why did you not use it sooner? This jade pendant contained a fragment of Qin Mu's power, though merely a sliver. It was potent enough to unleash the terrifying might of an emperor. Had Mo Ishian utilized this pendant earlier, the obstacles and dangers she faced would have been effortlessly resolved. I do not wish to trouble you with every little difficulty, Master, Mo Ishian replied softly. She understood well that had she summoned the protective talisman bestowed by her master earlier, she could have easily overcome her trials. However, she had left the celestial forbidden zone to sharpen her own abilities. Relying on her master's gift at the first sign of danger would defeat the purpose of her self-improvement. In the face of life and death, there lies great terror. Only through personal encounters with such horror can one undergo transformation on the path of cultivation. As Qin Mu's disciple, Mo Ishian aspired to elevate her strength swiftly, striving not to tarnish the honor of being a disciple of the celestial sovereign. Who dares to speak so boldly within my annihilation divine abyss? The celestial golden stone man, standing atop an ancient war chariot, was displeased to see the white-robed figure conversing with Mo Ishian as if they were alone. Yet, inexplicably, the presence of the white-robed figure instilled a subtle unease within him. The celestial golden stone man barked a reprimand, prompting Qin Mu to retract his gentle smile and calmly regard the stone being. With no grandiose gestures or overwhelming forces, merely a simple glance was enough to elicit a chilling scream from the celestial golden stone man, whose body was instantaneously cleaved in two. Witnessing this scene, the numerous cultivators from the southern domain outside the annihilation divine abyss were left aghast. That was a celestial body of gold, the ultimate celestial gold, impervious and resilient. Yet it had been split apart by a mere glance. Who is this person? What terrifying power does he possess? The shock was palpable. No one had seen him make a move, yet with just a fleeting glance, he had shattered the celestial golden stone man's form. Such overwhelming power was truly chilling. How is this possible? The celestial golden stone man cried out, unable to accept his fate. Having attained intelligence, it was on the verge of transforming into a celestial golden spirit, possessing characteristics of the ultimate celestial gold, deemed indestructible. Even ordinary saints could not inflict damage upon its celestial body. Yet now, the white-robed figure had merely glanced at it, and its form had disintegrated. What vile power was this? Silence. Qin Mu seemed displeased by the stone man's cries, a faint light flickering in his gaze. In the next moment, the celestial golden stone man, along with its ancient chariot and the divine dragon pulling it, was utterly obliterated, its form evaporating completely, vanishing from existence. This spectacle left the southern domain cultivators outside the annihilation divine abyss gasping in shock, their faces etched with disbelief. It was utterly horrifying, just moments ago. The celestial golden stone man had been so arrogant, and now it had been extinguished in an instant. How powerful must this white-robed figure be? Simultaneously, a sense of foreboding arose within some of the southern domain prodigies. The sudden appearance of this white-robed figure was overwhelmingly formidable, almost otherworldly. In their fervor to pursue Imo and seize her imperial scripture, they had neglected a crucial detail. From whence did this scripture originate? I just heard her claim to hail from the celestial forbidden zone, one of the life prohibitions. If that white-robed man is indeed her master, could he be an unparalleled being from the life prohibitions? Oh no, have we bitten off more than we can chew? For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition gripped their hearts. Outside the Annihilation Divine Abyss, the southern domain cultivators murmured in hushed tones, some of them wearing grave expressions, already contemplating retreat. The situation seemed to be spiraling beyond their control. Within the Annihilation Divine Abyss, after the annihilation of the celestial golden stone man and its chariot, a certain restriction within the abyss was triggered. Deep within, gray-white mist surged forth. In an instant, several portals emerged, shrouded in mist, dark and foreboding. Kill. A voice laden with murderous intent boomed, echoing like the thunder of an army trampling the ground. Emerging from those portals were squads of stone beings, each several feet tall. Wielding long halberds and clad in celestial armor, marching forth in formation. Each stone being was immensely powerful, causing the very space around them to vanish as if it could not withstand the colossal force contained within their forms. Visibly, these beings bore similar characteristics to the previous celestial golden stone man, on the cusp of transforming into the legendary celestial golden spirits. As they charged forward, the ground shook with their thunderous advance, a truly terrifying spectacle. Even the cultivators outside the Annihilation Divine Abyss could not help but feel a surge of fear. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. These fierce, powerful celestial golden stone beings charged at Qin Mu, but as they advanced, they began to disintegrate and vanish. Just like the previous celestial golden stone man, evaporating into nothingness, unable to even approach him. Throughout this unfolding chaos, Qin Mu stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, his expression as tranquil as still water, never lifting a finger or making any move. Observing the stone beings disintegrating into nothingness, Qin Mu remained unfazed, his countenance unchanged. As a being at the pinnacle of imperial might, merely exuding supreme imperial aura was sufficient to obliterate all entities beneath the Imperial Realm. Those beneath the Imperial Realm are mere ants. Though these celestial golden stone beings were formidable, their audacity to confront him was a clear path to their demise. Chapter 106, Sovereign of the Forbidden Zone, Immortal Holy Spirit, starry blue gold. This scene struck terror into the hearts of those gathered outside the abyss of annihilation. The figure clad in white exhibited no discernible movement. Merely a wisp of aura emanated from it, obliterating the formidable ranks of the celestial gold stone beings, reducing them to a shower of light that evaporated entirely. More critically, all present had just witnessed that this ethereal figure emerged from the jade pendant, implying that it was merely a fragment of power imprinted within the pendant, not the manifestation of its true form. The mere imprint left within the pendant was sufficient to effortlessly subdue the celestial gold stone beings within the abyss. One could only imagine the sheer terror if the true essence of this white-clad figure were to descend in person. This thought instilled a sense of dread among the many southern domain cultivators gathered outside the abyss of annihilation. They began to question whether their pursuit of the Emperor's scripture and their relentless chase of the woman named Mo Ishian had been a judicious choice. Inside the abyss of annihilation, Qin Mu observed the ashes of the obliterated celestial gold stone beings with an impassive expression, his gaze as profound and boundless as the eternal cosmos. These beings possessed only a fraction of the extreme characteristics of celestial gold, and their transformation into true celestial gold would require an eternity. Otherwise, Qin Mu might have considered sparing their remains, as he sought to upgrade the Taiwang's sword to a celestial artifact, necessitating the other four forms of celestial gold as assistance. However, since these celestial gold stone beings were not authentic celestial gold, he effortlessly eradicated them. Once all the celestial gold stone beings had been extinguished, a momentary stillness enveloped the depths of the abyss of annihilation, as if the entities within this forbidden zone had not anticipated such an outcome. But soon, an overwhelming radiance erupted from the deepest recesses of the abyss, dispelling the gray mist and transforming into a dragon-shaped light that soared into the heavens, illuminating the mountains and rivers. An invisible pressure emanated from the depths of the abyss, instantly permeating the entire Soulfall mountain range. At that moment, apart from Qin Mu and the unscathed Mo Ishian, all living beings within the Soulfall mountain range, including the southern domain cultivators outside the abyss, found themselves powerless, collapsing to the ground. With a thunderous roar, the depths of the abyss unveiled a towering figure, enveloped in brilliant divine light, stepping forth with each stride causing the entire Soulfall mountain range to tremble. As it moved, it exuded an air of supreme authority, akin to an unparalleled monarch surveying its realm, an aura of dominance that eclipsed all beneath the heavens. The mist shrouded countless miles, yet with a single step, that majestic figure seemed to rule over all. What manner of being was this? Adorned with the crown of an emperor and draped in robes of divine spirit. Surrounded by resplendent light, it resembled a true deity descending upon the world. The cycles of heaven and earth. The exhaustion of the starry seas. I am the sovereign of the abyss of annihilation, the immortal Holy Spirit Emperor. The voice of this towering figure was cold and devoid of emotion, imbued with an indescribable authority. As it spoke, silence blanketed the entire Soulfall mountain range. As if the very universe ceased to exist, and all living beings fell mute. I am the master of the celestial forbidden zone, Qin Mu stated calmly. With hands clasped behind his back, an intangible aura radiated from him, effortlessly countering the oppressive presence emitted by the sovereign of the abyss of annihilation. Outside the abyss, all southern domain cultivators lay prostrate, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed into the depths of the abyss. An emperor. This was undoubtedly an existence of ancient imperial caliber. The situation was dire. Even the sovereign of the abyss had been stirred. This lord of the forbidden zone seemed not to be a genuine being, but rather an enlightened celestial gold Holy Spirit, or perhaps more aptly, an emperor-class Holy Spirit. Born from the body of celestial gold, endowed with intelligence, and having attained the path to emperorhood. An emperor-class Holy Spirit. Such beings are scarcely born once in 100,000 years across the vast continent. Who could have imagined witnessing one here today? The southern domain cultivators were filled with trepidation. An existence born from celestial gold, attaining consciousness and becoming an emperor, was rarer than authentic imperial beings. Throughout the annals of history, such occurrences were seldom seen. Yet, within the abyss of annihilation in the southern domain, there existed such a transcendent, celestial gold Holy Spirit. As they marveled at the emergence of this emperor-class Holy Spirit, the southern domain cultivators were equally astounded by Qin Mu's composure. Even in the face of the Holy Spirit's oppressive might, the white-clad figure displayed no sign of distress. Moreover, from his earlier words, it seemed that this ethereal presence also hailed from a realm of life as forbidden zone. They had truly kicked a hornet's nest. Some southern domain prodigies wore expressions of despair, their faces pale with hopelessness. Just moments ago, they had contemplated pursuing Mo Ishian to seize the emperor's scripture from her. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable woman possessed such a terrifying background? To have a master who is the sovereign of a life-forbidden zone, such a lineage was utterly extraordinary. Had she revealed her connection to the supreme sovereign of a forbidden zone earlier, who would have dared to pursue her? All southern domain cultivators outside the abyss now felt overwhelming regret and yearned to flee. Yet, the supreme imperial might suffusing the surroundings rendered them utterly incapacitated. Even the slightest movement a distant dream, let alone escaping. Stepping upon my domain, slaying my subordinates, you have crossed the line, O master of the celestial realm. The emperor-class Holy Spirit cast a frigid gaze upon Qin Mu, seemingly assessing and contemplating something, with a hint of trepidation flickering in its eyes, as if it could not fathom Qin Mu's true power. As the emperor-class Holy Spirit scrutinized Qin Mu, he too was evaluating the entity before him. He could discern that the surface of the Holy Spirit's skin shimmered with starry, dreamlike hues, reminiscent of the mysterious cosmos, radiating a deep azure. Celestial gold, starry blue gold. Qin Mu murmured thoughtfully, recognizing the origin of this emperor-class Holy Spirit. His voice was soft, barely above a whisper. Yet the essence of his words reached the ears of the emperor-class Holy Spirit. Strangely, upon hearing the white-clad figure mention its celestial gold form, an unsettling sense of foreboding surged within the Holy Spirit's heart, as if it had become a prey in someone else's eyes. Chapter 107, The Holy Spear of Radiance. A weapon of sovereignty, commanding the annihilation of divine spirits, Qin Mu casually commented on the origins of this imperial Tao divine spirit, causing it to feel quite uncomfortable. After all, within this vast continent, the materials of the ultimate divine weapons are coveted by all powerful beings of the Imperial Realm, both ancient and modern. For those at the Imperial level, Possessing an ultimate weapon of their own would significantly enhance their combat prowess. Hence, there are very few ultimate celestial metals on this continent that can truly transform into an Imperial Tao Divine Spirit, as they are typically taken away and refined into personal ultimate weapons by Imperial Realm powerhouses before they can mature. This particular Divine Spirit was formed from the ultimate celestial metal known as the Azure Gold of the Stellar River, and upon hearing Qin Mu's commentary, it naturally became enraged. Feeling insulted, this place is the abyss of annihilation, the domain of the celestial sovereign. You have crossed the line. The Imperial Tao Divine Spirit warned once more. Cross the line. Qin Mu found this notion laughable, his demeanor remaining indifferent and serene. Throughout the endless ages, you have dissipated your power from this abyss of annihilation, draining the souls and intellects of countless beings, transforming an expanse of hundreds of thousands of miles into a desolate wasteland. Did you ever consider the concept of crossing a boundary? With a mere glance, he had discerned all the secrets of this Imperial Tao Divine Spirit. Ordinarily, for a divine spirit to achieve sentience and transform into an immortal entity would require an incredibly lengthy period, up to 1,000,000 years. However, this one had not spent such an eternity. Instead, it had taken a shortcut by siphoning the souls and intellects of living beings to compensate for its own deficiencies. It could be said that the countless lives lost within the fallen soul mountains were orchestrated by this very divine spirit. These insignificant ants think it an honor to become my martial resources, the divine spirit scoffed, its gaze turning icy. Celestial sovereign, do not mistake my leniency for weakness. A vast and overwhelming aura emanated from the divine spirit, manifesting as colossal beams of radiant light that shot skyward. It was delivering a final warning to the intruder, hoping Qin Mu would recognize the gravity of the situation and withdraw. Yet, it was clear that this divine spirit's threat did not faze Qin Mu in the slightest. His gaze transcended the divine spirit, delving into the depths of the abyss of annihilation, where he sensed the presence of other ultimate celestial metals. Perhaps he could gather enough here to forge the Tai Wang sword into a celestial weapon? Qin Mu's interest intensified. The divine spirit, sensing the implication in Qin Mu's gaze, could no longer restrain its fury. It is merely a trace of power that has descended. I previously showed you mercy. Do you truly believe you can act without restraint? In a fit of rage, the Imperial Tao Divine Spirit summoned the myriad laws of the universe, a torrent of cosmic principles cascading from the heavens like an eternal waterfall, crashing toward Qin Mu. It was an utterly terrifying scene. The endless laws transformed into a waterfall spanning the sky, imbued with world-destroying waves. Even a mere fraction of its power could obliterate a sage. Undoubtedly, if this celestial waterfall were to descend unopposed, a significant portion of the fallen soul mountains would face annihilation. However, Qin Mu's expression remained unchanged in the face of this wrathful strike. You think wielding an imperial weapon will suffice to challenge me? Such naivety. With a single hand resting nonchalantly behind him, he extended a finger, pure and white as jade, toward the incoming holy spear of radiance. The finger appeared to move slowly, yet it reached its destination before the spear, meeting the tip effortlessly. A breathtaking spectacle unfolded. The majestic holy spear, unmatched in its might, was utterly immobilized by that delicate finger, unable to advance even an inch, rendering any further assault a mere fantasy. Moreover, not a single mark was left on Qin Mu's finger by this immense weapon. What? The divine spirit's eyes widened in disbelief as it beheld its once mighty spear, now as immovable as a mountain, held at bay by a mere fingertip. The strength of this adversary had far surpassed its comprehension. You have slaughtered countless beings to achieve your own ends. Such is your path, and I have no desire to interfere. But since you dare to strike at me, prepare to pay with your life, Qin Mu stated calmly, transforming his finger into a palm, which began to descend resolutely upon the divine spirit. I am the Imperial Tao Divine Spirit. Who dares to slay me? The divine spirit roared in defiance, wielding the holy spear in a desperate bid to resist. Yet, wherever Qin Mu's palm traversed, time seemed to freeze. Even the holy spear became suspended in the void, completely unable to move. The divine spirit's countenance shifted to one of horror, yet it could only watch helplessly as that hand descended from the heavens, enveloping it entirely. I have not yet fully transformed into an immortal spirit. I refuse to accept this fate. A cry filled with resentment echoed from beneath the palm, yet in an instant, it faded into silence, leaving no trace behind. Even the holy spear fell to the ground with a clang, as if bereft of its master. The Imperial Tao Divine Spirit had perished. Chapter 108. gathering celestial gold, lacking sacred spirit, bullying the weak? Qin Mu struck forth, his palm overshadowing the heavens, completely enveloping the Imperial Tao sacred spirit beneath it. Within his hand, the vastness of the cosmos unfolded. The laws of the Buddha realm within his grasp seemed to consist of merely one hand, yet were sufficient to encompass boundless sands and myriad worlds, rendering the Imperial Tao sacred spirit utterly incapable of escape. Unfathomable imperial power surged forth, capable of extinguishing myriad paths, and the Imperial Tao sacred spirit, akin to a turtle in a jar, was no exception. It was obliterated, its divine soul and consciousness erased, transforming into a lifeless starry blue gold, akin to the radiant sacred spear as it fell to the dust of the ground. An immensely powerful immortal spirit was thus extinguished with such ease. Undoubtedly, this scene sent shivers through the multitude of cultivators from the southern domain outside the desolate divine ruins. When the Imperial Tao sacred spirit had made its entrance, it radiated boundless glory, nearly becoming the sole sovereign of heaven and earth. Yet its downfall was so tragic, having not even engaged in a proper battle before being casually obliterated by a single palm. Was this Imperial Tao sacred spirit too weak? No, it was not that. Rather, it was the unparalleled figure clad in white, who was simply too formidable, so powerful that even an Imperial Tao sacred spirit had no means to retaliate. At that moment, countless gazes filled with reverence converged upon Qin Mu outside the desolate divine ruins. Some sought to seize the opportunity to flee, only to be horrified to find that although the Imperial Tao sacred spirit had perished, the supreme imperial might enveloping the void had not dissipated. They remained pressed to the ground, completely immobilized by the overwhelming imperial power. Did this supreme emperor intend to strike at them? The cultivators of the southern domain were filled with trepidation, their mouths tasting as bitter as if filled with a bitter lotus seed. Had they known the terrifying background of that young girl, they would never have dared to covet the imperial scriptures she possessed. Undoubtedly, the imperial scriptures wielded by this girl were bestowed upon her by the white-robed emperor. How audacious they had been to covet the imperial scriptures belonging to her. It was tantamount to courting death. The cultivators from the southern domain trembled in fear, dreading that the peerless figure in white might casually strike them down with a single palm. Yet within the desolate divine ruins, Qin Mu did not cast a single glance at the multitude of southern domain cultivators. Instead, he collected the fallen starry blue gold and the radiant sacred spear. With these two types of ultimate divine gold, he had now acquired a total of 7 kinds. He wondered whether other types of ultimate divine gold might still exist within the desolate divine ruins. Qin Mu's eyes sparkled as he ventured deeper into the ruins. With just 2 more types of ultimate divine gold, he could gather all 9 needed to forge the Tai Wang sword into a celestial artifact. As Qin Mu advanced, he gazed forward, and wherever he tread, the gray fog dissipated. With the fall of the Imperial Tao sacred spirit, the desolate divine ruins posed no threat to him. Ultimately, after a thorough search, Qin Mu indeed made a significant discovery deep within the desolate divine ruins. He found the remaining 2 types of celestial gold. The 2 pieces of celestial gold were displayed within the chamber of the Imperial Tao sacred spirit. One was sun orange celestial gold, and the other was phoenix blood red gold. The sun orange celestial gold was merely the size of a human head, yet sufficient for forging the Tai Wang sword. The phoenix blood red gold, however, was astonishingly large, several feet tall, and even more grand than the previous Imperial Tao sacred spirit. The surface of the phoenix blood red gold shimmered with a crimson hue, adorned with ethereal phoenix patterns that were vividly lifelike. Yet this piece of phoenix blood red gold was incomplete, a fragment missing, carelessly discarded aside as if severed by force. Upon seeing it, Qin Mu speculated what had transpired. This piece of phoenix blood red gold, like the Imperial Tao sacred spirit born of starry blue gold, had once possessed the potential to transform into an immortal spirit. However, since the Imperial Tao sacred spirit had emerged first, perhaps fearing the potential of this later contender, it had used the radiant sacred spear to sever a piece from the phoenix blood red gold, rendering it incomplete and unable to attain sentience. No wonder, Qin Mu mused. Though that Imperial Tao sacred spirit was powerful, it was not an invulnerable existence. This was why Qin Mu had effortlessly obliterated it. The reason for its shortcomings, Qin Mu surmised, was indeed related to this piece of phoenix blood red gold. Ultimate divine gold is a rare celestial material favored by the vast heavens, capable of birthing extraordinary treasures. Each piece of celestial gold with the potential to become an immortal spirit embodies the essence of heaven's favor, and any attempt to manipulate it would invite divine retribution and boundless calamities. Although the Imperial Tao sacred spirit was itself a favored material, its assault on the potentially sentient phoenix blood red gold incurred a karmic consequence too great for its celestial form to bear. Thus, it was left with deficiencies in its imperial nature, unable to transform into a truly flawless immortal spirit, even after absorbing millions of souls from the world. Qin Mu shook his head slightly and proceeded to collect the sun orange celestial gold and the phoenix blood red gold to enhance the Taiwan sword. The fragment of the phoenix blood red gold would suffice. As for the larger piece, Qin Mu decided to store it within the celestial forbidden zone. Should it ever have a faint chance of becoming a truly flawless immortal spirit, it could serve to augment the power of the celestial realm. Aside from these ultimate divine golds, there were no other treasures within the desolate divine ruins, not even a single herb of the undying divine medicine, leaving Qin Mu somewhat disappointed. This desolate divine ruins, though not comparable to true forbidden zones occupied by ancient sovereigns, was still a realm of desolation, and its stark barrenness was disheartening. After confirming that he had thoroughly scavenged the desolate divine ruins without leaving a trace behind, Qin Mu turned to depart. Meanwhile, those cultivators from the southern domain, who were kneeling and immobilized outside the desolate divine ruins, felt their hearts sink once again upon seeing Qin Mu's returning figure. These fellows should not be enough to leave you in such a predicament, Qin Mu mused as he cast a casual glance at the southern domain cultivators, already aware of their capabilities. In Qin Mu's view, with Mo Ishian's strength and accumulation, these individuals alone should not have been able to force her into the desolate divine ruins. Thus, they had coveted the imperial scriptures on her, yet lacked the confidence to overcome her, leading them to seek aid from their sects. Qin Mu gently ruffled Mo Ishian's hair, smiling warmly as he inquired. Faced with Qin Mu's question, Mo Ishian could only obediently nod. Having trained for a long time in the celestial forbidden zone and nurtured by various sects, along with the imperial scriptures at her side, even the most ordinary prodigies would not stand a chance against her. The reason these southern domain prodigies could corner her to such an extent was that some were unable to defeat her and thus sought assistance from their sections. Bullying the weak, I understand. Qin Mu's gaze turned cold as he looked toward the southern domain cultivators outside the desolate divine ruins. As disciples of the celestial lineage, we fight amongst our peers, and life and death are left to fate. The sect shall not intervene. However, should anyone dare to disrupt our celestial lineage's rules and bring forth their sect's influence to bully the weak, he continued, I would not hesitate to show them what true bullying entails. Chapter 109. Where the imperial decree reaches, who dares disobey? The world dressed in mourning. Qin Mu's gaze flickered as it swept across the numerous cultivators from the southern region outside the abyss of annihilation. In an instant, the recent memories of these individuals were laid bare before him. Through his probing, Qin Mu discerned that the group of southern region prodigies who had entered the Soul Descent Mountains were primarily backed by the formidable forces of their respective sections. Those who had not stirred their sects and relied solely on their own strength to contend with Mo Ishian had already chosen to retreat upon her entry into the mountains. Only these relentless pursuers, akin to maggots, truly embodied the essence of tyranny, violating the established order. As Qin Mu's piercing gaze swept over them, the southern region prodigies felt an icy